Jiang Feng has traveled to a parallel world where a collision with an alternate dimension has caused otherworldly energy and numerous Phantom Beast illusion beasts to invade Blue Star. As a result, every human has the opportunity to awaken their beast taming talent when they turn 18. If they successfully awaken their talent and form a contract with a Phantom Beast, they can become a beast tamer who commands Phantom Beast in battle. Why? Why did I only awaken a level talent? Awesome. I awakened a level talent. Everyone quiet. I awakened a level talent. I am the genius. System activated. Host has awakened SS level talent Phantom Beast Synthesis Illusion Beast Synthesis. What's going on? Jiang Feng looked puzzled. Given that no one had awakened an SS level talent for hundreds of years, he seemed to be ahead of 99 of the Beast Tamers. Chapter 1. SS level talent. Linhai Base City, First Basic Academy. The last day of graduation exams at the Beast Taming Talent Testing Site. The so-called Basic Academy refers to an institution where ordinary students have studied 10 years of foundational courses, usually numbered without special significance. If a graduate from the Basic Academy successfully awakens their Beast Taming talent, they can advance to a Super Academy, commonly known as the Beast Taming Academy, for 5 years of training, during which they learn about Phantom Beast and even have opportunities to intern at Beast Tamer martial arts halls with contracted beasts. Impossible. Why didn't I awaken my Beast Taming talent? Sigh. Another unlucky one. This is too normal. Beast Taming talent isn't something you can just awaken like that. Yeah, I only awakened a level talent, which is just mediocre. You're still better than me. I only awakened a level talent, barely avoiding the lowest level. I say, you don't need to compare. For us ordinary students, being able to awaken Beast Taming talent is already a blessing. Don't forget that Beast Taming genes can be inherited. Those whose parents or grandparents were Beast Tamers have a natural advantage in awakening, and their talents are likely better than ours. True. I wonder if our academy will see any level or a level awakeners this time. Awakening in a level talent is too difficult, but a level awakener might appear. As Jiang Feng listened to the conversations of the other students, it was soon his turn for testing. In this world, Beast Tamers are held in high regard. The ranks of Beast Tamers are as follows: Ordinary, Elite, Lord, King, Transcendent, Overlord, Holy Spirit, Creator. Each rank is further divided into 9 tiers. The talent levels for Beast Tamers range from E, D, C, B, A, S, SS to SSS. Awakening in a level talent provides only one beast space, allowing a contract with just one Phantom Beast. With each increase in talent level, the beast space increases correspondingly. Additionally, from level onwards, when Beast Tamers practice beast control techniques, their absorption rate of otherworldly energy doubles at level and quadruples at level. Calculating further, an SS level Beast Tamer would absorb energy at an astonishing rate of 128 times out of course. Even a Beast Tamer with only a level talent holds a much higher status than an ordinary person in this world. Unlike Blue Star before Jiang Feng's travel, the Blue Star in this world has only one native power, the Human Alliance, formed by several major nations hundreds of years ago. Initially, the Human Alliance was established to combat alien races. When this world collided with the alternate dimension, a massive influx of otherworldly energy caused varying degrees of mutation in the flora and fauna of Blue Star. Simultaneously, a large number of alien races took the opportunity to invade Blue Star through spatial passages. Fortunately, many Phantom Beasts from the alternate dimension also arrived through these passages, and the otherworldly energy allowed some humans to awaken their beast taming talents. As a result, humans gained the ability to control Phantom Beast and fight against the alien races. The ranking of Phantom Beast is the same as that of Beast Tamers. However, the classification of Phantom Beast bloodlines is slightly different, divided into 8 levels: Ordinary, Elite, Lord, King, Transcendent, Overlord, Holy Spirit, Creator, with each level further subdivided into lower, middle, and upper tiers. Typically, if Phantom Beasts are of the same level, those with higher bloodlines possess greater combat strength. The talents and skills of Phantom Beast are also graded, ranging from primary, intermediate, advanced, special, master, grandmaster, limitless, to supreme. However, the emergence of the first batch of Beast Tamers only slowed the pace of the alien invasion. The situation remained grim. Years later, 2 creator-level Beast Tamers suddenly appeared among humans. After hundreds of years, the Human Alliance has become the largest official organization on Blue Star, while heavily fortified base cities have replaced the original urban areas. I hope the results won't be too bad. Jiang Feng reached his hand into the Beast Taming talent detector. Since he had become a traveler, it would be unreasonable not to have a golden finger, right? Detecting host conditions. Activating Beast Taming system. Activation successful. Congratulations, host has obtained SS level talent. Phantom Beast Synthesis. This talent can synthesize Phantom Beast of the same bloodline or species, enhancing the primary Phantom Beast's bloodline, talent, and skills. Note 1. There is a chance to return synthesis materials during synthesis. Note 2. Only one item can be chosen for enhancement at a time for talents and skills. Insight skill activated. This skill can probe information about beast tamers or Phantom Beast with completeness depending on the host level. Note 3. This skill has other derivative functions. Note 4. This talent has no practical effect. SS level talent? He felt very excited, not expecting the golden finger to arrive so suddenly and be so powerful. Since the disappearance of the two most powerful figures, SS level talents had not appeared again, so Jiang Feng was undoubtedly the second best beast tamer in the world. Just after those two, this system fits my personality well, knowing that I must survive and develop in the early stages before taking off in the later stages. The aliens would definitely not give up their invasion of Blue Star. If they learned that Jiang Feng had awakened an SS level talent, they would undoubtedly try every means to take his life. Otherwise, the emergence of another creator-level beast tamer would be an unacceptable outcome for the alien races. In contrast, awakening an 11 talent wouldn't put Jiang Feng on the alien race's human kill list so quickly. Ding! As a prompt sound rang out, the female teacher, sitting in front of the detector, suddenly stood up. 11 talent? The female teacher looked up, surprise etched on her face as she gazed at Jiang Feng, who stood across from the detector. According to the settings of the Beast Taming talent detector, when someone awakens in a level or higher talent, it emits a series of prompt sounds. Hey, did you all hear that? It seems he awakened an 11 talent. 11 talent? Is that true? So many people have tested. Did you hear anyone else make the detector sound? Is it possible that the detector malfunctioned? Are you joking? This is the basic academy graduation exam. How could there be a malfunction? The surrounding students gradually noticed what was happening with Jiang Feng. Student, please wait here. The female teacher decided to keep Jiang Feng steady and went to find the director, Song Qing, who was maintaining order at the testing site. The appearance of a candidate with an 11 talent is a significant event. Jiang Feng nodded. Okay. The system's disguise is indeed remarkable. The talent detection device is a product of a human alliance's wisdom, yet it was still deceived by the system. In this world, as long as one is an adult and possesses the potential to awaken a beast mastery talent, the talent detection device can determine their talent level. This is why 10th grade students at the Basic Academy must undergo talent testing after completing their cultural exam during graduation. After a while, the female teacher called for Song Qing. Song Qing quickly walked over to Jiang Feng. You are Jiang Feng? Song Qing nodded and walked past Jiang Feng, checking the data feedback on the detection device's display screen. Although the possibility of a malfunction in the device is very low, the results concerning an 11 talent cannot be taken lightly. Soon, Song Qing confirmed that the device was functioning properly, meaning Jiang Feng had indeed awakened an 11 talent. At this moment, Song Qing's gaze towards Jiang Feng had changed significantly. Jiang Feng, congratulations! You are the first 11 talent awakener detected among this year's graduates from our academy. I awakened an 11 talent? Director Song, you're not joking with me, are you? Jiang Feng began his performance. An 11 talent is certainly not as impressive as an SS level talent. But Jiang Feng had no reason to remain calm about such a significant event as awakening an 11 talent. Being too composed might raise other suspicions. Yes, you need not doubt this detection result. Seeing Jiang Feng's expression, Song Qing was reminded of his own past when he learned he had successfully awakened a beast mastery talent. His first reaction was pure surprise. Of course, Song Qing's talent level was far inferior to Jiang Feng's, a level talent. Someone has awakened an 11 talent. What? A great talent is actually beside me? What's going on? What's happening? Wow, an 11 genius! Because Song Qing intentionally wanted the other students present to know the result of Jiang Feng's talent detection. The news of Jiang Feng awakening an 11 talent quickly spread throughout the entire First Academy without them lowering their voices during the conversation. Not only that, but this news also spread rapidly outside the school. Within a few days, almost everyone in the third Bay City of Dongzhou knew that among the graduates of the First Academy in Linhai Bay City, there was a genius who had awakened in a level talent, and this genius was named Jiang Feng. Dongzhou was originally the land of the Yan Kingdom. However, after the establishment of the Human Alliance, for the sake of easier management, the Yin Kingdom redivided its territory into 4 states: Southeast, Southwest, Northeast, and Northwest, with each state further divided into regions based on geographical locations. Jiang Feng became famous. When his parents' relatives, friends, and colleagues learned of this news, they all came to visit with gifts, hoping to bring some good fortune to their own children who were near. The Awakening Age. Jiang Feng's parents expressed their gratitude for everyone's congratulations. Although these visitors came for Jiang Feng, they were pleased that their son had grown up and achieved something. In fact, Jiang Feng had no interest in socializing. These elders, who he rarely saw even once a year, were now visiting solely to strengthen their ties with his family. The saying, "when poor, no one asks, when rich, distant relatives come," was something Jiang Feng understood well from his previous world. Moving to a high-security neighborhood was the solution Jiang Feng came up with. Chapter 2 Scholarship. More than half a month later. The cultural course results and the Beastmaster talent test results of the students participating in this year's graduation exams from the basic college have been uploaded to the education website. Unfortunately, apart from Jiang Feng, there were no other graduates from the first college with second-level awakened talents. This result was expected by the leaders of the first college. Even for the children of Beastmaster families, the probability of awakening a second-level talent is very small, and since most students from the first college come from ordinary backgrounds, the probability of encountering awakened individuals is even lower. Jiang Feng's awakened talent is a complete surprise for the leaders of the first college, and it seems that they can finally hold their heads high this year. The leaders of the first college were pleased, but after such a long time, Jiang Feng still had not thought of a way to solve his financial problems, so he decided to call Song Qing. He is now a prominent figure at the first college. Surely the leaders would want to show some recognition for this genius, right? Upon learning Jiang Feng's thoughts, Song Qing said that his call was perfectly timed because Dean Su Tianlei wanted to meet him, and this issue would naturally be resolved then. That day, Jiang Feng arrived as promised. Song Qing brought Jiang Feng to the door of the conference room. While on the way, Song Qing informed Jiang Feng that not only was Su Tianlei going to meet him, but 2 important figures would also be present. As for who these 2 important figures were, Song Qing kept it a secret, only saying that Jiang Feng would know when he arrived at the conference room. Knock, knock, knock. Song Qing knocked 3 times and then opened the door to the conference room. Jiang Feng followed behind Song Qing into the room. Song Qing said to Su Tianlei, "Dean, Jiang Feng has arrived." "Good." Su Tianlei nodded and then smiled at Jiang Feng, saying, "Jiang Feng, there's no need to be formal. Just take a seat." "Thank you, Dean." Jiang Feng sat down in a seat near the door. As far as he knew, Su Tianlei was a king-level Beastmaster. If he had not awakened a second-level talent, he might never have had the chance to meet Su Tianlei privately in his lifetime, let alone receive such courteous treatment. "Jiang Feng, let me introduce you. This is Wu Feiyu, the vice president of the Beastmaster Association's Linhai Bay City branch." Su Tianlei first introduced Wu Feiyu, who was sitting to his left. Jiang Feng slightly bowed to Wu Feiyu. "Hello, Vice President Wu. It is an honor to receive your attention." Jiang Feng's attitude was very humble. If the Human Alliance is the largest official organization in Blue Star, then the Beastmaster Association is the largest semi-official organization. Although Wu Feiyu was only the vice president of the Linhai Bay City branch, his status was still much higher than that of an ordinary Beastmaster. Wu Feiyu was very satisfied with Jiang Feng's humble attitude, as many talented Beastmasters exist, but few are both talented and modest. Next, Su Tianlei straightened his palm and pointed to Kong Li, who was sitting to his right. "Jiang Feng, this is Kong Li, the vice president of the Bounty Hunter Association's Linhai Bay City branch." Jiang Feng also slightly bowed to Kong Li. "Hello, Vice President Kong." No wonder Jiang Feng sensed a hint of vigilance in the way Wu Feiyu and Kong Li looked at each other. The Bounty Hunter Association is the most powerful private organization on Blue Star. So the Beastmaster Association and the Bounty Hunter Association have always regarded each other as their most formidable competitors. Kong Li said, "Jiang Feng, being able to awaken a second-level talent proves you have extraordinary potential. I have high hopes for you." "Thank you for your kind words, Vice President Kong." The praise from a big figure feels different from flattery from ordinary people. "Thank you, Dean. Actually, I just think I was lucky," Su Tianlei gently said. "Luck is also a part of strength. The fact that talented individuals like you continue to emerge proves that high-level talents do not only arise from the children of Beastmaster families." Jiang Feng nodded. "Are the second-generation Beastmasters necessarily powerful?" "Not necessarily. He is a traveler with awakened-level talent. How could such an identity be compared to mere second-generation Beastmasters?" "Jiang Feng, your awakening of a second-level talent has brought glory to the college, and on behalf of the college, I am awarding you a scholarship of 10 million. Su Tianlei dropped a bombshell. 10 million? Jiang Feng had never dared to imagine having such savings in his previous life. Dean, isn't this scholarship too much? Sitting beside him, Song Qing expressed envy. Although 10 million is not enough for a Beastmaster to live without worry, he had never received a scholarship during his school years. I understand. Thank you, Dean. Jiang Feng had heard that the costs for Beastmasters increase significantly in later stages. No need to thank me. This is the reward you deserve. You are a student who has come from the first college, and I hope you can achieve great things in the future. Su Tianlei indeed intended to use Jiang Feng's awakened talent as a recruitment topic, but as the dean of the first college. He genuinely hoped that Jiang Feng would become a capable Beastmaster who could protect peace in the future. Rest assured, I will not be negligent. Since Jiang Feng possessed awakened level talent, he was destined to be superior to everyone else. Su Tianlei was very satisfied with Jiang Feng's attitude. Next, you will be entering the Beastmaster Academy for your studies. Becoming a true Beastmaster is not an easy task. The competition among Beastmasters is far more brutal than you might imagine. I cannot control the competition among peers. But if anyone dares to use their power to oppress you, you can tell me, and I will not stand by. Upon hearing this, both Wu Feiyu and Kong Li's expressions changed slightly. It was evident that Su Tianlei intended to be Jiang Feng's backing. This promise was far more precious than 10 million in scholarship. Understood. Jiang Feng certainly did not mind latching onto Su Tianlei's support. With a king-level Beastmaster backing him, he would naturally feel more confident in the future. Su Tianlei asked Jiang Feng, by the way, speaking of the Beastmaster Academy, have you decided which academy to go to? Dean, I heard that the best Beastmaster Academy in Dongzhou is the Xinghui Academy in the First Domain's Kanglan-based city. I would like to hear your suggestion. Su Tianlei thought for a moment. In terms of comprehensive educational strength, Xinghui Academy is undoubtedly the best Beastmaster Academy in Dongzhou. Every year, the Human Alliance allocates a large amount of educational resources to Xinghui Academy, based on your cultural course results and talent. As long as you are willing to go to Xinghui Academy, it is almost impossible for you to be rejected. So, are you suggesting I enter Xinghui Academy? No. I am just stating the facts. As for which Beastmaster Academy you want to choose, that is up to you to decide based on your own situation. Su Tianlei changed the subject. Or you can listen to the suggestions of Vice President Wu and Vice President Kong. Wu Feiyu said, Dean Su, you jest. Education is not my area of expertise. It's okay, just consider it as imparting experience to the juniors. Alright, then I'll share my thoughts. Wu Feiyu turned to Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng, the Beastmaster Academies in different regions of Dongzhou indeed vary in teaching standards. With your talent, if you enter Xinghui Academy, the probability of encountering opportunities in the future will certainly be higher than if you enter other academies. However, it ultimately depends on your efforts. Entering a prestigious school is just the beginning, and it does not guarantee future success. Chapter 3: Buying a House. Jiang Feng listened carefully to Wu Feiyu's words, and he felt that Wu Feiyu made a lot of sense. Everyone wants to enter a prestigious school to receive better education. But who can guarantee that entering a prestigious school will ensure future success? Wu Feiyu did not intend to give Jiang Feng a lecture on education, so he only had this to say. He then turned to look at Kong Li, seemingly wanting to hear what Kong Li had to say. Kong Li was unfazed by Wu Feiyu's provocation. He said to Jiang Feng in a calm tone, although Xinghui Academy is the top Beastmaster Academy in Dongzhou, that does not mean that all the Beastmaster Academies in the third domain are inferior to Xinghui Academy in every aspect. Of course, I do have a bit of a selfish motive in saying this, hoping to keep you, this genius. Jiang Feng did not expect someone as serious as Kong Li would also joke. He nodded and said, thank you for your suggestions, seniors. I will carefully consider this matter. Su Tianlei said, Jiang Feng, you don't need to rush into a decision. In a few days, leaders from the Beastmaster Academy will come to find you, and I will arrange for you to meet them then. Jiang Feng nodded. Okay, thank you, Dean. Su Tianlei reminded, you too. Don't you have other important matters to discuss with Jiang Feng? This time, Wu Feiyu spoke up first. Jiang Feng, actually, I came here to convey Chairman Tan's instructions. Chairman Tan? Jiang Feng remembered that the president of the Beastmaster Association's Coastal Bay City branch was named Tan Xiao. Chairman Tan said you will be entering the Beastmaster Academy for study soon. Although he can't spare time to guide you personally for now, he can give you the status of a Level 2 member of the Beastmaster Association, which can help you avoid a lot of trouble. Wu Feiyu took out a document and placed it on the table. Level 2 member? Jiang Feng had heard that becoming a member of the Beastmaster Association had certain thresholds, and it wasn't easy to upgrade. He didn't expect Tan Xiao to grant him a Level 2 membership right away. Don't be surprised. You are a genius with level talent. And both Chairman Tan and I hope you can grow quickly. Wu Feiyu's current status was certainly not comparable to that of a Level 2 member. But he didn't have such a high status at Jiang Feng's age. Rest assured, I will not waste my talent. Jiang Feng possessed the Beastmaster system and level talent. And if he were to slack off, he wouldn't be happy with himself. Very good. Wu Feiyu was quite satisfied with Jiang Feng's attitude. Just then, Kong Li suddenly spoke. Jiang Feng, our Bounty Hunter Association has decided to award you a 2-star hunter license. 2-star hunter? Jiang Feng didn't expect the Bounty Hunter Association to value him so much. Wu Feiyu smirked and said, Vice Chairman Kong, this must be a decision you just made, right? Kong Li glanced at Wu Feiyu and then also took out a document and placed it on the table. I am only conveying Chairman Feng's. If you have questions, you can ask Chairman Feng. Wu Feiyu's expression stiffened. The two chairmen indeed share the same view. Feng Yuanyao, the president of the Bounty Hunter Association's Coastal Bay City branch, was a king-level Beastmaster, and even though Wu Feiyu and Kong Li were at odds, he wouldn't dare to provoke Feng Yuanyao. The efforts of the Beastmaster Association and the Bounty Hunter Association to win over Jiang Feng made Song Qing, who was sitting aside, feel quite emotional. Indeed. In this world, only geniuses have the best opportunities. Thank you, seniors. I haven't done anything, and I've received 2 important identities for no reason. To be honest, I feel undeserving. Jiang Feng didn't know the grievances between Wu Feiyu and Kong Li, but seeing the 2-star hunter and level 2 association membership, he felt it was his responsibility to ease the atmosphere. Kong Li said, your talent is higher than others, and you deserve better treatment. However, I hope that while enjoying these privileges, you can remain true to your original intention and stand at a height that ordinary people cannot reach in the future. Seniors, I will definitely not disappoint your expectations. Jiang Feng made a promise. As for whether Jiang Feng should accept these 2 gifts, Su Tianlei believed that given his family background, he should quickly find a supporter, and the Beastmaster Association and the Bounty Hunter Association were the best choices. Next, Su Tianlei, Wu Feiyu, and Kong Li had more matters to discuss, so Song Qing took Jiang Feng away first. On the way back, Jiang Feng took out the 2 documents and examined them carefully. The documents from the Beastmaster Association and the Bounty Hunter Association were different colors. But according to Wu Feiyu and Kong Li, once Jiang Feng obtained the documents, his information had already appeared in the networks of both associations. Since the information on both documents had already been filled out, Jiang Feng only needed to attach his photo to use them. With the scholarship and the 2 documents, buying a house would naturally be easy. When he got home, Jiang Feng told his parents about wanting to buy a house and the reasons for it. At first, Jiang Feng's father, Jiang Ping, did not agree with his decision, and Jiang Feng's mother, Li Li, felt the same way. They understood the reasoning. But Jiang Feng was in need of money at the moment, and they didn't want to add to his burden. Jiang Feng understood why his parents wanted to save money, but he had level talent. Making money in the future would be easy for him, right? So he appealed to their emotions and reason, and finally got his parents to agree to the matter. The next day, Jiang Feng's family took a taxi to a real estate agency that was said to have a good reputation. Upon entering the company, Jiang Feng noticed that many people were looking at houses there. Are you 3 here to look at houses? A young man greeted Jiang Feng's family with a smile. Okay, my name is Lu Peng. I am a property consultant at this company. It's a pleasure to assist you. Please have a seat over here. Thank you. In fact, Jiang Feng noticed that when he and his parents had just entered, other property consultants had also noticed them. Perhaps it was because they were dressed simply, in the end. Only this consultant named Lu Peng took the initiative to assist them. However, Jiang Feng didn't mind. They didn't need too many people to assist them, and being overly concerned about others' opinions was just making things difficult for himself. Lu Peng did seem quite young, but his professional skills were quite good. During the conversation, he was able to analyze Jiang Feng's questions and provide suitable suggestions. Finally, Jiang Feng said to Lu Peng, Brother Lu, I think the houses in Haiyu and Jincheng are nice. Could you please introduce them to me in detail? No problem. I have detailed information on the houses for sale in Haiyu and Jincheng on my desk. I'll get it for you in a moment. Lu Peng paused and then expressed his thoughts. However, the prices in this community are quite high, which may exceed your budget. In fact, Lu Peng had already been very tactful. The prices in Haiyu and Jincheng were not affordable for an average family. It's okay if the prices are a bit high, as long as the environment is good and the facilities are complete. Spending millions to buy a fully furnished apartment with a parking space in Haiyu and Jincheng was indeed a bit strained, but Jiang Feng had his reasons for choosing Haiyu and Jincheng. I understand. Please wait a moment. Most importantly, Jiang Feng's parents were very reassured to leave this matter entirely in his hands. To be honest, this was the first time Lu Peng had encountered such a situation. Chapter 4, A Bet. Xiao Lu, are you still not done over there? While Lu Peng was looking for information, a woman in her 30s walked by. Her name was Ma Tingting, and she had been with the company a few years longer than Lu Peng. Not yet. I'm finding information on the houses for sale in Haiyu and Jincheng for the clients. Haiyu and Jincheng? Ma Tingting was surprised. Is that the family of 3 who just came over? Yes. Ma Tingting scoffed. You might as well save your effort. You know how expensive the houses in Haiyu and Jincheng are. Do you think they can afford it? Seeing that Jiang Feng's family was dressed so plainly, Ma Tingting thought they couldn't even come up with tens of thousands, and even if they took out a loan, the prices in Haiyu and Jincheng were still too high for ordinary people. I can't just reject people outright. Lu Peng felt that Ma Tingting's words were a bit too much. Did just looking and not buying mean they weren't clients? Suit yourself. Ma Tingting went to get some water with her teacup. She thought Lu Peng was still too young and that chatting with clients who had no financial strength was useless. Lu Peng didn't care about what Ma Tingting said. For him, even if Jiang Feng's family left without buying a house, he could still gain experience in communicating with clients. Jiang Feng picked up the folder and handed it to his parents. Since he was buying a house for them, it wouldn't be enough for him to just think the house was good. The so-called tacit understanding between couples led Jiang Ping and Li Li to finally settle on the same house after repeated comparisons. Although Jiang Feng had said not to worry about the money issue, when Jiang Ping and Li Li saw the price, they couldn't help but mutter that it was too expensive. Jiang Feng's expression remained largely unchanged, considering the need to set aside some money for emergencies. He asked Lu Peng if a discount could be offered. Lu Peng replied that unfortunately, this was already a very favorable price, and even with a full payment, it wouldn't be much cheaper. Just then, Ma Tingting suddenly approached. Uncle, Aunt, our company is currently running a promotion. Not only can you get a discount on the houses in this brochure, but there will also be a lottery for those who make a deal on the same day. Sorry, we are interested in the houses at Haiyu and Jincheng, Jiang Feng replied. He had no interest in Ma Tingting's sales pitch. Ma Tingting flashed a professional smile at Jiang Feng. This guessed, although from a comprehensive data perspective, Haiyu and Jincheng is undoubtedly one of the few high-end communities in the coastal-based city. It is quite far from the city center, which may cause some inconvenience for daily travel. I believe that for working-class people, the convenience of transportation is the first factor to consider when buying a house. Thank you. You make a good point, but I still don't need your recommendation. Jiang Feng, being a seasoned worker in his previous world, could easily detect the condescension hidden in Ma Tingting's words. Ma Tingting felt displeased because Jiang Feng's words made her feel embarrassed, so she planned to use Jiang Ping and Li Li to change Jiang Feng's mind. Uncle, Aunt, you might want to consider my suggestion. When buying a house, you should decide based on the actual situation. Choosing an ordinary community is not without its benefits. Jiang Ping, having navigated society for many years, sensed that Ma Tingting had ulterior motives, so he calmly said to her, I'll listen to my son. Did you hear? We really don't need your recommendation. Jiang Feng shot a glance at Ma Tingting and turned to Lu Peng. Lu Gu, is your area manager here? Then please let your manager know that Jiang Feng is here waiting for him. Jiang Feng turned to Ma Tingting. Are you interested in making a bet with me? When your manager arrives, the house we are interested in will definitely be discounted. Why should I bet with you? Ma Tingting felt a bit guilty under Jiang Feng's sharp gaze. Jiang Feng smiled. To be honest, he really couldn't stand people like Ma Tingting who were so snobbish. All right. Please wait a moment while I go find the manager. Lu Peng had a feeling that he had heard Jiang Feng's name somewhere before. Not long after, a middle-aged man hurriedly walked towards Jiang Feng. He was Du Xinyu, the regional manager of Shangju Real Estate Agency. Lu Peng followed closely behind Du Xinyu. Back in the office, when he mentioned Jiang Feng's name, Du Xinyu immediately showed a shocked expression. Indeed, it's Jiang Feng. Du Xinyu was the first to extend his right hand to Jiang Feng. Hello, I am Du Xinyu, the regional manager of this real estate agency. Jiang Feng shook Du Xinyu's hand. Hello, Manager Du. At this moment, Ma Tingting was starting to feel anxious. She couldn't understand why the manager was being so polite to Jiang Feng. Du Xinyu sat down. Jiang Feng, Xiao Lu has already briefed me on the situation. Technically, as a genius awakened with the Beastmaster talent, you should enjoy the best price when buying a house here. However, the situation at Haiyu and Jincheng is somewhat special. If I lower the price further, it would be difficult to explain to my superiors, and I sincerely apologize for that. Beastmaster talent? Manager Du, I wonder if these two documents can resolve this issue. Jiang Feng took out his Beastmaster Association and Bounty Hunter Guild credentials. Money, identity, and personal ability are the three conditions that are usually unavoidable when trying to accomplish something. 2-star Hunter? Level 2 Association member? Du Xinyu was stunned when he received Jiang Feng's documents. How long has it been since Jiang Feng awakened his talent? How did he join the Beastmaster Association and the Bounty Hunter Guild so quickly? Jiang Feng, may I ask, have you already become a Beastmaster? Not yet. I see. Jiang Feng is preparing for the future. Du Xinyu completely believed that Jiang Feng could become a powerful Beastmaster. It was absolutely fine for the Beastmaster Association and the Bounty Hunter Guild to court him at this time. Why is the housing price at Haiyu and Jincheng so high? That's because most of the residents in this community are Beastmasters or their families. Clearly, Jiang Feng thought the same as other Beastmasters. He didn't want to worry about his family's safety while fighting outside. Manager, can we get a discount now? No problem. Actually, our company has a partnership with the Beastmaster Association and the Bounty Hunter Guild. Since Jiang Feng is not only a 2-star hunter, but also a level 2 association member, I can naturally offer you an internal price. Du Xinyu returned the 2 documents to Jiang Feng. Having dealt with many Beastmasters, he could naturally confirm that Jiang Feng's credentials were genuine. Thank you. Jiang Feng turned to Ma Tingting. So what do you think? Am I right? Ma Tingting was left speechless by Jiang Feng's question. She thought Jiang Feng was just being tough, but who would have thought everything he said was true? Although Du Xinyu didn't know what had happened earlier. Seeing Ma Tingting's reaction, it was almost certain that she had offended Jiang Feng. Ma Tingting, come to my office later. Regardless of whether Jiang Feng would pursue Ma Tingting's mistake, Du Xinyu had to make his stance clear first. Manager, I understand. At this point, Ma Tingting knew that no explanation would help. She could only lower her head and accept the outcome. Lu Peng usually treated all guests with warmth, but he was relieved that he had taken Jiang Feng's family seriously. Most importantly, his commission this time would certainly be substantial. Jiang Feng calmly watched this scene unfold. He was someone who intended to achieve great things, and making things difficult for a small fry like Ma Tingting was meaningless. It was enough to let Du Xinyu teach Ma Tingting a lesson. Soon, under Du Xinyu's reception, Jiang Feng's family quickly completed all the procedures and could move into their new house at any time. Through this home buying experience, Jiang Feng recognized the importance of identity and background. If he were just an ordinary person, what would it matter if Ma Tingting mocked him for not being able to afford a house? Chapter 5, Neighbors. Because Jiang Feng paid in full, and he also had connections with the Beastmaster Association and the Bounty Hunter Guild, the moving and settling in process went very smoothly. Haiyuan Jincheng is built against the mountains. The community not only has many natural landscapes, but residents can also enjoy distant sea views from their homes. As the saying goes, you get what you pay for. Although Jiang Ping and Li Li still felt Jiang Feng spent too much, they were indeed very satisfied with this new house. Even if money was tight, Jiang Feng could still go out to earn money during the summer vacation. While Jiang Ping and Li Li were tidying up the rooms, Jiang Feng went out alone to familiarize himself with the community environment, considering that some future residents of Haiyuan Jincheng would be Beastmasters. The developer had the construction team build a large area on the back mountain for Beastmasters to train their phantom beasts. Jiang Feng wanted to take a look. Arriving at the periphery of one of the training grounds, he noticed that it wasn't entirely man-made. Perhaps the construction team designed it this way to simulate a real environment. Unfortunately, he had not yet signed a contract with a phantom beast, so he could only familiarize himself with the space for now. Entering another training ground filled with many obstacles, Jiang Feng heard a noise coming from the opposite side. Following the sound, he saw a large bird suddenly take to the sky not far away. Jiang Feng used insight on this bird. Name, Iron Featherbird. Level, Elite Level 1. Bloodline, Elite Primary. Talent, Intermediate Indomitable Talent. Existing skills, Intermediate Claw Strike, Intermediate Iron Feather Throw. He wondered whose contracted beast this was. Jiang Feng looked around, but did not find the owner of the Iron Featherbird. The security measures in Haiyuan Jincheng community were strict. It would be impossible for anyone to enter casually if they were not residents, let alone a wild Iron Featherbird appearing here. Jiang Feng didn't want to be seen as a suspicious person by the Iron Featherbird, so he planned to take a detour to leave the area. However, after walking a dozen meters along the cement path on the right, he encountered a girl about his age. The girl with a ponytail slowly spoke. Do you know that peeking at other beast tamers training their contracted beasts is a big taboo? Jiang Feng realized he had come across the owner of the Iron Featherbird, so he immediately said to the girl, I'm sorry, I just moved here today, and I haven't contracted a phantom beast yet, so I'm not familiar with many of the rules regarding beast tamers. Is that so? The girl blew a whistle used for training phantom beasts, and the Iron Featherbird flew down from the sky, landing on the nearby wall, watching Jiang Feng warily. You're not a local? The girl felt that Jiang Feng wasn't lying. So you're someone who just awakened your beast tamer talent. The girl sized up Jiang Feng, and for some reason, she felt he looked somewhat familiar. Hello, I'm Li Xiaoya, a second-year student at Sanyu Academy. Sanyu Academy? Jiang Feng didn't know much about the school. He had only heard a few mentions of it when others talked about their aspirations. Hello, I'm Jiang Feng. It turned out Li Xiaoya was only a year older than him. You're the only one among this year's graduates from the first academy who awakened a level talent? Li Xiaoya was surprised to hear Jiang Feng's self-introduction. Yes. Jiang Feng wasn't curious about why Li Xiaoya had heard his name since she was a student at the Beast Tamer Academy. I didn't expect you to move here. Li Xiaoya knew Jiang Feng wasn't from a prestigious Beast Tamer family, but she wasn't curious about how he could afford a house in Haiyuan Jincheng. As geniuses always find ways. After all, I'm about to become a Beast Tamer soon, and my parents' safety must come first. That's true. Li Xiaoya agreed with Jiang Feng's words. By the way, what are your thoughts on furthering your studies? With your talent, it shouldn't be difficult for you to get into any Beast Tamer Academy, right? Actually, I haven't decided where to go yet. Oh, Li Xiaoya elongated her tone, Having talent really allows for some leeway. Others are selected by the Beast Tamer Academy. But you're the exception. Jiang Feng smiled without saying anything. It would be disingenuous to claim his talent was mediocre at this moment. That being said, Li Xiaoya felt quite conflicted in her heart. As a student of Sangyu Academy, she should, in theory, try to recruit Jiang Feng to join her academy, especially considering the current difficulties Sangyu Academy faced. However, precisely because of Sangyu Academy's predicament, Li Xiaoya couldn't recklessly push Jiang Feng into a difficult situation. Jiang Feng had level talent, and his future was bright. Li Xiaoya had no right to put him in jeopardy. However, Li Xiaoya interrupted him. What do you think of my iron feather bird? It looks very powerful and agile. Jiang Feng expressed his feelings. Since Li Xiaoya wanted to continue the conversation, it would be impolite to leave abruptly. Thank you. Actually, both of our levels just recently reached Elite Stage 1. It took me quite some effort to get it to evolve, and I was just testing its skill power after improving its proficiency. You just became a second-year student this year and already became an elite beast tamer. That speed is generally unmatched by other students, right? Li Xiaoya shook her head slightly. Actually, I only awakened level talent. The reason my level and that of the iron feather bird improved so quickly is that I had good luck and obtained an energy crystal during an outing. The so-called energy crystal refers to the massive alien energy condensed by nature, and it is also one of the cores for constructing phantom beasts. The higher the level of the phantom beast, the more immense the alien energy contained in its energy crystal. Both beast tamers and phantom beasts can improve their levels by absorbing energy crystals. Jiang Feng nodded. Level talent was not bad, and it was clear that Li Xiaoya was a diligent beast tamer. Given the opportunity, it was normal for her and her contracted beast to see a significant improvement in strength. Speaking of which, I'm considering whether to contract a second phantom beast. Isn't that a bit early? Jiang Feng thought that he currently didn't even have one contracted beast, but he knew that nurturing a phantom beast was very time-consuming and resource-intensive. Perhaps Li Xiaoya should focus on training the iron feather bird first. You're right. Given my talent and the resources I have, focusing on training the iron feather bird for now is the best choice. However, I want to find a phantom beast that excels in close combat so that the iron feather bird can better cooperate with it in battle while also ensuring my safety. Many beast tamers command their contracted beasts to attack the opposing beast tamer first during battles because if this tactic succeeds, the combat power of the contracted beast without a tamer's command will be greatly reduced. Li Xiaoya didn't want to be targeted by the enemy's contracted beasts. That makes sense. In fact, regardless of what decision Li Xiaoya made, Jiang Feng wouldn't advise her to change her mind. After all, this was their first meeting. And with Jiang Feng's emotional intelligence, he certainly wouldn't say anything inappropriate. By the way, with your high talent, could you give me some advice? Well, I'm really not sure what to say. How about you consult the teachers at Sangyu Academy after school starts? That makes sense. You have level talent. So you have more beast tamer spaces than I do. I should be cautious about contracting a new phantom beast. Jiang Feng shook his head slightly. I believe the advantage of having more beast tamer spaces will only manifest in the later stages. A beast tamer with level talent can contract 5 phantom beasts, while Jiang Feng, having level talent, can contract 8 phantom beasts. However, if he did this now, it would definitely be more harmful than beneficial for his future development. Indeed, the more contracted beasts one has, the more resources are divided among them. Li Xiaoya shifted the topic. But I still want to go to the Phantom Beast Breeding Center to see if there are any suitable phantom beasts for me. That sounds good. Consider it a preliminary investigation. Jiang Feng supported Li Xiaoya's decision. However, after he finished this sentence, he noticed that Li Xiaoya was still looking directly at him. Jiang Feng tentatively asked Li Xiaoya, sisterly, do you have anything else to discuss? Li Xiaoya's expression was somewhat strange. Don't call me sisterly. That makes me seem much older than you. How about this? I'll call you Jiang Feng, and you call me Xiaoya. Okay. Jiang Feng felt a bit apprehensive. He almost forgot that age was a taboo topic for women. Jiang Feng, actually, I want to invite you to go to the Phantom Beast Breeding Center with me. But I just awakened my beast tamer talent. I probably won't be of much help in choosing a phantom beast, right? That's fine. Just consider it a way to get in touch with various phantom beasts in advance. Li Xiaoya smiled. I feel like you're a reliable person. Maybe you can really help me with something later. You wouldn't refuse me, would you? Since it was their first meeting, Jiang Feng had no reason to refuse Li Xiaoya. Especially given her earnest attitude, it would seem very ungentlemanly if he didn't agree. All right, I can accompany you. What time? How about tomorrow? Li Xiaoya smiled slightly. Knowing Jiang Feng wasn't the type to be cold-hearted. Sure, Jiang Feng could tell that Li Xiaoya was a decisive person, and since he had time these days, accompanying her to the Phantom Beast Breeding Center was no problem. Thank you. You're welcome. You're the senior, so I should be able to learn a lot from you. Yes. If you have anything you'd like to know, feel free to ask me. I will definitely share everything I know. Great. with Li Xiaoya being so enthusiastic. Jiang Feng decided to stay in the training ground to watch her train the Iron Featherbird. When the Iron Featherbird used its feather-throwing skill, Jiang Feng noticed that the feathers, which flew out like hidden weapons, could firmly stick into the stones, and this wasn't even the skill's maximum power. Jiang Feng had a question. Would the Iron Featherbird's feathers run out quickly? Li Xiaoya answered Jiang Feng's doubts, explaining that the Iron Featherbird has a limited number of feathers, so it cannot continuously use the skill of throwing iron feathers. However, since the Iron Featherbird is a phantom beast, its feathers grow back quickly, and after reaching the limit of consumption, it won't be long before it can replenish the lost feathers. After hearing this, Jiang Feng nodded repeatedly, realizing that every type of phantom beast has its unique characteristics. Jiang Feng's home is on the 10th floor, and Li Xiaoya's is on the 11th floor. In a sense, they are neighbors. Chapter 6, Bloodclaw Violent Bear. The next morning, Jiang Feng waited for Li Xiaoya outside the community as agreed. After a short while, he saw Li Xiaoya walking out of the community gate. Sorry. I kept you waiting, Li Xiaoya said as she quickly walked up to Jiang Feng. It's okay, I just got here too. And we still have a few minutes before our agreed time, Jiang Feng replied. When Jiang Feng saw Li Xiaoya yesterday, she was wearing sportswear, yet even so, her appearance was among the most beautiful of girls his age he had seen. Especially today, with her taking off a regular hair tie and putting on a crystal hairpin. Along with changing into a light yellow dress, it added a touch of gentleness to her demeanor. Of course, Jiang Feng had no special thoughts about Li Xiaoya. Before long, Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya took a taxi to a phantom beast breeding center called Yuanda. The Yuanda Phantom Beast Breeding Center has been operating in the coastal Bay City for many years. Although customers have mixed reviews about this breeding center, overall, the number of phantom beasts available here is sufficient to meet Li Xiaoya's needs. Jiang Feng glanced at the promotional display stand at the entrance and couldn't help but comment. Is this really a phantom beast breeding center? It feels like a combination of a zoo and a large mall. Li Xiaoya smiled slightly, right? When I first came here, I thought the same as you. Upon entering the door, Jiang Feng saw a very large area in the middle of the hall for the phantom beasts to live, surrounded by special glass that allows guests to observe the phantom beasts safely. Jiang Feng used insight on one of the monkey-like phantom beasts and received the following information. Name, Swift Monkey. Level, Ordinary First Stage. Bloodline, Ordinary Initial. Talent, Primary Climbing Talent. Current skills, Primary Strike. It was clear that this Swift Monkey had no offensive capabilities, even though there were higher-level Swift Monkeys in this group. The breeding center's purpose for raising them was still just to attract visitors. Jiang Feng was not interested in staying here to watch the Swift Monkeys. He turned to Li Xiaoya and asked, where are we going next? Follow me. The front is for regular customers, selling non-aggressive phantom beasts. The back is for beast tamers. Li Xiaoya replied. Jiang Feng followed Li Xiaoya into the breeding center. After passing through a detection gate, Jiang Feng noticed that there were many more security facilities around. Continuing forward, he saw that the breeding area had several highly aggressive phantom beasts. Li Xiaoya told Jiang Feng that compared to wild phantom beasts, those that have been artificially raised for a long time lack a certain wildness and have lower combat effectiveness. However, the breeding center could not only sell phantom beast eggs, so they had to maintain the characteristics of each group of phantom beasts by training or purchasing wild phantom beasts captured from outside the city. Jiang Feng was curious about these phantom beast eggs and turned to Li Xiaoya. Is the phantom beast you are looking for here? Yes. These are basically melee-type phantom beast eggs, Li Xiaoya replied. She thought that even if she couldn't afford a suitable phantom beast, at least she could prepare quickly for cultivating her second contracted beast once she clarified her goal. Then I won't disturb you any longer. Jiang Feng had not systematically studied knowledge about beast taming, so he couldn't provide Li Xiaoya with useful advice. It's okay. You can also take a look to see if there's a phantom beast you like, Li Xiaoya encouraged. Jiang Feng nodded slightly, agreeing with Li Xiaoya's point. Although the Beast Tamer Academy would prepare phantom beast eggs for new students, the second phantom beast would have to be sought out by the students themselves. So he needed to plan his phantom beast lineup. Most beast tamers start by choosing a combination of melee and ranged lineups, because this type of combination is cost-effective to cultivate. Of course, if a beast tamer awakens a high-level talent but only has one beast space, they can only focus on developing in one direction. As Jiang Feng walked and observed, he learned about many phantom beasts from the information boards next to the phantom beast eggs. To be honest, he had no special requirements for his first phantom beast because as long as he had enough resources, he could even use phantom beast synthesis to raise a phantom beast with the most ordinary bloodline to an unimaginable level for most people. As for lineup combinations, he certainly aimed for a comprehensive development. Yes, Li Xiaoya raised her hand and pointed to a phantom beast egg in the glass display cabinet directly in front of her. That's it. Jiang Feng looked at the information board next to the phantom beast egg, Bloodclaw Violent Bear of Elite Medium Bloodline. Do you think it's the best choice? Li Xiaoya nodded. Yes, I believe the Bloodclaw Violent Bear and the Iron Featherbird could make a powerful combination. Jiang Feng quickly finished reading the introduction of the Bloodclaw Violent Bear and smiled. After all, you get what you pay for. This nearly 7-digit price is not just for show. Li Xiaoya expressed helplessness. Actually, in my impression, the price of the Bloodclaw Violent Bear egg shouldn't be this high. Are you implying they deliberately raised the price? Jiang Feng frowned. There are naturally both conscientious and unscrupulous merchants, Li Xiaoya replied with a slight shake of her head. Just then, a man in a suit walked over. Are you two customers looking to purchase Phantom Beast eggs? Tiandishing. A salesman at the Yuan de Phantom Beast Breeding Center had already noticed Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya. He did not approach them immediately to confirm whether they were just browsing or genuinely intending to buy Phantom Beast eggs. It was clear that Li Xiaoya was very interested in the Bloodclaw Violent Bear. Li Xiaoya asked Tiandishing, "Hello. May I ask if there is a discount on this Bloodclaw Violent Bear egg?" Tiandishing apologetically replied to Li Xiaoya, "Sorry, this is already our lowest price." Li Xiaoya frowned slightly, knowing that trying to lower the price was not an easy task. "May I ask, have you previously signed a contract with other Phantom Beasts?" "I have one contracted beast," she replied. "Elite-level beast tamer, fairly well-off family." Tiandishing made a simple evaluation of Li Xiaoya in his mind. As for Jiang Feng, although Tiandishing did not judge people by appearances, he had not yet seen anything particularly special about him. "This customer, I actually recommend this Phantom Beast egg more. Its price is significantly lower than the Bloodclaw Violent Bear," Tiandishing said as he walked to the display case of the Heavy Armored Rhinoceros. Heavy Armored Rhinoceros? Li Xiaoya had noticed this Phantom Beast egg before. Although the potential of the Bloodclaw Violent Bear is higher than that of the Heavy Armored Rhinoceros, it would indeed be fine to use the Heavy Armored Rhinoceros as a substitute for the Bloodclaw Violent Bear. "This customer, if I'm not mistaken, you are planning to find a melee Phantom Beast to serve as a tank, right?" Tiandishing, not new to the job, could guess Li Xiaoya's intentions based on the Phantom Beasts she had looked at. "Yes," she confirmed. Tiandishing continued. "The melee capability of the Bloodclaw Violent Bear is indeed among the best in elite medium bloodline Phantom Beasts, but in terms of damage absorption, the Heavy Armored Rhinoceros is still a bit stronger. But the Heavy Armored Rhinoceros is not agile enough and can easily become a target," Li Xiaoya acknowledged. Tiandishing smiled and said, "This guest, the perfect Phantom Beast does not exist. Once the Heavy Armored Rhinoceros starts running, its lethality is quite significant. Besides, you have another Phantom Beast to cover the Heavy Armored Rhinoceros when it attacks, so that shouldn't be a problem. The most important thing is that the resources consumed in the later stages of nurturing the Heavy Armored Rhinoceros will definitely be less than those for nurturing the Bloodclaw Violent Bear." Hearing Tiandishing say this, Li Xiaoya suddenly understood. The display cases for the Bloodclaw Violent Bear eggs and the Heavy Armored Rhinoceros eggs were so close together. And the Bloodclaw Violent Bear egg was so expensive, it was clear that they wanted the customers to buy the Heavy Armored Rhinoceros. The owner of this Phantom Beast Breeding Center really knew how to play his cards. If Li Xiaoya hadn't seen the Bloodclaw Violent Bear, she might have purchased the Heavy Armored Rhinoceros, but now the Bloodclaw Violent Bear was her best choice. Jiang Feng suddenly asked Tiandishing, "Really no discounts?" Tiandishing adamantly refused to offer any discounts. Jiang Feng felt this scene was somewhat familiar, perhaps in a sense. Buying a house and buying a Phantom Beast were similar. If one wasn't genuinely rich, haggling was inevitable. "Then let's discuss it again." Jiang Feng exchanged glances with Li Xiaoya. Li Xiaoya didn't know what Jiang Feng was planning, but out of trust for him, she followed him out of the greenhouse. "Xiaoya, do you think the claim about the declining fertility of Bloodclaw Violent Bears is credible?" Li Xiaoya thought for a moment and replied, "It should be credible. But this Phantom Beast Breeding Center might have significantly increased the price of Bloodclaw Violent Bear eggs. So, do you really want the Bloodclaw Violent Bear?" Jiang Feng asked. "Nurturing 2 Phantom Beasts will definitely consume more time and resources. Forget it. I'll consider nurturing a second Phantom Beast after I upgrade the lineage of the Iron Featherbird to elite level," Li Xiaoya said. She only had a level talent and wasn't a key student at Sanyu Academy, so she had to allocate her resources carefully. "Xiaoya, if you can use this money to buy a Bloodclaw Violent Bear with intermediate skill proficiency, would it be worth it?" Jiang Feng hesitated for a moment and said, "Actually, I have a way to help you improve the skill proficiency of the Bloodclaw Violent Bear. I just worry that saying this might affect your judgment." "You can do that?" Li Xiaoya was somewhat surprised, but when she thought about Jiang Feng having a level talent, she felt it was not something impossible. Chapter 7, Phantom Beast Synthesis. "I just happened to awaken this talent. I hope you can keep it a secret." Jiang Feng wasn't sure if a level talent could achieve this. But his Phantom Beast Synthesis was a level talent, and as long as he had the corresponding resources, he could enhance the Phantom Beast strength. "Of course, I definitely want to spread it around." Li Xiaoya, being a Beastmaster, naturally understood that talents shouldn't be casually disclosed. By the way, are you worried that actively helping might hurt my pride? Jiang Feng nodded, feeling that with Li Xiaoya's personality, she wouldn't easily ask for help. It's okay. You don't have to think too much. Beastmasters also need help from others. Besides, I'm only at the elite level. If you can improve the skill proficiency of the Bloodclaw Violent Bear, today's matter counts as me owing you a favor. If you need me to do something in the future, just ask. Li Xiaoya was not the kind of girl who would get tangled up over pride. She knew very well that a Beastmaster with average talent like herself couldn't miss any opportunity to become stronger. Alright, I promise I won't let you down. Jiang Feng believed Li Xiaoya had already made her decision. She just needed someone to give her a push. Moreover, having more friends means more paths. Perhaps Jiang Feng would really need Li Xiaoya's help in the future. Thank you. Li Xiaoya certainly had confidence in Jiang Feng's level talent. And Jiang Feng's personality also reassured her. When Tian Dushing saw Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya walk in, he smiled and asked, "Have you two guests decided which phantom beast egg to purchase?" Li Xiaoya said, "I want the Bloodclaw Violent Bear egg." Tian Dushing was surprised. Did Li Xiaoya really want to be a fool? Jiang Feng immediately said to Tian Dushing, "However, if you want us to buy this Bloodclaw Violent Bear egg, you must also give us one egg each of the Barbaric Bear, Furious Ape, and Swift Wolf. This guest, your condition is a bit difficult for me." Tian Dushing felt that Jiang Feng was just daydreaming. Since they had deliberately raised the price of the Bloodclaw Violent Bear egg, they had no intention of offering discounts, let alone giving away other phantom beast eggs. Jiang Feng didn't care about Tian Dushing's insistence and slowly walked up to him. Tian Dushing didn't back down. They had security here, so he wasn't worried about Jiang Feng suddenly making a move. Jiang Feng didn't intend to teach Tian Dushing a lesson. He simply presented the certificate belonging to the Beastmaster Association. "We are all smart people. You know deep down whether this price is appropriate. I am asking you for 3 phantom beast eggs as gifts. You will definitely still make a profit. You are a member of the Beastmaster Association?" Tian Dushing recognized the certificate of the Beastmaster Association, but he hadn't expected Jiang Feng to be a member at such a young age. Li Xiaoya, who also hadn't expected Jiang Feng to have this identity, now understood why Jiang Feng was so confident. It turned out that Jiang Feng not only had a level talent, but also had the Beastmaster Association as a backing. It made sense. Although Jiang Feng currently didn't even have a single contract beast, major forces always paid attention to recruiting talents. "If you have doubts about my identity, you can take this certificate to verify." Jiang Feng closed the certificate and handed it to Tian Dushing. "No need to be so troublesome." Tian Dushing waved his hands repeatedly. He didn't dare take Jiang Feng's certificate because he couldn't see any issues with it. And almost no one would dare to boldly impersonate a member of the Beastmaster Association. "So can you fulfill my request?" Jiang Feng pressed. Of course. Tian Dushing's brain was working at high speed, and he finally thought of a solution. "Guests, I just remembered that if you buy our Bloodclaw Violent Bear egg now, you will receive 3 additional phantom beast eggs as a gift. I wonder if you are interested in this promotion?" Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya exchanged glances. It was clear that Tian Dushing had already made a concession. Li Xiaoya stepped forward and said to Tian Dushing, "I'm very interested. Perhaps considering Jiang Feng's identity." After Li Xiaoya paid, Tian Dushing immediately called the delivery personnel, fearing Jiang Feng would think they were inefficient. Before leaving, Jiang Feng specifically used insight to check the goods, ensuring that this phantom beast breeding center would pass off inferior products as good ones. Li Xiaoya indeed spent quite a bit more money to buy the Bloodclaw Violent Bear egg, but with the 3 additional phantom beast eggs Jiang Feng had helped her secure, she would definitely come out ahead, even profit. The taxi carrying Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya was in front, with the delivery truck following behind, both heading towards Haiyuan Jincheng. The 2 delivery guys were very responsible. They followed Jiang Feng's instructions and delivered the 4 phantom beast eggs to the training ground in Haiyuan Jincheng. Once the 2 delivery guys left, only Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya remained in the training ground, along with the 4 phantom beast eggs. Jiang Feng said to Li Xiaoya, "You should sign a contract with the Bloodclaw Violent Bear first." Li Xiaoya nodded, then walked to the Bloodclaw Violent Bear egg and placed her hand on it. As the Bloodclaw Violent Bear egg slowly cracked, a small Bloodclaw Violent Bear emerged. Because of the contract, this Bloodclaw Violent Bear knew that its master was Li Xiaoya. It raised its paw and called out to her a few times. Li Xiaoya was very happy. She crouched down and hugged the Bloodclaw Violent Bear. From today on, she had 2 contract beasts. Jiang Feng quietly watched this scene. Although this Bloodclaw Violent Bear looked quite cute, once Li Xiaoya gave an order, it would certainly attack enemies without hesitation. Moreover, as its level increased, this Bloodclaw Violent Bear would become larger and larger. Once Li Xiaoya stood up, Jiang Feng prepared to enhance the skill of the Bloodclaw Violent Bear. Li Xiaoya calmed the Bloodclaw Violent Bear and instructed it to sit still on the ground. The The Bloodclaw behemoth does not disobey Li Xiaoya's commands. It simply sits on the ground, looking somewhat silly. This Bloodclaw behemoth has 3 basic skills. And since Jiang Feng can only enhance the proficiency of 1 skill at a time using the Beast Fusion, he asked Tian Dishing for the eggs of the Berserker Bear, Rage Monkey, and Swift Wolf. Of course, skill enhancement is unrelated to lineage. If Jiang Feng were to search carefully, he should be able to find lower-tier substitutes for these 3 beasts, but he didn't want to waste time. Since the Grand Beast Breeding Center is trying to scam customers, he saw no reason to save money for the unscrupulous merchants. As Jiang Feng used Beast Fusion, the 3 beast eggs merged into the Bloodclaw behemoth's body. The Bloodclaw behemoth felt confused, not understanding what was happening. Jiang Feng used insight to check the attributes of the Bloodclaw behemoth. Name: Bloodclaw behemoth. Level: Ordinary First Stage. Lineage: Elite Medium. Talent: Intermediate Berserk Talent, Intermediate Tough Skin Talent. Current skills: Intermediate Tier, Intermediate Roar, Intermediate Berserk. This was Jiang Feng's first time using his talent, and he was very satisfied with the result. Jiang Feng said to Li Xiaoya, "Alright, you can test its skills now." "Okay, is this a talent of that level?" It can actually merge beast eggs into the beast's body. There were many props set up in the training ground, and Li Xiaoya decided to test the Bloodclaw behemoth's tear skill first. Bloodclaw behemoth. Use tear on that boulder. The Bloodclaw behemoth, receiving Li Xiaoya's command, rushed towards the immobile boulder at full speed, ready to show its master how it can break through the stone. Although this Bloodclaw behemoth had just been born, under the condition that its tier skill proficiency had reached intermediate, it quickly pierced through the boulder as debris flew everywhere. Li Xiaoya was very pleased with the Bloodclaw behemoth's performance. After all, it was only at the ordinary first stage, yet its tier skill was quite powerful. Thinking of this, Li Xiaoya couldn't help but wonder why Jiang Feng's talent was so strong, but only at that level. However, she didn't dwell on it too much, as she wasn't a genius and therefore knew nothing about the realm of geniuses. After testing the tier skill, there was no need to test the roar skill for now. And next, Li Xiaoya certainly had to test the Bloodclaw behemoth's berserk skill. As the Bloodclaw behemoth entered the berserk state, its eyes slowly turned blood red. And then it swung its claws at a thick steel plate following Li Xiaoya's command. Although the Bloodclaw behemoth couldn't destroy the steel plate this time, it still left many deep claw marks on it. For safety's sake, Jiang Feng waited for the Bloodclaw behemoth to exit the berserk state before walking over to Li Xiaoya and saying, "It seems it has almost adapted to the enhanced skills. Thanks to your help this time. Otherwise, I would have wasted a lot of money." Li Xiaoya squatted down and patted the Bloodclaw behemoth's head. In terms of destructive power, it was indeed much stronger than the Iron Featherbird when it was just born, but sheer destructive power wasn't enough. Li Xiaoya still needed to train it well. Li Xiaoya explained, "Actually, I just used my talent on it. My talent is Battle Intent Growth, which can temporarily enhance the activity level of the beasts. Although it's not suitable for long-term combat, it's sufficient to turn the tide in critical moments." "I see." Jiang Feng nodded slightly. Li Xiaoya clearly regarded him as a friend, which was why she explained her talent without any defenses. On the way back, Li Xiaoya couldn't help but ask Jiang Feng, "Jiang Feng, will you put Sangyu Academy on your shortlist? In a few days, some leaders from the Beastmaster Academy will meet with me. Maybe then I can make a decision." Li Xiaoya sincerely said, "From my personal standpoint, I really want to be your schoolmate." Jiang Feng smiled and nodded, "I hope so." Chapter 8, 100 million. 3 days later, Jiang Feng returned to the Academy's conference room. Su Tianlei had previously mentioned that leaders from the Beastmaster Academy wanted to meet Jiang Feng. One of the academies was in the coastal base city, but the other 2 were in different base cities. So Su Tianlei waited until everyone had arrived before notifying Jiang Feng to come over. Upon entering the conference room, Jiang Feng still sat in the seat closest to the door. Su Tianlei said, "3 of you, let me introduce you. This is our academy's Jiang Feng." A middle-aged man sitting to the right of Su Tianlei, slightly overweight, smiled and said, "Director Su, I have heard that your academy has produced a genius this year." Today, seeing him in person, he truly has an extraordinary temperament. "Director Zhou, you flatter me. Having a high starting point is indeed an advantage, but being able to make good use of that advantage is equally important." Su Tianlei turned to Jiang Feng. "Jiang Feng, this is Zhou Tao, the director of the admissions office at Qihong Academy in Changming Base City." Jiang Feng said, "Hello, Director Zhou." Zhou Tao smiled and said, "Jiang Feng, I have come to the coastal base city with only one purpose, to invite you to join our Qihong Academy. Our academy has held the top position among Beastmaster academies in the 3rd domain for many years. If you choose to join us, I guarantee you will enjoy the best teaching resources." "Director Zhou, I actually don't have a specific concept regarding further studies yet. Please allow me to consider it." Zhou Tao was very enthusiastic, but Jiang Feng certainly couldn't agree directly. Life at the Beastmaster Academy is not as complicated as you think. Compared to the basic academy, Students at the Beastmaster Academy often interact with beasts. I believe with your talent, you will quickly adapt to academy life. And it won't be long before you achieve something. Because Jiang Feng possessed a talent at that level. Zhou Tao had no doubts about his ability. If you are willing to join our academy, we can offer you 100 million alliance coins as a reward. 100 million alliance coins? Jiang Feng didn't expect Qihong Academy to offer such a substantial amount right away. This was indeed more impactful than the 10 million scholarship offered by the first academy. However, he quickly calmed down. As the saying goes, there is no free lunch in the world. He didn't believe that Qihong Academy would genuinely give him 100 million without any conditions. Director Zhou, your academy is offering such a large sum of money to me. There must be some conditions attached, right? Zhou Tao smiled lightly. Don't worry. Although our academy will assign tasks to students regularly, as long as the task completion is sufficiently high, you will earn corresponding credits. I believe with your ability, you can easily complete all tasks. Director Zhou, the rewards from your academy are indeed very tempting, but please allow me some time to consider. The more casually Zhou Tao spoke, the more Jiang Feng suspected that this 100 million might lead him into a trap, so he needed to think carefully. Sure, further studies are indeed an important matter that you should consider carefully. Zhou Tao knew well that winning over Jiang Feng wouldn't be easy, but he believed that the ultimate winner would still be Qihong Academy. That was the confidence of the top Beastmaster Academy in the third domain. Jiang Feng, hello. A middle-aged man sitting diagonally across from Zhou Tao, looking friendly, said to Jiang Feng, I am Li Wei, the director of the admissions office at Qingting Academy in Haiqing-based city. Hello, Director Li. Jiang Feng felt that compared to Zhou Tao, who looked more like a businessman, Li Wei's personality was obviously more stable. Jiang Feng, although our Qingting Academy is not the #1 Beastmaster Academy in the third domain, we are ranked first among all Beastmaster Academies in Haiqing-based city. However, I won't go into detail about our academy's history here. The information you want to know should be available online. Li Wei paused before continuing. What I want to say is that if you are willing to join our academy, we can give you a beast egg with Lord lineage, and you will also have access to all the ancient texts in our academy's library. Knowledge is power. This saying applies to Beastmasters as well. Qingting Academy has one of the largest collections of ancient books among all the Beastmaster Academies in the third domain, with some ancient texts that even extraordinary Beastmasters wish to borrow for a look. Zhou Tao suddenly said to Li Wei, Director Li, the ancient books your academy collects are indeed precious, but Jiang Feng has just awakened his talent. Isn't it a bit early for him to engage in research? Even with a phantom beast egg possessing Lord-level bloodline, these two rewards together don't seem very enticing. Jiang Feng glanced at Zhou Tao. Perhaps Zhou Tao wanted to remind him of the value of these rewards, but he didn't like Zhou Tao's sarcastic tone. Li Wei frowned slightly and said coldly to Zhou Tao, Director Zhou, I haven't finished speaking. Zhou Tao smiled and clasped his hands in apology. Zhou Tao and Li Wei were old rivals, and they often competed against each other, but neither had managed to completely outdo the other until now. Li Wei turned back to Jiang Feng and said, Jiang Feng, in addition to this, our academy can also offer you a spot to enter the ruins this year. You should understand what this means. Zhou Tao exclaimed in surprise, not expecting Qingting Academy to be so generous. Jiang Feng nodded, I understand. Through inheriting the memories of the original owner, Jiang Feng learned that there were many ruins on Blue Star. The two most recognized explanations for the existence of ruins are that they were built by powerful beings from other spaces or formed due to special reasons after the fall of powerful beings. Typically, the entry quotas for ruins are strictly controlled. Different levels of Beastmasters face different trials when entering ruins. As long as they successfully pass the trials, they can receive rewards from the ruins based on their performance. Some Beastmasters have soared to great heights because they received substantial rewards. Li Wei said, That's good. You have very high talent, which means you can progress faster than most. As long as you are willing to join our academy, some of the resources we have will be tilted in your favor. Of course, you can think about it first. There's no rush to respond. Thank you, Director Li. Although Zhou Tao's 100 million alliance coins were not a small amount, Jiang Feng could feel that Li Wei was also sincere in his offer. Zhou Tao suddenly said to Chen Manyao, Dean Shun, aren't you going to say a few words? Dean? Jiang Feng had noticed Chen Manyao when he entered the meeting room. He thought she was just an ordinary leader from some Beastmaster Academy, but he didn't expect her to be the dean. Jiang Feng made that guess because Chen Manyao looked to be under 30 years old. He couldn't imagine someone so young could become the dean of a Beastmaster Academy. No need for Director Zhou to worry. I am aware of the situation. Chen Manyao maintained her dignified demeanor. Zhou Tao smiled but said nothing. In his view, Sanyu Academy was merely struggling to survive and could not possibly attract Jiang Feng. Chapter 9. The Rift Void Nightmare Beast. Chen Manyao smiled slightly at Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng, it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Chen Manyao, and I am the dean of Sanyu Academy in Linhai Base City. Hello, Dean Shun. Dean Shun was indeed impressive. Jiang Feng had not seen many women of his age with such mature and wise qualities before his crossing. It can only be said that there are many coincidences in this world. However, even if Qihong Academy and Qingting Academy offered the best rewards, Dean Shun would never let Jiang Feng go to those two academies. Chun Manyao waved her hand, and a glass cabinet appeared on the meeting room floor, showcasing a phantom beast egg with faint blue patterns on its surface. She said to Jiang Feng, as long as you are willing to enter Sangyu Academy, this phantom beast egg with a royal high bloodline is yours. Royal high bloodline. Jiang Feng's eyes widened. This phantom beast had such a high bloodline? Su Tianlei asked Chun Manyao, Dean Shun, is this the egg of the Rift Void Nightmare Beast that your academy has in its collection? Yes. It is said that the Rift Void Nightmare Beast resembles both a horse and a unicorn. And a Rift Void Nightmare Beast with a royal high bloodline can master spatial talents upon reaching a certain level. Su Tianlei only spoke half the sentence and did not continue. Chun Manyao knew what Su Tianlei was concerned about, but she didn't mind. Senior Su is indeed knowledgeable. But unfortunately, the Rift Void Nightmare Beast has long been extinct on Blue Star. Perhaps this is the last Rift Void Nightmare Beast egg on Blue Star. Dean, this Rift Void Nightmare Beast egg does have a high bloodline, but you just mentioned that the Rift Void Nightmare Beast has gone extinct on Blue Star. If it cannot continue to evolve, as the level of the Beastmaster increases, it may lose its bloodline advantage when facing other powerful phantom beasts. Giving it to Jiang Feng, who has awakened a level talent, may not be appropriate, right? Zhou Tao's words were mainly directed at Jiang Feng. Chun Manyao replied, your statement does have some truth. Precisely for this reason, no Beastmaster has signed a contract with it until now. A Beastmaster without talent is not qualified to have Sangyu Academy present this Rift Void Nightmare Beast egg. A talented Beastmaster is unwilling to have a contracted beast's bloodline potentially limited to the royal level. As for breaking the contract upon reaching the royal level, as the levels of the Beastmaster and the contracted beast increase, the cost of breaking the contract will become greater and greater. This has led to the Rift Void Nightmare Beast egg being well known, yet no talented Beastmaster is willing to gamble their future on it. Zhou Tao said to Jiang Feng, you have awakened a level talent and are likely to become a royal level Beastmaster in the future. You don't need to pursue a phantom beast with a very high bloodline right now. Jiang Feng nodded. He believed Chun Manyao had a point. Although he had a level talent, resources do not appear out of thin air. He needed to find ways to obtain resources to cultivate phantom beasts. The second-generation Beastmasters receive education about phantom beasts from a young age, and some Beastmaster families help their descendants find powerful phantom beasts to sign contracts with. In contrast, Jiang Feng could only rely on his disguised level talent to gain a good start, and then quickly develop using that level talent. Seeing that Jiang Feng seemed to be swayed by Chun Manyao's words, Zhou Tao suddenly asked Chun Manyao, Dean Shun, you are so eager for Jiang Feng to sign a contract with the Rift Void Nightmare Beast, presumably to prepare for the third domain Beastmaster Academy exchange competition a few months from now. The third domain Beastmaster Academy exchange competition? Jiang Feng was completely unaware of this event. Zhou Tao, seeing Jiang Feng's confused expression, explained, Jiang Feng, the so-called Third Domain Beastmaster Academy Exchange Competition is actually a martial arts competition among all the Beastmaster Academy students in the Third Domain of Dongzhou. The participating teams consist of students from 1st to 5th grades, with 2 students from each grade, totaling 10 people, competing in both team and individual events. The final rankings determine the use quotas for all ruins in the Third Domain. The higher the ranking, the more opportunities to enter the ruins. Why is it arranged this way? Jiang Feng asked with confusion. Jiang Feng had to admit that, from a long-term perspective, this decision was indeed reasonable. When Zhou Tao mentioned the Third Domain Beastmaster Academy Exchange Competition, he displayed a proud expression. Jiang Feng, do you know why our Qihong Academy ranks first in the entire Third Domain? It is because our academy has won the championship of this exchange competition for many consecutive years. As long as you are willing to join our academy, we can provide you with a spot to enter the ruins. Zhou Tao was very generous. Although Qihong Academy had also attracted several students who had awakened level talents. What academy would complain about having too many geniuses? Jiang Feng, if you sign a contract with the Rift Void Nightmare Beast, I can give you this spatial ring. It contains food that the Rift Void Nightmare Beast loves to eat, which our academy's predecessors spent a long time collecting. Chun Manyao took out an ancient-looking spatial ring from her own spatial ring. Zhou Tao and Chun Manyao both took the initiative to raise the stakes, which made Jiang Feng feel that something was unusual. Director Chun took out such a valuable space ring. Could it be that he was determined to revive the former glory of Sangyu Academy? Unfortunately, Sangyu Academy is no longer the Sangyu Academy of over 20 years ago. Now, Qihong Academy is the benchmark for all Beastmaster Academies in the Third Domain. The space ring allows the wearer to connect to the beast space through mental power, thus opening up a storage space for non-living entities. The initial size of the storage space is directly proportional to the number of beast spaces the wearer has. As the wearer's level increases, the size of the storage space will also gradually expand. The space ring that Chen Manyao gave to Jiang Feng is obviously not in its initial state, and since Jiang Feng has a level talent, he can further expand the storage space. Director Zhou, are you denying the achievements of our academy's predecessors and students? Chen Manyao's face darkened. Li Wei slightly shook his head. Some things shouldn't be said lightly. Su Tianlei sighed. Director Zhou, please be cautious with your words. Zhou Tao immediately stated his position. Everyone. I mean no disrespect. Of course, I respect those Beastmasters who are not afraid of sacrifice. But it is a fact that Sangyu Academy is no longer what it used to be. I don't think I've said anything wrong about that, have I? In terms of status, Zhou Tao is inferior to Chen Manyao, but in terms of strength, both he and Chen Manyao are Lord-level Beastmasters. He explained his words mainly to give Su Tianlei face. Chen Manyao snorted lightly. Zhou Tao's explanation certainly did not satisfy her, but since they were in the first academy, she also had to give Su Tianlei face and could not easily clash with Zhou Tao. Su Tianlei had the intention to mediate. But when he saw Jiang Feng showing a puzzled expression, he asked Jiang Feng, do you want to know what happened back then? Can I know? Jiang Feng always felt that others were being very secretive about this matter. Chen Manyao said to Su Tianlei, Senior Su, please explain this to Jiang Feng. Su Tianlei had met Chen Qinghe a few times, and when he learned of Chen Qinghe's passing, he felt very sad. Not only that, but the predicament that Sangyu Academy faced later also made Su Tianlei feel regretful. Even with the help of the City Lord's Mansion, Sangyu Academy had barely maintained the minimum enrollment rate over the years. Humans and alien races are different, no matter when. The teachers and students of Sangyu Academy will stand on the front lines against alien races. Chen Manyao said something very imposing. However, Zhou Tao showed a regretful expression and said to Chen Manyao, Director Chen, I also admire the great deeds of Senior Chen Qinghe in fighting against alien races. But the era of Sangyu Academy leading the Beastmaster academies in the third domain has passed. If I'm not mistaken, your academy has not enrolled a student with level talent for many years. I want to ask you, Director Chen, is it fair to pin all your hopes on this new student, Jiang Feng? Chen Manyao did not avoid this question. She glanced at Jiang Feng and then said to Zhou Tao, Of course, we cannot put all the burdens on a single student. However, I inquired with Director Su about Jiang Feng's talent, and I believe his talent is very suitable for cultivating the Rift Nightmare Beast. Because Jiang Feng's level talent was rapidly growing in disguise, he had told Su Tianlei about his talent earlier. Thus, the situation that Chen Manyao learned was that Jiang Feng possessed rapidly growing level talent. Li Wei once again entered a spectator mode. He had already said what he needed to say, although he also wanted to advocate for Jiang Feng in the academy. It seemed that the struggle between Chen Manyao and Zhou Tao was not over yet. While Zhou Tao was still thinking of excuses, Chen Manyao said to Jiang Feng, you should have a general understanding of our academy's situation. Our academy's current predicament is indeed not good. Once you enroll, I cannot guarantee you a spot in the ruins directly, but if you are willing to join our academy, I assure you that you will receive a certain degree of resource support. However, that means you will have the responsibility to participate in this year's exchange competition. As long as you help the academy achieve a good ranking, you will definitely get a spot in the ruins, and I can also grant you certain privileges. Jiang Feng asked Chen Manyao, Director Chen, is this exchange competition dangerous? Director, may I ask, what is your relationship with Senior Chen Qinghe? After his grandfather passed away and his father could no longer be a Beastmaster, Jiang Feng found it hard to imagine how strong-willed Chen Manyao must be to hold on until now. Jiang Feng, although I don't want to play the emotional card with you, Sangyu Academy is the hard work of many predecessors, including my grandfather. I cannot just watch it continue to decline. I sincerely hope you can join Sangyu Academy. Given Chen Manyao's status, she indeed could not easily bow to Jiang Feng. But her sincere attitude was undeniable. Over the years, she had been trying to improve Sangyu Academy's situation, but the results had been minimal. Ultimately, it was because Sangyu Academy had not achieved good results in major competitions for a long time, leading to a lack of publicity and naturally making it impossible to recruit talented students. When Chen Manyao heard that a genius with awakened level talent had appeared in the first academy, she believed it to be a rare opportunity for Sangyu Academy, possibly the last chance. Therefore, she must try her best to recruit Jiang Feng into Sangyu Academy. Jiang Feng could feel Chen Manyao's urgency, perhaps for her. Sangyu Academy was everything. Zhou Tao showed a somewhat regretful expression. Director Chen, we are all adults. A desperate counterattack sounds beautiful, but the reality is cruel. When there is a huge disparity in strength between the two sides, such things are almost impossible to happen. Letting Jiang Feng join your Sanyu Academy would be a waste of his talent. Su Tianlei did not stop Zhou Tao from expressing such pessimistic remarks because Jiang Feng was already an adult, and he believed Jiang Feng could make the right judgment. The competition in the world of Beastmasters is brutal. In some places, forces may even resort to bloodshed to compete for talents. Su Tianlei wanted Jiang Feng to adapt to this tense atmosphere. Chapter 10. The First Contract Beast. Just then, Li Wei suddenly spoke. Director Zhou, you have been advising Jiang Feng not to join Sanyu Academy. Are you worried that your academy's plan to acquire Sanyu Academy will be affected? Acquired Sanyu Academy? Jiang Feng heard another major piece of news. Zhou Tao turned to Li Wei. Director Li, I didn't expect your news to be so well informed. Li Wei smiled and said nothing. It was obvious to any discerning person that Qihong Academy did not just want to be the top Beastmaster Academy in the third domain. Otherwise, why would they have spent massive resources recruiting geniuses over the years? This was to prepare for a future outbreak. That's right, our academy indeed has this plan. Zhou Tao admitted straightforwardly. Although Sanyu Academy has not performed well in recent years, its former reputation was still significant. If Sanyu Academy becomes a branch of Qihong Academy in Linhai Bay City, it will surely improve Sanyu Academy's situation. Chen Manyao said seriously, Sanyu Academy is Sanyu Academy. It cannot become a branch of any academy. Director, this plan doesn't only require our academy head's agreement. The lords of Changming Bay City and Linhai Bay City have not opposed this plan, so I think you don't need to be entangled. Even if Sanyu Academy becomes a branch of Qihong Academy in Linhai Bay City, your position will still be director. Are you that confident that your academy can win first place in this exchange competition? No one dared to guarantee victory. But I believe your school's results should still be unsatisfactory like in previous years. By then, the acquisition will become a certainty. Until the last moment. It's hard to say who will prevail, but our Sanyu Academy will definitely do our best this year. Using our actions to show everyone that Sanyu Academy will never be acquired by other academies. I will wait and see. A dead camel is bigger than a horse. The management of Qihong Academy knows very well that if they don't find a way to prevent Sanyu Academy from getting back on its feet, there will always be a chance for Sanyu Academy to turn things around. Acquiring Sanyu Academy is a very good solution. Sanyu Academy hasn't achieved good results in the third domain Beastmaster Academy exchange competition for a long time. And Zhou Tao doesn't believe that Sanyu Academy can escape the fate of being acquired. After a while, Su Tianlei asked Jiang Feng, Jiang Feng, what are your thoughts? Jiang Feng looked up at the people present, thinking it was just an ordinary meeting, but he found himself caught up in the grievances between Sanyu Academy and Qihong Academy. It was obvious that Qihong Academy had been under pressure from Sanyu Academy for a long time. Later, after Sanyu Academy suffered a heavy blow, Qihong Academy took advantage of the situation to develop rapidly, eventually replacing Sanyu Academy in the third domain. Now Sanyu Academy faces the crisis of being acquired by Qihong Academy. And Jiang Feng believes that Chen Manyao has already regarded him as the last straw for survival. Thank you, leaders, for your kindness. I have already thought about the matter of further studies. Su Tianlei and Li Wei expressed their expectations, as they had not yet guessed which Beastmaster Academy Jiang Feng would choose. Zhou Tao appeared confident, not believing that Jiang Feng would choose another Beastmaster Academy. Chen Manyao felt nervous. If Jiang Feng did not choose Sanyu Academy, then a few months later in the third domain Beastmaster Academy exchange competition, Sanyu Academy would be in serious trouble. Under the expectant gazes of everyone, Jiang Feng slowly spoke. I choose to enter Sanyu Academy. Chen Manyao was first surprised, then extremely excited, as she thought Jiang Feng would choose Sanyu Academy. Li Wei smiled helplessly, realizing that it wasn't that their academy's conditions weren't attractive enough, but Jiang Feng might believe that studying there would lack challenges. Zhou Tao couldn't help but knock on the table. Jiang Feng, have you thought this through? If you entered Sanyu Academy, you will be facing a mess. Director Zhou, while it's good to add icing on the cake, providing timely help is the most precious. Your academy has so many geniuses. Even if I go there, I might not play a significant role. Perhaps it's difficult for other Beastmasters to cultivate a Void Nightmare Beast, but Jiang Feng possesses level talent in illusory beast synthesis, making it much easier for him to enhance the bloodline of the Void Nightmare Beast compared to others. And the most important point is that Jiang Feng doesn't think highly of Zhou Tao's character. Jiang Feng, being from the Linhai Bay City, could not just sit back and watch Sanyu Academy, a hero academy, ultimately end up being acquired by other academies. Nor could he watch the legacy spots belonging to Linhai Bay City's Beastmaster Academy be arbitrarily divided by other academies. Timely help. Jiang Feng was not the only genius with level talent that Chen Manyao had seen, but most of those geniuses were proud and only wanted to go further, unwilling to bend down to help Sanyu Academy stand up again. Zhou Tao said with slight disappointment, Jiang Feng, I thought you were a genius who understood the situation. But I didn't expect you to be so naive. Do you know that if you choose the wrong academy, the next 5 years will be very difficult? Thank you for your concern, Director Zhou. I just believe that Sanyu Academy is more suitable for me. Besides, life would be too dull without challenges. Challenges? Zhou Tao felt that Jiang Feng still didn't understand the world of Beastmasters enough. If he couldn't even obtain the basic resources for cultivating illusory beasts, he wouldn't have the qualifications to challenge others. Jiang Feng, I admit that having fighting spirit is a good thing, but some opportunities, once missed, will never come again. Qihong Academy and Sanyu Academy are competitors. If you entered Sanyu Academy and it doesn't achieve good results in this exchange competition, then even if our academy acquires Sanyu Academy, you will no longer have so much resource support. Director Zhou, the exchange competition hasn't started yet. Isn't it too early to say this? Moreover, our academy can take care of its own students, so you need not worry about resource issues. Since Jiang Feng had already chosen Sanyu Academy, Chen Manyao naturally wanted to speak up for him and give him confidence. Director Zhou, you also heard what Dinshin said. You need not worry about resources. There are no invincible generals in this world. Let's wait until Qihong Academy truly wins first place in this exchange competition before discussing the acquisition of Sanyu Academy. Interesting. A meaningful smile appeared on Zhou Tao's face. A genius is indeed a genius. This kind of pride is not something ordinary people can possess. However, the world of Beastmasters is very cruel, and I hope you can accept failure calmly. With Jiang Feng saying this, Zhou Tao naturally wouldn't try to win him over anymore. Although Qihong Academy wouldn't destroy those geniuses they couldn't obtain, Zhou Tao believed that if Jiang Feng couldn't become a direct genius cultivated by Qihong Academy, he would just have to let him be. That is natural. Jiang Feng would certainly take responsibility for the choice he made. After talking for so long, he realized that the development philosophy of Qihong Academy seemed to conflict with his own values. Just based on Qihong Academy's suppression of the once heroic Sanyu Academy, he absolutely could not enter Qihong Academy. This wasn't a matter of who was righteous and who was villainous, but rather a matter of conflicting values. Since Jiang Feng had level talent, he didn't need to compromise when choosing an academy. Jiang Feng's firm attitude reminded Su Tianlei of his former self. Back then, the more he was oppressed, the more he doubled his efforts, thinking that one day he would prove that the decision he made was correct. Jiang Feng was exceptionally gifted, and Su Tianlei believed he must have thought deeply before deciding to enter Sanyu Academy. Shen Manyao stayed behind to talk to Jiang Feng about the precautions for reporting after the start of school and conveniently sent the electronic version of the general Beastmaster technique to Jiang Feng's phone. The Beastmaster technique was not difficult to practice. Shen Manyao explained several key points to Jiang Feng, believing that with his talent, he would master the Beastmaster technique in no time and then absorb the stray energy in the air through it. Jiang Feng not only obtained the Beastmaster technique, but also the contact information of the beautiful Dean, which was an unexpected joy for him. Since only Jiang Feng, Su Tianlei, and Chen Manyao remained in the meeting room, the atmosphere of the conversation naturally became much more relaxed. During the conversation, Chen Manyao asked Jiang Feng if he chose to enter Sanyu Academy out of spite for Zhou Tao. At first, Jiang Feng only said 4 words, not entirely. Then he added that Chen Manyao's attitude was more sincere than Zhou Tao's. More importantly, Chen Manyao was the dean of Sanyu Academy, while Zhou Tao was merely the director of the enrollment office of Qihong Academy. It was obvious which academy valued this enrollment more. Chen Manyao found Jiang Feng's personality interesting. Perhaps because this was not Sanyu Academy, she felt more relaxed while chatting with Jiang Feng. Before leaving, Jiang Feng signed a contract with the Void Nightmare Beast. As the eggshell slowly cracked, a small-sized, deep blue Void Nightmare Beast with a light golden horn on its forehead appeared before the 3 of them. Perhaps it had been sleeping in the egg for too long. The Void Nightmare Beast appeared dazed for a moment, but due to the contract, it immediately felt a strong sense of closeness to Jiang Feng. It slowly walked up to Jiang Feng and affectionately nudged his arm with its head. Jiang Feng smiled and patted the head of the Void Nightmare Beast. From today, he was officially a Beastmaster. Speaking of his first contracted beast, Jiang Feng decided to give this Void Nightmare Beast a striking name, Blue Nightmare. He thought this name suited the temperament of the Void Nightmare Beast very well. The Blue Nightmare excitedly called out to Jiang Feng a few times, expressing its fondness for the name. Name, Jiang Feng. Beastmaster level, ordinary first stage. Name, Rift Sky Nightmare Beast, Blue Nightmare. Level, ordinary first stage. Bloodline, Monarch High. Talent, special space talent, special speed talent, special mental power talent. Current skills, primary speed, primary trample, primary horn strike, primary mental shock. This is all the information about Jiang Feng and the Blue Nightmare. Although the Blue Nightmare's level is currently low, Jiang Feng believes that once it masters space skills, its combat power will significantly increase, as there are not many phantom beasts with space talent. The Rift Sky Nightmare Beast has found its master, and Chen Manyao has fulfilled a wish. She has a good first impression of Jiang Feng and believes that entrusting the Rift Sky Nightmare Beast to him is the right decision. Su Tianlei also has great confidence in Jiang Feng, mentioning that his first contract beast does not have such a high bloodline as the Rift Sky Nightmare Beast, which further raises Jiang Feng's starting point. Since the Blue Nightmare has become his contract beast, they are all family now. Jiang Ping and Li Li are ordinary people, and they do not know how rare the Blue Nightmare's bloodline is, but they can still feel its extraordinary qualities. Their son has officially become a Beastmaster, and Jiang Ping and Li Li are very happy. However, they still remind Jiang Feng to pay attention to safety, as most Beastmasters face dangers unimaginable to ordinary people. Jiang Feng assures them that he will definitely pay attention to safety, although he has said goodbye to an ordinary life after awakening his talent. He cannot let his parents worry on the surface. Jiang Feng uses the permissions granted by Chen Manyao to access the Tsangyu Academy campus website and checks the information about the Rift Sky Nightmare Beast. Not to mention other things, just the food that the Rift Sky Nightmare likes is not cheap. Shiri grass, Yuehua grass, Xinglu grass. Jiang Feng has heard of these 3 plants. But the rest of the frighteningly priced foods, he hasn't even heard of their names. Jiang Feng turns to the Blue Nightmare. Fortunately, the space ring that Dinshin gave me contains a lot of food. Otherwise, I really couldn't afford to raise you. The Blue Nightmare looks up at Jiang Feng with confusion, as it cannot fully understand every word he says yet. Jiang Feng currently does not have much money, and just raising the Blue Nightmare is definitely not enough. He also needs to find a way to enhance the Blue Nightmare's strength and even evolve its bloodline. For now, there is no need to worry about the Blue Nightmare's food issue. Jiang Feng thinks it's necessary to strengthen its 4 skills first. A few days ago, Jiang Feng used Phantom Beast Synthesis to help Li Xiaoya's Bloodclaw Violent Bear improve its skill proficiency. And today he plans to use the same method to strengthen the Blue Nightmare's skills. Since the Far Grandeur Phantom Beast Breeding Center is no longer in Jiang Feng's considerations, he chooses another old-fashioned Phantom Beast Breeding Center this time. Name, Tungfeng Horse. Bloodline, Ordinary High. Talent, Primary Agility Talent. Current skills, Primary Trample, Primary Impact, Primary Speed. Name, Frenzied Horn Horse. Bloodline, Ordinary High. Talent, Primary Frenzied Combat Talent. Current skills, Primary Trample, Primary Horn Strike, Primary Frenzy. Name, Wicked Ghost. Bloodline, Elite Medium. Talent, Intermediate Phasing Talent, Intermediate Blood Chi Determined Talent. Current skills, Primary Stealth, Primary Mental Shock. Jiang Feng ordered 2 Tingfeng Horse eggs, 1 Frenzied Horn Horse egg, and 1 Wicked Ghost egg. In consideration of saving money, these are the 3 cheapest Phantom Beasts he could find to strengthen the Blue Nightmare skills. The efficiency of this Phantom Beast Breeding Center is quite good. Jiang Feng received the 4 Phantom Beast eggs by noon the next day. Perhaps because Jiang Feng possesses a high-level talent, he completely learned the Beastmaster technique last night. By absorbing extraordinary energy, he raised his and the Blue Nightmare's level to ordinary 2nd stage in just one night. The 128 times cultivation speed granted by the high-level talent is terrifying. Of course, whether it is a Beastmaster or a Phantom Beast, the upgrading speed slows down considerably in the later stages. Jiang Feng lets the Blue Nightmare come to the living room, and then he places the 4 Phantom Beast eggs in front of it. The Blue Nightmare does not know what Jiang Feng is going to do, but it is absolutely loyal to him and will comply with any request he makes. As Jiang Feng uses Phantom Beast Synthesis, the 4 Phantom Beast eggs slowly merge into the Blue Nightmare's body. Jiang Feng uses insight and confirms that the proficiency of the Blue Nightmare's speed, trample, horn strike, and skill shock has all risen to intermediate. Seeing the Phantom Beast eggs merge into its body, both the Blue Nightmare and the Bloodclaw Violent Bear are surprised. Jiang Feng pats the Blue Nightmare's head. Don't be nervous. I'm enhancing your strength. The Blue Nightmare cannot speak, but it can feel that it seems to have become stronger. It should find a sparring partner for the Blue Nightmare. Jiang Feng thinks about testing the Blue Nightmare's strength through practical combat. And the first person he thinks of to help with this is Li Xiaoya. Chapter 11. Sparring. After lunch, Jiang Feng thinks Li Xiaoya should have time, so he calls her to tell her about what happened earlier. At first, Li Xiaoya thought Jiang Feng wanted to ask her about Phantom Beast knowledge. She never expected that Jiang Feng had met Chen Manyao and had even decided to enter Tsangyu Academy to study. Previously, Li Xiaoya had only mentioned it in passing, and now her wish has actually come true. Li Xiaoya is very happy with Jiang Feng's talent. He will surely be able to participate as one of the new student representatives in this year's exchange competition. With Jiang Feng's addition, Tsangyu Academy's performance is likely to improve. Additionally, once school starts, Li Xiaoya will officially become Jiang Feng's senior. Of course, Jiang Feng did not let Li Xiaoya enjoy the title of senior for free. He took this opportunity to ask her some questions about Sanyu Academy. Although he already knew why Sanyu Academy had declined, he still needed to understand the current internal situation of Sanyu Academy. Li Xiaoya thought for a moment and told Jiang Feng that Sanyu Academy has 1 dean and 2 vice deans. Besides the dean Shen Manyao that Jiang Feng has already met, the other 2 vice deans are Zhou Zhengming and Gao Chong. Although Chen Manyao is a Lord-level Beastmaster, both Zhou Zhengming and Gao Chong are Monarch-level Beastmasters. It can be said that after Sanyu Academy lost Chen Xing'e, who had the potential to be promoted to extraordinary-level Beastmaster, it was mainly thanks to Zhou Zhengming and Gao Chong's efforts that the Academy did not disband early. Jiang Feng has heard of Zhou Zhengming. He took over the position of Sanyu Academy's dean according to Chen Qinghe's wishes, and a few years ago, he passed this position to Chen Manyao. It is clear that Zhou Zhengming stands on Chen Manyao's side. However, Jiang Feng does not know much about Gao Chong. So he specifically asks Li Xiaoya about Gao Chong's situation. Li Xiaoya, being a second-year student, surely does not know much about the Academy's leadership. But she has heard that Gao Chong is a strong-willed person and has always opposed Chen Manyao's reform policies. According to Li Xiaoya, Jiang Feng believes that Gao Chong likely represents the conservative faction of Sanyu Academy. Perhaps Gao Chong is not targeting Chen Manyao. He just wants to solve Sanyu Academy's difficulties through a more cautious approach. However, time is of the essence. Sanyu Academy is currently facing the crisis of being acquired by Qihong Academy. If this exchange competition does not find a way to achieve good results, it will really be too late. The internal situation of Sanyu Academy is quite complex, and Jiang Feng can slowly learn about it after school starts. Li Xiaoya is now eager to spar with him. Senior, are you sure you want to do this? Jiang Feng was about to hang up when Li Xiaoya unexpectedly suggested going to the training ground to spar. Of course, I have been in the academy for a year and have never seen what the egg of the Sky Rift Nightmare Beast looks like. I didn't expect Dean Chen to take out this treasured item of the school just to win you over. I want to see just how powerful the Sky Rift Nightmare Beast truly is. Li Xiaoya certainly couldn't be jealous of Jiang Feng. After all, the lineage of the Sky Rift Nightmare Beast is high. If no one is qualified to be its master, it can only remain in the form of a phantom beast egg and continue to gather dust. Jiang Feng has a high-level talent, and he is willing to enter Sanyu Academy, so making him the master of the Sky Rift Nightmare Beast is the best choice. Alright, when shall we meet? Li Xiaoya was so straightforward, and Jiang Feng, who had called her, certainly wouldn't hesitate. Sure, both Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya were decisive people, and they certainly wouldn't drag this matter until the next day. After casually changing his clothes, Jiang Feng went out, preparing to find a relatively secluded training ground in the back mountain. He trusted Li Xiaoya, but he was wary of other beast tamers who might pass by. The Sky Rift Nightmare Beast had long since gone extinct on Blue Star, resulting in many beast tamers being unfamiliar with its combat style. Perhaps there are records about the Sky Rift Nightmare Beast in the library of Qihong Academy. But Jiang Feng still didn't want the Blue Nightmare to be exposed too early to the public eye. Before long, Li Xiaoya arrived according to the position Jiang Feng sent. This time, she was still wearing sportswear. Junior, it's only been 3 days, and I see you in a new light. Senior, I just became a beast tamer. There is still a lot for me to learn. Jiang Feng appeared very humble. Of course, although your talent is much greater than mine, the world of beast tamers is much more complex than you think. Indeed, when I was studying at the Basic Academy, there were various academic competitions between different academies. So life in the Beast Taming Academy is certainly not too easy. Li Xiaoya teased, you're the treasure of our Sanyu Academy. Who would dare to make things difficult for you? Not necessarily. Jiang Feng shrugged. Even though his disguise talent was at a high level, it didn't mean he could gain the attention of everyone. Not to mention, just a few months later at the 3rd Domain Beast Taming Academy Exchange Competition. Because he obtained the Sky Rift Nightmare Beast from Chen Manyao, there might be people in Sanyu Academy who would doubt his abilities as a new student. Given that Chen Manyao had placed most of her hopes on him, Li Xiaoya didn't know what Jiang Feng was thinking, but she was here to spar with him, not to see him deep in thought. So she directly summoned the Iron Feather Bird and Bloodclaw Violent Bear from her beast taming space. Let's talk about future matters later. Li Xiaoya waved her hand to fan herself, saying, it's so hot today. We came out to spar, and if you keep being wishy-washy, I might just leave. Don't worry. Senior. Jiang Feng almost forgot that Li Xiaoya was not an ordinary girl. When it came to battles between phantom beasts, she was even more enthusiastic than he was now. So he immediately summoned the Blue Nightmare from his beast taming space. The beast taming space not only solves the problem of large phantom beasts not being able to accompany their tamers at all times, but also helps with the healing of phantom beasts. However, if a phantom beast is severely injured, it will need to go to a phantom beast treatment center to find a doctor with healing-type phantom beasts for treatment. Compared to combat-type phantom beasts, the proportion of healing-type phantom beasts is not large, and beast tamers with healing-type talents are also rare. Leaving the beast taming space, the Blue Nightmare happily approached Jiang Feng, preferring to be with him rather than staying in the beast taming space. Is this the legendary Sky Rift Nightmare Beast? When Li Xiaoya noticed the Blue Nightmare's appearance, both the Iron Feather Bird and Bloodclaw Violent Bear showed signs of nervousness. She knew this was the pressure that came from its lineage. Jiang Feng patted the Blue Nightmare's head and then said to Li Xiaoya, "Doesn't it look quite cute?" "Yes. Can I touch it?" Li Xiaoya was very straightforward. However, as she took a step forward, the Blue Nightmare turned its head and stared at her warily. Jiang Feng smiled helplessly. The currently small Blue Nightmare did look cute, but according to records, while the Sky Rift Nightmare Beast would not actively harm others, its aggression was still very strong. Because the Iron Feather Bird and Bloodclaw Violent Bear were guarding Li Xiaoya, the Blue Nightmare inevitably displayed a lot of vigilance. No wonder it's a phantom beast with royal high lineage. It already possesses such an aura at birth. Li Xiaoya, as a beast tamer, could clearly feel the oppressive force emanating from the Blue Nightmare. Jiang Feng patted the Blue Nightmare's head, saying, "Don't be nervous. This is my friend. You will see each other often in the future." "Hi." Li Xiaoya waved at the Blue Nightmare. The Blue Nightmare didn't recognize Li Xiaoya, but it didn't sense any hostility from her. The Iron Feather Bird and Bloodclaw Violent Bear were just protecting Li Xiaoya. Most importantly, Jiang Feng had no hostility towards Li Xiaoya, so the Blue Nightmare naturally wouldn't be so wary of her anymore. The Blue Nightmare's attitude softened. The Iron Feather Bird and Bloodclaw Violent Bear secretly breathed a sigh of relief. They were Li Xiaoya's contracted beasts and had to protect her at all times. But their instincts told them that the Blue Nightmare was definitely not to be trifled with. Next, under the commands of Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya, the Blue Nightmare, Iron Feather Bird, and Bloodclaw Violent Bear stood in the middle of the training ground. Jiang Feng glanced at the Bloodclaw Violent Bear, which looked like it was facing a formidable enemy, and then asked Li Xiaoya, "Senior, it's only been a few days. Your Iron Feather Bird and Bloodclaw Violent Bear should not have formed a good synergy yet, right?" The Bloodclaw Violent Bear has a relatively irritable personality, but the Blue Nightmare's lineage is much higher than its, so Jiang Feng could completely understand why it was being so cautious right now. Indeed not. Li Xiaoya winked at Jiang Feng. "However, we have a 2-on-1 advantage. Even if your contracted beast has a higher lineage, our chances of winning are still quite large." "That makes sense." Jiang Feng just smiled and didn't intend to argue with Li Xiaoya about this. Seeing that Jiang Feng wasn't falling for her trick, Li Xiaoya ordered the Iron Feather Bird to fly into the air first. Although it was a 2-on-1 situation, Li Xiaoya was still very cautious. "Senior, then I will take the first move." Saying this, Jiang Feng commanded the Blue Nightmare to tentatively attack the Bloodclaw Violent Bear. Just now, the Blue Nightmare listened to Jiang Feng's explanation for a while. It understood that this battle didn't require any life or death distinctions. Although it couldn't fight seriously, its pride in its lineage wouldn't allow it to lose to the Iron Feather Bird and Bloodclaw Violent Bear. The Iron Feather Bird flew too high, so the Bloodclaw Violent Bear naturally became the primary target for the Blue Nightmare's attack. The Bloodclaw Violent Bear was about the same size as the Blue Nightmare. When it saw the Blue Nightmare charging towards it at high speed, it decisively used its roar skill. Phantom beasts are subject to lineage suppression due to biological instincts. But being suppressed doesn't mean they will completely lose their fighting spirit. At least this Bloodclaw Violent Bear wanted to have a battle with the Blue Nightmare. The Bloodclaw Violent Bear's roar skill could impose a short-term fear effect on its enemies, causing the Blue Nightmare to pause slightly in its actions. The level of lineage is just one factor influencing combat, since the Bloodclaw Violent Bear's level is only one rank lower than the Blue Nightmare. Its skills could definitely have an effect on the Blue Nightmare. The Iron Feather Bird did not waste the opportunity created by the Bloodclaw Violent Bear. It dove down from the air, targeting the Blue Nightmare's back. The Bloodclaw Violent Bear couldn't just watch. It quickly charged forward and used its tier skill on the Blue Nightmare. Chapter 12, a draw. The battle had just begun, and the advantage of 2 against 1 was already evident. Since the Bloodclaw Violent Bear used Roar, the Blue Nightmare decisively used Psychic Shock. Roar is a sound-based skill, while Psychic Shock is a mental skill. Compared to Roar, Psychic Shock has a larger area of effect and can put enemies into a brief state of distraction. When the Blue Nightmare used Psychic Shock, both the Bloodclaw Violent Bear and Iron Feather Bird suddenly found their minds blank. The Iron Feather Bird was better off, as it had the advantage in level, and it managed to keep flapping its wings without falling from the air. The situation of the Bloodclaw Violent Bear is not good. It simply cannot withstand the mental shock from the Blue Nightmare and is stunned in place. The mental shock from the Blue Nightmare is a dimensionality reduction blow to those phantom beasts with lower levels and bloodlines than it. Compared to physical attacks, mental attacks are much harder to defend against. Even if the physical defense is 100, if the mental defense is 0, it will still take damage. The Iron Feather Bird cannot pay attention to the Bloodclaw Violent Bear. It plans to quickly distance itself from the Blue Nightmare, because as long as it does not land, the Blue Nightmare cannot attack it. Although the Blue Nightmare was just born a few days ago, its excellent genes instinctively tell it how to fight. The Bloodclaw Violent Bear is kicked away by the Blue Nightmare, and the Iron Feather Bird, witnessing this scene, is greatly shocked. In a critical moment, it uses a claw strike against the Blue Nightmare. Both the Blue Nightmare's Horn Charge and the Iron Feather Bird's Claw Strike are of intermediate skill level. But the Blue Nightmare has a higher bloodline, while the Iron Feather Bird has a higher level. The Blue Nightmare cannot use the force again and falls from the air. The Iron Feather Bird steadies itself and flies higher. Fortunately, the Bloodclaw Violent Bear has tough skin and meat, and also has a certain resistance to mental shock. Quickly getting back up from the ground, it shakes its head, as the dizziness from the mental shock has not yet dissipated. Li Xiaoya says to Jiang Feng, Jr., your contracted beast is indeed extraordinary. In that situation just now, if it had been another phantom beast, it would have at least suffered a light injury. But the Blue Nightmare not only was unharmed, but instead made the Bloodclaw Violent Bear suffer a small loss. Jiang Feng smiles and replies, Thank you, senior sister, for the compliment. The Beastmaster's command over their contracted beasts in battle is very important, but adaptability is equally crucial for the contracted beasts. With Jiang Feng's current level and experience, he is not yet able to grasp the overall situation, so during intense battles, the Blue Nightmare will need to act based on instinct. However, the battle has just begun, so do not let your guard down. Li Xiaoya blows the whistle. She has not been idle these past few days, continuously training the Bloodclaw Violent Bear to cooperate with the Iron Feather Bird. Although she cannot make the Bloodclaw Violent Bear understand all her commands in a short time, it can still understand relatively simple commands. For example, right now, the Bloodclaw Violent Bear understands how to coordinate its attack with the Iron Feather Bird based on the frequency of Li Xiaoya's whistle. It is worth mentioning that the higher the bloodline of a phantom beast, the higher its intelligence, so in terms of executing commands, the Blue Nightmare is indeed much stronger than the Bloodclaw Violent Bear and the Iron Feather Bird, which was still at a common level back then. Want to escape? Not so easy. Li Xiaoya smiles faintly and raises her right arm to make a gesture. The Iron Feather Bird flying in the air understands, using its Iron Feather throw to attempt to block the Blue Nightmare's retreat route. The Blue Nightmare observes the position of the Iron Feather Bird while skillfully dodging the attacks from the Iron Feathers. At the same time, the Bloodclaw Violent Bear roars and charges at the Blue Nightmare with bloodshot eyes. The effective range of the roar skill is not large, and the Bloodclaw Violent Bear cannot use this skill at a distance. It has entered a frenzied state. It is just a sparring match, and Li Xiaoya does not need to use her talents on the Bloodclaw Violent Bear and Iron Feather Bird. However, even so, the frenzied state still greatly enhances the Bloodclaw Violent Bear's strength and speed, at the cost of making its combat style more impulsive than before. With the Iron Feather Bird's cover, the Bloodclaw Violent Bear quickly approaches the Blue Nightmare, raising its right paw and striking down towards the Blue Nightmare's head. The Blue Nightmare would not back down. It immediately uses its Horn Charge to meet the attack. The Bloodclaw Violent Bear takes a step back, as its right paw seems to be slightly injured. Although it has tough skin and meat, it cannot withstand the fact that the Blue Nightmare is one level higher, and the horn on its forehead is the sharpest weapon of the Rift Void Nightmare Beast, which is why it still does not gain the advantage even in its frenzied state. However, at this moment, the Bloodclaw Violent Bear is still in a frenzied state, and it does not care about this minor injury, only thinking about having a hard confrontation with the Blue Nightmare. The Blue Nightmare unleashes a mental shock. However, since the Bloodclaw Violent Bear is in a frenzied state, the effect of the mental shock on it is not significant. Its movements only pause briefly, and it continues to use its tearing skill against the Blue Nightmare. A whistling sound comes from behind the Blue Nightmare. It turns out the Iron Feather Bird has thrown its Iron Feather at it. At first glance, it seems the Blue Nightmare is in crisis, but in reality, it remains calm. Since Jiang Feng cannot yet synchronize with the Blue Nightmare, he tells it that if the situation becomes critical, it can act on instinct to deal with the enemy. Synchronization state means that the Beastmaster and contracted beast are in sync. With just a thought from the Beastmaster, the contracted beast can perform corresponding actions. And the Beastmaster can also borrow some of the contracted beast's power. As the synchronization rate between the Beastmaster and contracted beast increases, the amount of power the Beastmaster can borrow will grow. Most Beastmasters can only enter synchronization state with their contracted beasts at the Lord level. But as long as the Beastmaster's talent is high enough, it is also possible to comprehend this ability at the elite or even common level. The Blue Nightmare shatters the ground, causing the Bloodclaw Violent Bear to lose its balance. Taking advantage of the fact that the Iron Feather Bird has not yet rushed over, it turns and raises its hind hoof to kick forcefully at the Bloodclaw Violent Bear's back. Even in a frenzied state, The Bloodclaw Violent Bear staggers forward a few steps and falls to the ground. From the start of the battle, the Blue Nightmare's primary target is the Bloodclaw Violent Bear because it senses that the Iron Feather Bird is at a higher level, and since it cannot fly, it is relatively difficult to deal with the Iron Feather Bird. As the Iron Feather Bird dives down, the Blue Nightmare runs forward a few steps and leaps onto the back of the Bloodclaw Violent Bear. It did not manage to knock the Iron Feather Bird down just now, and now it wants to try again. The sky is the Iron Feather Bird's domain, and the Blue Nightmare's actions are clearly a provocation. So it throws two iron feathers at a tricky angle. The Blue Nightmare uses its long horn to deflect one iron feather, but without anything to leverage. The other iron feather embeds itself in its body. However, the Blue Nightmare does not care about such minor injuries. The pride brought by its royal high bloodline makes it continue to face challenges. The horn charge clashes with the claw strike, and the Blue Nightmare and Iron Feather Bird pass each other in the air. Upon landing, the Blue Nightmare has a new scar on its left cheek. Of course, the Iron Feather Bird is not unscathed either. It has a new scar on its right wing, but it does not affect its flight for now. At this moment, the Bloodclaw Violent Bear stands up again. It has not exited its frenzied state, seeking revenge on the Blue Nightmare. Just then, Li Xiaoya suddenly walks over. Alright. The Iron Feather Bird receives Li Xiaoya's command and immediately flies down from the sky, landing at her feet. The Bloodclaw Violent Bear is somewhat unwilling, but it also will not defy Li Xiaoya's command. It lets out a roar, exits the frenzied state, and then wobbles over to Li Xiaoya's side. Li Xiaoya strokes the Bloodclaw Violent Bear's head, soothingly saying, "Don't be impulsive. We are all not enemies." The Iron Feather Bird has been by Li Xiaoya's side for a year, and now that it has reached the elite level, it has clear judgments about many things. The Bloodclaw Violent Bear is different. It has just signed a contract with Li Xiaoya, so she will have to teach it slowly. Next, Li Xiaoya checks the injuries of the Bloodclaw Violent Bear and Iron Feather Bird. She finds that both contracted beasts have very shallow wounds. And even if she does not treat them carefully, the wounds are almost stopping bleeding on their own. Jiang Feng also does not intend to let the Blue Nightmare continue fighting. After all, this is just a sparring match, and it should be kept within limits. The Bloodclaw Violent Bear only looks fierce, but throughout the battle, the one putting the most pressure on the Blue Nightmare has been the Iron Feather Bird. The elite first level is no joke. If the Blue Nightmare were not of a much higher bloodline, it would not be able to remain undefeated in a 1 versus 2 situation. Jiang Feng helps the Blue Nightmare pull out the iron feather embedded in its body and then gently pats its head. "You've worked hard. Does it hurt?" If it's one-on-one, the Bloodclaw Violent Bear is definitely not a match for the Blue Nightmare. However, with the addition of the elite Iron Feather Bird, it is already quite difficult for the Blue Nightmare to gain an advantage. The Blue Nightmare proudly lifted its head, indicating that it didn't care about the minor injuries. Jiang Feng smiled. The Blue Nightmare truly deserved its status as a beast with a royal lineage, showing such wisdom in both life and battle. Overall, Jiang Feng was very satisfied with the Blue Nightmare's first battle. Li Xiaoya walked over with the Bloodclaw Violent Bear and Iron Feather Bird, smiling. "Junior, your contracted beast is indeed impressive." Jiang Feng replied, "Senior, your Iron Feather Bird is at the elite level. If it hadn't held back, the outcome could have been completely different." Jiang Feng was not swayed by Li Xiaoya's praise. He knew that despite the significant gap in lineage, the true determinant of a beast's strength was still its level. The Bloodclaw Violent Bear had just been born, and its fighting style was rather reckless, which Jiang Feng had already anticipated. However, the Iron Feather Bird had already reached the elite level, so its strength couldn't possibly be just that. Li Xiaoya smiled and said, "Actually, today's spar was just to understand each other's contracted beast fighting styles. As long as we achieved that goal, it was enough." Jiang Feng nodded. Sparring didn't necessarily have to result in a victory or defeat. Today, he had observed the fighting styles of 3 beasts, and he was already very satisfied with this outcome. Li Xiaoya suddenly remembered something. "By the way, do you have healing medicine for beasts? Although beasts can absorb energy to heal in the beast space, I suggest that after the battle, it's best to help the contracted beast clean its wounds. This not only prevents infection, but also helps the contracted beast recover faster. Since beasts can get injured, they can naturally get sick as well. To become a qualified Beastmaster, one must not only know how to command beasts in battle, but also understand how to take care of them in daily life." "I do," Jiang Feng replied. He had just discovered yesterday that his spatial ring contained not only food suitable for the Blue Nightmare, but also many items for beast care, including healing medicine. "All right," Li Xiaoya blinked, noticing the spatial ring on Jiang Feng's hand. The ring itself was quite valuable, not to mention the items inside. The spatial ring was a gift from Chun Manyao, so Li Xiaoya wouldn't feel envious. She was just wondering when she could obtain one for herself, so she wouldn't have to carry such a heavy backpack when going out. Jiang Feng asked Li Xiaoya, "Senior, do you have time recently?" "Yes," Li Xiaoya nodded. "Are you planning to frequently spar with me?" Yes, I do have that idea. That's fine. I'm free anyway, so I can accompany you for some sparring. Li Xiaoya smiled mischievously. But I'm an elite Beastmaster. If you want me to help, you should show your appreciation. Of course, I must show my appreciation. Jiang Feng knew Li Xiaoya was not the kind of girl who made a fuss over such things. How about I treat you to a meal sometime? Li Xiaoya said. You're quite straightforward. I was just joking. Don't forget that I still owe you a favor. Helping you train your beasts is just a small matter. Junior, you really understand the ways of the world. Li Xiaoya wasn't fooled by Jiang Feng's enthusiasm. Come on, is there something else you want my help with? Senior, you are indeed sharp. Since what Jiang Feng wanted to say wasn't anything shameful, he certainly wouldn't hide it from Li Xiaoya. Li Xiaoya smiled faintly. No need for flattery. What do you want me to do? Jiang Feng asked directly. Senior, do you know of any ways to make money? Chapter 13, Tasks. Ways to make money. Li Xiaoya showed a strange expression. Junior, you're not planning to do something bad, are you? Jiang Feng smiled helplessly. Senior, I'm a law-abiding citizen. Don't be nervous. I'm just joking with you. I know you're a good person. Li Xiaoya laughed happily. Jiang Feng was momentarily at a loss for words. He felt Li Xiaoya was teasing him, but he had no evidence. Jiang Feng asked Li Xiaoya, so how can I make money quickly? Li Xiaoya glanced at the blue nightmare. Are you planning to focus on training it? Jiang Feng nodded. Yes. Its lineage is royal high. Even though my talent is more suitable for training beasts, if I don't start saving money now to prepare to buy resources, its natural growth will slow down as time goes on. The exchange competition is starting in a few months, and since Dean Shin trusts me so much, I have to find a way to make a remarkable impression. Li Xiaoya sighed lightly. With talent and ambition, can't you talented people give us ordinary folks a chance to survive? Senior, don't joke around. Even if someone is a genius, if they remain idle, they'll be useless too. Yes, that is true. Let me think. Li Xiaoya pondered for a moment. Actually, for Beastmasters, there are many ways to make money. However, a suitable and reliable way for us students would be to take on tasks from the Bounty Hunter Guild. The Bounty Hunter Guild? Jiang Feng heard the name of this organization again. Yes, as long as you register in the Bounty Hunter Guild, you can take on tasks of corresponding levels. Although these tasks have certain dangers, the rewards for successfully completing them are definitely more than those from the Academy. The promotion mechanisms for Bounty Hunters and Beastmaster Association members are similar. Both require gaining contribution points first and completing designated tasks to level up. The types of tasks available vary by level. So if you're not a bounty hunter or a member of the Beastmaster Association, making money will be relatively slow? Yes, as the level increases in the Bounty Guild and the Beastmaster Association, the privileges for Beastmasters will also increase. But the danger of tasks at corresponding levels will multiply. Indeed, but the Beastmaster Association is a semi-official organization, and some procedures can be quite cumbersome. However, since you're a level 2 member of the Beastmaster Association, you should be able to avoid such situations. Li Xiaoya envied Jiang Feng for having this status. Senior, actually, I'm also a 2-star hunter in the Bounty Hunter Guild. Li Xiaoya quickly walked up to Jiang Feng and stared into his eyes. The Blue Nightmare was almost startled by Li Xiaoya's sudden action. What was there to be excited about? Jiang Feng was fine, leaning back and smiling as he asked Li Xiaoya, Senior, is there something wrong? Li Xiaoya took a step back, still with a doubtful expression. It's nothing. I just feel like you're showing off your status. Jiang Feng coughed lightly. That is not true. Senior, you must have misinterpreted me. My statuses in the Beastmaster Association and the Bounty Hunter Guild were given by the big shots. I didn't make any contributions. When I first got the certificates, I felt they were hot to the touch. Do you believe that if others heard you say this, they would definitely think you were trying to show off? Jiang Feng shrugged. That is why I only tell you, Senior. As soon as he said this, the atmosphere seemed to turn a bit strange. All right, no more joking. Since you have connections with both organizations, where do you want to take on tasks? Why? Maybe because I prefer freedom. Jiang Feng spoke his mind. However, there was another reason. Li Xiaoya had mentioned the Bounty Hunter Guild first, so he thought she should have a better impression of it. Senior, are you coming with me to the Bounty Hunter Guild to take a look? With you? Yes. We will definitely have to deal with the Bounty Hunter Guild in the future. Since we have a holiday now, we can just take the opportunity to hone our skills. Sure. Li Xiaoya thought Jiang Feng's words made a lot of sense. Actually, I had considered taking on some relatively difficult tasks when I reached the elite level. And the Bounty Hunter Guild just happens to meet this need of mine. Also, even though you are a 2-star hunter, I still suggest you start with some simple tasks. I understand, taking it step by step. Jiang Feng definitely wouldn't start off by taking on 2-star hunter tasks because, given the current level of Blue Nightmare, doing those tasks would likely encounter dangers. Li Xiaoya nodded slightly. Communicating with someone as smart as Jiang Feng was reassuring. However, before you take on tasks at the Bounty Hunter Guild, I need to conduct some special training for you and your contracted beast for a few days. Special training? Jiang Feng felt that Li Xiaoya seemed even more motivated than he was. Thank you, senior sister. Jiang Feng sincerely expressed his gratitude to Li Xiaoya. Regardless of the world, ability and experience are indispensable. No need to be polite. Your talent is higher than mine, and your growth rate will definitely be much faster than mine. If anyone can help the academy get through this difficult time, I believe that person must be you. The contracted beasts of the senior students in the academy are certainly stronger than Jiang Feng's Blue Nightmare. But Li Xiaoya believes that the potential of those senior students is not as great as Jiang Feng's. Moreover, the students nearing graduation from Qihong Academy should be even stronger. And Jiang Feng, as a Beastmaster with level talent, not only has the ability to create miracles in a short time, but also has unlimited potential in the future. After a few days, both Jiang Feng and Blue Nightmare's levels had risen to ordinary 3rd tier. The upgrade speed of Beastmasters in the early stages is slightly faster than that of contracted beasts, but with Jiang Feng's level talent. That 128 times absorption rate of alien energy is no joke, so Blue Nightmare's level also increased by 1 tier. Since Jiang Feng was already Li Xiaoya's junior, and he also carried the expectations of many people in the academy. Li Xiaoya not only had time to let Bloodclaw Violent Bear and Iron Featherbird spar with Blue Nightmare, but also shared valuable experiences with him. It is worth mentioning that the friendship among phantom beasts is purer than that of many humans. After a few days of interaction, Bloodclaw Violent Bear and Iron Featherbird had both regarded Blue Nightmare as a friend, especially Bloodclaw Violent Bear, whose personality is rather simple. Coupled with its strength and lineage being inferior to Blue Nightmare, it had basically regarded Blue Nightmare as its older brother. Iron Featherbird didn't want to bother with the simple-minded Bloodclaw Violent Bear. It could be said that Blue Nightmare's lineage was too high. If it weren't for Iron Featherbird's level being higher than Blue Nightmare's, it might have become Blue Nightmare's little brother. Jiang Feng kept his promise, treating Li Xiaoya to a meal, and then the two of them arranged a time to head to the Bounty Hunter Guild in the city together. Standing in the lobby of the Bounty Hunter Guild, Jiang Feng couldn't help but sigh that the decoration style here was much simpler than he had imagined. Li Xiaoya told Jiang Feng that most hunters who join the Bounty Hunter Guild do not like to be too constrained, so with fewer rules. The decoration style is naturally more free than that of the Beastmaster Association. Senior sister, are you going to register first? Yes. I need to go to the front desk to get a number and then register on the machine. Only then can my identity enter the internal system of the Bounty Hunter Guild. Otherwise, I can't even take on ordinary tasks. All completed tasks and contribution points are recorded in the background. If there are special rewards in the tasks, just contact the front desk, and the staff will help contact the warehouse to deliver the rewards as soon as possible. Senior sister, can I exchange alliance currency for contribution points at the Bounty Hunter Guild? In theory, the contribution points of the Bounty Hunter Guild and the Beastmaster Association can both be bought with money, but to avoid powerful individuals using money to gain advantages, the exchange ratio for one contribution point is very expensive. I see. Whether as a bounty hunter or a member of the Beastmaster Association, it is a very special identity, and it is normal for someone to want to use these identities to protect themselves or achieve certain goals. The registration process is very simple. Li Xiaoya placed her identity recognition card on the machine, and then the camera on the display took a photo of her. After a series of operations, she became an intern hunter at the Bounty Hunter Guild. The electronic bulletin board in the guild lobby was filled with tasks that interns could take on. If one wanted to take on higher-level tasks, they could only go to the task machine in the lobby and enter the document verification code for inquiries. Li Xiaoya said to Jiang Feng, "The efficiency of the Bounty Hunter Guild is indeed high. There's no need to queue for registration." Yes, by the way, do interns not have any documents? Jiang Feng nodded slightly. He had just become a Beastmaster not long ago, and today was his first time visiting the Bounty Hunter Guild, so it was obviously unrealistic for him to take on 2-star hunter tasks. There were many electronic bulletin boards in the lobby, which avoided everyone gathering together and waiting in long lines to take on tasks. Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya casually found a bulletin board and browsed the tasks posted on it. Recently, there have been frequent pipeline leakage incidents in the Northern District's sewer system. Investigators have determined that they were caused by rodent phantom beasts, and now several Beastmasters are needed to protect construction workers during repairs. In the Eastern Forest area, there is a large gathering of foreign bird phantom beasts, affecting the local ecological balance. Now, Beastmasters with jungle combat experience are needed to assist forest rangers in driving them away. Jiang Feng looked through several tasks in a row. Senior sister, are bounty hunters doing these tasks? Li Xiaoya smiled and replied, "Otherwise? I thought most bounty hunters were wild and reckless, living a life on the edge." To be honest, Jiang Feng really didn't expect there to be so many ordinary tasks closely related to life on the bulletin board. Perhaps there are indeed people like you said among bounty hunters, but don't forget that Beastmasters are also human. The premise of making money is to ensure one's own safety, so even bounty hunters may not necessarily take on very dangerous tasks. Indeed, stereotypes are not good. Jiang Feng realized that he had complicated the profession of bounty hunters too much. Senior sister, what kind of tasks do you think we should take on now? If you want to gain the best training effect, of course, going outside the city is better because not only is there a city guard in the base city, but also a law enforcement team, so it is very difficult for powerful wild phantom beasts to sneak in. Moreover, personally speaking, if they are not familiar friends, I am not very keen on teaming up with them. That makes sense. Jiang Feng completely understood Li Xiaoya's concerns. The enemies of Beastmasters are not only phantom beasts, but also those malicious Beastmasters, so it is important to prevent being stabbed in the back. I think this task is good. Li Xiaoya clicked on the screen and opened a task. Task location, Fuming Mountain, about 10 kilometers east of the coastal base city. Task requirements, obtain 10 silver Fong snake gallbladders and 20 silver Fong snake venom fangs. Task reward, 500,000 alliance currency. Senior sister, do you know about silver Fong snakes? Yes. I remember that the lineage of silver Fong snakes is ordinary medium, and like most snake-type phantom beasts, their main attack method is also to bite their prey and inject venom. Ordinary medium? It seems this task is a piece of cake for us. Generally, phantom beasts with an ordinary medium lineage do not exceed elite level. Jiang Feng believed that with his and Li Xiaoya's combined efforts, they should be able to complete this task easily. Li Xiaoya said, theoretically, that is indeed the case. But there are quite a few elite-level phantom beasts with strong lineage in Fuming Mountain, so we can't guarantee that we won't encounter unexpected situations while doing the task. Chapter 14, The Trio. Jiang Feng asked Li Xiaoya, so when we're hunting silver Fong snakes, we also need to watch out for other phantom beast ambushes? Li Xiaoya nodded. That's right. The situation in the mountains is complex, with various exotic beasts rampant, so we must act cautiously. I understand. This world is nothing like the world Jiang Feng came from before. Most areas are prosperous, and if one wants to travel, they can just visit a scenic spot. In this world, if one doesn't have enough strength, casually venturing into uninhabited areas can be fatal. So when are we going to set off? Let's do it tomorrow. We should set off early. Do we need to bring a tent? Let's bring it, as the silver-toothed snake isn't easy to catch. And we might have to spend the night in the mountains. All right. Since Li Xiaoya was so straightforward, Jiang Feng naturally wouldn't dwell on trivial matters. Next, Li Xiaoya picked up the task at the task machine next to the electronic bulletin board. Unless it's a large task, the same task can only be claimed by one person at a time. Of course, if the previous executor voluntarily gives up or has confirmed to have died unexpectedly while completing the task can be reclaimed by others. Excuse me, please wait. Just as Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya were about to leave the Bounty Hunter Guild, a young man looking to be around 30 suddenly called out to them. Who are you? Jiang Feng was certain he hadn't seen this young man before. Hello. My name is Zheng Jinghao. Zheng Jinghao showed a friendly smile and pointed to the two companions standing next to him. They are my teammates. One of the sturdy young men chuckled and said, Hello. I'm Bai Hongsheng. The other slender young man waved his hand and said, I'm Wang Yuanhang. Nice to meet you. Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya both nodded slightly. Although the trio seemed friendly, they understood the principle of not easily trusting strangers when out in the world. Jiang Feng didn't immediately reveal Li Xiaoya's identity, as he planned to observe the trio first. If they had ill intentions, he would take Li Xiaoya and leave, before crossing over. Jiang Feng was a seasoned worker and had seen all kinds of colleagues and clients, so he had some experience in judging a person's character. Jiang Feng nodded and said, We just registered as intern hunters today. Li Xiaoya didn't say much. She understood why Jiang Feng wanted to hide their true identities. Jiang Feng smiled and said, So, does that mean Brother Zheng is an experienced hunter? Zheng Jinghao smiled wryly and replied, I wouldn't dare to call myself an experienced hunter. I just became a bounty hunter a few years before you. But a one-star hunter might just be my current limit. Wang Yuanhang said, Captain, don't be modest. If you say that, doesn't it make me and Acheng the youngest of the group? Youngest of the group? Don't joke around. Zheng Jinghao knew that Wang Yuanhang was not serious. Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow and said, So Brother Zheng is a one-star hunter. I apologize. Zheng Jinghao waved his hand and said, A one-star hunter is just starting out. It becomes increasingly difficult to level up. You two look like students from the Beast Tamer Academy. Why are you here so early to take on tasks from the Bounty Hunter Guild? Jiang Feng sighed and said, Brother Zheng, to be honest, we thought we could take on some tasks to earn some money during our break. Otherwise, the expenses of raising a phantom beast are too high for us to bear. Zheng Jinghao felt a deep resonance with Jiang Feng's words. I understand what you mean. For us, ordinary beast tamers, raising even one or two phantom beasts requires our utmost effort. Wang Yuanhang suddenly spoke up. Why don't you consider teaming up with us? More people means more strength. If our team has 5 people, we can take on some higher-paying tasks. Even if the danger increases, it would still be safer to look out for each other. Yuanhang. Zheng Jinghao glanced at Wang Yuanhang. He wasn't blaming him for stealing his line. He just felt that what Wang Yuanhang said was too direct. It's okay, Captain. I feel that Brother Jiang Feng has a friendly personality. Just say whatever you want. Wang Yuanhang was indeed quite casual. Zheng Jinghao had no way to handle Wang Yuanhang, so he turned to Jiang Feng and said, "Sorry, my friend is just so straightforward. Brother Zheng, I think I understand your intention, but we are just newly registered intern hunters. Isn't it inappropriate for you to ask us for help?" Jiang Feng asked the crucial question. Zheng Jinghao candidly replied, "You're right. Normally, it's indeed suspicious for veterans to ask novices for help. The reason I'm asking you is that the task we are about to take on doesn't pay well, but it relates to whether my friend can be promoted to a one-star hunter." Jiang Feng glanced at Wang Yuanhang and noticed that Zheng Jinghao's gaze had just landed on him. "That's right, I am that person," Wang Yuanhang generously admitted, but unfortunately, Bai Hongsheng had failed to complete his promotion task not long ago, and a new task hadn't been issued. Otherwise, their team would have had 2 one-star hunters. Jiang Feng speculated, "Brother Zheng, you mean that the reward for the promotion task is relatively low? If you ask a veteran for help, they might raise the price. And if the task fails, it would be a losing deal. That's why you want us to join your team?" "Yes, if you are willing to help. You can take on other tasks before we set off. This way, we can help you complete your tasks on the way, which is a win-win situation." "Brother Zheng, to be honest, your proposal is quite good. However, since the promotion task is so important, what if we not only fail to help, but instead cause you trouble?" Jiang Feng knew that for both bounty hunters and members of the Beast Tamer Association, the difficulty of promotion tasks was very high. Although there were no restrictions on the number of people in a team, most Beast Tamers would prefer to find close friends for help or even complete the promotion tasks alone if they didn't have the means to hire assistance. Before finding the task target, you can handle the reconnaissance work. Once you find the target, you can adapt as needed. I won't require you to fight to the death. But since you are so young and determined to take on tasks from the Bounty Hunter Guild, your contracted beasts must have some remarkable qualities, right? Zheng Jinghao locked eyes with Jiang Feng. As expected of a one-star hunter, his observation skills were indeed exceptional, Jiang Feng thought to himself. Then smiled at Zheng Jinghao and said, "Brother Zheng, you're overestimating me. I actually just became a beast tamer not long ago, but my senior here is indeed quite strong." "Senior?" Zheng Jinghao caught an important piece of information from Jiang Feng's words. "You are students from the Beast Tamer Academy?" Jiang Feng nodded and said, "Yes." Zheng Jinghao turned to Li Xiaoya and said, "So you are a top student from the Beast Tamer Academy. I apologize. Not every student who enters the Beast Tamer Academy ends up successful. Many graduates end up doing relatively hard jobs that don't pay well." Zheng Jinghao wasn't a genius. Everything he was doing now was for a relatively comfortable retirement life decades later. Li Xiaoya nodded slightly and said, "You're too kind. I'm actually just an ordinary student at the Beast Tamer Academy." Zheng Jinghao then said to Jiang Feng, "You can consider my proposal." Although Zheng Jinghao believed that Li Xiaoya was stronger than Jiang Feng, based on his observations, Li Xiaoya didn't seem to oppose Jiang Feng making the decision. "Brother Zheng, I'm sorry, but we want to complete our first task on our own." Jiang Feng's statement made it quite clear he didn't want to join Zheng Jinghao's team. Zheng Jinghao indeed showed sincerity, and both the Bounty Hunter Guild and the Beast Tamer Association strictly prohibited internal conflict. However, anything could happen outside the city. And for safety's sake, Jiang Feng wouldn't agree to team up with Zheng Jinghao and the others on their first meeting. Li Xiaoya didn't say anything. Although she was Jiang Feng's senior, Jiang Feng was the future rising star of Tsangyu Academy, so she naturally left the decision-making to him. Bai Hongsheng was straightforward by nature. He usually followed the arrangements of Zheng Jinghao and Wang Yuanhang during tasks and rarely expressed his own opinions. Wang Yuanhang, on the other hand, was different. He was quick-witted and skilled at dealing with others. When Wang Yuanhang was about to help Zheng Jinghao persuade Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya to join their team, Zheng Jinghao stepped in first and said to Jiang Feng, "It's okay, I understand your thoughts. After all, when I first became a bounty hunter, I was in a similar situation." Jiang Feng smiled. Although he turned down Zheng Jinghao's invitation, he didn't see any dissatisfaction in Zheng Jinghao's eyes, indicating that Zheng Jinghao's personality was indeed good. However, meeting is a kind of fate, so would you mind exchanging contact information? Zheng Jinghao took out his phone and waved it at Jiang Feng. "Of course," Jiang Feng said. He knew that when out in the world, one inevitably has to rely on friends for help. Since Zheng Jinghao and the others had decent personalities, there was no harm in exchanging contact information. Perhaps they would have opportunities to deal with each other in the future. After putting away his phone, Jiang Feng said to Zheng Jinghao, "Brother Zheng, if there's nothing else, we'll be leaving." "All right, let's keep in touch when there's a chance," Zheng Jinghao replied. Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya were about to leave, and Zheng Jinghao certainly wouldn't try to keep them. Once Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya had left, Wang Yuanhang asked Zheng Jinghao, "Captain, I think they are quite good. Why didn't you let me persuade them a bit more? Zhang Jinghao replied. They are good people, but the more decent people are, the more vigilant they tend to be. If we take the initiative to talk to them, it's already very polite if they give us a few words. It wasn't uncommon for students from the Beastmaster Academy to come to the Bounty Hunter Guild to take on tasks, but based on Zhang Jinghao's experience, he believed that Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya were not the kind of students without practical experience. That's true, I was too eager. Even if what we said was true, they wouldn't know what we're really thinking. Wang Yuanheng realized the importance of being cautious with others. Captain, ultimately, this is still because my strength is not enough. Otherwise, we wouldn't need to find outside help. Zhang Jinghao patted Wang Yuanheng's shoulder. Don't say that. We are all partners in the same team. It's natural to help each other. Since you helped me complete my promotion task back then, I will definitely find a way to help you all become one-star hunters. The distinction between an intern hunter and a one-star hunter is completely different. If one decides to become a bounty hunter, at least becoming a one-star hunter means living a good life. I knew following the captain would lead to a bright future. Wang Yuanheng turned to Bai Hongcheng. Ah Cheng, don't worry. Once the captain and I become one-star hunters, I will immediately arrange your matter. Bai Hongcheng said shyly, I'm not in a hurry. How can you not be in a hurry? Wang Yuanheng walked over and put his arm around Bai Hongcheng's shoulder. The most important thing in life is to look ahead. Standing still is not an option. Bai Hongcheng nodded repeatedly. Yes, you're right. Wang Yuanheng turned to Zhang Jinghao. Captain, what about finding someone? I'll take another look. If it really doesn't work, we three can act together. The promotion task is difficult, but it hasn't reached the point where Zhang Jinghao is helpless. It's just that he happened to meet Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya. Sometimes, finding new people to lend a hand is indeed better than dealing with old-timers. Of course, Zhang Jinghao wasn't without other friends. He just didn't want to casually owe favors, as it's hard to repay such debts. All right, since Zhang Jinghao said so, Wang Yuanheng certainly wouldn't disagree. It's not a big deal if the task fails, as long as they are willing to wait. They should be able to take on relatively simple tasks. However, if someone stabs them in the back, it could cost them their lives. Senior sister, I'm sorry for not giving you much chance to speak earlier. Li Xiaoya smiled. It's okay. I think what you said is quite right. Although we don't know much about the bounty hunter profession right now, there's no need for us to seek others' assistance right from the start. Besides, it's only our first meeting. We don't even know if they are trustworthy. Chapter 15, Outside the City. Jiang Feng smiled. Since senior sister has no objections, then I'm relieved. Don't flatter yourself. Even if I did have objections, you would probably still stick to your decision, right? Li Xiaoya smiled, believing she had a good grasp of Jiang Feng's character. If senior sister wants to cooperate with them, I definitely can't go solo. Jiang Feng's style of doing things was indeed cautious. But leaving Li Xiaoya behind to carry out tasks alone was clearly not possible. After all this, the one who makes the final decision is still you. Li Xiaoya winked at Jiang Feng. Ah, this. Jiang Feng was a bit unsure of Li Xiaoya's inner thoughts. All right, since they are also bounty hunters, we might have opportunities to deal with them in the future, so there's no need to rush. Li Xiaoya had outdoor survival experience. But she couldn't compare to Zhang Jinghao and the others, who had been bounty hunters for several years. So it was possible that one day she and Jiang Feng would indeed collaborate with Zhang Jinghao and the others. Understood. With Li Xiaoya being so understanding, Jiang Feng felt at ease. The next day, Jiang Feng got up very early. Having lived 2 lives, his mental age was already quite mature. He wouldn't lose sleep over a single matter. However, it was still his first time going outside the base city to carry out a task. So he couldn't help feeling a bit excited. Before setting out, Jiang Ping and Li Li reminded Jiang Feng once again to pay attention to safety. Even though Jiang Feng had become a Beastmaster, he was still seen as a child in his parents' eyes. Taking the elevator downstairs, it wasn't long before Jiang Feng saw Li Xiaoya coming out through the security door with a large backpack. Sorry about that. Li Xiaoya waved at Jiang Feng. You had to wait for me again. Li Xiaoya was a punctual person, but she encountered Jiang Feng, who was even more punctual. It's fine, we still have plenty of time. Since buses and subways couldn't reach the checkpoints for entering and exiting the base city, and taxis rarely went there, Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya could only take the bus. Having already booked tickets online, they were headed to the nearest departure point from Haiyuan Jinqian community to take a bus to the eastern checkpoint. Unless they drove themselves, the only option after leaving the base city would be to walk. Li Xiaoya was still taking driving lessons, and Jiang Feng had just graduated from the basic academy. So they temporarily couldn't enjoy the convenience of driving a car. Having a space ring is really convenient. Li Xiaoya couldn't help but notice that Jiang Feng's hands were empty. However, as much as she envied him, she knew that with her current empty wallet, she didn't need to consider buying a space ring. And even if she had money, she might not find a channel to acquire one. How about I help you put your backpack away first? That way, you can travel more easily. Jiang Feng stepped forward to take the backpack from Li Xiaoya. At this moment, the advantage of the space ring became evident. Although Jiang Feng had brought a lot of equipment, he stored everything in the space ring, allowing him to travel light. No need. I'm an elite Beastmaster, and this weight is nothing to me. Li Xiaoya appreciated Jiang Feng's kindness, but with the increase in level, the physical fitness of Beastmasters improved significantly. So as an elite Beastmaster, her stamina was much greater than that of an ordinary girl. It's mainly because you're carrying such a large backpack while I have my hands empty. It feels a bit awkward for me. Don't worry about such small matters. I'm not a delicate girl. Li Xiaoya smiled and continued. However, the outside city is not as safe as inside the city, so we must act cautiously. If we encounter others on the way, I suggest you don't use the space ring in front of them. Yes, you're right. Jiang Feng had never thought of using the space ring as a means to show off, but Li Xiaoya was right. There were many desperate people among Beastmasters, and it was possible that someone would notice him wearing a space ring and harbor ill intentions to rob him. Following that, Li Xiaoya carried her backpack herself and headed to the departure point with Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng also noticed that there seemed to be no passengers traveling alone on the bus. It appeared that most beast tamers preferred to go outside the city with reliable teammates. After getting off the bus, Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya saw the tall city gate. The Linhai base city has 4 checkpoints on the north, south, east, and west, with gates made of special metal separating the inside from the outside. Although the chaotic era has ended, the 4 city gates of Linhai base city have still faced numerous assaults from various races and phantom beasts. However, under the guard of the city defense team and many beast tamers, these gates still stand firm today. Of course, during peacetime, the main city gate is generally not opened, and people traveling between the inside and outside can use the side gates. Before leaving the city, Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya showed their electronic identification to the checkpoint guards. Perhaps used to young beast tamers going out for training, the guards confirmed Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya's identities and allowed them to pass. Beast tamers enjoy many social benefits, so they naturally have to bear corresponding responsibilities. Unless they are the kind of second-generation beast tamers who can't achieve anything, the more talented a beast tamer is, the stricter they will demand of themselves. Just a wall away, Jiang Feng saw the slightly worn road outside the city, which had been repaired multiple times, with wild plants growing profusely on both sides. In this world, humans are no longer the only rulers. Otherwise, they wouldn't have built base cities to ensure their safety. However, even though the human population has sharply decreased, the number of residents in the base city still has an upper limit. Therefore, homeless refugees have established gathering areas in remote places. Such areas are mixed with all kinds of people, and even seasoned bounty hunters can lose their lives if they are not careful after entering these gathering zones. Li Xiaoya turned to Jiang Feng and asked, "How does it feel to leave the city for the first time?" Jiang Feng shook his head and replied, "Nothing special. Just feel that the walls of the base city are very high." Following Jiang Feng's words, Li Xiaoya continued, "In this era, only by building high walls can everyone feel safe. As long as the alien races haven't left Blue Star, humans won't be safe. There are certainly many phantom beasts that actively attack humans, but that's due to their own nature. The invasion of Blue Star by alien races is entirely for the resources on Blue Star and to enslave humans. Therefore, humans and alien races absolutely cannot coexist on the same planet." Li Xiaoya smiled and added, "If it were a peaceful era, you might become a writer in the future." "Don't flatter me. My skills aren't good enough for that," Jiang Feng replied, speaking from the heart. The movements of the 2 strongest humans are mysterious, and it's uncertain when the alien races will launch another large-scale attack. Everyone has their own position. We just need to do our part, and if we have extra energy, we can help others," Li Xiaoya said seriously. "No one likes war, but if the alien races dare to initiate war, we humans will definitely make them taste defeat." "Senior sister," Jiang Feng said, looking at Li Xiaoya with a serious expression, "I think if you weren't a beast tamer, you'd be more likely to become a writer than I would." "I'll take that as a compliment," Li Xiaoya replied with a slight smile. In fact, when she left the city for the first time, her thoughts were quite similar to Jiang Feng's. Jiang Feng turned around, no longer looking at the tall walls, took a deep breath, and murmured, "I believe that one day, humans will no longer need these walls to protect themselves." Li Xiaoya did not rebut Jiang Feng's idealism. Although she didn't know Jiang Feng had top-tier talent and would definitely become a world-class beast tamer in the future, she knew that Jiang Feng's ideal was the ideal of all humanity. If they were in the base city, walking 10 kilometers wouldn't be difficult at all. But outside the city, dangers lurked everywhere. Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya couldn't walk along the road the whole time, so when they reached the first fork in the road, they took a dirt path. Li Xiaoya glanced at the navigation device and then said to Jiang Feng, "There's a bridge 2 kilometers ahead. Be careful when crossing it." "Is that bridge unsafe?" "You shouldn't worry about its sturdiness. The real danger comes from the river below the bridge. Phantom beasts may be lurking in the water, ambushing passing creatures." After Li Xiaoya said this, Jiang Feng understood. He didn't expect the outside world to be so dangerous. Otherwise, humans wouldn't have built so many base cities, because the inside and outside are two different worlds. When I first participated in a training mission organized by the Academy, I encountered unexpected situations halfway through. I never imagined that classmates who had been chatting together just a few minutes ago would silently lose their lives to phantom beasts. Since that day, I awakened to the fact that being a beast tamer doesn't mean I can relax. I must be strong enough and vigilant enough to live better. Jiang Feng looked at Li Xiaoya's profound gaze, unsure of what to say. It was clear that Li Xiaoya was a girl with a story. All right, talking about the past is pointless, Li Xiaoya said, breaking the awkward atmosphere. In simple terms, the environment outside the city is complicated. Even if the city defense team patrols regularly, they can only ensure that the main roads leading to other base cities are not damaged. Once we stray far from the main roads, anything could happen. Then I'll need you to guide me, Jiang Feng said. Li Xiaoya proactively changed the topic. And Jiang Feng naturally wouldn't stubbornly pursue it. Actually, my outdoor survival experience is only a bit better than that of a beginner. As long as you read through the notes, you'll be almost fine. But if we encounter special situations, we still need to cooperate to resolve the trouble. Li Xiaoya waved her hand. She didn't dare to be overconfident. Okay, Jiang Feng was still a newbie, so he would follow whatever Li Xiaoya said. Before long, after Li Xiaoya introduced a wild plant to Jiang Feng, a stone bridge appeared not far from them. It's worth mentioning that after using his insight, Jiang Feng could not only obtain information about beast tamers and phantom beasts, but also about wild plants. This way, he probably wouldn't be food poisoned in the wild anymore. Of course, even with his special ability, Jiang Feng still listened attentively when Li Xiaoya shared her experiences. Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya were not surprised. It was normal to encounter people here since it wasn't far from the base city. If they encountered people deep in uninhabited areas, they would need to be more vigilant. Senior sister, are we just going to walk over? Jiang Feng noticed that there were no other people traveling with them. Not so fast. Li Xiaoya summoned her iron featherbird and sent it high into the sky to scout the surroundings. After confirming that there were no ambushes on either side of the bridge, Li Xiaoya said to Jiang Feng, "All right, let's cross the bridge." Jiang Feng nodded. He completely understood why Li Xiaoya was so cautious. If there were people in the city daring to commit illegal acts, it was even more unnecessary to mention the lawless conditions outside the city. Jiang Feng followed Li Xiaoya onto the bridge. Although it wasn't a big river, the water level was not low, and there were many plants in the river, making it difficult for him to see what was going on underwater. Li Xiaoya reminded him, "Be careful not to stick your head out. Senior sister, the phantom beasts living in the water shouldn't easily come ashore, right? Not necessarily. Even aquatic phantom beasts can survive on land, but they definitely can't exert their full strength. It's similar to terrestrial phantom beasts in the water, whose combat effectiveness is greatly reduced." Then I'm relieved. Jiang Feng smiled. In fact, the fact that this bridge had remained intact for so long indicated a lot. If there were very fierce phantom beasts in this river, they would have probably been eliminated by other beast tamers long ago. Ecology needs balance. Since humans can awaken their beast tamer talents, they shouldn't easily harm harmless phantom beasts. Li Xiaoya continued, "After we cross this bridge, we'll have completed about half of the journey. However, the next part of the road may be even harder to traverse. Is it because we're getting farther from the road? This is just one of the reasons. The phantom beasts also have a sense of territory, and this phenomenon is particularly evident in the deep mountains. If we inadvertently enter the territory of a certain phantom beast, it could very likely trigger a conflict." Jiang Feng remembered Li Xiaoya's reminder. Speaking of which, whether it's the phantom beasts from the other dimension or animals that have turned into phantom beasts due to the influence of foreign energy, their habits seem to be quite similar. Thinking of this, Jiang Feng took out his phone and started taking photos of the surroundings. It was his first time leaving the city, and he wanted to keep some memories. After going out of the city more frequently in the future, he probably wouldn't be interested in the scenery outside the city anymore. Jiang Feng was very clear about the personality of Lan Yan, but he couldn't summon Lan Yan at this moment, as doing so might startle some phantom beasts and create unnecessary trouble. Although Lan Yan felt bored staying in the Beastmaster space, it would not disobey Jiang Feng's orders, so it remained quiet for the time being. However, just as Jiang Feng turned to walk towards Li Xiaoya, the river surface suddenly showed slight ripples. Soon, a shadow slowly surfaced. Chapter 16, Water Arrow Frog. Jiang Feng was walking on the bridge, seemingly unaware of it. The shadow did not rush to act, but moved parallel to Jiang Feng. Eventually, when the shadow confirmed that Jiang Feng really had no defenses, it suddenly burst from the water and spat out a water arrow at Jiang Feng. The speed of the water arrow was fast, but the reaction speed of the iron featherbird was even faster. It dove down from the sky, flapping its wings to disperse the water arrow. In the open sky, the iron featherbird noticed the shadow as soon as it emerged. Jiang Feng was certainly grateful for the protection of the iron featherbird, But he had long been aware of the shadow's existence because Lan Yin had sensed the hostility coming from the shadow and informed him of the situation. So he had already allowed Lan Yin to leave the Beastmaster space in a critical moment. After all, Lan Yin was a phantom beast with royal high bloodline, even though its current level was only ordinary tier 3 and it was still in the Beastmaster space. Its control over the surrounding environment was clearly stronger than that of the Iron Feather Bird. Of course, this did not mean that the Iron Feather Bird could not protect Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya well. After all, it had successfully blocked the water arrow for Jiang Feng. As for why Jiang Feng pretended to be unaware, that was because he wanted to know which phantom beast was going to attack him. This was the first wild phantom beast he encountered after leaving the base city. These wild phantom beasts were indeed unruly. As long as they encountered a solitary person, they would try to see if they could gain some benefits. From what you said, it seems more like a robber. While speaking, Jiang Feng had already used insight on this frog-type phantom beast. Name: Water Arrow Frog. Level: Ordinary Tier 4. Bloodline: Ordinary Medium. Talent: Primary Diving Talent, Primary Jumping Talent. Current skills: Primary Tongue Attack, Primary Water Arrow. It's hard to imagine that the one attacking Jiang Feng was a phantom beast with only an ordinary Tier 4 level. Although the Water Arrow Frog was one level higher than Lan Yin, Jiang Feng believed that as long as it dared to come ashore, it would definitely be killed by Lan Yin in an instant. Li Xiaoya nodded and said, "That's about right. This is a Water Arrow Frog. The food of this phantom beast is not humans, but they will snatch away the food that people carry, and solitary humans are often their target. So how should we deal with it?" Jiang Feng noticed that the blue-green Water Arrow Frog was staring at him with wide eyes, seemingly unwilling to leave just like that. However, the Iron Feather Bird was circling above Jiang Feng's head, so the Water Arrow Frog did not dare to attack again easily. Ferocious phantom beasts are still phantom beasts. And moreover, humans have harmed or even killed many harmless phantom beasts for survival. This is not a problem that can be avoided simply by strength. It is even possible that a strong Beastmaster may go astray due to killing too many phantom beasts. Li Xiaoya made a gesture to the Iron Feather Bird. Upon receiving the order, the Iron Feather Bird threw an iron feather at the Water Arrow Frog. The Water Arrow Frog actively attacked Jiang Feng. And if Li Xiaoya had not indicated anything, it would definitely have made the Water Arrow Frog think they were easy to bully. The Iron Feather Bird's level was higher than that of the Water Arrow Frog, and the Iron Feather it flew faster in the air. However, the Iron Feather Bird did not use its full strength, and with the Water Arrow Frog's quick movement in the water, it dodged the Iron Feather by moving aside. The Water Arrow Frog called out to the Iron Feather Bird, although it could sense that the Iron Feather Bird had a higher level and bloodline. It was in its home turf in the water and could not run away just because of the Iron Feather Bird's warning. The Iron Feather Bird let out a sharp cry, warning the Water Arrow Frog. Bird-type phantom beasts are indeed not good at fighting in water, but the Iron Feather Bird had the advantage in level and bloodline. If it weren't for Li Xiaoya not letting it go all out, it would have already shown the Water Arrow Frog what it was capable of. Jiang Feng pointed at the Water Arrow Frog. "Senior, I feel like it seems to have a lot of opinions about us." It's not that the Water Arrow Frog's big eyes did not seem intimidating, but Jiang Feng had no sense of fear towards it from the very beginning. Li Xiaoya slightly nodded. Wild phantom beasts tend to have a more irritable personality. It's understandable. Jiang Feng let Lan Yin release its aura from the Beastmaster space to intimidate the Water Arrow Frog. At first, the Water Arrow Frog wanted to challenge the Iron Feather Bird, but when it sensed the aura emanating from Jiang Feng, its body began to tremble uncontrollably because it was under the absolute suppression of a high bloodline. Jiang Feng knew that most wild phantom beasts did not understand human language, so he simply raised his right hand to point at the Water Arrow Frog and then let Lan Yin retract its aura. Originally, it only wanted to force Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya to hand over some food, but it did not expect Jiang Feng to have such a terrifying contracted beast. If it didn't escape quickly, it might end up here. The Water Arrow Frog vanished in the blink of an eye, and Li Xiaoya turned to Jiang Feng and said, "It seems you scared it quite a bit, just to intimidate the other phantom beasts in this river." Jiang Feng was very clear that there couldn't be only the Water Arrow Frog in this river. Perhaps the levels and bloodlines of these phantom beasts were not high. But to avoid unnecessary trouble, Jiang Feng thought it would be better to let Lan Yin emit its aura to warn all nearby phantom beasts with ill intentions. As it turned out, Jiang Feng's plan worked. Just as the Water Arrow Frog disappeared, the phantom beasts hiding in the river watching them almost simultaneously distanced themselves from the stone bridge. The Iron Feather Bird flew to Li Xiaoya's side and called out. Its meaning was that no other suspicious targets were found nearby. Perhaps noticing that the Iron Feather Bird was scouting in the air, those lower-level wild phantom beasts hid away. And Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya did not encounter another phantom beast. Ahead was Fuming Mountain. Li Xiaoya raised her hand and pointed to a mountain covered almost entirely in green vegetation not far away. "Senior, Do those nearby mountains belong to Fuming Mountain? Yes, but the highest peak is the main peak of Fuming Mountain, and our destination is there. Jiang Feng nodded slightly. It seemed that this task was not going to be that simple. They had to go deep into Fuming Mountain to complete it. Li Xiaoya then said to Jiang Feng, the situation in the mountains is quite complex, and the vision of the Iron Feather Bird may be obstructed. I will summon the Bloodclaw Violent Bear to scout ahead, and you can follow closely behind me. Jiang Feng nodded and said, okay. Then I will summon Lan Yan as well to prevent any phantom beasts from ambushing us. Li Xiaoya shook her head slightly. No? Your Rift Sky Nightmare Beast has too high a bloodline. If it appears recklessly, it may startle the phantom beasts here. If the silver-toothed snake gets frightened and hides, it will greatly increase the time we spend on completing the task. But you don't need to worry. Fuming Mountain is not a high-risk area. The Bloodclaw Violent Bear and Iron Feather Bird can handle most situations. If any unexpected situations arise, you can summon the Rift Sky Nightmare Beast to launch a surprise attack on the enemy. Alright. Since Li Xiaoya had considered everything so thoroughly, Jiang Feng naturally had nothing more to say. Honestly, he's really lucky to know such a reliable senior like Li Xiaoya. First, Li Xiaoya instructed the Iron Feather Bird to lower its flying height. Then she summoned the Bloodclaw Bear and advised it to walk at the front of the group, instructing it not to attack if they encountered any phantom beasts. The two of them, along with the two beasts, then entered the woods along a small path. Perhaps due to the influence of anomalous energy, the trees on Fuming Mountain were growing lushly. Li Xiaoya found a small path in the woods that allowed everyone to pass through. Walking on the path, Jiang Feng looked up at the dappled sunlight filtering through the tree branches and leaves. Thinking that this path was likely created by Beastmasters who frequently came here for missions, for easier movement. What's wrong? Li Xiaoya thought Jiang Feng had discovered something new. Nothing, Jiang Feng replied with a faint smile. I just suddenly thought that this place might be scarier at night than a haunted house in the base city. Li Xiaoya also looked up at the intertwined tree trunks above them and agreed. Indeed, human fear comes from the unknown. If someone were to spend the night in a place like this, any dangerous situation could happen. The small path in the woods seemed a bit eerie. But neither Jiang Feng nor Li Xiaoya encountered any danger. This outcome left Jiang Feng somewhat disappointed, as he had come outside the city for a mission, not just to relax. If the process wasn't too thrilling enough, he would inevitably feel unfulfilled in the end. The Bloodclaw Bear, on the other hand, was quite lively. Although Li Xiaoya had instructed it to stay alert, it was very curious about everything around it. Li Xiaoya didn't criticize the Bloodclaw Bear for being distracted since. In terms of age, it was almost like a child. She couldn't force it to change its personality, could she? To ensure that their contracted beasts could exert their full strength in battle, Beastmasters needed to take good care of them in daily life, cultivating their combat awareness while ensuring their health. One must know that a Beastmaster only steps into a new realm when they synchronize with their contracted beast. If a Beastmaster lacks communication with their contracted beast, it's quite unlikely they will master this ability. Before long, Jiang Feng followed Li Xiaoya out of the small path in the woods. He raised his hand to shield his eyes from the glaring sunlight. And once he could see his surroundings clearly, he noticed several bird-like phantom beasts perched on a tree in the distance. Perhaps because the Iron Feather Bird was protecting Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya in the air, these bird-like phantom beasts simply stood quietly on the tree, looking as if they were resting. Of course, it was also possible that their nature was inherently gentle, and they wouldn't attack humans at all. Jiang Feng paid no mind to these bird-like phantom beasts and continued to follow Li Xiaoya. Just before they were about to exit the mountain and reach the main peak, Li Xiaoya suddenly called out to Jiang Feng and pulled him to hide behind a large rock. Although Li Xiaoya couldn't move the Bloodclaw Bear, she instructed it to hide as well. The Bloodclaw Bear didn't understand what was happening, but followed Li Xiaoya's command and quickly squeezed its body behind the large rock. The growth rate of phantom beasts was much faster than that of humans. The Bloodclaw Bear was now much sturdier than when it was born, but it still looked adorably silly. The Iron Feather Bird could fly, so it didn't need to hide behind the rock and simply perched on a tree. Jiang Feng quietly asked Li Xiaoya, "Senior, what is going on?" Li Xiaoya gestured for him to look across. Jiang Feng was puzzled but did as she indicated. Li Xiaoya carefully peeked out from behind Jiang Feng to look at a hole that had been dug out in a patch of grass across from them. The Bloodclaw Bear, being the shortest, could only stand next to Li Xiaoya's thigh, stretching its head out to look across. But it didn't know what it was looking at. Li Xiaoya asked Jiang Feng, "Do you see that hole at 2 o'clock?" Jiang Feng nodded, "I see it." If it hadn't been for Li Xiaoya's reminder, Jiang Feng might not have noticed the hole at all, as it was surrounded by many loose stones. Perhaps Li Xiaoya had just noticed the pile of mixed stones and dirt not far from the hole. Li Xiaoya explained, "That was made by a phantom beast, and it's highly likely that it intends to settle a new home here. In this era, there is hardly any living space for ordinary animals outside human gathering areas. There shouldn't be many phantom beasts that are good at digging, right? Indeed, not many. However, the situation is quite special now. We can't be sure whether this phantom beast is inside the hole, and phantom beasts are generally sensitive when choosing a new home. I think it's best for us to observe for a while. Senior, isn't this a bit too cautious? Even if we just walk over, nothing might happen, right? Li Xiaoya, being a second-year student at the Beastmaster Academy with practical experience, was indeed very cautious in her actions. You're right. However, even if we have the advantage in strength, it's best not to disturb the lives of phantom beasts. I believe you understand the reasoning behind this. For the harmonious coexistence of humans and phantom beasts? Jiang Feng guessed. Yes, Li Xiaoya nodded with a smile. Jiang Feng jokingly said, Senior, I feel like you could be my mentor. You're exaggerating. With your talent, even having the vice principal as a mentor wouldn't be a problem. Li Xiaoya paused for a moment before continuing. Actually, when I first entered Sanyu Academy, I knew almost nothing. Later, I faced many hardships before adjusting my mindset. Meeting you has been very fortunate for me because with a genius like you as an example, I can better motivate myself to continue improving. Now that you mention it, I feel a bit embarrassed, Jiang Feng chuckled. In fact, what Li Xiaoya said was exactly what he wanted to express. Although he possessed exceptional talent, he was completely ignorant of the world of Beastmasters, so Li Xiaoya's experience saved him from taking many detours. Chapter 17, Silver-Toothed Snake. Jiang Feng followed Li Xiaoya's advice and waited behind the large rock for a while, but nothing happened during that time. Li Xiaoya didn't feel awkward. She believed it was better to be cautious and prevent problems rather than respond hastily to unexpected situations. Senior, can we go now? The Blue Nightmare wasn't a phantom beast good at reconnaissance, and it was still in the beast space, so it couldn't be fully aware of the outside situation. Therefore, Jiang Feng still trusted Li Xiaoya's experience. Li Xiaoya nodded slightly. Since everything was normal, they couldn't waste time here. They just needed to walk past while keeping a distance from the hole. Next, Li Xiaoya instructed the iron feather bird to fly back into the air for reconnaissance, then told the Bloodclaw bear the route to proceed, allowing it to take the lead again. At first, the Bloodclaw bear thought there might be something exciting to see, but when nothing happened, it felt very bored. As the saying goes, good luck doesn't work, but bad luck does. Just as Jiang Feng, Li Xiaoya, and the Bloodclaw bear walked about 10 meters out from behind the rock, a phantom beast's head suddenly popped out from the hole ahead. Seeing this, Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya immediately froze in place. The Bloodclaw bear also stopped and stared intently at the phantom beast across from them. The iron feather bird in the air noticed the phantom beast and confirmed that it had no intention of attacking Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya. So it began to check if there were other phantom beasts approaching. Although the iron feather bird was already an elite-level contracted beast, there were many elite-level phantom beasts in Fuming Mountain. So it had to remain vigilant at all times to prevent an elite phantom beast from launching a surprise attack on Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya. Name, Burrowing Mouse. Level, Ordinary Stage 5. Bloodline, Ordinary Medium. Talent, Primary Digging Talent. Current skills, Primary Ground Drill Attack. Jiang Feng used insight to obtain information about the burrowing mouse. The ordinary 5-tiered digging mouse's level is 1 tier higher than the water arrow frog that Jiang Feng encountered earlier. It really is a digging mouse. Li Xiaoya's knowledge is richer than Jiang Feng's, so even without a golden finger, she can recognize what kind of phantom beast this is at the first moment. Jiang Feng asked Li Xiaoya, Senior, should we keep going? The timing of the digging mouse's appearance is indeed very coincidental. But Jiang Feng is not worried about his safety at all. He just wants to know how Li Xiaoya will handle this unexpected situation. Li Xiaoya lowered her voice and said, maybe it's just a bit curious about us. We can walk past slowly. What if it attacks us first? Jiang Feng nodded slightly. He could feel that Li Xiaoya's attitude was very serious. The fact is, beast tamers do have the obligation to maintain the balance between humans and phantom beasts. But for those fierce phantom beasts, beast tamers also have the duty to eliminate them. It is clear that Li Xiaoya is not the kind of beast tamer with an overly compassionate heart. Li Xiaoya bent down and patted the Bloodclaw violent bear's head. Don't be impulsive. If it means no harm to us, you shouldn't engage it. The Bloodclaw violent bear scratched its head. It could sense that the digging mouse was not easy to deal with, but if a fight really broke out, it definitely wouldn't be afraid of the digging mouse. When the digging mouse saw Jiang Feng, Li Xiaoya, and the Bloodclaw violent bear approaching, it immediately crawled out of its hole, baring its teeth. The bloodline suppression made the digging mouse instinctively fearful in front of the Bloodclaw violent bear. And with the iron feather bird circling above, the digging mouse felt even more nervous. However, as Li Xiaoya initially guessed, this digging mouse was preparing to build a new home, so it regarded the humans and phantom beasts intruding into its territory as enemies. The digging mouse waved its sharp claws at the Bloodclaw violent bear, and although different species of phantom beasts have different languages, It still conveyed the message for it to leave immediately. The Bloodclaw violent bear roared twice. After all, it is a phantom beast living in the forest with elite bloodlines. If it were easily scared off by the digging mouse, it would tarnish the Bloodclaw violent bear's reputation. As a fight seemed imminent, Li Xiaoya walked to the side of the Bloodclaw violent bear and made several gestures to the digging mouse. We mean no harm. We are just passing through. Most wild phantom beasts cannot understand human language, but both humans and phantom beasts are good at interpreting gestures. Despite Li Xiaoya's earnest explanations, the digging mouse did not lower its guard. Having lived in Fuming Mountain for many years, it had seen many humans and believed that humans are very cunning. Believing them too easily would come with a great cost. The digging mouse showed no signs of backing down, and Li Xiaoya had no good way to deal with it. Even if they retreated and took another path, it probably wouldn't eliminate the digging mouse's wariness. The Bloodclaw violent bear turned to look at Li Xiaoya, and the digging mouse's refusal to back down had already made it lose patience. As soon as Li Xiaoya gave the order, it would immediately attack the digging mouse. No one's patience is infinite, and Jiang Feng believed that Li Xiaoya would not continue to communicate friendly with the digging mouse. However, even so, it doesn't necessarily have to be resolved through combat. As long as Jiang Feng intervened and let the blue nightmare release the aura of a monarch-level phantom beast, it should be able to temporarily scare off the digging mouse. However, when Li Xiaoya signaled the Bloodclaw violent bear to advance and drive the digging mouse away, covering her and Jiang Feng as they quickly passed through, she suddenly saw two smaller, digging mice peeking out of the hole. This made it clear why the digging mouse was unwilling to back down. It was protecting its young. Li Xiaoya called out to the Bloodclaw violent bear. The Bloodclaw violent bear's paws scratched the ground, and it had already planned to engage the digging mouse, but unexpectedly, Li Xiaoya ordered it to retreat. Reluctantly, the Bloodclaw violent bear roared at the digging mouse, and then turned to walk toward Li Xiaoya. The adult digging mouse was not very afraid of the Bloodclaw violent bear's threat, but its two young ones instinctively shrank their heads when they heard the Bloodclaw violent bear's roar. The iron feather bird did not notice any changes in the situation, so it did not descend to assist the Bloodclaw violent bear, but continued to scout from the air. Seeing Jiang Feng approach, Li Xiaoya sighed lightly and said, "It seems we misunderstood it." Jiang Feng nodded slightly. Caring for offspring is not an emotion unique to humans. Li Xiaoya smiled apologetically at Jiang Feng. "Would you mind taking a detour with me?" Jiang Feng had never left the base city before, and since Li Xiaoya was leading the mission, she was responsible for it. However, she was forced to take a detour because of a small matter, so she worried Jiang Feng might feel a bit disappointed. Although Jiang Feng did not know Li Xiaoya's inner thoughts, he could see the change in her expression. So he said to her casually, "Of course I don't mind. I find dealing with wild phantom beasts very interesting. In most cases, communicating with phantom beasts is more challenging than dealing with them." For Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya, seriously injuring or even killing the digging mouse family would not be difficult. But not to mention that it was outside their mission scope, senseless slaughter was not their style. "Thanks. Actually, I'm looking forward to your next performance. Eliminating the silver fang snake should only be a warm-up for you. When it's time to fight, never hold back. When it's not, maintain friendliness." Li Xiaoya had to admit that Jiang Feng indeed understood this principle faster than she did. "If you keep praising me like this, I'm going to get swollen-headed." To lighten the mood, Jiang Feng deliberately did not show a humble attitude. Fuming Mountain is so vast. Even if I know the general activity range of the silver fang snake, just relying on me and the blue nightmare, it would likely take a long time just to find them. Don't worry, this is our first Bounty Hunter Guild mission outside the city. I will definitely support you with all my strength. Thank you, Senior. As Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya chatted while walking, they quickly found another path leading to the main peak of Fuming Mountain. The Bloodclaw violent bear always walked a short distance away from Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya. Just as the digging mouse did not trust it, it also worried the digging mouse would ambush Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya. The iron feather bird lowered its flying height to follow them. It had not yet discovered any other phantom beasts in the vicinity. Because the task guide marked the activity range of the silver fang snake, Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya chose the area closest to them at the foot of the mountain. Jiang Feng asked Li Xiaoya, "Do we need bait to lure the silver fang snake out?" To catch ordinary snakes, you need to place live bait in areas where they frequently move and set up hook traps. However, capturing snake-type phantom beasts is not that complicated. Beast tamers just need to place bait similar to compressed food in suitable areas. Once the scent of the bait completely spreads and masks the beast tamer's smell hidden nearby, as soon as the target appears and begins to eat the bait, the beast tamer can directly command their contracted beast to launch an attack. Notably, the bait Li Xiaoya bought also contains snake repellent powder. When the silver fang snake starts to swallow the bait, the repellent powder will instantly spray out and affect the silver fang snake's senses. ensuring that the Bloodclaw Violent Bear and Iron Featherbird can attack together without giving the Silver Fang Snake a chance to resist. As for why Li Xiaoya did not directly purchase bait that could kill the Silver Fang Snake, that's because bait capable of directly killing phantom beasts is very expensive. If it merely concealed a bomb, it would be easily detected by phantom beasts and would be ineffective. After hearing Li Xiaoya's explanation, Jiang Feng nodded slightly. To him, Li Xiaoya's experience was a valuable asset. To prevent the Silver Fang Snake from discovering the Iron Featherbird early, Li Xiaoya arranged for the Iron Featherbird to fly higher to scout the surroundings. The Bloodclaw Violent Bear was arranged by Li Xiaoya to stand by beside her and Jiang Feng. Since the Bloodclaw Violent Bear was too impulsive, she certainly couldn't let it run around before the plan was executed to prevent failure. Soon, Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya discovered a snake den. After confirming that there were signs of Silver Fang snakes active around the den, they placed bait at a nearby upwind location. Everything was ready, just waiting for the Silver Fang snakes to emerge. Waiting for prey to take the bait requires patience, which was nothing unusual for Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya. It was summer, and even though they were in the shade of the mountain, they still felt a bit hot. Jiang Feng had heard that when beast tamers reached a certain level, they could not only withstand temperature changes, but also become impervious to blades and bullets. He wondered when he would become such a powerful beast tamer. Fortunately, Jiang Feng had the aura of the Blue Nightmare on him, and Li Xiaoya was an elite beast tamer, so even though they were hiding in the bushes, no mosquitoes dared to approach them. It's quite interesting that no matter which world it is, there are mosquitoes, and people's dislike for this creature remains high. Since Jiang Feng's vision had greatly improved after signing a contract with the Blue Nightmare, it didn't take long for him to clearly see a Silver Fang snake slowly crawling out of the den. Name: Silver Fang snake. Level: Common level 6. Bloodline: Common medium. Talent: Primary poison talent. Current skills: Primary venom Fang attack. Although the Silver Fang snake didn't have a bloodline advantage, its level was significantly higher than that of the Blue Nightmare and Bloodclaw Violent Bear. But there was no rush. Perhaps there was more than one snake in the den. Anyway, it wasn't time to act yet, and Li Xiaoya believed they should observe the situation a bit longer. Li Xiaoya's judgment proved correct. When the first Silver Fang snake crawled towards the bait, a second Silver Fang snake appeared at the entrance of the den, but it didn't leave the den. As the first Silver Fang snake was getting close to the bait, Jiang Feng asked Li Xiaoya, "Senior sister, what should we do next?" Iron Featherbird can deal with the Silver Fang snake left at the entrance. We'll handle the one attracted by the bait, Li Xiaoya arranged. Okay, Jiang Feng agreed without objection. Don't be careless. Although your contracted beast's bloodline is much higher than that of the Silver Fang snake, it still has the advantage in level. If your contracted beast gets bitten by it, its body will still be affected by the venom. I understand. Jiang Feng would definitely not be careless, as this would be the Blue Nightmare's first battle outside the city, so he would certainly advise it to act cautiously. However, with the Bloodclaw Violent Bear cooperating with the Blue Nightmare in the attack, Jiang Feng didn't think the Silver Fang snake could cause any trouble. Chapter 18, The Bait. Jiang Feng's quick agreement made Li Xiaoya realize he was well aware of the situation, so she made several hand gestures to the Iron Featherbird flying in the air. The Iron Featherbird, with its exceptional vision, understood what it needed to do next after seeing Li Xiaoya's gestures. Meanwhile, the Silver Fang snake stopped just a few meters from the bait. As snake-type phantom beasts are naturally cautious, even though the bait was specially made to lure snake-type phantom beasts. This Silver Fang snake remained calm in the face of the food's temptation because it was wary of potential enemies lying in ambush nearby. However, Jiang Feng, Li Xiaoya, and the Bloodclaw Violent Bear had already hidden themselves, and with the bait's scent being too strong, the Silver Fang snake completely failed to notice the abnormal situation around it. After circling the bait, the Silver Fang snake ultimately couldn't resist and bit into it. Got it. A smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Feng's mouth. Phantom beasts are indeed phantom beasts. Even the most cautious can't overcome their instincts. With a slight cracking sound, the bait, which had already been half swallowed by the Silver Fang snake, suddenly exploded, and a thick smoke billowed out of its mouth. Immediately afterward, it twisted its body and spit out the bait. Clearly, the snake repellent powder was making the Silver Fang snake feel very uncomfortable. Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya didn't miss this excellent opportunity, as Jiang Feng summoned the Blue Nightmare to attack the Silver Fang snake. Li Xiaoya also commanded the Bloodclaw Violent Bear to charge forward. The Silver Fang snake at the entrance of the den sensed something was wrong and intended to come to support. But just as it was about to crawl out of the den, it heard a cry from the air. As a phantom beast, the Silver Fang snake's abilities were naturally far superior to those of ordinary snakes. Unable to retreat, when it saw the Iron Feather bird diving down, its first reaction was to scramble out of the cave with all its might. Only by dodging the Iron Feather bird's first attack could the Silver Fang snake then find a way to counterattack. However, no matter how fast its reaction speed was, Facing the elite level Iron Feather Bird, it would still end up with a dead end. Meanwhile, because the snake repellent powder would not affect the Blue Nightmare and the Bloodclaw Violent Bear, they took advantage of the powder's effect while it was still active to launch their attacks on the Silver Fang snake. The Blue Nightmare was much faster than the Bloodclaw Violent Bear. As it approached the Silver Fang snake, it first used its trample ability. The snake repellent powder only served to affect the Silver Fang snake's senses. It didn't mean it couldn't detect the Blue Nightmare and Bloodclaw Violent Bear appearing beside it. However, the Blue Nightmare's speed was too fast, and before the Silver Fang snake could react, it was temporarily unable to move due to the shock effect of the trample. Just as the effect of the trample was dissipating, the Bloodclaw Violent Bear had already reached the Silver Fang snake's front and used its tear ability. This was mainly because the Bloodclaw Violent Bear had a sufficiently high bloodline. If it had been an ordinary level 2 mole, it probably wouldn't have been able to break through the Silver Fang snake's defenses. With 3 streaks of blood appearing, the Silver Fang snake writhed in pain. Just then, the effect of the snake repellent powder had mostly worn off, and the Silver Fang snake sprang up from the ground, opening its mouth to bite at the Bloodclaw Violent Bear's arm. Although the Bloodclaw Violent Bear had tough skin and flesh, it was still not at a level higher than the Silver Fang snake. So while it could injure the Silver Fang snake, the Silver Fang snake could also hurt it in return. However, at a critical moment, the Blue Nightmare acted first, using its horn charge to knock the Silver Fang snake away, helping the Bloodclaw Violent Bear out of trouble. The Bloodclaw Violent Bear glanced gratefully at the Blue Nightmare. It indeed wasn't afraid of the Silver Fang snake's venom, as Li Xiaoya had antidotes. But that didn't mean it liked getting injured. Moreover, it had already regarded the Blue Nightmare as an older brother. So it certainly wanted to show appreciation for the Blue Nightmare's help. The Blue Nightmare snorted lightly, thinking that the Bloodclaw Violent Bear's fighting style was straightforward. Next time, it might not have the chance to help the Bloodclaw Violent Bear out of trouble again. The straightforward fighting style of the Bloodclaw Violent Bear was due to its somewhat silly and impulsive personality. However, in its view, the Blue Nightmare's fighting approach also belonged to the straightforward type. It just appeared more graceful because of its greater agility. The Blue Nightmare, of course, didn't know the Bloodclaw Violent Bear's inner thoughts. It only knew it needed to eliminate the Silver Fang snake quickly to complete the task Jiang Feng had assigned. Not far away, Jiang Feng observed the cooperation between the Blue Nightmare and the Bloodclaw Violent Bear. He had to admit that the Blue Nightmare had not made a mistake in taking the Bloodclaw Violent Bear as its little brother. Their cooperation was much more skilled than at the beginning. Li Xiaoya was also satisfied with the Bloodclaw Violent Bear's performance. Although its attacking method was simple, having the Blue Nightmare providing cover significantly reduced the chances of it getting injured. However, there was one situation that had been troubling Li Xiaoya. She could become the master of the Bloodclaw Violent Bear due to the contract, but the Blue Nightmare had become the Bloodclaw Violent Bear's older brother. Was this the unique charm of high bloodline phantom beasts? The Silver Fang snake was indeed at an advantage in level. Neither the Blue Nightmare's horn charge nor the Bloodclaw Violent Bear's tear was able to take its life, only injuring its muscles, which was already no small injury for it. Especially when Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya walked out from the nearby bushes and a metal-feathered bird appeared near the cave. The silver-toothed snake became even more convinced that this was a purposeful ambush. If it did not exert its full strength, it would surely face dire consequences. The silver-toothed snake flicked its tongue occasionally, knowing that it was too late to run. It could only ensure its safety by killing the enemy in front of it. The Bloodclaw Savage Bear's reaction was a bit slow, but both Blue Nightmare and the silver-toothed snake had already moved simultaneously. Although the silver-toothed snake was about the same length as Blue Nightmare was tall, it was not a snake-type illusion beast that primarily used constriction attacks. Therefore, it planned to circle around to attack Blue Nightmare from behind. Blue Nightmare possessed top-tier speed and spatial skills. Even though it had not yet mastered spatial abilities and was 3 levels lower than the silver-toothed snake, its speed was still on par with the silver-toothed snake. This time, Blue Nightmare planned to use a stomp to intimidate the silver-toothed snake first, followed by a horn attack. However, the silver-toothed snake, being a common level 6 wild illusion beast with numerous battle experiences, quickly twisted its body and barely crawled out of the stomp's effective range upon sensing Blue Nightmare's impending stomp. Not only that, but it also raised its head and bit towards Blue Nightmare's legs. The silver-toothed snake revealed its 2 silver-shining teeth under the sunlight, which was its most distinctive feature. Most battles between illusion beasts involve back-and-forth exchanges, while level and lineage are major factors influencing the outcome of a battle. They are not the sole determinants. Mental impact. Blue Nightmare could choose to dodge the silver-toothed snake's attack, but it did not do so because the level difference was only 3 minor stages, which was not enough to make it retreat. Previously, Blue Nightmare had briefly affected the metal-feathered bird's actions with a mental impact, and since the silver-toothed snake was of a lower level than the metal-feathered bird, it naturally fell into a brief state of distraction. Although Blue Nightmare knew that attacking the distracted silver-toothed snake would wake it up, it understood that as long as it could injure the silver-toothed snake's vital points, the silver-toothed snake would be powerless to retaliate even if it regained consciousness. Horn attack. As an illusion beast that had previously fought against the silver-toothed snake, Blue Nightmare could roughly sense the location of the energy crystal inside the silver-toothed snake, so it decisively charged at that vital point. The recovering silver-toothed snake felt a sharp pain, but Blue Nightmare's attack was slightly off target, which prevented the silver-toothed snake from being killed in one blow. However, before the silver-toothed snake could counterattack, the Bloodclaw Savage Bear unleashed a roar, temporarily incapacitating it. The Bloodclaw Savage Bear had a flawed personality, but its combat talent was excellent. Having sparred with Blue Nightmare multiple times, it knew when to coordinate attacks with Blue Nightmare. Entering a frenzy state. Although there was a level gap between the Bloodclaw Savage Bear and the silver-toothed snake, the silver-toothed snake was already in a severely injured state at this point and could not withstand the fierce attacks of the Bloodclaw Savage Bear in its frenzy state. Bang bang bang. The two powerful paws of the Bloodclaw Savage Bear slammed crazily towards the silver-toothed snake's vital points. Soon, the silver-toothed snake breathed its last. After exiting the frenzy state, the Bloodclaw Savage Bear turned to look at Blue Nightmare, believing that its performance was enough to impress Blue Nightmare. As for the silver-toothed snake's energy crystal, because the Bloodclaw Savage Bear delivered the final blow, Blue Nightmare only absorbed a portion of it, while the Bloodclaw Savage Bear dug out the energy crystal from the silver-toothed snake. The Bloodclaw Savage Bear did not understand why Blue Nightmare did not praise its bravery, but the allure of the energy crystal was too great, so it did not dwell on the matter and prepared to absorb the remaining energy crystal. It is worth mentioning that due to the significant level suppression, the metal-feathered bird had already killed another silver-toothed snake and absorbed its energy crystal. Jiang Feng walked up to Blue Nightmare and patted its head. Well done. Although the silver-toothed snake was of a higher level, Jiang Feng had absolute confidence in Blue Nightmare. Blue Nightmare could be indifferent to the Bloodclaw Savage Bear's bragging, but it would never ignore Jiang Feng's praise. As long as Jiang Feng was happy, it was happy too. In fact, Jiang Feng had been observing Blue Nightmare's performance earlier. He knew that even without the Bloodclaw Savage Bear's help, Blue Nightmare could easily kill the silver-toothed snake. After all, mental-type skills were hard to defend against unless one also grasped mental-type skills or had absolute advantages in level and lineage. Otherwise, there was no immunity to mental attacks. Seeing Li Xiaoya walking towards him, the Bloodclaw Savage Bear hurriedly absorbed the remaining energy crystal and then raised its head to show Li Xiaoya a silly smile. Li Xiaoya smiled helplessly. Although the Bloodclaw Savage Bear often seemed not very intelligent, it indeed lived up to its reputation for bravery once the battle began. After using a dagger to extract a silver-toothed snake's gallbladder and two fangs, Li Xiaoya stood up and patted the Bloodclaw Savage Bear's head. You did a good job with the task, but unless you encounter special circumstances, it's best not to enter a frenzy state. Otherwise, you'll waste a lot of stamina. The Bloodclaw Savage Bear let out a call. It was very happy to receive Li Xiaoya's praise. In fact, it could have killed the silver-toothed snake without entering the frenzy state. But this was its first battle after leaving the city, and it believed it should establish some momentum first. As for keeping the silver-toothed snake's fangs and gallbladder intact, the Bloodclaw Savage Bear had always remembered Li Xiaoya's prior instructions not to damage these two organs. Li Xiaoya naturally noticed the Bloodclaw Savage Bear's thoughtful gaze. Who said the Bloodclaw Savage Bear only charged forward without thinking? That was merely a prejudice. After extracting the gallbladder and fangs from another silver-toothed snake, Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya had completed 1/5 of their task. What? Jiang Feng turned around, looking surprised at Blue Nightmare. Initially, after extracting the silver-toothed snake's gallbladder and fangs under Li Xiaoya's guidance, he was ready to continue searching for silver-toothed snakes in the next area with Li Xiaoya. But Blue Nightmare stopped him. After some communication, Jiang Feng understood Blue Nightmare's meaning. It turned out that Blue Nightmare sensed that there were silver-toothed snake eggs in this cave. So it informed Jiang Feng of this situation. Jiang Feng said to Li Xiaoya, "Senior sister, this is truly an unexpected windfall." Li Xiaoya nodded slightly. Indeed. Although the silver-toothed snake eggs would not help them complete the task, illusion beast eggs had always been in demand. So they had no reason to miss out on this unexpected fortune. Due to the small entrance, the digging work was left to the Bloodclaw Savage Bear. The Bloodclaw Savage Bear did not resist this task. Its sharp claws were indeed meant for battle. But it was also very willing to use its claws to help its master. The metal-feathered bird's claws were unsuitable for digging, so its task remained to fly in the air and scout the surrounding environment. Blue Nightmare's body structure was barely suitable for digging, but with its proud personality, it certainly would not get itself dirty. Fortunately, Jiang Feng had placed 2 shovels in his spatial ring. He took one out and began shoveling the dirt that the Bloodclaw Savage Bear had dug up next to the cave. Ever since gaining Blue Nightmare's attribute boost, Jiang Feng's physical abilities had significantly improved compared to before. Li Xiaoya could even carry such a heavy backpack while climbing. So shoveling dirt was just a small task for Jiang Feng. Chapter 19. A small task. After a while, the Bloodclaw savage bear dug into a spacious area. Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya bent down and walked in, seeing 5 silver-toothed snake eggs lying atop a thick pile of sweet grass. Since most illusion beasts have a lower reproductive rate than ordinary animals, Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya finding 5 silver-toothed snake eggs in this cave was already a significant harvest. Li Xiaoya said to Jiang Feng, "Now it's up to you." Although the spatial ring cannot accommodate humans and the hatched phantom beasts, as long as the internal space is sufficient, almost any item that can be imagined can be stored in the spatial ring. Generally, phantom beast eggs should be kept in a warming device for preservation. However, not to mention that Li Xiaoya's home does not have such a device. Even if it did, she wouldn't be able to bring it. Fortunately, Jiang Feng has a spatial ring. Otherwise, they might have had to give up this opportunity that was so close at hand. It's a small matter. Jiang Feng understands what Li Xiaoya means. Anyway, the internal space of his spatial ring is ridiculously large, and storing 5 silver Feng snake eggs is no problem at all. As for the distribution of benefits, Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya agreed before setting out that unless there are special requests, they would split everything 50-50. Whether it was an unexpected discovery or a reward after completing a task, this is the fairest way. Once Jiang Feng opened the spatial ring to collect the silver Feng snake eggs, Li Xiaoya said to him, "Let's go. We'll head to the next area." Jiang Feng nodded and replied, "Okay." On the way, Li Xiaoya casually asked Jiang Feng, "How do you feel about experiencing the battle between contract beasts and wild phantom beasts for the first time?" "I understand." Jiang Feng didn't say much. Although the one who killed the silver Feng snake was their contract beast, the killings still counted against them. But there was nothing they could do about it. If humans don't find a way to grow stronger, one day they will surely be slaughtered at will by alien races. Jiang Feng collected the silver Feng snake eggs to exchange for resources, otherwise, without parental protection. Even if the silver Feng snake successfully hatched, it might end up being devoured by other phantom beasts. It's better to turn it into resources for him and Li Xiaoya's development. Li Xiaoya nodded slightly. There is indeed a significant difference between sparring and real combat. Now that Jiang Feng and Lan Yin have seen blood, Li Xiaoya believes they have passed the first hurdle. Not long after, Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya discovered another silver Feng snake wandering in the grass. This time, Lan Yin did not let the Bloodclaw violent bear intervene, but faced the silver Feng snake alone. As expected, there was no suspense. Lan Yin killed the silver Feng snake without taking any damage. Of course, the reason Lan Yin did not let the Bloodclaw violent bear participate in the battle was not because it looked down on the bear's clumsiness, but because the bear had primarily dug out the silver Feng snake's den, so it was only natural for Lan Yin to take the lead in this battle. On the surface, Lan Yin appears to be a proud phantom beast, but in reality, it also has a gentle side. Since the Bloodclaw violent bear trusts it so much, it naturally had to do something worthy of being the elder brother. Since Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya entered the mountain, they have encountered and killed 3 adult silver Feng snakes, obtaining 3 snake gallbladders and 6 venomous fangs. Just as Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya were preparing to continue searching for silver Feng snakes, the originally clear sky gradually became overcast, indicating that it was about to rain. Jiang Feng asked Li Xiaoya, "Senior, should we find a place to set up a tent first?" "That's right." Li Xiaoya looked up at the sky. "Actually, I checked the weather forecast before we left, but I didn't expect it to rain so soon. At this time, the silver Feng snakes will surely hide. And even if we search for them in the rain, it wouldn't be very meaningful. Then should we head uphill?" Fuming Mountain has dense vegetation, making landslides almost impossible. So Jiang Feng believes they should at least find a place near the hillside to set up their tent. Li Xiaoya observed the terrain nearby and finally pointed in one direction. "Let us take shelter from the rain under that big tree on the hillside. I remember that area is also one where silver Feng snakes often appear. We can wait there until the rain stops, and then continue searching for the silver Feng snake's den." "Sure." Jiang Feng just gave Li Xiaoya a suggestion, as she is more familiar with Fuming Mountain than he is, so he would definitely follow her arrangements in the end. After making the decision, Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya immediately called their contract beasts to head to their destination. As the sky grew darker, when Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya arrived at their destination, they found that it was not suitable for setting up a tent. Fortunately, it hadn't started raining yet, so they searched the nearby area and finally found a suitable campsite. However, just as Jiang Feng was helping Li Xiaoya set up the tent, a few raindrops fell first, followed by a heavy downpour from above. Li Xiaoya shouted to Jiang Feng, "Jiang Feng, you should go hide from the rain in my tent." "Thanks." Jiang Feng didn't decline, as he had no time to set up his tent. If he didn't go to Li Xiaoya's tent, he would have to get soaked outside. Li Xiaoya didn't bring a two-person tent, but it wouldn't feel cramped for both her and Jiang Feng to sit in this tent. Unexpectedly, the rain came suddenly. Jiang Feng brushed his hair with his hand and looked at the rain pouring down outside the tent. It seemed that this rain would not stop anytime soon. Li Xiaoya said, "Considering the time, the typhoon will soon affect the third domain. We might have to hurry and complete more tasks." Although beast tamers must be able to command their contract beasts in any environment, harsh conditions can indeed have a certain impact on both the beast tamer and the contract beasts. The difficulty of the task Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya took this time is not high, but they might not encounter such tasks in the future. If they happen to encounter heavy rain while executing a task outside the city, and also face aggressive water-type phantom beasts, they would have to engage in a tough battle unless Jiang Feng can find a way to elevate Lan Yan's level to elite. Because there are no high-risk areas around the coastal base city, Li Xiaoya believes that with Lan Yan's king-level bloodline, when it reaches elite level, there shouldn't be many phantom beasts in the vicinity that can threaten its safety. Unfortunately, its initial bloodline is too high if it wants to reach elite level. The energy required is definitely far beyond that of ordinary phantom beasts. Jiang Feng said, "I'm fine, just arrange everything as you see fit. You trust me that much? What if I accidentally lead you into trouble? It's okay. If we encounter a problem, we'll find a way to solve it." Jiang Feng smiled lightly. "Anyway, I feel very at ease doing tasks with you. Is that so?" Li Xiaoya smiled and looked Jiang Feng up and down, then winked at him. "Actually, I suggest you don't say such things to girls in the future. Otherwise, they might misunderstand your intentions." Huh. Jiang Feng didn't understand why Li Xiaoya brought up misunderstandings. Not understanding was fine. Li Xiaoya thought Jiang Feng was great in every way, but unfortunately, he was a typical straight man. Jiang Feng certainly wouldn't completely misunderstand how to communicate between men and women. It's just that his mental age is over 20 years older than Li Xiaoya, so sometimes when chatting with her, he unconsciously treats her as a junior. To ease the somewhat awkward atmosphere, Jiang Feng took out 2 portions of self-heating food from the spatial ring. "Senior, since there's nothing to do right now, how about we eat something to replenish our energy?" Although time inside the spatial ring is not frozen, it is indeed much slower than in the real world, so it can be used to store fresh food. However, when beast tamers are active outside the city, unless many people have set up camp, they generally rely on convenience foods. Sounds good. Li Xiaoya took a portion of self-heating food from Jiang Feng. Given their current relationship, there was no need to be so formal about such things. Beast tamers need to consume food for necessary energy, and phantom beasts are no exception. Especially after experiencing a battle, phantom beasts have a greater demand for food. Since Lan Yan, Iron Feather Bird, and Bloodclaw Violent Bear had absorbed the energy crystals from the Silver Fang Snake, this could also replenish some of their stamina. Therefore, Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya didn't take out too much food for them to eat while setting up the tent. After the meal, Jiang Feng collected all the trash into his space ring. The so-called environmental protection is everyone's responsibility. If it were peacetime, sitting in a tent and enjoying the rain in the mountains would be quite pleasant. However, times have changed now, not to mention ordinary people not daring to leave the base city to enter the deep mountains. Even beast tamers do not dare to stay in the mountains for too long. If this rain does not stop by evening, we cannot rest here. Otherwise, even with a contracted beast on watch, we might still encounter wild phantoms while we sleep. I agree. Jiang Feng also knew that while this place was suitable for temporarily avoiding the rain, it was indeed not suitable for a campsite. Would fighting in the rain be too risky? All right, I'll listen to you. Jiang Feng felt that it was boring to just watch the rain here. And since Li Xiaoya made a valid point, he could try to get Lan Yan to adapt to fighting in the rain. Thank you. Li Xiaoya was thanking Jiang Feng for his trust in her. Jiang Feng smiled and said nothing, as Li Xiaoya's suggestion was indeed useful, so he wouldn't go against her. Next, Jiang Feng took out 2 raincoats from his space ring. For this mission, he had prepared a lot of food and equipment, so situations like going hungry or getting drenched were simply impossible. After Li Xiaoya put on her raincoat and stepped outside the tent, she summoned the Bloodclaw bear after Jiang Feng put the tent back into his space ring. The Bloodclaw bear actually did not like rainy days much, as the rain would wet its fur. However, it still decided to seriously carry out Li Xiaoya's order to scout ahead. Rainy weather would definitely affect the flight of bird phantoms, but the Iron Feather Bird was an elite phantom, as long as it wasn't a typhoon. It wouldn't be greatly affected. Once Jiang Feng, Li Xiaoya, and the Bloodclaw bear set off, it immediately flapped its wings and flew into the air to scout the surroundings. Of course, due to the light and rain, the Iron Feather Bird did not fly too high this time, as it wanted to prevent any accidents and ensure it could quickly descend to protect Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya. Jiang Feng did not summon Lan Yan. Although Lan Yan also disliked damp environments, Jiang Feng's intention was to prevent the Silver Fang Snake from sensing danger and escaping beforehand. because rain could obscure the scent of phantoms, but not their aura. Walking on mountain paths in the rain was not easy. The raincoats only kept Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya dry, but they were only wearing ordinary sports shoes, which made movement on the muddy mountain paths somewhat inconvenient. The Bloodclaw bear was different. Although it had become a drenched bear, its movement was basically unaffected. Not yet. This rain came too suddenly. And I can no longer determine if there are any traces of silverfang snake activity nearby. Li Xiaoya sighed softly. She knew her experience was still insufficient. In this situation, an experienced beast tamer would have quickly found the silverfang snake's den. Chapter 20, Smoke Bomb. Li Xiaoya smiled slightly. The reason Jiang Feng could not become a true ironclad man was that he understood how to empathize with the opposite sex at critical moments. What you said makes sense. How about we slow down and carefully search the surrounding areas for possible locations of the silverfang snake's den? Generally, when beast tamers go out on missions, they do not fully trust the intel, as it can become outdated. Thus, maintaining a healthy skepticism is necessary. From the beginning, Li Xiaoya only knew the general activity range of the silverfang snake. Since there was no precise location, she could only rely on her experience to make judgments. Are you saying we should not consider the silverfang snake's den location as a whole, but rather systematically check each small area? Jiang Feng roughly understood Li Xiaoya's thoughts. Yes. This rain won't stop anytime soon, and advancing in the rain poses risks for us. Therefore, we cannot be too ostentatious. Otherwise, we may encounter more than just silverfang snakes. Jiang Feng gave Li Xiaoya a thumbs up. Senior sister, you're indeed reliable. Li Xiaoya's face turned slightly red, but fortunately, the raincoat concealed it. So she did not let Jiang Feng notice her shyness. All right, there's no need to flatter me so much. Let's start searching from over there. Jiang Feng did not know if Li Xiaoya was pointing randomly, but he immediately responded, okay, because they slowed down their pace and had the iron feather bird and bloodclaw bear guarding them. Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya were able to search the nearby area more carefully. During this process, Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya encountered a poison spike spider hanging from a tree. This poison spike spider was not small and looked somewhat terrifying. Jiang Feng was fine, but every time Li Xiaoya saw such a phantom beast, she always felt a bit anxious. Wild phantom beasts are very alert. Since this poison spike spider sensed that the iron feather bird would be difficult to deal with, it did not attack Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya immediately, but remained vigilant, guarding its territory. Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya knew they had intruded into the poison spike spider's territory. Since the spider did not actively attack them, they naturally would not attack it recklessly. When Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya were out of the poison spike spider's attack range, the iron feather bird finally relaxed its vigilance and glided away. After the iron feather bird left, the poison spike spider retracted its fangs and turned its body to hide back into the dense leaves of the tree along its web. On a rainy day, it was rare to wait for prey, but the poison spike spider had a clear judgment about what prey could move and what could not. Clearly, it could not deal with those intruders. Li Xiaoya gently patted her chest. Luckily, we discovered this poison spike spider early, judging by its size. It should just have reached adulthood and is not very high in level. Otherwise, even if the iron feather bird got caught in its web, it might take some effort to break free. This kind of phantom beast looks very dangerous. Jiang Feng nodded, but what he thought in his heart was that Li Xiaoya, as a beast tamer, was just as afraid of spiders as many girls. Li Xiaoya began to share information about the poison spike spider. Jiang Feng nodded repeatedly. Li Xiaoya indeed had a gentle side, but she was definitely a qualified beast tamer. Senior sister, is the poison spike spider valuable? Should we take a chance? Li Xiaoya did not expect Jiang Feng to say this. Are you serious? I can have Lan Yin cooperate with your iron feather bird. It should create a surprise effect. Li Xiaoya pondered for a moment, and then said to Jiang Feng, the poison spike spider is not our mission target, and we still need to fight the silverfang snake next, so I suggest we not waste time and energy on it. All right, then I'll let it go. Li Xiaoya said, then it should really thank you for sparing its life. Jiang Feng was not the kind of person who would let others hold a knife to his neck, even if it was a harmless phantom beast. He would not show mercy if necessary. Since the poison spike spider dared to show killing intent towards him and Li Xiaoya, he could not treat it as if nothing had happened. However, Jiang Feng had said he would follow Li Xiaoya's arrangements for this mission, so the poison spike spider was spared. Hard work pays off. Not long after leaving the poison spike spider's territory, Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya discovered a cave that might be hiding a silverfang snake. It was called a might because it was still raining, and Li Xiaoya could not confirm whether this cave belonged to a silverfang snake or another snake-type phantom beast. After observing for a while, Jiang Feng turned to Li Xiaoya and asked, Senior sister, is it not effective to use bait at this time? However, a direct assault also seems inappropriate. Jiang Feng thought the entrance of this cave was too small. In the absence of confirmation about whether there were phantom beasts inside, digging would easily lead to an attack. Don't rush, I have a way. Li Xiaoya smiled confidently at Jiang Feng, then pulled out a mysterious weapon from her backpack. Can you guess what this is? Jiang Feng thought that the object in Li Xiaoya's hand looked like some kind of throwing weapon from a shooting game. Noticing Jiang Feng's strange gaze, Li Xiaoya took the initiative to reveal the answer. That's right, it's a smoke bomb. Senior, could it be that your beast taming talent is mind reading? Jiang Feng joked with Li Xiaoya. Of course not. Li Xiaoya didn't want to dwell on such a strange topic. And then added, but this isn't a smoke bomb meant for people. It's specifically designed to deal with snake-type phantom beasts. This one has a timed activation device and is quite a bit more expensive than the regular model. I see. With Li Xiaoya's explanation, Jiang Feng understood. You plan to use the smoke bomb to flush out the phantom beasts in the cave. Exactly. Li Xiaoya showed a teachable expression. Jiang Feng looked up at the iron feather bird. So, it seems that the important task of throwing the smoke bomb into the cave falls to it. Li Xiaoya nodded. Among our 2 contract beasts, only the iron feather bird is suitable for this task. Once the phantom beasts in the cave are forced out by the smoke bomb, the battle will officially begin. I have a question. Jiang Feng voiced his concern. What if there are many snake-type phantom beasts hidden in this cave? Can we handle it then? Don't worry. I'm not someone who pretends to be tough. If the situation looks bad, we'll retreat immediately. For beast tamers, retreating is not something to be ashamed of. Because if dying has no value, then fighting to the end is meaningless. Alright. Hearing Li Xiaoya say this, Jiang Feng felt relieved. Next, Li Xiaoya handed the smoke bomb with the set activation time to the iron feather bird according to the plan. The iron feather bird grabbed the smoke bomb and flew toward the cave entrance, finally throwing the smoke bomb accurately at the right moment. Soon, Jiang Feng saw thick smoke billowing out of the cave entrance. If it were raining heavily now, the smoke bomb might fail. But since the rain was easing and the cave entrance wasn't directly facing the sky, the smoke bomb wouldn't extinguish at all. Jiang Feng thought to himself, this is quite powerful. Normally, if someone accidentally inhaled smoke while cooking, coughing a few times would be inevitable. Now that the cave was under attack by the smoke bomb, Jiang Feng figured the phantom beasts inside must be suffering, so he summoned the Blue Nightmare, ready to fight at any moment. The Blue Nightmare didn't like rainy days. Having left the beast space, it was somewhat unaccustomed to the outside environment. However, it still stood quietly beside Jiang Feng, vigilantly observing the cave across from them. After a while, Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya suddenly saw a smoke bomb flying out of the cave entrance. Clearly, there were indeed phantom beasts inside the cave. Otherwise, the smoke bomb wouldn't have flown out by itself. Fortunately, Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya were lucky, as 2 silver fang snakes appeared right in front of them. Senior, I feel like they're really angry. Jiang Feng saw the 2 silver fang snakes raising their heads and looking around, presumably searching for the culprit. Of course, if someone threw a smoke bomb into your home, you'd be angry too. The silver fang snakes didn't have hands. So Li Xiaoya figured they must have put in a lot of effort to get the smoke bomb out of the cave. Jiang Feng had to admit that Li Xiaoya's description was quite accurate. So, should we reveal ourselves next? Yes. My idea is to have the iron featherbird deal with the larger silver fang snake on the left, while the blue nightmare and Bloodclaw brutal bear will take on the other silver fang snake together. Alright. Jiang Feng had no objections to Li Xiaoya's arrangement. In fact, Li Xiaoya's judgment was correct. Through his insight skill, Jiang Feng discovered that the smaller silver fang snake was only at the common 4th tier, while the larger one was at the common 7th tier, the highest level of silver fang snake they had encountered so far. Although the iron featherbird had an advantage over the common 7th tier silver fang snake, it would still take quite a bit of effort for the blue nightmare and Bloodclaw brutal bear to kill it. Next, Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya each made a gesture, and the 3 contract beasts dashed out of the bushes one after another. As long as it wasn't a crushing-style battle, beast tamers generally wouldn't be positioned too close to where their phantom beasts were fighting, as being affected and getting seriously injured or even killed would greatly decrease the combat effectiveness of their contract beasts. Seeing the 3 unfamiliar phantom beasts suddenly appear, the 2 silver fang snakes knew they were the culprits. Thus, without any communication, both sides directly entered into fierce combat. The common 7th tier silver fang snake was already considered high level among all the phantom beasts in Fuming Mountain. Faced with such an enemy, even the elite iron featherbird had to be cautious. The blue nightmare and Bloodclaw brutal bear had teamed up against a common 6th tier silver fang snake before. Although they had caught it off guard at that time, now they were facing a silver fang snake that was only at the common 4th tier. This should be an easy task for them, right? Since the Bloodclaw brutal bear sensed that this silver fang snake's level was not much higher than its own. It didn't plan to enter a berserk state and waste too much stamina, but rather coordinated with the blue nightmare to attack. The blue nightmare, now at the common 3rd tier, didn't even need to use its sprint to evade the silver fang snake's attacks. It seemed that the key to this battle lay over there. Jiang Feng fully believed that the Blue Nightmare and Bloodclaw Brutal Bear could easily handle the common 4th-tier Silver Fang Snake. So he focused his attention on the battle between the Iron Featherbird and the common 7th-tier Silver Fang Snake. The Iron Featherbird had rich combat experience. Although it couldn't use its throwing feathers indefinitely, it could not only stop abruptly while flying, but also fly sideways to dodge the Silver Fang Snake's attacks. The Silver Fang Snake couldn't fly, so as long as the Iron Featherbird maintained its distance and flew high, it would have no way to deal with it. Hiss! The Iron Featherbird flew back up high. Although it was 3 tiers higher than this Silver Fang Snake, it was still raining, which inevitably affected its flying speed. If it hadn't reacted quickly just now, it might have been ambushed by the Silver Fang Snake. Chapter 21. The Struggle of the Trapped Beast. Li Xiaoya was watching from not far away, and the Iron Featherbird would certainly not disappoint her. Since the wounds on the Silver Fang Snake weren't deep enough, the Iron Featherbird decided to continue inflicting wounds on it with its claws. It was currently raining, and without finding a dry environment, even phantom beasts would find it difficult to heal their wounds under continuous rain. The Iron Featherbird's tactic was to continuously create wounds on the Silver Fang Snake, allowing its blood to flow out through the wounds, thus noticeably decreasing its stamina, while it looked for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Of course, this common 7th-tier Silver Fang Snake also had rich combat experience. It could sense the Iron Featherbird's intentions and knew it had to use all its strength in this life-and-death battle. Rainy days also didn't enhance the Silver Fang Snake's abilities, but compared to the Iron Featherbird, it found it easier to move on the ground. Simply put, it intended to change the battlefield. Jiang Feng said to Li Xiaoya, "Senior, that Silver Fang Snake is trying to lure your Iron Featherbird away. Wild phantom beasts can only obtain energy crystals by killing other phantom beasts, so their speed of leveling up is indeed slower compared to contract beasts. However, the numerous battles have made wild phantom beasts more accurate in seizing opportunities, just like now." This common 7th-tier Silver Fang Snake knew it couldn't fight the Iron Featherbird in an open space, so it planned to lure the Iron Featherbird into the woods, using the trees as obstacles during its flight. Jiang Feng had no doubt about the accuracy of Li Xiaoya's guess. In a place like Fuming Mountain, as long as one could reach the elite level, it was unlikely to encounter any real danger. Watching the Iron Featherbird and Silver Fang Snake disappear from sight, Li Xiaoya left the bushes and called out to the Bloodclaw Violent Bear. Bloodclaw Violent Bear, finish the battle quickly. Upon hearing Li Xiaoya's words, the Bloodclaw Violent Bear put away its playful intentions. It had initially wanted to toy with the Silver Fang Snake a bit longer, but now it seemed unnecessary. So it continuously used Tear, giving the Silver Fang Snake no time to breathe. Faced with the fierce attacks of the Bloodclaw Violent Bear, the Silver Fang Snake dared not confront it head-on. It had just tried to use its venomous fangs to attack the Bloodclaw Violent Bear, but the bear's thick fur not only absorbed most of the damage, but the venom it managed to inject seemed ineffective. If it weren't for the rain making the ground slippery, which slightly affected the Bloodclaw Violent Bear's movements, it would have likely been crushed into the mud by now. Blue Nightmare. Use Psychic Impact. Jiang Feng also stepped out of the bushes. Although Li Xiaoya said she wasn't too worried about the Iron Featherbird, her demeanor suggested she wanted to finish this battle quickly and then support the Iron Featherbird with the Bloodclaw Violent Bear. Jiang Feng completely understood Li Xiaoya's feelings. The saying delay causes change resonated with him, and he also wanted to end this battle as soon as possible. Following Jiang Feng's orders, Blue Nightmare immediately used Quick Step, seemingly ignoring the slippery mud, and blocked the Silver Fang Snake's escape route. Next, Blue Nightmare unleashed Psychic Impact, putting the Silver Fang Snake into a brief state of daze. To prevent the Silver Fang Snake from running away, Blue Nightmare used Stomp, forcefully pressing the snake's head into the mud. Blue Nightmare simply disliked rainy days. It didn't mean that rain restricted its movements. With 3 special abilities, it could quickly adapt to unfamiliar environments and maintain efficient combat, even in adverse conditions. Roar. The Silver Fang Snake's head was continuously attacked, causing it to enter a brief state of dizziness. Although it could still control its body in this state, the Bloodclaw Violent Bear, being in a superior position, had the advantage of power, with only 1 level higher. The Silver Fang Snake had no strength advantage over the Bloodclaw Violent Bear and could not break free from its paw. The subsequent battle process was straightforward. Blue Nightmare only needed to control the rest of the Silver Fang Snake's body, while the attack duty could be entirely handed over to the Bloodclaw Violent Bear. After a flurry of attacks, the Bloodclaw Violent Bear noticed that the Silver Fang Snake seemed to have stopped moving, so it lifted its paw and poked the snake's head. The Silver Fang Snake remained motionless. It was clear that the Silver Fang Snake had died under the attacks of Blue Nightmare and the Bloodclaw Violent Bear. Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya approached. Since the Silver Fang Snake was only at the ordinary level 4, they were not surprised that the battle had ended so quickly. The Bloodclaw Violent Bear grabbed the Silver Fang snake by the head and tossed it onto a nearby rock. Believing this would make it easier for Li Xiaoya to deal with the snake's fangs and gallbladder. Li Xiaoya patted the Bloodclaw Violent Bear's head and noticed that it had several bite marks on its body from the previous battles. Although the Bloodclaw Violent Bear had tough skin and a certain resistance to snake venom, it did not mean that the Silver Fang snake's attacks were ineffective. Therefore, Li Xiaoya decisively administered an antidote. Blue Nightmare was only one level higher than the Bloodclaw Violent Bear, but its speed and agility far surpassed that of the bear. After several battles, it had no noticeable external injuries. Li Xiaoya asked the Bloodclaw Violent Bear to help cut open the Silver Fang snake's skin. Once she removed the snake's fangs and gallbladder, she stood up and said to Jiang Feng, "The battle between the Iron Featherbird and the other Silver Fang snake should be nearing its end. Let's go catch up and take a look." Jiang Feng nodded. Although the Iron Featherbird had a level advantage over the ordinary level 7 Silver Fang snake, one could never be too careful. They couldn't let the Iron Featherbird fight the Silver Fang snake alone in the woods. As long as the Beastmaster and their contracted beasts were not too far apart, they could sense each other's positions. Additionally, since the Bloodclaw Violent Bear had a keen sense of smell, Li Xiaoya led Jiang Feng to search for the Iron Featherbird. Jiang Feng did not ask Li Xiaoya whether they should check if the cave where the two Silver Fang snakes were hiding had any newborn or unborn snakes. He knew that once they dealt with the remaining Silver Fang snake, whatever was in the cave would certainly be theirs. Following Li Xiaoya through the woods, it wasn't long before he saw the Silver Fang snake leap from the trunk of a nearby tree. This scene was truly incredible. The Silver Fang snake couldn't fly, and if it stayed on the ground, the initiative in the battle would always be with the Iron Featherbird. To change this unfavorable situation, it decided to use the tall trees to turn the tables. For an ordinary level 7 Silver Fang snake, climbing trees in the rain was not difficult at all. Although it was limited in movement by the Iron Featherbird's thrown iron feathers and faced a significant threat from the bird's claw strikes, it still seized the opportunity to dodge the Iron Featherbird's attack and climb the tree, leaping from it to launch a venomous Fang attack on the Iron Featherbird. This was why Jiang Feng had just witnessed that scene. Li Xiaoya also saw it, but she was not surprised. After all, having been at Songyu Academy for a year, she had seen many grand spectacles. The Silver Fang snake had clearly planned this in advance, and whether it could seize the initiative next depended on the success of this attack. The Iron Featherbird did not expect the Silver Fang snake to have such tactics. But the timing of the Silver Fang snake's attack was slightly off, and it could not leverage its strength in midair. Thus, with the Iron Featherbird's slightly superior reaction speed, the attack was ultimately dodged by the bird at the last moment. The Silver Fang snake fell to the ground due to gravity, while the Iron Featherbird merely descended with the momentum, then spread its wings midair and soared high again. Falling from a height of several meters was not enough to knock the Silver Fang snake out. But the fact that it failed to injure the Iron Featherbird meant that it would find it very hard to turn the tide in the upcoming battle. Did the Silver Fang snake give up just like that? The answer was no. Neither contracted beasts nor wild phantom beasts could easily abandon the hope of survival. Since the Silver Fang snake was no match for the Iron Featherbird, it quickly changed its combat plan upon seeing Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya appear. In the Silver Fang snake's perception, the Bloodclaw Violent Bear had a slight edge, and Blue Nightmare was even more extraordinary, with a sense of pressure from its lineage that made the Silver Fang snake tremble. However, being a combative phantom beast, and sensing that both Blue Nightmare and the Bloodclaw Violent Bear were at levels below its own, it believed that controlling Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya, the two Beastmasters, was the key to turning the tables. The Iron Featherbird did not expect the Silver Fang snake to retreat so quickly. Upon realizing that the snake's target was Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya, it immediately chased after them. Sister, the combat awareness of wild phantom beasts is indeed remarkable. Seeing the Silver Fang snake slithering rapidly towards them, Jiang Feng remained calm. Indeed, Li Xiaoya also remained composed. The combat power of an ordinary level 7 Silver Fang snake should not be underestimated, but with their contracted beasts protecting them, they were not worried about the snake posing a threat to their safety. The Silver Fang snake thought its plan was perfect, unaware that Blue Nightmare and the Bloodclaw Violent Bear were not beasts it could easily handle. Psychic impact. Roar. As the Silver Fang serpent twisted its body, preparing to spring up from the ground and charge at Jiang Feng, the Nightmare stepped forward first and unleashed a mental shock on it. The Bloodclaw Brute Bear's movements were a step slower, but its roar would not allow the Silver Fang serpent to break free from its dazed state. Instead, it further extended the duration of that state. If it were only the Bloodclaw Brute Bear's roar, the Silver Fang serpent would likely only experience a slight pause in its movements. However, the Nightmare's mental shock could affect the skills of elite-level phantom beasts, and thus the Silver Fang serpent, caught off guard, ended up walking into a trap. Next, with the Iron Featherbird already catching up, the three contracted beasts began to surround and attacked the Silver Fang Serpent. Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya retreated to a safe location, as they didn't want to risk their safety to see if the Silver Fang Serpent would counterattack before its demise. The ordinary 7th-tier Silver Fang Serpent not only had much stronger combat power than the ordinary 4th-tier Silver Fang Serpent, but its vitality was also more tenacious. Perhaps realizing that it could not escape death today, this ordinary 7th-tier Silver Fang Serpent fought to the end without considering defense, no matter who attacked it. It was determined to make the opponent suffer as well. In this situation, even the nightmare bore fine bite marks, which made it feel very angry due to its momentary carelessness. However, the 4-tier difference made it not so easy for the nightmare to finish off the Silver Fang Serpent in one blow. Jiang Feng possessed the insight skill. He could see that the life signs of the Silver Fang Serpent were rapidly declining, yet it seemed completely unconcerned, continuing to fight tenaciously. This seemed to reflect the ruthlessness of wild phantom beasts. Knowing it was doomed, it still wanted to drag someone down with it. Jiang Feng had to admit that the willpower displayed by this Silver Fang Serpent exceeded his expectations. Li Xiaoya suddenly asked Jiang Feng, what do you think we should do if one day we encounter an unbeatable enemy? Jiang Feng turned to look at Li Xiaoya and noticed her serious expression. Senior, I think fighting until the last moment is indeed admirable, but sometimes a tactical retreat isn't necessarily a bad thing. Tactical retreat? Li Xiaoya smiled. That sounded like something Jiang Feng would say. Other beast tamers with high-level talents might say something about sacrificing their lives for honor. Am I being too cowardly by saying this? No, generally speaking, normal people would think this way. Li Xiaoya paused and asked Jiang Feng again. What if retreating isn't an option? Jiang Feng glanced at the Silver Fang Serpent that was under siege and slowly said, then let us fight until the last moment. You possess a high-level talent and will inevitably encounter very powerful enemies in the future. Compared to us beast tamers with mediocre talents, your survival will be more valuable. So unless absolutely necessary, you must never give up the belief in survival. Senior, what you said is incorrect. Jiang Feng disagreed with Li Xiaoya's statement. So what if I have high talent? We are all beast tamers. There is no saying that anyone should live more than anyone else. Although I wouldn't dare to say I would willingly give my hope of survival to a stranger, I will fulfill my responsibilities. Moreover, if I encounter a strong enemy, as long as I am stronger than them, I can turn the danger into safety, right? If only Jiang Feng were in danger, then a tactical retreat would indeed be inconsequential. However, if others could not escape, he certainly would not retreat first. Chapter 22, Cave. Li Xiaoya smiled. To be honest, I think you have the potential to become a great speaker. Forget it, that profession isn't suitable for me. Jiang Feng was merely expressing his inner thoughts. Making him a speaker was like putting him on the hot seat. You are more mature than I thought. Perhaps you really can lead us to restore the former glory of Sangyu Academy. Senior, if you keep praising me like this, I really might get inflated. If Jiang Feng only had a high-level talent, the matter of restoring the former glory of Sangyu Academy might not even fall to him. However, since his true talent was at a higher level, the situation was completely different. It doesn't matter. If it were any other boy saying this, Li Xiaoya might think he was somewhat frivolous, but Jiang Feng saying this did not give her that feeling. While Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya were talking, the Silver Fang Serpent suddenly found an opportunity to wrap around the Bloodclaw brute bear's arm. However, the Silver Fang Serpent's strength had significantly diminished, even though its willpower was tenacious. Mere entanglement could not inflict effective damage on the Bloodclaw brute bear. Instead, the Iron Feather Bird took advantage of the struggle between the Bloodclaw brute bear and the Silver Fang Serpent to use its Iron Feather throw. Since the Silver Fang Serpent could not dodge, all 3 iron feathers thrown by the Iron Feather Bird accurately struck its body, while the nearby Bloodclaw brute bear remained unaffected. If it were in its prime, the Silver Fang Serpent could have withstood such an attack, but it was already seriously injured, making these 3 iron feathers its death knell. As the Silver Fang Serpent's body tensed up from its severe injuries, the Bloodclaw brute bear seized the opportunity to break free from its entanglement. And then it entered a berserk state, grabbing the Silver Fang Serpent's body and smashing it violently against the ground. The Iron Feather Bird flew high up. After all, the Silver Fang Serpent was already at the end of its strength, making it just right for the berserk Bloodclaw brute bear to deliver the final blow. The nightmare also moved aside, while the Bloodclaw brute bear's fighting style was still as brutal as ever. It could see that the Silver Fang Serpent's current stamina was no longer sufficient to withstand the Bloodclaw brute bear's attacks. As the Silver Fang Serpent ceased to make any sounds and its body began to go limp, the Bloodclaw brute bear stopped its assault. I didn't expect this Silver Fang Serpent to have such strong vitality. Jiang Feng walked over to the Silver Fang Serpent's corpse and used his insight skill to confirm that it was not playing dead. Li Xiaoya said, "No phantom beast should be underestimated. This is just an ordinary 7th-tier Silver Fang Serpent. If we encounter a Silver Fang Serpent of a higher level, We must be even more cautious. Jiang Feng nodded slightly. He agreed with Li Xiaoya. Although the Nightmare, Iron Feather Bird, and Bloodclaw Brute Bear ultimately succeeded in killing the ordinary 7th-tier Silver Fang Serpent, they were no longer unscathed. To prevent toxins from lingering in the Nightmare's body, Jiang Feng promptly used an antidote on it. The Nightmare was at an ordinary 3rd tier and should soon be able to advance to an ordinary 4th tier. The Iron Feather Bird was at an elite 1st tier, while the Bloodclaw Brute Bear was only at an ordinary 2nd tier. Combined, their combat power should be sufficient to deal with phantom beasts around elite 2nd tier. Jiang Feng believed that as long as no unexpected situations arose, he and Li Xiaoya could successfully complete this task. Not only the Nightmare, but even the Iron Feather Bird had quickly advanced to elite level due to Li Xiaoya's fortuitous encounter. Under normal circumstances, if a student possessed a high-level talent, it would be nearly impossible for them to elevate themselves and a contracted beast to Lord level before graduating from the Beast Tamer Academy. However, compared to beast tamers with high-level talents who might be able to achieve this, it was relatively easier for students with high-level talents to accomplish this goal. However, Jiang Feng possessed a high-level talent. He could absorb extraordinary energy at a speed far exceeding that of most beast tamers, thereby quickly elevating his and his contracted beast's levels. This time they came to Fuming Mountain for a task, with the Iron Feather Bird as the main output, but perhaps next time, the Nightmare would become the main output. After removing the Silver Fang Serpent's venomous fangs and serpent gall, Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya's task progress had reached 50%. They did not feel very disappointed with this result. Although they needed to kill 5 more Silver Fang Serpents to complete the task, the corpse of an ordinary 7th-tier Silver Fang Serpent could still bring them considerable additional benefits. After handling the Silver Fang Serpent's corpse, Jiang Feng asked Li Xiaoya, "Senior, where should we go next?" Hearing Jiang Feng's question, Li Xiaoya first put away her gloves stained with the blood of the silver-fanged snake, then took out her phone to check the map. Since there is a common 7th-level silver-fanged snake here, it is unlikely that other silver-fanged snakes will be active nearby. So let's go to this area. Li Xiaoya smiled and said, "I hope so too." Originally, both Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya were happy to see the rain decrease, but they did not encounter another silver-fanged snake afterward. The only good news was that they were cautious enough not to be discovered by other wild phantom beasts on the way. Sitting on a rock, Jiang Feng took a few sips of mineral water and said, "Senior, do you think our luck has been temporarily cleared?" "Luck?" Li Xiaoya, who had also replenished her water, showed a helpless expression. "Do you think we are playing a game?" "I was just joking," Jiang Feng shrugged. "Mainly because I didn't expect the progress of this task to be stuck at 50%. That's normal. Beast tamers going out on missions not only need to be well prepared, but also have enough patience. Although we haven't encountered a silver-fanged snake, our contracted beasts can slowly recover their stamina." That makes sense. Jiang Feng could tell that after several battles, even the Iron Feather Bird's stamina had declined. Not to mention the possibility of encountering other wild phantom beasts. Even if they discovered a silver-fanged snake, they could not act recklessly if the opponent's level was not low. "I suggest we first find a suitable place to set up camp, and then look for the silver-fanged snake nearby." "Sounds good." Jiang Feng agreed with Li Xiaoya's suggestion. Although the Iron Feather Bird would continue to take on scouting duties and the Bloodclaw Violent Bear would remain ready to help Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya ward off danger, it was better for one contracted beast to replenish its stamina than for everyone to be unable to do so, which would prevent them from even rotating in battle. At first, Li Xiaoya thought Jiang Feng was joking about their luck being cleared, but the increasing rain was indeed affecting their movements. Jiang Feng wiped the rain from his face and said to Li Xiaoya, "Senior, continuing like this isn't a solution. The rain seems to be getting heavier. If it were just rain, we would only need to watch our footing, but the wind blowing through the forest is affecting my visibility." Jiang Feng thought it was easy to encounter danger while walking in the mountains like this. "You're right." Li Xiaoya had just stepped into a void, but fortunately, Jiang Feng pulled her back, since neither of them were the kind of beast tamers who could ignore all harsh environments. She also thought it would be best to find a place to shelter from the rain. "How about this? I'll let the Iron Feather Bird look for a suitable place to hide from the rain, and you stay close to me and the Bloodclaw Violent Bear." Although Li Xiaoya was a girl, she was also an elite beast tamer, so her stamina was certainly not inferior to Jiang Feng's. Jiang Feng nodded, "Okay." At this moment, letting the Iron Feather Bird act alone was indeed more efficient. Jiang Feng turned to Li Xiaoya and asked, "Senior, there won't be any bears in this cave, right?" For safety reasons, they did not enter the cave directly, but hid behind a large tree not far from the entrance to observe the situation. Hearing Jiang Feng's words, the Bloodclaw Violent Bear sniffed. It felt like it was being talked about. Given the size of the cave entrance, it was indeed possible for bear-type phantom beasts to use it as a dwelling. Should we still go in? Logically speaking, they knew nothing about the situation inside the cave, and it would not be wise to enter recklessly. Li Xiaoya shifted her tone and continued, "However, the Iron Feather Bird hasn't sensed any particularly powerful phantom beasts nearby. And this rain may not stop anytime soon. Clearly, this is the most suitable place for us to temporarily shelter from the rain. Since Li Xiaoya said so, Jiang Feng could not offer a different suggestion. That said, entering this cave may still lead to a battle. The cave space is small, and the Iron Feather Bird may not be able to exert its full strength. Jiang Feng was not contradicting Li Xiaoya. He was more concerned about what to do if there was an elite-level phantom beast in the cave, and the Iron Feather Bird couldn't exert its full strength. Don't worry. We're just entering the cave to hide from the rain and won't go too deep inside. If the resident isn't welcoming to us uninvited guests and happens to be powerful, we can leave the cave later. I believe it won't dare to chase us out recklessly. Li Xiaoya knew Jiang Feng would have such concerns. But she was not the type of reckless beast tamer. She would try to avoid unnecessary battles. Okay, then I'm fine with it. Jiang Feng smiled. Li Xiaoya indeed considered everything thoroughly. After all, they just wanted to find a place to shelter from the rain. And it would be unwise to conflict with the phantom beast living in the cave for that reason. Li Xiaoya nodded, and then took the lead toward the cave. Jiang Feng followed closely behind, informing the Blue Nightmare through his consciousness to be ready to leave the beast space for battle at any time. Upon entering the cave, Jiang Feng found that the space inside was not narrow. At least he, Li Xiaoya, and the Bloodclaw Violent Bear could stand side by side without feeling crowded. Of course, even though the cave's height was much higher than Jiang Feng had imagined, the activity space was still not large enough for the Iron Feather Bird. However, this wasn't necessarily a bad thing for the Iron Feather Bird, as it could now land on the ground and rest properly. The Bloodclaw Violent Bear sat down heavily, as it really disliked the feeling of being drenched after being outside in the rain for so long. Since they didn't have to endure the rain for the time being, Li Xiaoya placed her backpack on the ground and took out some medical supplies to treat the wounds on the Iron Feather Bird and the Bloodclaw Violent Bear. Jiang Feng was also not idle, although he had a lighter and wood in his space ring, allowing him to start a campfire without searching for dry branches outside. He couldn't help but feel curious and decided to explore the unknown cave further. Li Xiaoya reminded Jiang Feng to be careful. They were only here to shelter from the rain, and if there were truly wild phantom beasts living here, they would need to find another place for tonight's campsite. Jiang Feng acknowledged her and then walked deeper into the cave. It would be impossible for Jiang Feng to say he wasn't scared at all. After all, in such a mysterious and dark cave, it would be normal for some terrifying phantom beast to appear. However, thinking that the Blue Nightmare was still in the beast space gave him some reassurance. At first, Jiang Feng didn't feel anything was wrong. He just thought the cave was overly dark and damp. However, it wasn't long before he sensed something was off. Why did the height and width of the cave not only not shrink, but instead seem to be expanding? Chapter 23, Stone Armor Silver Fanged Snake. There couldn't really be a powerful phantom beast here, could there? If Jiang Feng was just being cautious outside the cave, now he had to reevaluate the situation inside. Although the fragments were incomplete, Jiang Feng still identified them as belonging to a common phantom beast using his insight skill, whether it was psychological or not. After Jiang Feng stood up again, he caught a faint whiff of blood. Fortunately, the Blue Nightmare in the beast space had not sensed any unusual activity, which at least proved that there were no phantom beasts nearby attempting to ambush Jiang Feng. However, Jiang Feng did not plan to summon the Blue Nightmare. He was worried that once the Blue Nightmare appeared, the phantom beasts hidden deep in the cave might detect its presence. Since both Jiang Feng and the cave's owner were in the dark, it was best not to disrupt this balance for now. Thinking of this, Jiang Feng decisively turned and walked out of the cave. He needed to inform Li Xiaoya of what he had discovered. Upon seeing Li Xiaoya again, Jiang Feng let out a sigh of relief. Exploring alone in an unknown cave was not a pleasant experience. Li Xiaoya had already treated the wounds of the Iron Feather Bird and the Bloodclaw Violent Bear. When she saw Jiang Feng, she felt relieved and asked, "Are you okay?" Field operations must be conducted cautiously. Even though Li Xiaoya had seen Jiang Feng explore deeper into the cave, it didn't mean that the footsteps coming from deep within the cave belonged to him. Jiang Feng walked up to Li Xiaoya and nodded, saying, "Yes. I didn't encounter any danger." "That's good." Li Xiaoya smiled and asked, "By the way, how was your exploration? What did you find?" Her expression became serious. She knew Jiang Feng wouldn't joke about such matters. Jiang Feng shared his discovery with Li Xiaoya. "There is actually such a thing?" Li Xiaoya frowned slightly. She initially thought the level of the cave's owner wouldn't be too high, but now it seemed that might not be the case. "I didn't expect this cave to be more complicated than it seems." Jiang Feng asked Li Xiaoya, "Senior, do you think we should continue to stay here?" Jiang Feng chose to trust Li Xiaoya's judgment. "Logically, we should leave quickly. There's no need to deal with the cave's owner." Li Xiaoya paused before continuing. "But just leaving like this doesn't satisfy my curiosity. Doesn't that sound contradictory?" Jiang Feng understood Li Xiaoya's reaction. Both humans and magical beasts are curious. since he had discovered the unusual aspects of the cave. Leaving like that might make him feel uncomfortable too. Thank you for understanding me. Li Xiaoya thought that Jiang Feng's character wouldn't care too much about unnecessary matters, but since he said so, it was clear he was looking for reasons to support her decision. Jiang Feng smiled and said, "We're companions. There's no need to be so polite. Then shall we go and see the cave's owner?" Li Xiaoya raised her hand, pointing towards the depths of the cave. "Sure," Jiang Feng replied. "I hope the opponent's strength won't exceed ours too much. If we can take down an elite-level magical beast, the benefits should be at least equal to our mission's rewards." "Senior, didn't you say there aren't any particularly high-level elite magical beasts in Fuming Mountain?" Jiang Feng said. "That said, my level isn't high, and I've seen a limited number of magical beasts. Even if a powerful magical beast I don't recognize appears in Fuming Mountain, that would be quite normal." Although Li Xiaoya's knowledge was indeed richer than Jiang Feng's, she was just a second-year student at Sangyu Academy and still had much to learn. So if things go south... Jiang Feng prepared to let Li Xiaoya finish the sentence. Li Xiaoya understood. "Exactly. If things go south, we will retreat tactically." Jiang Feng smiled. Having a senior like Li Xiaoya who understood the need for flexibility was a good thing. Next, Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya used waterproof flashlights and, under the protection of the Bloodclaw Violent Bear, headed deeper into the cave together. The Iron Featherbird had no objections to Li Xiaoya's arrangement. The Bloodclaw Violent Bear walked ahead of Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya, illuminated by the light from the flashlight behind them, allowing it to see the situation ahead clearly. After a while, Li Xiaoya encountered scattered skeletal fragments on the ground. She crouched down and picked one up for a closer look. Previously, Jiang Feng had used his insight skill to confirm that there were no toxic residues on these skeletal fragments, so he wasn't worried about Li Xiaoya getting poisoned from touching them. Li Xiaoya said solemnly, "This skeletal fragment shows no obvious signs of being bitten." "What does that imply?" Jiang Feng asked. "Generally, whether it's a magical beast or an ordinary animal, they would struggle when attacked, and in such cases, their bones are easily damaged." "Are you suggesting that the cause of death for the owner of these skeletal fragments might be toxins?" "That is indeed a possibility," Li Xiaoya nodded slightly. "But these skeletal fragments are incomplete. Perhaps there is another reason for its death." It seemed highly likely that there were unusual magical beasts deeper in this cave. Unfortunately, the insight skill was not omnipotent. Otherwise, Jiang Feng would know how this magical beast had died. Li Xiaoya stated, "In any case, we must pay attention to safety from now on. The presence of skeletal remains indicates that this is not an unclaimed cave." "Understood." Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya continued walking deeper into the cave. Along the way, Li Xiaoya told Jiang Feng that although she hadn't been to Fuming Mountain for a long time, this was her first time seeing such a winding cave. She really didn't know where this cave would lead. Hearing this made Jiang Feng feel a bit nervous. The good news was that there were no Lord-level magical beasts in Fuming Mountain. The resources here weren't particularly abundant, and the number of humans and Beastmasters passing through was considerable, so there were insufficient conditions for the birth of Lord-level magical beasts. After a while, Jiang Feng suddenly turned to Li Xiaoya and said, "Senior, are we starting to go underground?" "Yes." Li Xiaoya nodded slightly, and then shared her discovery. Although the overall framework of this cave is naturally formed, there are still many signs of excavation along the way we've come. I suspect there might be an elite-level magical beast that specializes in digging living here. Don't get too excited too soon. Generally, digging magical beasts have strong defenses, and we might not be able to kill it. Plus, this isn't our home turf. If anything goes wrong, we might not have time to escape." Jiang Feng nodded repeatedly, knowing that Li Xiaoya was worried about his carelessness. When the passage no longer sloped downward, the Bloodclaw Violent Bear walking ahead suddenly stopped and assumed a defensive posture. Moreover, because Lan Yin and the Iron Featherbird had opened part of their consciousness to pay attention to the surrounding environment, they sensed that a strong enemy was approaching. Even though they were both in the Beastmaster space, Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya exchanged glances. After walking for so long, they felt it was time for the cave's owner to appear. Li Xiaoya instructed the Bloodclaw Violent Bear to stay alert below while she and Jiang Feng climbed onto a large rock to peek down into the deep pit. Hiss! Li Xiaoya couldn't help but gasp. Although Jiang Feng didn't make a sound, he felt a tingling sensation at the back of his neck. The lack of flashlight illumination did affect their vision somewhat, but fortunately, the natural minerals scattered throughout the cave provided some light. And Beastmaster's vision was much better than that of ordinary people, so they were able to see countless silver fang snakes lying in the deep pit. And not far from these silver fang snakes, there was a large silver fang snake resting on a stone platform. Jiang Feng whispered, "No wonder we haven't seen a single silver fang snake for so long. It turns out they're all here. I didn't expect this place to be a habitat for silver fang snakes." Li Xiaoya frowned. While discovering silver fang snakes was a good thing for them, the sheer number of silver fang snakes here was overwhelming. "Senior, That silver Feng snake looks somewhat special. Jiang Feng pointed to the one resting on the stone platform. Li Xiaoya glanced over, then observed the surroundings, finally saying, "Did you notice that apart from this largest silver Feng snake, the rest are all in their juvenile stages?" Jiang Feng nodded slightly. "It seems so. That means this silver Feng snake is male, and it has taken this place as a breeding ground. So, if we hadn't discovered this cave, a large number of silver Feng snakes would appear in this area soon. I think a situation should arise. But that is not the main point. Look over there." Li Xiaoya raised her hand and pointed to an inconspicuous corner at 2 o'clock. Jiang Feng followed Li Xiaoya's direction and noticed a large pile of white bones. If I'm not mistaken, these bones likely belong to the burrowing beast. And this silver-toothed snake must have swallowed the burrowing beast, which caused its body to undergo unusual changes. Burrowing beast? Jiang Feng didn't expect Li Xiaoya to identify the bones as belonging to a burrowing beast from this distance. He had just used insight to arrive at the same conclusion as Li Xiaoya. Yes, the most obvious feature of the burrowing beast is its 2 sharp claws. If you've seen enough phantom beasts, you can distinguish their characteristics. So, does that mean this silver-toothed snake is likely at the elite level? Li Xiaoya glanced at the stone-armored silver-toothed snake and nodded. That's likely the case. Those stone armors should originally belong to the burrowing beast's talent. Perhaps the silver-toothed snake accidentally gained its ability while consuming the burrowing beast, but the probability of that is very small. We can say this silver-toothed snake is quite lucky. I see. Jiang Feng nodded. Although acquiring the talents of other phantom beasts, whether for contracted beasts or wild phantom beasts, is a rare event. Jiang Feng had the talent of elite-level phantom beast synthesis, allowing his contracted beast to obtain the talents of other phantom beasts during bloodline evolution, which was not difficult for him. Next, Jiang Feng used insight on the stone-armored silver-toothed snake, which seemed like a checkpoint, because this time the scanning time of the insight skill was a few seconds longer than usual. Jiang Feng guessed that the level of this silver-toothed snake was at least above Elite 1. Name, Stone-Armored Silver-Toothed Snake. Level, Elite 2. Bloodline, Elite Primary. Talent, Intermediate Poison Talent. Intermediate Stone Armor Talent. Current skills, Intermediate Venomous Bite Attack, Intermediate Constricting Attack. Jiang Feng frowned slightly, thinking, this ability is a bit tricky. Although the stone-armored silver-toothed snake's level is only 1 tier higher than the iron-feathered bird, and the lower space is large enough for the iron-feathered bird to move. The defensive power of the stone-armored silver-toothed snake is obviously much higher than that of a normal elite-level silver-toothed snake, making it not easy to break through its defense. Senior sister, since this silver-toothed snake has so many stone armors, how about we call it the stone-armored silver-toothed snake? Stone-armored silver-toothed snake? Li Xiaoya nodded. Sure. I didn't expect your talent for naming phantom beasts to be so high. I just came up with it casually. Jiang Feng smiled and changed the subject. Senior sister. In a one-on-one battle, does the iron-feathered bird have a better chance of winning? Jiang Feng certainly couldn't tell Li Xiaoya about the stone-armored silver-toothed snake's data, as he couldn't expose the existence of the system. So he had to indirectly ask Li Xiaoya's thoughts before the battle began. One-on-one. If the levels are the same, the iron-feathered bird's chances of winning are at least 50%. If this stone-armored silver-toothed snake is at Elite 2, then the iron-feathered bird's chances of winning will definitely be less than 50%. Li Xiaoya didn't continue, as she felt it was unnecessary. Jiang Feng thought to himself, less than 50%, the danger level is still within a controllable range. To be honest, he was really relieved that the stone-armored silver-toothed snake's level was not Elite 3. Otherwise, he would have to start considering an escape route. When a phantom beast is at the ordinary level, bloodlines can greatly compensate for the level disadvantage. But when a phantom beast rises to the elite level, unless the bloodline difference is too great, it's not so easy for the bloodline to make up for the level disadvantage, and the same applies to higher levels. Chapter 24, Weapons. Have you thought of a battle plan? Li Xiaoya saw Jiang Feng in deep thought and assumed he was considering how to kill the stone-armored silver-toothed snake. Jiang Feng slowly climbed down the boulder and then expressed his thoughts. Senior sister, I think the key to this battle lies with the stone-armored silver-toothed snake. As long as we can kill it, the other silver-toothed snakes are not worth fearing. We just need to collect the materials needed to complete the task and then retreat safely. Li Xiaoya also believed that as long as they killed the stone-armored silver-toothed snake, their task could be declared complete. Jiang Feng continued. However, how to implement this plan will still depend on your arrangements, senior sister. Actually, you don't have to be so modest. I'm not being modest. I really can't think of a foolproof plan. As the saying goes, if you don't have a diamond, don't take on porcelain work. If the Blue Nightmare were at the elite level, Jiang Feng would have let it charge in long ago, but he still felt it was better to listen to Li Xiaoya's arrangements. Li Xiaoya winked at Jiang Feng. Since you've said that, I can't let you down. In fact, she really liked Jiang Feng's pragmatic personality. Although this personality seemed unremarkable, how many people could face their mistakes directly and confidently hand over decision-making to others for the same matter? You're too kind, too kind. Jiang Feng pretended to plead for mercy. Li Xiaoya quickly came up with a plan and then took out the equipment she needed from her backpack. Senior sister, this is the snake repellent smoke grenade, right? Jiang Feng recognized two of the throwing weapons. But he didn't recognize the other throwing weapon that was mainly red in color. What is this? This is a thermal incendiary grenade. Although it's not a weapon with high lethality, its main function is to disrupt the phantom beast's perception of surrounding heat. And it also has a certain illuminating effect. Li Xiaoya paused and continued. I didn't expect to encounter elite-level silver-toothed snakes this time. I brought these equipment just in case. Jiang Feng completely believed what Li Xiaoya said. If she had more powerful weapons, there would be no need to keep them to herself. I understand. You plan to use these two smoke grenades to first throw the snakes below into chaos, and then use this thermal incendiary grenade to attack the stone-armored silver-toothed snake, affecting its perception ability. After that, we can act according to the situation. Li Xiaoya nodded. Exactly. If we rush in without any preparation and get caught by the snake swarm, we can only be forced to confront the stone-armored silver-toothed snake head-on, which would be very unfavorable for us. Senior sister, doesn't having these two weapons increase our chances of killing the stone-armored silver-toothed snake? Not necessarily. Li Xiaoya shook her head slightly and explained. For beast tamers, equipment can only play a supporting role. The real factor that determines the outcome of the battle is whether the contracted beast is strong enough. Jiang Feng nodded in understanding. If the strong among beast tamers couldn't ignore the vast majority of heat weapons, then what justified their status as beast tamers over ordinary people? Alright, if you think my plan is fine, then let us start moving. Li Xiaoya was worried that they would waste too much time here, as unexpected things might happen. By the way, senior sister, I also have a weapon I want to show you. Jiang Feng took out a throwing weapon from his spatial ring. Li Xiaoya leaned in to take a look and then exclaimed, Is this a demolition grenade? Congratulations, you guessed it right. How did you get such a weapon? Although demolition grenades are not very expensive, most ordinary people might never see one in their lifetime. When Li Xiaoya was still an ordinary-level beast tamer, she had seen senior students use demolition grenades during a collective mission organized by the academy. After becoming an elite-level beast tamer, Li Xiaoya did receive authorization to use some lethal weapons, but she felt the registration and purchasing process was too troublesome, so she never bought demolition grenades. Senior sister, did you forget I have two credentials? Alright. After Jiang Feng reminded her, Li Xiaoya remembered that with his 2-star hunter and second-level association member identity, it indeed wouldn't be difficult for him to buy demolition grenades. I happened to see this weapon while browsing the internal website of the Bounty Hunter Guild, and I thought about buying one for self-defense. We should be able to use it, right? It should be fine, Li Xiaoya nodded. But I suggest you use it at a critical moment. It might have unexpected effects. Li Xiaoya didn't have a space ring, so she hadn't considered carrying lethal weapons that would take up backpack space. However, since Jiang Feng had purchased the explosive grenade, they now had an extra trump card. Alright, I'll put it away for now. Jiang Feng thought that an explosive grenade might not be able to break through the defense of the stone-armored silver fang snake, and using it recklessly might affect their own contracted beasts, which would be counterproductive. With everything arranged, Li Xiaoya instructed the iron featherbird to hold the incendiary bomb and fly towards the stone-armored silver fang snake as quickly as possible. Since the stone-armored silver fang snake had consumed the mountain beast, it hadn't considered that any enemies would dare to invade its cave. Therefore, while it was resting, it was caught off guard by the incendiary bomb thrown by the iron featherbird, due to the incendiary bomb's notable burning attachment advantage. Even though the stone-armored silver fang snake quickly twisted its body, it couldn't extinguish the flames on it immediately. Seizing the opportunity, the iron featherbird flapped its wings and flew above the cave. At this moment, it didn't need to rush to attack the stone-armored silver fang snake. Otherwise, it might get caught in the blast of the incendiary bomb. Meanwhile, as the snake swarm in the cave became chaotic due to the attack on the stone-armored silver fang snake, 2 smoke bombs suddenly dropped beside them, and the pit below was soon filled with smoke. Seeing Jiang Feng summon the blue nightmare, Li Xiaoya whispered to him, "Wait a bit longer. The duration of the incendiary bomb is no shorter than that of the smoke bomb. Now is not the best time for us to act." Jiang Feng nodded. He just wanted the blue nightmare to become familiar with the environment first. After all, it's best to capture the leader before the thieves. As long as they weren't surrounded by the snake swarm, their focus should be on the stone-armored silver fang snake. As an elite-level phantom beast, the stone-armored silver fang snake had significantly improved its defense after acquiring the mountain beast's abilities. The incendiary bomb not only failed to inflict much damage on the stone-armored silver fang snake, but its body also showed signs of extinguishing the flames due to the friction between its stone armor and the ground. Fortunately, As long as the incendiary bomb was still burning, it could still disrupt the stone-armored silver fang snake senses. Moreover, the snake-repelling smoke that had spread to the stone platform, although the stone-armored silver fang snake disliked the smell, had very limited effects on it. Seeing that the snake swarm had dispersed, Li Xiaoya knew the opportunity had come. Otherwise, if the flames on the stone-armored silver fang snake were completely extinguished, all their previous preparations would be in vain. We can move now. Jiang Feng turned to the blue nightmare. This stone-armored silver fang snake is very strong. You must not be careless. The blue nightmare had already noticed the stone-armored silver fang snake. Although it could feel that the stone-armored silver fang snake was at a higher level than it, its lineage was much superior, giving it confidence in cooperating with the iron feather bird and Bloodclaw savage bear to kill the stone-armored silver fang snake. Of course, the blue nightmare would not take Jiang Feng's advice lightly. It nodded at him before leaping into the pit and charging towards the stone-armored silver fang snake. Li Xiaoya blew the whistle twice. The iron feather bird understood that the battle was about to begin upon hearing the whistle. Meanwhile, the Bloodclaw savage bear had already slid down into the pit along the rocky wall, swatting away a few silver fang snakes that had rushed at it while chasing the blue nightmare. This time, the blue nightmare didn't wait for the Bloodclaw savage bear to take the main damage. Instead, it circled around to the back of the stone-armored silver fang snake, finding a spot on its body that wasn't protected by stone armor and also wasn't covered by flames, targeting that area with its horn attack. The stone-armored silver fang snake had only mutated after consuming the mountain beast, meaning it couldn't have stone armor protection on all parts except for its soft belly like the mountain beast. The blue nightmare had strong combat instincts. Before the battle began, it could roughly identify the enemy's weaknesses, and once the battle commenced, it could quickly adjust its combat strategy based on the enemy's state. Although there was almost a large gap in level between the blue nightmare and the stone-armored silver fang snake, the blue nightmare's royal high lineage was not to be taken lightly. Its attack still hurt the stone-armored silver fang snake. The sudden attack infuriated the stone-armored silver fang snake, which hadn't expected the intruders not only to invade its cave, but also to dare to attack it. However, since the flames created by the incendiary bomb had not yet disappeared, and the blue nightmare was quick to evade, the stone-armored silver fang snake, with its senses disrupted, not only failed to bite the blue nightmare, but even collided with it while moving. Since the blue nightmare had successfully landed a hit, the iron feather bird certainly wouldn't just watch from the air. However, having consumed some of its iron feathers earlier, it believed that facing the strong stone-armored silver fang snake, it needed to either break through the stone-armored silver fang snake's defenses or find an opportunity to attack a vital spot. Therefore, it had to use its claws to attack the stone-armored silver fang snake first, even if the flames on it hadn't been extinguished yet. The iron feather bird prioritized attacking the stone-armored silver fang snake's eyes. Although the stone-armored silver fang snake did not have great vision, its eyes were unprotected by stone armor, so the iron feather bird knew that attacking here could inflict considerable damage. During its flight, the iron feather bird deliberately circled from the side to avoid coming into contact with the flames on the stone-armored silver fang snake. However, the effect of one incendiary bomb was limited. Even though the flames disrupted the stone-armored silver fang snake's senses, it could still roughly perceive the situation around it. So it knew there was more than one intruder in the cave. Sensing the movement of the air, the stone-armored silver fang snake twisted its head to the side, dodging the iron feather bird's attack, and then quickly bit towards the location where the iron feather bird had just passed. The iron feather bird knew that the stone-armored silver fang snake was not easy to deal with, so it hadn't used its full strength in the claw attack earlier. This was to prevent itself from missing and being unable to evade the stone-armored silver fang snake's counterattack. Thanks to the iron feather bird's timely evasion, the stone-armored silver fang snake lost track of where it flew. Just as the iron feather bird's attack concluded, the Bloodclaw savage bear rushed in front of the stone-armored silver fang snake. The Bloodclaw savage bear was indeed smaller than the stone-armored silver fang snake, but its lineage was a level higher, allowing it to withstand some of the pressure from the level difference. Plus, since Li Xiaoya had already given it orders, its only goal in the battle was to kill the stone-armored silver fang snake. At this point, the flames on the stone-armored silver fang snake had been extinguished by half due to its rolling and inherent resistance. Fortunately, the snake-repelling smoke was still effective, as the other silver fang snakes dared not approach the stone platform. Moreover, in the environment of the pit, the snake-repelling smoke would not dissipate easily, giving the blue nightmare, iron feather bird, and Bloodclaw savage bear plenty of time. However, the Bloodclaw savage bear seemed to forget that its speed was not fast enough. Even though the stone-armored silver fang snake's perception had been affected, catching a glimpse of the Bloodclaw savage bear was not a problem for it at all. Unfortunately, Just as the Bloodclaw Savage Bear tried to circle behind the stone-armored Silver Fang Snake to use its tear attack on an unprotected spot. It didn't expect the stone-armored Silver Fang Snake's reaction speed to be so fast. Just as it got around, it was swatted away by the stone-armored Silver Fang Snake's body. Fortunately, the Bloodclaw Savage Bear had tough skin and thick flesh, and it wasn't particularly light. So after rolling twice upon landing, it got back up again. However, just as the Bloodclaw Savage Bear stood up, it was startled by the sight before it, as the flaming stone-armored Silver Fang Snake was charging towards it. The speed of the Blue Nightmare and the Iron Featherbird is too fast for the stone-armored Silver-Tooth Snake to fully capture their positions under the influence of its perception ability. Therefore, the slightly slower Bloodclaw Violent Bear naturally becomes the main target of the stone-armored Silver-Tooth Snake's attacks. Bang! The Bloodclaw Violent Bear, just getting back up, was knocked away again. Seeing this scene, Li Xiaoya, who was standing above the deep pit, couldn't help but frown. She wasn't criticizing the performance of the Bloodclaw Violent Bear, but was worried that it was taking the attacks from the stone-armored Silver-Tooth Snake head-on and might soon be seriously injured. However, Li Xiaoya was powerless in this situation. After all, the Bloodclaw Violent Bear was too low in level right now, and even in a pure strength contest, it was definitely not a match for the stone-armored Silver-Tooth Snake. Roar! The Bloodclaw Violent Bear was furious. Although the stone-armored Silver-Tooth Snake had a higher level, it couldn't let itself be slaughtered. So, after getting back up, it directly entered a state of rage. Chapter 25, The Serious Blue Nightmare. Seeing that the Bloodclaw Violent Bear did not intend to dodge the stone-armored Silver-Tooth Snake's attacks, the Iron Featherbird flying in the air called out to it, trying to remind it not to act recklessly. Although the Bloodclaw Violent Bear heard the Iron Featherbird's call, it was not the kind of illusion beast that would easily back down. After all, it was the only one suited to fight the stone-armored Silver-Tooth Snake right now. If it couldn't withstand the stone-armored Silver-Tooth Snake's attacks, how could it create opportunities for the Blue Nightmare and the Iron Featherbird? Jiang Feng didn't know the Bloodclaw Violent Bear's inner thoughts, but he could see that it was indeed very brave. Facing the elite second-tier stone-armored Silver-Tooth Snake, it did not lose momentum at all. Of course, it wasn't just the Bloodclaw Violent Bear that had strong momentum. When it was in a state of rage and barely managed to block the stone-armored Silver-Tooth Snake with its arms, the Blue Nightmare had already followed closely and jumped onto the stone-armored Silver-Tooth Snake to use its stomp attack. The Blue Nightmare's full-strength attack was something the stone-armored Silver-Tooth Snake couldn't just ignore, especially after the Blue Nightmare concentrated its power. It even cracked 2 pieces of the stone armor. The moment the armor cracked, the stone-armored Silver-Tooth Snake felt a sharp pain and hurriedly twisted its body to shake off the Blue Nightmare. However, the Bloodclaw Violent Bear was holding on tightly to its head, preventing it from pursuing the Blue Nightmare. As the Blue Nightmare retreated, it brushed against the flames on the stone-armored Silver-Tooth Snake. Thanks to its supreme space talent, which offered some resistance to fire, it was completely unconcerned. As an illusion beast with space talent, as long as it mastered spatial skills, moving through flames or even devouring them to make them dissipate into nothingness was a simple task. At that moment, the Iron Featherbird also flew over, aiming for the crack in the stone-armored Silver-Tooth Snake's armor, and quickly threw 2 iron feathers. The Iron Featherbird's throwing skill had intermediate proficiency, but unfortunately, the stone-armored Silver-Tooth Snake couldn't just lie still, so only 1 iron feather pierced into its body. As an elite-level illusion beast, the Iron Featherbird's attack was just right, and blood immediately seeped from the wound on the stone-armored Silver-Tooth Snake. However, the Iron Featherbird's attack was not over yet. It swooped down, still targeting the stone-armored Silver-Tooth Snake's eyes. Because the stone-armored Silver-Tooth Snake had just been injured by the Iron Feather, its body stiffened momentarily. So even though it sensed the danger, a scar appeared next to its right eye after the Iron Featherbird passed by. Not being able to take out the stone-armored Silver-Tooth Snake's right eye did make the Iron Featherbird feel a bit regretful. However, since the stone-armored Silver-Tooth Snake was a small tier higher than it, it would indeed be strange if it easily inflicted heavy damage on the stone-armored Silver-Tooth Snake. Continuous attacks made the stone-armored Silver-Tooth Snake extremely angry, as it had not encountered an illusion beast daring to attack it in this area for a long time. As the ruler of this area, the stone-armored Silver-Tooth Snake was now fully provoked, and it began to thrash its body wildly to extinguish the flames clinging to it. The Bloodclaw Violent Bear certainly did not want the stone-armored Silver-Tooth Snake to fully regain its perception ability, but in its rage state, it still lacked the strength to match the stone-armored Silver-Tooth Snake, which led to it being thrown out in an instant. The Blue Nightmare and Iron Featherbird also did not want to approach the stone-armored Silver-Tooth Snake at this moment, as they needed to be cautious of the indiscriminate attacks from an elite-level illusion beast. Jiang Feng muttered to himself, "It's getting anxious." Li Xiaoya heard Jiang Feng's words and nodded slightly. Perhaps it's because it hasn't been attacked like this in its own territory for a long time. When the flames are completely extinguished, the battle will definitely become more intense. Jiang Feng sighed. It's a pity we couldn't kill it before the effect of the incendiary bomb wore off. It's okay, we still have the advantage in this battle. The cautious demeanor Li Xiaoya had shown earlier was merely a professional habit of a Beastmaster. If she had to decisively retreat, even against the stone-armored silver-toothed snake, how could she face even stronger enemies in the future? I completely believe this. Jiang Feng believed that only by having the Blue Nightmare kill an elite-level illusion beast could it be considered a successful debut battle. And the stone-armored silver-toothed snake was a very suitable target. Soon, the flames clinging to the stone-armored silver-toothed snake were completely extinguished. However, the snake-repelling smoke was still in effect. But the stone-armored silver-toothed snake had no intention of letting those juvenile silver-toothed snakes come to help. Once it had basically regained its perception ability, its first target to attack was the Bloodclaw Violent Bear. Although the stone-armored silver-toothed snake was the most powerful enemy the Bloodclaw Violent Bear had ever encountered since its birth, the oppressive and rapid movements of the stone-armored silver-toothed snake did not instill fear in the Bloodclaw Violent Bear, as it was in a state of rage. And Li Xiaoya had ordered it to kill the stone-armored silver-toothed snake. The stone-armored silver-toothed snake did not go easy on the Bloodclaw Violent Bear because of its bravery, as this was a life-and-death battle. Locking onto the Bloodclaw Violent Bear's position, the stone-armored silver-toothed snake launched a venomous bite attack. The Bloodclaw Violent Bear had very sensitive sense of smell. Although the odor from the stone-armored silver-toothed snake's mouth was not pleasant, it understood that the truly lethal attack came from the two massive fangs of the stone-armored silver-toothed snake. When the stone-armored silver-toothed snake lunged at the Bloodclaw Violent Bear, it immediately bit down diagonally at the bear's neck. Ordinary silver-toothed snakes would find it difficult to penetrate the defenses of the Bloodclaw Violent Bear. But this was a small matter for the stone-armored silver-toothed snake. The Bloodclaw Violent Bear did not dodge. Instead, it raised its arms to brace against the upper and lower jaws of the stone-armored silver-toothed snake, preventing the fangs from piercing its body. The stone-armored silver-toothed snake did not expect the Bloodclaw Violent Bear to have such strength. However, after a brief surprise, it increased its force. The Bloodclaw Violent Bear could feel the pressure from its arms growing stronger. Although it was doing its best to hold its arms up, its strength still couldn't match that of the stone-armored silver-toothed snake, and it could only watch as the fangs inched closer to its shoulder. The Blue Nightmare and Iron Featherbird certainly could not remain indifferent to this. In fact, when the stone-armored silver-toothed snake charged at the Bloodclaw Violent Bear, they had already reacted. Because the Bloodclaw Violent Bear and the stone-armored silver-toothed snake were too close to each other, the Iron Featherbird did not fly over immediately to use its claw strike to attack the stone-armored silver-toothed snake. Instead, it aimed for the relatively weak spots on the snake's body and used its throwing iron feathers. Of course, not all the iron feathers thrown by the Iron Featherbird could successfully pierce into the stone-armored silver-toothed snake's body, as the density of the stone armor could still block the iron feathers. However, a few iron feathers did manage to pierce through the gaps between the stone armors and the unprotected areas. Due to its body structure, the stone-armored silver-toothed snake could not immediately remove the iron feathers embedded in itself, but the pain kept it awake. It could feel that the Iron Featherbird's level was higher than that of the other two attackers, meaning it wouldn't be so easy to kill the Iron Featherbird, which is why it was determined to kill the Bloodclaw Violent Bear first. Perhaps the Bloodclaw Berserker Bear won't die immediately after being poisoned, but in a poisoned state. It certainly can no longer interfere with the actions of the armored Silverfang snake. Just as the venomous fangs of the armored Silverfang snake were about to make contact with the bear's skin, the nightmare appeared at the right moment beside them and kicked towards the snake's head with its front hooves. At the same time, the Bloodclaw Berserker Bear suddenly let go and took a step back. Bang! The armored Silverfang snake was caught off guard and nearly toppled over from the kick. But even though it managed to stabilize itself, its head felt dizzy for a moment. Indeed, the nightmare had fully entered combat mode, with the support of its royal bloodline. The nightmare, when focused, could even match the elite-level armored Silverfang snake in strength. Roar! The Bloodclaw Berserker Bear was of a lower level, and under normal circumstances, its roar would not have much effect on the armored Silverfang snake. However, with the nightmare's attack preceding it, the snake was still somewhat affected. The nightmare and the Iron Featherbird would not miss such a great opportunity. They quickly joined the Bloodclaw Berserker Bear in surrounding the armored Silverfang snake. As soon as the snake regained its senses, the nightmare unleashed a seamless mental shock, putting it into a dazed state. Immediately afterward, the nightmare, Iron Featherbird, and Bloodclaw Berserker Bear once again attacked the armored Silverfang snake without any regard for martial ethics. Li Xiaoya usually trained the Iron Featherbird and Bloodclaw Berserker Bear to develop their combat synergy. This scene was clearly observed by Jiang Feng, who stood above the pit. For some reason, he felt a bit sympathetic towards the armored Silver Fang snake, as it must not have encountered such a frustrating battle since reaching the elite level. Li Xiaoya also felt that the armored Silver Fang snake was being suppressed quite badly, but she did not let her guard down. After all, the armored Silver Fang snake was an elite-level phantom beast, and if it could be easily defeated, it would not be able to protect this area from other elite-level phantom beasts approaching. The reality proved that Li Xiaoya's guess was not wrong. Although the surrounded armored Silver Fang snake appeared somewhat beleaguered, it still found an opportunity to counterattack. Constricting attack. This skill did not originally belong to the Silver Fang snake. But due to the armored Silver Fang snake's large size, it could use this method to attack enemies, and this time it ensnared the Bloodclaw Berserker Bear. The Bloodclaw Berserker Bear felt helpless. The armored Silver Fang snake had specifically targeted it for being the slowest. Complaining aside, the Bloodclaw Berserker Bear felt a strong sense of pressure and knew that if it didn't find a way to escape quickly, it would end up severely injured. Generally speaking, the longer and heavier a serpentine phantom beast is, the harder it is for even a similarly sized beast to escape from a constricting attack. The Bloodclaw Berserker Bear weighed less and was weaker than the armored Silver Fang snake, meaning that once it was completely ensnared, even with the dual boosts of its berserk state and combat will enhancement talent, the probability of successfully escaping remained low. Although the berserk state would rapidly deplete the Bloodclaw Berserker Bear's stamina, it did not relent and continued trying to tear apart the armored Silver Fang snake with its claws. The Bloodclaw Berserker Bear was not wasting energy in vain. It wasn't fighting alone. When it was ensnared by the armored Silver Fang snake, it could also be said that the snake was being held down by it, allowing the Nightmare and Iron Feather Bird to take the opportunity to continue attacking the snake's weak points. The armored Silver Fang snake, relying on its extremely high defense, was simultaneously facing off against the Nightmare and Iron Feather Bird while trying to exert more force to quickly kill the Bloodclaw Berserker Bear. The Nightmare and Iron Feather Bird, in order to save the Bloodclaw Berserker Bear, naturally spared no effort, and in an instant, the entire stone platform was riddled with cracks due to their battle. This situation couldn't continue. The Nightmare's combat power truly exceeded Li Xiaoya's expectations. She hadn't anticipated that the royal bloodline would be so powerful. Although the Nightmare's level was only slightly higher than that of the Bloodclaw Berserker Bear, it showed no signs of falling behind against the armored Silver Fang snake. In fact, after the Bloodclaw Berserker Bear's movements were restricted, it actively took on the role of drawing fire. Even so, Li Xiaoya was still very worried about the Bloodclaw Berserker Bear, as the armored Silver Fang snake was clearly willing to take risks, potentially suffering serious injuries, to finally kill the Bloodclaw Berserker Bear. Therefore, Li Xiaoya had to take action. Jiang Feng could also see that the Bloodclaw Berserker Bear was in a dire situation, so he could roughly guess the thoughts of the somewhat tense Li Xiaoya at this moment. As long as treatment was timely, the contracted beast could slowly recover its injuries in the Beastmaster space after passing the danger period. As a Beastmaster, Li Xiaoya was certainly concerned about the safety of her contracted beasts. Whether it was the Iron Feather Bird or the Bloodclaw Berserker Bear dying would be a huge blow to her. Alright, let's act quickly. Although there were still many juvenile Silver Fang snakes in the pit and the battle was not over, Li Xiaoya's hasty descent seemed a bit anxious. However, Jiang Feng completely understood her feelings. Thank you. Upon hearing the word thank you, Li Xiaoya realized that Jiang Feng intended to act together with her. No need to be polite. Jiang Feng waved his hand and continued, we should be careful next. The pit should not be filled only with juvenile Silver Fang snakes. With our current physical condition, we are still unable to confront them. Yes, I know. Although Li Xiaoya didn't need to participate in the battle personally, she understood that it was crucial to remain calm at such times. As long as she reached a position where she could retrieve the Bloodclaw Berserker Bear into the Beastmaster space, the bear could naturally turn danger into safety. Chapter 26, Exceeding Expectations. At this moment, Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya shifted positions, preparing to descend into the pit from a gentle slope. Because Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya acted cautiously, they did not attract the attention of the snake swarm as they descended. However, considering the sensory abilities of the armored Silver Fang snake, which could function greatly in such dim environments, Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya did not rush to the stone platform immediately. Instead, they quietly ran toward a nearby shattered boulder. Senior sister, is this distance okay? Li Xiaoya shook her head slightly. Not quite enough. Jiang Feng said in a low voice, so we still need to get closer to the stone platform. Why don't I go over myself? Senior sister, at this point, you don't need to be polite with me. Jiang Feng observed the battle situation and whispered, time is of the essence. Let us hurry over, or it will be bad if the armored Silver Fang snake notices us. Okay. Although Li Xiaoya's Beastmaster level was higher, she felt a sense of security following Jiang Feng. This time, Jiang Feng took the lead. Although his abilities were limited, he had enough courage to face the potential dangers. Both the Nightmare and the Iron Feather Bird noticed Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya. They certainly couldn't guess why they appeared here, but they knew they should do their best to draw the attention of the armored Silver Fang snake, not allowing it to discover Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya's presence. Very good. So far everything is going smoothly. Li Xiaoya thought similarly to Jiang Feng. She believed that if the battle continued in a conventional manner, the armored Silver Fang snake would likely counterattack before its death. Therefore, only by catching it off guard could they prevent it from having the opportunity to retaliate. However, Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya still underestimated the armored Silver Fang snake's sensory abilities, or rather, they underestimated its determination to survive. This led to them not having gone far before their infrared images appeared within the snake's perceptual range as it turned its head toward them. When the armored Silver Fang snake first spotted Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya, it was somewhat surprised, but it quickly figured out their identities. The principle of capture the leader first was understood even by phantom beasts. Since Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya had been discovered, the stone-armored silver-toothed snake naturally no longer needed to fight to the end with the 3 contract beasts beside him. As long as he killed their masters, the subsequent battle would definitely become easier. With this thought in mind, the stone-armored silver-toothed snake suddenly released its body and threw the Bloodclaw of Violent Bear towards the iron-feathered bird. The stone-armored silver-toothed snake's movements were too fast, and the iron-feathered bird couldn't react in time, resulting in it being hit by the flying Bloodclaw of Violent Bear and crashing to the ground. Although Blue Nightmare was not hit by the iron-feathered bird or the Bloodclaw of Violent Bear, it was also forced back by the stone-armored silver-toothed snake. Senior Sister. Seeing the stone-armored silver-toothed snake suddenly throw the Bloodclaw of Violent Bear and quickly crawl towards them, Jiang Feng knew the situation was dire. Jiang Feng, hurry up. Originally, Jiang Feng instinctively reached out to grab Li Xiaoya's arm, and coincidentally, Li Xiaoya thought the same, resulting in the two of them directly holding hands. It was obvious that in this critical moment, both Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya were thinking about getting the other to a safe place first. Neither Jiang Feng nor Li Xiaoya were overly sentimental people. They were just holding each other's hands to face the crisis together, and there was nothing embarrassing about it. Li Xiaoya knew that the trump card Jiang Feng mentioned should refer to the explosive grenade. You must be careful. Don't worry. Jiang Feng smiled slightly. Li Xiaoya's understanding made him feel very relaxed. Next, Jiang Feng released his hand and ran in the opposite direction. On the way, he casually picked up a stone and threw it with all his strength, accurately hitting the stone-armored silver-toothed snake's head. Jiang Feng was still just an ordinary-level Beastmaster, with limited strength, and the stone he threw was just an ordinary rock. But even so, his action successfully enraged the stone-armored silver-toothed snake. Seeing that Jiang Feng had successfully attracted the stone-armored silver-toothed snake's attention, Li Xiaoya hurriedly ran towards the Bloodclaw Violent Bear. This was the opportunity Jiang Feng created for her, and she couldn't afford to waste time here. As Li Xiaoya ran towards the stone platform, Jiang Feng was leading the stone-armored silver-toothed snake away. However, the stone-armored silver-toothed snake's speed was very fast, and even though Jiang Feng exerted all his strength, the distance between him and the stone-armored silver-toothed snake was still constantly shrinking. Almost there, Jiang Feng knew that a single explosive grenade couldn't do anything to the stone-armored silver-toothed snake, but this kind of weapon still had great lethality against him. And the reason he didn't throw the explosive grenade at the stone-armored silver-toothed snake just now was that he was worried the shockwave from the explosion might affect Li Xiaoya. Now, Jiang Feng felt it was time to let the stone-armored silver-toothed snake continue to feel pain. Haven't you eaten enough? Move faster. In fact, Jiang Feng had long thought about how to use this explosive grenade. It just needed the cooperation of the stone-armored silver-toothed snake. So, he picked up another stone from the ground and turned to throw it at the stone-armored silver-toothed snake's right eye. The stone-armored silver-toothed snake's eyesight was not bad. Although the stone Jiang Feng threw had no lethality to it, it hated such provocative behavior. Therefore, after shattering the stone, it suddenly opened its mouth and bit towards Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng, who was prepared, rolled to the left and successfully dodged the stone-armored silver-toothed snake's attack. After getting up, Jiang Feng felt his heart racing. The gust of wind created when the stone-armored silver-toothed snake rushed by truly made his heart flutter. Why do lower-level Beastmasters rarely participate in battles themselves? The reason is simple. Once they get caught up in a battle between illusion beasts, even getting lightly injured would be considered a good outcome. Jiang Feng adjusted his breathing. He had no time to think about anything else. Seeing the stone-armored silver-toothed snake turn its head and charge again, he immediately took out the explosive grenade from his spatial ring, pulled the pin, and threw the explosive grenade into the stone-armored silver-toothed snake's mouth with lightning speed. That's right, Jiang Feng's tactic was that outrageous. Although he knew the explosive grenade couldn't kill the stone-armored silver-toothed snake instantly, for safety's sake, he definitely wouldn't stay in place and would quickly head towards Li Xiaoya. Bang! Originally, the stone-armored silver-toothed snake didn't care about the thing that flew into its mouth, but a few seconds later, with a loud explosion, it felt unbearable pain in its abdomen. So what if the stone-armored silver-toothed snake was an elite-level illusion beast? The organs inside it definitely couldn't have the defensive power of the external stone armor. Jiang Feng didn't expect it to go so smoothly. He realized he might have misunderstood something. That is, illusion beasts do have intelligence, but only those with high levels or bloodlines are considered truly high-intelligence illusion beasts. Jiang Feng's first contract beast, Blue Nightmare, possessed royal-level bloodline, which is why he thought other illusion beasts should also be quite clever. In fact, elite-level illusion beasts like the stone-armored silver-toothed snake were just lucky to have good abilities, but their intelligence was. Senior sister. The stone-armored silver-toothed snake didn't chase after him, and Jiang Feng felt relieved as he ran to Li Xiaoya's side. Li Xiaoya looked at Jiang Feng with concern and asked, "Are you hurt? I just saw you throw the explosive grenade into the stone-armored silver-toothed snake's mouth. That was too risky." Since Jiang Feng risked his life to cover for Li Xiaoya, she naturally had to express her concern for him. "I'm fine." Jiang Feng shook his head. "Actually, I just had a sudden idea. I didn't expect the effect to be so good." Li Xiaoya knew she had no right to criticize Jiang Feng's choice. But as Jiang Feng's senior sister, she still wanted to express her stance. "I know you have a plan, but you should consider your safety more. If before this." Li Xiaoya regarded Jiang Feng as a kind and reliable junior. Then when Jiang Feng took the initiative to lure away the stone-armored silver-toothed snake, she truly saw him as a partner she could trust. Got it. Jiang Feng didn't feel that Li Xiaoya was meddling. Instead, he was very grateful to have such a caring senior sister. "All right, the battle isn't over yet. We can't let our guard down." Li Xiaoya saw that the stone-armored silver-toothed snake seemed to have recovered and was angrily crawling towards them. Indeed, Jiang Feng knew that only when the stone-armored silver-toothed snake was completely dead would they truly be safe. So he said to Blue Nightmare, "Blue Nightmare, go take care of it. Iron-feathered bird, go." Li Xiaoya waved her hand and commanded the iron-feathered bird. Upon receiving the order, Blue Nightmare and the iron-feathered bird immediately sprang into action. Their eagerness was not only because they had already regarded the stone-armored silver-toothed snake as a mortal enemy, but also to avenge the Bloodclaw Violent Bear. Although the Bloodclaw Violent Bear was only at the ordinary second level, it had performed exceptionally well throughout the battle, even voluntarily taking on many attacks from the stone-armored silver-toothed snake. Even though the Bloodclaw Violent Bear was seriously injured, it was still a contributor to this battle. However, it was unlikely to leave Li Xiaoya's beast space in the short term. Charge. When Blue Nightmare used the charge skill, its speed was even faster than the iron-feathered bird. The iron-feathered bird didn't expect Blue Nightmare still had energy left. Among the illusion beasts it had seen, none had such powerful strength at the ordinary level as Blue Nightmare. It was clear that if Blue Nightmare were not there, then relying solely on it and the Bloodclaw Violent Bear, they would definitely not be able to kill the stone-armored silver-toothed snake. Li Xiaoya was equally amazed by Blue Nightmare's strength, but she knew that even if Blue Nightmare had a high bloodline, without a genius like Jiang Feng as its master, the royal high-level bloodline might just be Blue Nightmare's limit. Charge. In its charge, Blue Nightmare aimed at a spot on the stone-armored silver-toothed snake's body that was not protected by its stone armor and used charge. Due to the effect of inertia, Blue Nightmare's charge this time was much more powerful than in a normal state. So even though it collided head-on with the stone-armored silver-toothed snake, it only took a step back before steadying itself again. The iron-feathered bird followed closely behind. Although this battle had exhausted its iron feathers, it could still continue to fight even if it could only temporarily use claw strikes. The upcoming battle was bloodier than before. The explosive grenades had caused significant damage to the mouth of the armored silverfang snake, and with its other injuries, even though it summoned a group of snakes for help, it ultimately could not escape death. Ironically, after the Blue Nightmare and Iron Feather Bird killed the armored silverfang snake, all the other silverfang snakes scattered in fear, leaving only a ground covered in snake corpses. It was finally over. Jiang Feng let out a sigh of relief. He had just used his insight skill to confirm that the armored silverfang snake was indeed dead. Yes, Li Xiaoya also relaxed, glancing at the various sizes of silverfang snake corpses on the ground, and said to Jiang Feng, "It seems we can exceed our mission this time." Jiang Feng nodded slightly in agreement. "So what should we do with the body of the armored silverfang snake?" Since they only needed 10 snake gallbladders and 20 venomous fangs to complete the mission, they could sell the excess gallbladders and fangs to the Bounty Hunter Guild, which would provide them with additional income. Chapter 27, Returning to the Surface. All right, let's do as you say. Jiang Feng had no objections. Why didn't Jiang Feng store the body of the ordinary 7th tier silverfang snake in his spatial ring? Because its level was not even elite. Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya only needed to take its valuable organs, and there was no need to carry the whole body away. After Iron Feather Bird extracted the energy crystal from the armored Silver Fang snake, Jiang Feng stored the body in his spatial ring. When the Blue Nightmare was about to absorb the energy crystal, Jiang Feng patted its head and smiled. "You've worked hard. Well done." Jiang Feng's encouragement made the Blue Nightmare very happy. The energy crystal from the armored Silver Fang snake was merely a trophy for the Blue Nightmare. It fought fiercely against the armored Silver Fang snake because it had to complete the task Jiang Feng had given it. For the Blue Nightmare, Jiang Feng was everything. If Jiang Feng was happy, it was happy. "Hurry and absorb the energy crystal. It will help you recover from your injuries." The Blue Nightmare responded and prepared to focus on absorbing the energy crystal from the armored Silver Fang snake. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoya had just finished communicating with the Iron Feather Bird. Encouraging the summoned beasts was necessary behavior for a Beastmaster. After all, summoned beasts were also living beings, with their own emotions. After a battle, they needed to relax as well. Next, Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya kept busy. After confirming that there were no Silver Fang snakes around that were gathering bodies, Jiang Feng took out gloves and tools from his spatial ring, and together with Li Xiaoya, they began collecting the snake gallbladders and venomous fangs. However, the last battle was indeed quite thrilling. "It was," Li Xiaoya said with a serious expression. "I've never seen a Beastmaster at your level daring to use explosive grenades against an elite beast." Jiang Feng smiled awkwardly. "I was just lucky. This armored Silver Fang snake wasn't very smart and was also injured. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared to compete in speed." "You were indeed lucky. Generally speaking, if there isn't absolute certainty, a Beastmaster wouldn't easily intervene in battles between beasts. I will be cautious in the future. Mainly, it would be a waste not to use explosive grenades." Joking aside, Jiang Feng remembered Li Xiaoya's reminder. His previous actions were indeed very dangerous. If his contracted beast wasn't the Blue Nightmare, with his physical condition, the armored Silver Fang snake's first attack might have cost him his life. Li Xiaoya was stern in her words, but completely understood Jiang Feng's mindset. Most boys naturally like to play with weapons. The needed snake gallbladders and venomous fangs were packed into a box and placed in Li Xiaoya's backpack, while the excess gallbladders and fangs were stored in Jiang Feng's spatial ring, waiting to be sold along with the body of the armored Silver Fang snake to the Bounty Hunter Guild. After Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya washed the blood and trace toxins from their hands with clean water and a special hand sanitizer, the Blue Nightmare and Iron Feather Bird had almost finished absorbing the energy. The armored Silver Fang snake was an elite Tier 2 beast, and the energy crystal contained considerable energy. Even though the Blue Nightmare and Iron Feather Bird each absorbed only 1/3 of it, their injuries gradually began to improve. Notably, during this time, Jiang Feng specifically checked the glowing natural ores in the deep pit. Although the insight skill could help him identify the types of these ores, it could not display their prices. However, Jiang Feng noticed that Li Xiaoya showed no interest in these ores, which likely meant they had little practical or collectible value, thus dispelling his idea of mining these ores for extra money. Jiang Feng wasn't greedy. He didn't dare reveal his level talent yet, and the benefits it could bring him were limited, so he needed to acquire resources quickly to nurture the Blue Nightmare. After a while, the Blue Nightmare and Iron Feather Bird finished absorbing 1/3 of the energy crystal. Since the armored Silver Fang snake had injured the wing of the Iron Feather Bird earlier, it flew up into the air to assess how much its injury had healed after absorbing the energy. The Blue Nightmare's recovery ability was stronger than that of the Iron Feather Bird, and Jiang Feng believed that even without taking it to a treatment center, simply allowing it to recover on its own in the beast space would be perfectly fine. Li Xiaoya stored the remaining 1/3 of the energy crystal and then asked Jiang Feng, "Has your contracted beast leveled up?" Jiang Feng shook his head slightly. "Not yet. The reason contracted beasts level up faster than wild beasts is that they benefit from the energy absorption of their Beastmasters. Although both Beastmasters and contracted beasts level up more slowly in the later stages, Jiang Feng possessed level talent, making him the fastest at absorbing energy. Normally, the energy the Blue Nightmare absorbed would not be enough to elevate it to ordinary Tier 4, but it had a 128 times speed of energy absorption. Jiang Feng only said so, but in reality, the Blue Nightmare was about to level up to ordinary Tier 4. It wasn't that Jiang Feng didn't trust Li Xiaoya, but he was worried that the rapid leveling of the Blue Nightmare would attract unwanted attention. If this information leaked, someone might discover that his talent was not as simple as just level talent. Jiang Feng nodded. Indeed. Only by being willing to take risks can one gain more resources. A diligent Beastmaster might not obtain many resources, but a complacent Beastmaster will never progress. Li Xiaoya said sincerely, "Speaking of which, I have to thank you. If it weren't for the explosive grenade you threw at the end, severely injuring the armored Silver Fang snake, it might have escaped. Actually, I was doing it for myself too. It's not easy to find an elite wild beast. If we only fought halfway and let it escape, our losses would be significant. Yes, you're right. Li Xiaoya genuinely thanked Jiang Feng. With the Bloodclaw violent bear injured, if the armored Silverfang snake had escaped, they would likely have to abandon the mission. Otherwise, with an elite wild beast lurking in the shadows waiting to ambush, they would certainly be wary when searching for other Silverfang snakes. Thus, for them, the best outcome was that the armored Silverfang snake died here. After a while, Li Xiaoya stopped with the pleasantries, and Jiang Feng finally asked her, "Senior, can we stay here tonight?" Jiang Feng looked around. "Maybe once we leave. This place will quickly become a habitat for beasts again. After all, outside the city is the territory of wild beasts, and our home is inside the city." Jiang Feng said, "I hope one day ordinary people can leave the city freely. Are Beastmasters powerful when they leave this world? Of course they are. As long as the other races don't leave, ordinary people can only reside in the base city, enjoying a peace that could be shattered at any moment." Li Xiaoya turned to look at Jiang Feng and saw his eyes filled with determination. Although Jiang Feng's words sounded idealistic, Li Xiaoya had no reason to refute him. Because as far as she knew, Blue Star was not like this hundreds of years ago. Li Xiaoya couldn't guess the answer. As they turned a corner, Jiang Feng saw a familiar cave entrance. Although the rain had stopped, the sky outside had already darkened. Jiang Feng stepped out of the cave, breathing in the fresh air outside. Then he observed the surroundings and said to Li Xiaoya, "Senior, it seems that there really are no silver-toothed snakes around here." "Yes," Li Xiaoya replied. Back in the cave, Jiang Feng took out various materials from his spatial ring and started a fire. Even as a Beastmaster, he was still human at heart. Fire could burn people, but it also brought light and warmth. At the moment the flames rose, Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya felt the same in their hearts. Jiang Feng took out 2 heat-insulating mats from his spatial ring and invited Li Xiaoya to sit down. "Senior, what do you want for dinner?" Li Xiaoya smiled and sat on the mat without being polite. "Anything is fine." "All right," Jiang Feng replied. Blue Nightmare could also eat human food, but after its fierce battle earlier, Jiang Feng decided to give it some Stardew grass to help it recover quickly. Li Xiaoya had brought some carefully prepared compressed food from magical beasts. Although these compressed foods were not as valuable as Stardew grass, they were more than enough to fill and restore the strength of iron featherbirds and Bloodclaw violent bears. Just as Jiang Feng was considering whether to have hot pot with Li Xiaoya here, she took out a bag of cookies from the compartment of her backpack and handed it to him. "I didn't bring much good food. These cookies are homemade. Just for you. You made these yourself?" Jiang Feng opened the bag and tried a piece of cookie. "I occasionally make some pastries as a hobby. By the way, the taste of the cookies is not bad, right?" Although Jiang Feng couldn't quite articulate it, he could feel that the ingredients in the bag of cookies made by Li Xiaoya were not simple. "You really can tell." Li Xiaoya smiled and revealed the secret. "I actually added some herbs that help soothe the mind into the cookies." Although Beastmasters rarely participate in battles themselves, they are still experienced in combat. Moreover, contract beasts also need their masters to absorb alien energy in the Beastmaster space to heal their injuries. So I thought about adding herbs to the cookies. This way, when we eat the cookies, we can not only alleviate our hunger, but also relieve mental stress. "That's a great idea. Thank you for the cookies." In fact, Jiang Feng had seen many similar foods with such effects on the websites of the Bounty Hunter Guild and the Beastmaster Association. Although the cookies made by Li Xiaoya were surely not as effective as those produced in factories, she never intended to sell them. And the sentiment behind gifts between friends was the most important aspect, something Jiang Feng genuinely felt. "You're welcome. If I have the chance, I'll make you a cake." Li Xiaoya was very happy that Jiang Feng liked the cookies she made. "Then I won't be polite." With Li Xiaoya's baking skills being so good, Jiang Feng certainly wanted to try her pastries. After dinner, Jiang Feng took out 2 sleeping bags from his spatial ring and said to Li Xiaoya, "Senior, it's not suitable to set up a tent in the cave. Just make do with the sleeping bag for one night. Getting 1 sleeping bag for me is already great." "There's no need to say make do." Li Xiaoya expressed her gratitude for Jiang Feng's thoughtful preparation, as sleeping in a sleeping bag was definitely more comfortable than on the heat-insulating mat. Jiang Feng then told Li Xiaoya, "I'll take the first half of the night to keep watch. I'll wake you up when it's time." "No need. I'll take the first half of the night," Li Xiaoya insisted. After all, she was an elite Beastmaster and Jiang Feng Sr. It was only natural that she should take care of him. Chapter 28, Return to the Base City. "Senior, you don't need to argue with me about this. Today is my first time going out of the city for a mission, and besides, my contract beast just experienced a fierce battle against an elite-level wild magical beast. These things make me feel very excited. I definitely won't feel sleepy during the first half of the night," Jiang Feng reasoned with Li Xiaoya. "All right then," Li Xiaoya conceded. And since Jiang Feng insisted so much, she had no choice but to follow his arrangement. Although it was summer, the temperature in the mountains was not high after sunset. Fortunately, Jiang Feng had built a fire, which improved the temperature in the cave, because there were signal bases built around Fuming Mountain for the coastal base city. Jiang Feng took the opportunity to send a few messages to his parents to let them know he was safe. Jiang Ping and Lili knew that Jiang Feng had gone out of the city to complete a task belonging to Beastmasters and to avoid distracting him. They had not actively contacted him. Now that Jiang Feng sent messages again after several hours, Jiang Ping and Lili naturally felt relieved. After informing his parents that he was fine and telling them to rest early, Jiang Feng put away his phone. Although Jiang Feng had soul transcended into this world, and this body was not his, and his parents were merely the parents of this body, he had long since become accustomed to life here. Moreover, he could not ignore the care and concern of this familial bond. What are you thinking about? Not far away, Li Xiaoya, who had not yet fallen asleep, noticed Jiang Feng sitting at the cave entrance with a melancholic expression, gazing at the starry sky. Li Xiaoya put on her shoes and walked over, sitting beside Jiang Feng. You're right. A lot has indeed happened today. Who would have thought we would encounter a mutated stone-armored silver-toothed snake? But precisely because we met it, we could complete the mission so quickly. You just became a Beastmaster not long ago, and this is your first time out on a mission. Honestly, among the peers I've seen, your performance is already among the best. Jiang Feng turned to Li Xiaoya and smiled. Hearing you say that, I feel much lighter. Li Xiaoya paused for a moment and continued. I believe that in this exchange competition, we don't necessarily have to win first place to prevent Qihong Academy from acquiring Sanyu Academy. As long as we perform well in the team competition, and your performance stands out among all the first-year students from the participating academies, maybe we can help Sanyu Academy get through this crisis. That said, achieving that goal wouldn't be easy. Jiang Feng didn't know who the other 8 participating team members were or what their strengths were. But he didn't believe that other academies hadn't found exceptionally talented new students this year. Either do nothing or do it best. Although Jiang Feng couldn't necessarily influence the results of the team competition, he believed that only by outshining all first-year students from the Beastmaster academies in the exchange competition would Qihong Academy's plan to acquire Sanyu Academy likely fail. Jiang Feng thought to himself, the task is quite daunting. He wouldn't underestimate other new students just because he had a high-level talent. Was it certain that talents of other levels were weaker than high-level talents? That was not necessarily the case. You have to give it a try. If you still hold on to a fluke mentality at this point, then there's really no hope. Why do you say that? Jiang Feng sensed that Li Xiaoya's expression wasn't quite right. Li Xiaoya sighed softly. Actually, some people in the academy believe that there's nothing wrong with Qihong Academy acquiring Sanyu Academy. Even if they don't feel a sense of belonging to the academy, they shouldn't hope that the academy can't even keep its own signboard, right? It's normal. Although there are few who can act against what they know is impossible, many choose to preserve themselves in a crisis. Jiang Feng coldly laughed. Since it seems that Qihong Academy acquiring Sanyu Academy is just changing the name of Sanyu Academy and subsequently providing resources to this side, then regardless of the actual situation, such seemingly risk-free conditions are bound to attract some people with ulterior motives. Little do they know that if Beastmasters lose their edge, what's left to call them Beastmasters? When Jiang Feng learned that Qihong Academy was going to acquire Sanyu Academy, he understood that the leaders of Qihong Academy wanted the current students of Sanyu Academy to feel inferior when facing students from Qihong Academy in the future. They aimed to dismantle the plaque of Sanyu Academy and change the beliefs of its students. Wasn't this akin to killing and also attacking their hearts? Indeed. If we can't even protect our own academy, what right do we have to stay and continue our studies? Li Xiaoya agreed with Jiang Feng's analysis, emphasizing the importance of having friends with similar values. Jiang Feng suddenly changed to a relaxed expression. Senior sister, you really don't need to care too much about those who go with the wind. As long as we perform well in this exchange competition, Qihong Academy won't have a good reason to acquire Sanyu Academy, and by then, there will be no more dissenting voices within Sanyu Academy. Li Xiaoya smiled. I think you are quite confident about this matter. I can't say I have absolute confidence, but I will certainly do my best. After all, I don't want my own academy to become a branch of another academy shortly after I enroll. I believe you can shine in this exchange competition. Then I'll take your words to heart, senior sister. Although Jiang Feng wouldn't look down on others, he was confident that he could outperform the first-year students from other Beast Tamer academies in the third domain. Otherwise, wouldn't his talent be wasted? You're too polite. Unfortunately, my abilities are limited, and I can only help you get started quickly. If you want to go further, you'll have to wait until school starts to find a mentor. A mentor? Do new students all have the opportunity to choose a mentor? How could that be? Li Xiaoya shook her head. Unless they are exceptionally talented students. Otherwise, the teachers in the academy don't have the time to specifically guide a single student. However, you possess a level of talent. So I believe you can find a suitable mentor right after you enroll. Students have to find ways to become stronger, and so do teachers. Otherwise, they can't survive in the ruthless world of beast tamers. Jiang Feng nodded slightly. If one's talent is too poor, even finding a mentor would only waste both parties' time. As for whether Li Xiaoya found a mentor, since she hadn't mentioned it, Jiang Feng wouldn't bring up the topic. So, senior sister, do you have any recommendations? Up to this point, Jiang Feng had only met the dean of Tsangyu Academy, Chen Manyao, and had only heard of other leaders, with no understanding of the teachers. Thank you. I'll remember that. All right, it's getting late. I won't keep you from your night watch any longer. Thank you for the sleeping bag. Otherwise, I might have caught a cold tonight. Jiang Feng knew Li Xiaoya was joking. After all, she was an elite beast tamer, and her physical fitness was much better than that of an ordinary girl, so she would hardly get sick. It's just a small effort. Perhaps because this cave was once the territory of the stone-armored silver Feng snake, and with the blue nightmare lying beside Jiang Feng, no magical beasts dared to approach the cave casually. Jiang Feng intended to let Li Xiaoya sleep a little longer, but unexpectedly, she set an alarm on her phone. Since she was already awake and had summoned the iron feather bird to keep watch, Jiang Feng naturally wouldn't refuse and prepared to rest in his sleeping bag. The next morning, Jiang Feng naturally woke up. As he emerged from the sleeping bag, he saw Li Xiaoya walking into the cave. You're up so early? Still not as early as senior sister. Actually, I just got up and washed up outside. Even went on a mission outside the city, if conditions allowed. Li Xiaoya wouldn't skip simple cleaning. Jiang Feng nodded. All right, then I'll go wash up too. After packing all his belongings into his space ring, Jiang Feng asked Li Xiaoya, how is the Bloodclaw violent bear recovering? That's good. Hearing Li Xiaoya say this, Jiang Feng felt relieved. Yesterday, Blue Nightmare, Iron Feather Bird, and Bloodclaw Violent Bear had fought against the stone-armored Silver Feng Snake, and after the battle, the Bloodclaw Violent Bear was clearly the most injured contracted beast. Jiang Feng walked out of the cave. It had rained yesterday, and by morning, the air still carried a hint of fresh earth. Jiang Feng summoned Blue Nightmare from the Beast Tamer's space. Since it had just experienced an intense battle, he needed to find a way to help it relax. Although Blue Nightmare was powerful, it was still a child at heart, and while Jiang Feng washed up, it kept causing trouble nearby. Jiang Feng felt helpless about this, but he still managed to help Blue Nightmare relax. For Jiang Feng, it was quite a good experience to go on a mission for the first time. The process was indeed thrilling, but in the end, he gained a lot of benefits. A mundane life is suitable for ordinary people, but not for beast tamers. On the way back, Li Xiaoya was still walking ahead. Perhaps because Blue Nightmare and Iron Feather Bird still carried remnants of their killing intent. Neither she nor Jiang Feng encountered any magical beast attacks on the road. It's worth mentioning that while chatting with Li Xiaoya, Jiang Feng had asked why they hadn't encountered any other beast tamers from entering the mountain to leaving. Li Xiaoya told Jiang Feng that unless it was a beast tamer with ulterior motives, even if Jiang Feng had brazenly lit a fire last night, any passing beast tamers would be unlikely to approach them to say hello. At most, they would observe from a distance and then turn away. The most important thing was that the area around Fuming Mountain was still within the patrol range of the city guards. So very few beast tamers dared to engage in illegal activities here. Jiang Feng turned to look at the towering main peak of Fuming Mountain in the distance. Although he didn't know when he would next come back to Fuming Mountain for a mission, he had indeed gained a lot of knowledge from this trip. Walking west along the road, it wasn't long before a familiar bridge appeared before Jiang Feng. As he walked onto the bridge, he occasionally glanced down. Li Xiaoya noticed Jiang Feng's actions. You aren't looking for that water arrow frog, are you? Yeah, I wonder if it's still lying in wait for me here. Li Xiaoya smiled. It's not lying in wait for you. It was just discovered by you. Besides, it has already suffered once. So it definitely won't show up in front of us again. Even for beast tamers, after an intense battle, the thing they most want to do is reunite with their families. Do beast tamers fight with magical beasts merely to protect themselves? Of course not. Most beast tamers fight on the front lines so that their families in the rear can live a happy and stable life. Because Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya had only done simple washing up, when they entered the city gate for inspection, the guards smelled a faint scent of blood on them. Compared to the enforcement team, the beast tamers in the city guard often fought against alien species and wild magical beasts, so they were more sensitive to the smell of blood. After checking Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya's electronic credentials, the guards realized they were actually students from the Beast Tamer Academy and registered hunters from the Bounty Hunter Guild, meaning they had left the city for a mission. Although the guards did not know whether Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya had completed their mission, the fact that they dared to team up and leave the city at such a young age and had even encountered blood showed they were not ordinary students. Since no abnormalities were found, the guards naturally wouldn't stop Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya. Chapter 29, Selling Corpses. After entering the city, Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya hurried to the Bounty Hunter Guild as quickly as possible. The staff at the Bounty Hunter Guild were very efficient. After confirming that the silver Feng snake gallbladders and fangs collected by Li Xiaoya were fresh and intact, 500,000 Alliance coins were immediately transferred to Li Xiaoya's bank account. Prior to this, Jiang Feng had given his bank card number to Li Xiaoya, and she promised that once the 500,000 Alliance coins were credited, she would immediately transfer half of the money to Jiang Feng. After a while, Jiang Feng received a text message from the bank. Perhaps for those powerful Beastmasters, 250,000 Alliance coins is just a small amount of money, but for Jiang Feng, this 250,000 Alliance coins is of great significance because it is earned through his own ability. Next, Li Xiaoya told the staff that they wanted to sell the corpses of phantom beasts. The Bounty Hunter Guild indeed has a business for purchasing phantom beast corpses, but this business cannot be handled in the hall. Facing the Beastmaster, Hidaji naturally could not be negligent. Li Xiaoya turned to Jiang Feng. The extra snake gallbladders and poisonous fangs of the silver-toothed snake, along with the most important stone-armored silver-toothed snake corpse, were all in his spatial ring. Jiang Feng waved his hand, and a metal box appeared on Hidaji's desk. Anyway, the flow of time in the spatial ring is very slow. So even if Jiang Feng didn't prepare a temperature-controlled device, it wouldn't be a problem at all. Of course, the metal box that Li Xiaoya used to store the snake gall and poisonous fangs was still relatively lightweight. Generally speaking, Beastmasters without a spatial ring would carry such well-sealed boxes to preserve valuable items when doing tasks outside the city. This is a spatial ring. He didn't expect to have the opportunity to see a spatial ring with his own eyes. This young man's identity is not ordinary. To prevent Jiang Feng from misunderstanding, Hidaji quickly shifted his gaze away from the spatial ring on Jiang Feng's hand. Although the spatial ring is good, Hidaji knows that he could never own such a thing. Hidaji asked Jiang Feng, "Little brother, what is inside?" Jiang Feng noticed that Hidaji had pretended to be casual when he glanced at the spatial ring on his hand, but there was no greed in Hidaji's eyes, which made him think that Hidaji should be a principled businessman. Inside are the snake gallbladders and poisonous fangs of the silver-toothed snake. Manager, he can open it and take a look. Then I won't be polite. With Jiang Feng's consent, Hidaji opened the box. A strong, fishy smell wafted out, but Hidaji's expression remained unchanged. He just waved his hand to try to disperse the odor, then took out a pair of rubber gloves from his pocket and carefully examined a poisonous fang from the silver-toothed snake, followed by the snake gall. Yes, just some snake gallbladders and poisonous fangs. The truly valuable items have not yet been taken out by Jiang Feng. He certainly doesn't intend to haggle with Hidaji over a small amount of money. That would be too degrading. Since entering the factory area, Li Xiaoya had only made a simple self-introduction to Hidaji. Apart from that, she hadn't expressed any opinions because she completely trusted Jiang Feng to handle the matter well. Li Xiaoya understood Jiang Feng's concerns. She had been deceived by unscrupulous merchants before. Although the loss was not significant, she always felt uncomfortable inside. Later, she gradually accumulated experience and didn't fall for it again. Jiang Feng's cautious behavior was indeed the right approach. Little brother, wait a moment while I calculate. Hidaji took a calculator and began to calculate the total value of the snake gallbladders and poisonous fangs in the box. In fact, compared to the straightforward Jiang Feng, Hidaji was more concerned about the expressionless Li Xiaoya because he felt that Li Xiaoya's aura was extraordinary. Of course, Hidaji did not think that Jiang Feng was necessarily Li Xiaoya's subordinate. Overall, he believed it was necessary to establish a good relationship with Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya through this transaction. Jiang Feng didn't know what standard Hidaji was using to calculate the value of these materials, but after a while, he saw that Hidaji stopped pressing the calculator's buttons. You too, after my calculations, the total value of the materials in this box is this amount. Hidaji turned the screen of the calculator towards Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya. Jiang Feng didn't know what a reasonable price should be, so he turned to Li Xiaoya. Li Xiaoya nodded to Jiang Feng. She thought that the price Hidaji offered was fair. Jiang Feng had no doubt about Li Xiaoya's experience. But he still asked Hidaji, I believe in Manager He's sincerity, but I'm a bit curious about how you arrived at this result. Based on my experience and industry standards, Hidaji smiled. If little brother wants to learn about this knowledge, I can explain it to you in detail. No need to trouble yourself. Jiang Feng smiled slightly. He was just a bit curious. Since Li Xiaoya said there was no problem, he didn't want to delve into the details. So, little brother, does that mean you agree to sell all the materials in this box at this price? Yes. Jiang Feng was so straightforward that Hidaji was naturally very pleased. Good. Then little brother, just give me a bank card number. I can transfer the payment to you right now. Jiang Feng smiled lightly. Manager don't be in a hurry. I still have important matters to discuss. Little brother, you must be referring to the sale of the phantom beast corpses, right? Hidaji certainly wouldn't forget the real purpose of Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya's visit. He believed that the snake gallbladders and poisonous fangs were just appetizers. Manager is right. But this place is too small. Why don't we go to the open space outside to talk? No problem. Jiang Feng had a spatial ring, so it was definitely not a problem to store several phantom beast corpses, but Hidaji was curious about what kind of phantom beast corpses he could take out. They walked down the stairs and arrived at the open space outside the office. Jiang Feng took out the stone-armored silver-toothed snake corpse from the spatial ring. The stone-armored silver-toothed snake is not one of the largest phantom beasts among the elite level, but if its corpse were placed in Hidaji's office, it would definitely be inconvenient for Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya to stand. The moment the stone-armored silver-toothed snake corpse appeared, Hidaji smelled a strong scent of blood. He was sure that this snake-type phantom beast had been killed after a fierce battle. As a result, Hidaji's gaze towards Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya changed. Being able to kill such a large phantom beast indicated that both Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya were very powerful Beastmasters. Little brother, pardon my ignorance. Although this snake-type phantom beast looks very similar to the silver-toothed snake, I have never seen a silver-toothed snake of this size before. Manager He. Actually, we stumbled upon this snake-type phantom beast by accident. In terms of species, it is indeed a silver-toothed snake, but it must have mutated after swallowing a mountain beast, so we call it the stone-armored silver-toothed snake. Stone-armored silver-toothed snake? Hidaji certainly noticed those seemingly robust stone armors. It is indeed a very fitting name. Judging by its appearance, its level should not be low. Manager He has a good eye. This is a stone-armored silver-toothed snake with a level of at least Elite Tier 1 or above. Hidaji exclaimed, Elite Tier 1 or above. Did you two work together to kill it? Jiang Feng nodded, yes. The ability of a Beastmaster is to control phantom beasts, so saying that he and Li Xiaoya killed the stone-armored silver-toothed snake is not a problem. Hidaji gave Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya a thumbs up. Impressive. Indeed, heroes come from youth. Given Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya's age, being able to kill elite-level phantom beasts made Hidaji believe that their talents must be extraordinary. Generally speaking, ordinary people need to be very cautious when dealing with Beastmasters, and dealing with young and talented Beastmasters requires even more caution. Thinking of this, Hidaji was already prepared to treat Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya as the most important clients. Manager He, you flatter me. Jiang Feng did not become complacent because of Hidaji's praise. If Hidaji wanted to lower the price, Jiang Feng would definitely not agree. So he said to Hidaji again, in fact, we put in quite a bit of effort to kill this stone-armored silver-toothed snake. Hidaji raised his hand and knocked on one of the stone armors on the stone-armored silver-toothed snake, judging by the feel and sound. He believed that these stone armors had stronger defensive capabilities when the stone-armored silver-toothed snake was alive, so he asked Jiang Feng, little brother, can I use a device to check it first? Don't worry, I definitely won't cause any damage to it. Seeing Li Xiaoya nod, Jiang Feng then said to Hidaji, okay. Although Jiang Feng injured the armored silver fang snake with a blasting grenade, he only played a supplementary role. Without the Blue Nightmare, Iron Featherbird, and Bloodclaw Violent Bear, who had already severely injured the armored silver fang snake before, he might not have had the chance to throw that grenade at all. Killing the armored silver fang snake was a joint effort, so Jiang Feng had to respect Li Xiaoya's opinion, even though she didn't mind him handling the matter. After getting Jiang Feng's consent, Hidaji called over 2 workers carrying toolboxes via the intercom, asking them to conduct a thorough examination of the armored silver fang snake's corpse. These 2 workers were clearly not new to this kind of task. Jiang Feng noticed that they only showed surprise when they first saw the corpse of the armored silver fang snake, and then quickly got to work under Hidaji's direction. Jiang Feng didn't know what the instruments in the 2 workers' hands were for, so he leaned over to Li Xiaoya and quietly asked, Senior, what are they doing? Can such a simple check be done with such portable instruments? Jiang Feng wasn't particularly trying to figure out what kind of examination Hidaji wanted to perform on the armored silver fang snake's corpse. He was just curious about new things. A simple examination shouldn't be hard to do, and if they sold the armored silver fang snake's corpse to him, he would definitely use the large instruments in the factory to conduct a detailed examination. Jiang Feng thought Li Xiaoya made a good point. Their time was precious. If Hidaji had to finish a detailed examination before continuing their business discussion, they might lose interest. After a while, the 2 workers briefly reported their findings to Hidaji. The first result was that the armored silver fang snake was indeed an elite-level phantom beast in life. The only issue was that the energy crystal inside the armored silver fang snake was missing. Of course, Hidaji didn't see this as a problem. Beast tamers always take the energy crystals from phantom beasts after killing them. After all, it was clearly more suitable for the contracted beast to absorb the energy crystal than to sell it. Chapter 30. Good news without bad news. Gentlemen, sorry to keep you waiting. Hidaji walked over. Jiang Feng asked Hidaji, Manager He, what are the results of the examination? Hidaji didn't hide the facts. After all, the fact that Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya could kill the armored silver fang snake proved they were not novice beast tamers. And hiding the truth from them would be of no benefit. So we can expect a good offer? Just a moment. Hidaji took out a mini calculator from his pocket. Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya exchanged glances, surprised that Hidaji could pull out a calculator at any time. Perhaps the value of the armored Silver Fang snake's corpse far exceeded that of the snake's gallbladder and fangs, which was why Hidaji took longer to calculate this time. After a while, Hidaji stopped entering numbers. He looked up at Jiang Feng and said, "Young man, I am quite honest in business. Although this is your first time here, as long as your goods are good, I definitely won't cheat you. Manager we are actually considering finding a long-term partner. In the future, if we hunt other phantom beasts, having someone familiar to help process them would save us a lot of effort. I wonder if Manager is interested? Of course, no problem. Since you two are capable of hunting elite-level phantom beasts, if I cooperate with you, this business will definitely be a sure profit." Hidaji didn't like one-off deals. Business is about give and take, and Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya were clearly reliable partners. "Gentlemen, are you satisfied with this price?" Hidaji handed the calculator to Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya. Although Hidaji ultimately calculated a six-figure price, Jiang Feng did not agree immediately, but instead turned to Li Xiaoya. It was indeed normal that the price of a dead armored Silver Fang snake was lower than that of a Bloodclaw violent bear egg. However, how much should the corpse of the armored Silver Fang snake be worth? Jiang Feng had no concept of that. Li Xiaoya did not remain silent this time. Instead, a faint smile appeared on her face as she asked Hidaji, "Manager are you sure this is the highest price?" Li Xiaoya did not dwell on the issue of the energy crystals. Even for the strong among beast tamers, as long as a phantom beast's body contained enough energy crystals, they would not sell a phantom beast's corpse with energy crystals directly. Moreover, Li Xiaoya was currently just an elite-level beast tamer. She wouldn't easily sell any energy crystals. Generally speaking, as long as the contracted beast did not need energy crystals to recover from injuries, the energy crystals would be split between the beast tamer and the contracted beast, or the contracted beast would take a larger share. If the beast tamer's level was too low, they would not be able to fully control the contracted beast. However, since beast tamers do not need to take the initiative to battle, the contracted beast's level can be slightly higher than that of the beast tamer. Li Xiaoya then said to Hidaji, "The energy crystals were used to heal our contracted beast's injuries. However, the moment we killed this armored Silver Fang snake, we stored it in a spatial ring, ensuring that its organs would not decay rapidly. This means that there is still a lot of blood that can be utilized from this corpse. Hunting phantom beasts is just the first step. Most beast tamers do not have spatial rings, so transporting the phantom beast's corpse becomes a difficult problem. If the base city were not nearby, or if a complete phantom beast corpse were not valuable, beast tamers would generally only take important organs from the phantom beast's body. Although this is a bit regrettable, it is unavoidable. Young lady, you are correct. The better preserve the phantom beast's corpse, the higher the selling price. However, the higher the level of the phantom beast, the more complicated the processing becomes. I understand that you feel there is room for a price increase, but I must take into account labor costs and machine wear." Li Xiaoya thought for a moment and nodded, saying, "Okay, let's make a deal. Thank you very much. And I look forward to a pleasant cooperation." Hidaji's offer to Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya was not low, but he still made a profit. The reason he didn't press the price down to the bottom was that he wanted to build a good relationship with Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya, so that he could have a high-quality source of goods in the future. Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya were still quite young and would face many phantom beasts in the future. If they developed the habit of frequently coming to Hidaji to process phantom beast organs or corpses, it would surely be a good thing for Hidaji. Next, Jiang Feng told Hidaji his bank card number, and they exchanged contact information. Then Hidaji transferred the money to Jiang Feng's bank account. One should always be cautious of others. Jiang Feng's beast taming talent, under the system's disguise, had turned into a level, yet even so, he had already entered the sights of many important figures. Otherwise, how would he have obtained his 2-star hunter and second-level association member status? In this situation, Jiang Feng was not worried about anyone investigating him, as their actions were destined to be in vain. Thus, he could help Li Xiaoya take on some of the risks of dealing with strangers. After confirming everything was correct, Jiang Feng immediately transferred half the money to Li Xiaoya. Even brothers need to settle accounts clearly, let alone that Li Xiaoya was just Jiang Feng's senior. Before leaving, Hidaji told Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya that if there were similar business in the future, Jiang Feng could directly call him, and there would be no need to worry about the price. Since they had managed to do business on their first meeting, future cooperation would surely be without any problems. After saying goodbye to Hidaji at the factory gate, as they walked to the corner, Jiang Feng finally asked Li Xiaoya, "Senior, do you think this boss is trustworthy? So, should we interact more with him in the future? I think it's a good idea, because if we want to build our own network, we must engage with people from all walks of life." Li Xiaoya believes that a Beastmaster with both strength and solid interpersonal relationships is a true strong person. Jiang Feng understands Li Xiaoya's point. After all, no one can cover everything, and knowing a few reliable friends may be a great help at crucial moments. Li Xiaoya doesn't know what Jiang Feng is thinking, But she smiles and says to him, "The most important thing is that we go out of the city to complete tasks ourselves and sell the corpses of the phantom beasts ourselves, which can prevent middlemen from making a profit." That makes sense. Jiang Feng's hesitation is something Li Xiaoya expects. Do you feel I'm being very practical? Yes. It's normal for everyone to pursue the greatest benefits within a reasonable range, especially since we are Beastmasters. The more resources we gain, the faster we and our contracted beasts become stronger. Don't think that just because Li Xiaoya is a female Beastmaster, her personality is shy or afraid of bloody battles. She has basically overcome these issues now. Li Xiaoya wants to go further on the path of a Beastmaster, so she will do her best to fight for her own interests. Jiang Feng sees determination in Li Xiaoya's eyes. So, does that mean we can go out of the city to complete tasks together soon? That should be possible. But we need to wait until the Bloodclaw Violent Bear fully recovers. Since Li Xiaoya now has 2 contracted beasts, she will definitely not favor one over the other. Moreover, since the Iron Feather Bird has already reached the elite level, its upgrade speed will definitely be slower than that of the Bloodclaw Violent Bear. So it's best to allocate more resources to help the Bloodclaw Violent Bear catch up in level. If you're worried about feeling bored in the next few days, I can arrange for the Iron Feather Bird and Blue Nightmare to have some recovery sparring. That sounds like a good idea. Jiang Feng believes that compared to the heavily injured Bloodclaw Violent Bear, Blue Nightmare will definitely recover faster, and after the previous battles, Blue Nightmare probably no longer enjoys a too leisurely life. Since Li Xiaoya is going to the Phantom Beast Treatment Center, Jiang Feng and she part ways after chatting for a while at the intersection. Jiang Feng mainly made small talk, as the base city is very safe, and Li Xiaoya is unlikely to encounter danger. Taking a taxi to Haiyuan Jincheng, Jiang Feng surprisingly feels like he has been away from here for a long time. It seems that even though he claims he is not from this world, he has already accepted his identity. Walking all the way to his doorstep, Jiang Feng rings the doorbell. His mother, Li, opens the door. When Jiang Feng returns home safely, Li is both happy and excited. Jiang Ping remains relatively calm. Although he only says a few encouraging words to Jiang Feng knows that given his father's personality, he must also be very pleased in his heart at this moment. Most fathers give their children a stern impression, not realizing that they just struggle to express their inner feelings. Of course, before dinner, Jiang Feng and Blue Nightmare must be cleaned up. Jiang Feng summons Blue Nightmare, preparing to clean its body. At first, Blue Nightmare is somewhat reluctant, but it cannot disobey Jiang Feng's command, so it can only stand still while Jiang Feng brushes its body. While cleaning Blue Nightmare, Jiang Feng notices the wounds on its body. Although these wounds look somewhat frightening, Blue Nightmare's recovery speed is very fast. Even without going to the Phantom Beast Treatment Center, Jiang Feng can help it treat its wounds. Jiang Feng asks Blue Nightmare if it regrets fighting the armored silver Fong snake. It is precisely because of this trait, combined with natural and human factors, that the Rift Sky Nightmare Beast has gradually become extinct on Blue Star. Jiang Feng is indeed Blue Nightmare's master, but he would never casually let Blue Nightmare do life-threatening things. Normally, if a contracted beast dies, the Beastmaster will not suffer backlash. But Jiang Feng does not want to experience the death of a contracted beast. After drying Blue Nightmare's fur with a hairdryer, Jiang Feng lets it play by itself. Since it is still early before lunch, Jiang Feng decides to take a shower first and then treat Blue Nightmare's wounds. With a space ring in hand, Jiang Feng can buy many first aid supplies to keep inside without worrying about carrying too much when going out. Coming out of the bathroom, Jiang Feng sees Blue Nightmare lying on the ground, occasionally twisting its body to amuse his parents. Jiang Feng can't help but smile. After all, Blue Nightmare is a phantom beast with a royal bloodline, and its behavior is not much different from that of a domesticated pet. Of course, Jiang Feng knows that Blue Nightmare's docile behavior in front of his parents is due to its absolute trust in him. Since Jiang Feng is Blue Nightmare's master and Jiang Ping and Li are Jiang Feng's parents, in Blue Nightmare's perception, it should also show absolute trust towards them. Jiang Ping and Li notice the scars on Blue Nightmare, and, seeing Jiang Feng come out after his shower, they ask him what happened earlier. Jiang Feng temporarily shifts the topic by saying he needs to treat Blue Nightmare's wounds. Although he can't avoid this topic, he needs to think carefully about how to report this outing experience to his parents. Blue Nightmare's speed and agility are extraordinary, so without any serious injuries, Jiang Feng quickly helps it treat its wounds. During lunch, Jiang Feng tells his parents about his experiences from the previous day. Of course, he glosses over the dangerous situations with vague wording or just briefly explains them. He believes that at this time, it is the right choice to report good news rather than bad. Chapter 31, Planning. There is no special reason. Jiang Feng just doesn't want to worry his parents. Beastmasters are not only respected, but also enjoy many privileges because they bear the important responsibility of fighting against phantom beasts and other races. If one day a crisis arises that even Beastmasters cannot resolve, then the tall walls of the base city may no longer protect ordinary people. Only by Beastmasters continuing to grow stronger can ordinary people live a comfortable life. Jiang Feng and Li can certainly see that Jiang Feng is reporting good news rather than bad, but they still just follow up with his words. Although Jiang Feng is uninjured, as a Beastmaster, as long as Blue Nightmare is injured, it is enough to prove that the enemy he faced at that time was not easy to deal with. Jiang Feng and Li are just ordinary people, and they cannot give Jiang Feng support in battle, so they decide to try to avoid giving Jiang Feng any worries. Be careful should be the 4 words Jiang Feng and Li have said to Jiang Feng the most in recent days. Seeing that the events of this task have basically been glossed over, Jiang Feng breathes a sigh of relief. Jiang Feng initially thought that just sharing his observations from yesterday's outing would suffice, but he underestimated his parents' curiosity, because soon, Li surprisingly asks in a very gossiping tone how Jiang Feng got along with Li Xiaoya yesterday. Jiang Feng doesn't directly ask Jiang Feng about this, but sometimes a glance between father and son can convey understanding. Jiang Feng can see that his father is also interested in this matter. This puts Jiang Feng in an awkward position. He only went out to complete tasks with Li Xiaoya, not for camping, aside from fighting together. What else is there to talk about? Mom, Xiaoya is a great senior. I learned a lot of experience from her during this outing, Jiang Feng finally manages to say. Is that all? What else? Jiang Feng smiles wryly. Mom, some things can't be rushed. I just became a Beastmaster, and my priority now is to find ways to become stronger quickly. He certainly understood why his mother asked that question. But now that he had just turned 18 and entered the Beast Tamer Academy, he needed to focus on learning and fighting. Personal relationships were not something he would consider for the time being, and he believed Li Xiaoya would have the same attitude towards such matters. Xiaofeng was right. Becoming a Beast Tamer meant taking on a lot of responsibilities, and he should focus his limited energy on important matters. Jiang Feng decisively helped his son out of the situation. However, it wasn't entirely accurate to say he helped him out, as Jiang Feng had awakened a high-level talent. And Jiang Feng was worried that he might feel a lot of pressure. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility. This saying indeed holds truth. But many have sacrificed because of it. By the way, I remember you said that after school started, you would represent Sangyu Academy in an exchange competition. Li certainly cared about Jiang Feng's lifelong affairs, but as Jiang Feng and Jiang Feng had said, Jiang Feng had just come of age. And in the world of beast tamers, strength was the hard truth. There was no rush for dating. Yes, I will be going with the Academy's team to Changming Bay City to participate in this year's 3rd Domain Beast Tamer Academy exchange competition, including myself and Xiaoya. Our academy will send a total of 10 participants. Li instructed, then you must pay attention to safety. The competition is important, but your safety is even more important. Is it true that if your academy does not achieve good results, there may be some issues afterward? Jiang Feng had heard his son mention this casually before, and at that time he didn't pay much attention to it. However, thinking back, perhaps his son was preparing for this matter by going out to take on tasks so soon. Yes, actually our academy is currently facing a crisis of being acquired by other academies. However, as long as we perform well in this exchange competition, we should be able to avoid such a situation. Not to mention anything else. I must give my all to avoid being forced to change my student status before I even advance to the 2nd year. As long as you know what you're doing. Jiang Feng didn't say much. His son was already an adult and had become a beast tamer, and he genuinely felt that his son had grown up. Since that was the case, he shouldn't meddle too much and should entrust the decision-making power to Jiang Feng. Such an important competition must attract a lot of attention. Right? Li also wouldn't blame Jiang Feng for choosing a Beast Tamer Academy in a difficult situation because the principal of Sangyu Academy valued Jiang Feng highly and had given him such a powerful illusion beast, along with a spatial ring that ordinary people had never even heard of. One must understand the importance of gratitude. The path was chosen by Jiang Feng himself. So even if he encounters many difficulties in the future, he must find ways to overcome them. Of course, it should be a full platform live broadcast. So you can just stay in front of the TV and watch my performance with my teammates. Although ordinary people can travel between various base cities by train or plane protected by beast tamers, for safety reasons, Jiang Feng didn't plan to let his parents go to Changming Bay City to watch the competition. If it were a competition without suspense, even without family members cheering for him, Jiang Feng would definitely not lose. As for whether there would be bloody scenes in the competition, regarding this, Jiang Feng had already prepared his parents mentally beforehand. Because the world of beast tamers is not as peaceful as the world of ordinary people, Jiang Feng would inevitably encounter many dangers after becoming a beast tamer. To be stronger than his opponents, or even to survive, he must have a certain ruthlessness. Yes, I understand. Not being able to be present to cheer for Jiang Feng was somewhat regrettable for Li, but she believed her son would not disappoint her. After discussing serious matters, Jiang Feng's family finally started to chat casually. After all, being a beast tamer was just Jiang Feng's profession. He couldn't always think about becoming stronger while neglecting his parents' feelings. Lan Yan's injuries had not yet healed, and Jiang Feng didn't want it to cause too much commotion outside. Absorbing too much energy is not necessarily good if one simply absorbs energy without fully utilizing it. Over time, the body of a beast tamer may face problems. Jiang Feng had a high-level talent, and his speed of absorbing and utilizing energy far surpassed that of ordinary people. However, even he could not operate the beast tamer technique without rest for 24 hours. With nothing to do, Jiang Feng began to consider how to use the existing resources to enhance Lan Yan's strength. The talent for synthesizing illusion beasts cannot enhance Lan Yan's level, but Jiang Feng could operate the beast tamer technique to absorb energy and then transfer some of the energy to Lan Yan through the beast tamer space. Or directly purchase energy crystals and absorb the energy together with Lan Yan to enhance its level. Lan Yan's current bloodline is of the king class, and because the starting point is high enough, Jiang Feng believed it was not necessary to enhance Lan Yan's bloodline for the time being. Of course, mainly because Jiang Feng was still too poor. Otherwise, once Lan Yan's bloodline reached the extraordinary level, unexpected changes could occur. Also, regarding talents and skills. Since synthesizing illusion beasts can only enhance one talent or skill at a time, Jiang Feng believed that the cost of enhancing both Lan Yan's talent and skill to the highest level would definitely not be less than enhancing the bloodline. As for the food that Lan Yan likes to eat, there is still plenty in the spatial ring, so Jiang Feng could save that money for now. Ultimately, Jiang Feng made a decision. He would leave a small portion of money for emergencies, while using the other part to purchase Tungfeng horses, Quanjiao horses, and Ligweis to enhance all 4 of Lan Yan's skills to advance proficiency, and finally use all the remaining money to buy energy crystals. This way, both Jiang Feng and Lan Yan's levels should be able to rise to the ordinary 4th stage. Tungfeng horses, Quanjiao horses, and Ligweis could continue to be purchased from the last breeding center. Although the Illusion Beast Breeding Center also sells energy crystals, Jiang Feng used his 2-star hunter privileges to purchase a certain amount of energy crystals at a relatively favorable price on the Bounty Hunter Guild's website. It's not that Jiang Feng had a prejudice against the Beast Tamer Association. It's just that the Beast Tamer Association is a semi-official organization. So unless he encountered an unsolvable problem, he still subconsciously thought that dealing with the Bounty Hunter Guild was more convenient. This time he was really broke. Jiang Feng glanced at the balance in his bank account, leaned back, and lay down on the bed. Energy crystals are good things for illusion beasts and beast tamers. So even if Jiang Feng bought a little more, it would not be a problem. Why did Jiang Feng want to enhance all 4 of Lan Yan's skills to advanced? Because through this battle between Lan Yan and the armored silver Fang snake, Jiang Feng realized that talents and skills seemed to be more important than bloodlines. Although Lan Yan did not impose a very obvious suppression on the armored silver Fang snake in terms of momentum, and their skill proficiency was only intermediate, Lan Yan completely suppressed the armored silver Fang snake in terms of talent level, which was the real reason it could fight head-on with the armored silver Fang snake at the ordinary 3rd stage. If Lan Yan's level rose to the ordinary 4th stage and all skill proficiencies reached advanced, Jiang Feng believed it could even take on the armored silver Fang snake alone. This procurement indeed cost Jiang Feng a lot of money, but he knew that these expenses were necessary for improving strength. The talent for synthesizing illusion beasts is great in many ways, but its only downside is the speed at which it consumes resources. However, this is not a problem with synthesizing illusion beasts, but a problem with Jiang Feng. If Jiang Feng had almost unlimited resources, he could strengthen all 8 illusion beasts to the Genesis level in no time. At that point, no matter what alien race, Jiang Feng could destroy them with a snap of his fingers. Of course, the above is just Jiang Feng's beautiful imagination. Perhaps in the future, he would become a beast tamer that made alien races tremble in fear, but for now, he must stay grounded. The Iron Featherbird only sustained some light injuries, and now the wounds had been treated. Upon hearing this news, Jiang Feng was very happy. Since Jiang Feng took the initiative to send a message, Li Xiaoya asked him what his plans were next. He wanted to find a way to make Lan Yan stronger, to prevent anyone from being suspicious of Lan Yan's rapid growth. Jiang Feng did not intend to tell anyone about Lan Yan's abilities. Previously, Jiang Feng had used Beast Fusion to enhance the skill proficiency of the Bloodclaw Violent Bear. But that was his first and last time using Beast Fusion to help Li Xiaoya, as he was worried that helping her too often might expose the fact that he possessed top-tier talent. If that happened, he would not only be seen as a thorn in the side by the alien races, but Li Xiaoya could also be in danger. If luck was good, it would be ideal for the Bloodclaw Violent Bear to reach the ordinary 4th tier. Jiang Feng said, "Let's encourage each other." With about 4 months until the exchange competition, Jiang Feng believed that Li Xiaoya's goals could definitely be achieved. Relying solely on Jiang Feng, It would be difficult to turn the tide in the team competition. But he could determine how far he could develop Lan Yin, which would influence his performance in the individual competition. If the Sanyu Academy team performed well in both the individual and team competitions, Jiang Feng believed that Qihong Academy's plan to acquire Sanyu Academy would likely fail. Li Xiaoya responded, "Let's encourage each other," and added, "Great." Jiang Feng said, "Keep it up." After that, Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya chatted for a while longer. Chapter 32, Misty Forest. The next day, Jiang Feng received shipments from the Beast Breeding Center and the Bounty Hunter Guild in succession. What surprised Jiang Feng, yet was also expected, was that in addition to the armed escort, another escort was actually a Beastmaster. Although he was just an ordinary-level Beastmaster, it was enough to show the Bounty Hunter Guild's emphasis on the important resource of energy crystals. Beastmasters indeed hold a high status. But apart from law enforcement teams and city defense forces, many ordinary Beastmasters, when there is no war, do work that is not as unusual as people think. On the day he received the Beast Egg, Jiang Feng used Beast Fusion to enhance all 4 of Lan Yin's skills to high proficiency. It wasn't until the Bloodclaw Violent Bear fully recovered that Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya began planning their second outing to complete a mission. Unfortunately, Jiang Feng learned from Li Xiaoya that the Bloodclaw Violent Bear had not yet reached the ordinary 3rd tier. However, both Jiang Feng and Lan Yin had shown significant changes in level and abilities. Name, Jiang Feng. Beastmaster level, ordinary 4th tier. Name, Rift Void Beast, Lan Yin. Level, ordinary 4th tier. Bloodline, Royal High. Talent, top tier spatial talent, top tier swift talent, top tier mental power talent. Current skills, high swift, high tread, high horn strike, high mental shock. Jiang Feng's level increase aimed to allow Lan Yin to exert its full strength in battle. He believed that with Lan Yin's current strength, if it took things seriously, even if Iron Feather Bird and Bloodclaw Violent Bear teamed up, they should not be its match. Of course, unless necessary, Jiang Feng would not let Lan Yin exert its full strength. Otherwise, it would be hard for him to explain to Li Xiaoya why Lan Yin's strength was growing so rapidly. Senior, the Bloodclaw Violent Bear has recovered really well. While Lan Yin, Iron Feather Bird, and Bloodclaw Violent Bear were resting together, Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya sat on a nearby bench chatting. They had all experienced a battle together, which undoubtedly strengthened their bond. "It's mainly because the doctor's skills are good," Li Xiaoya said, glancing at the Bloodclaw Violent Bear. No Beastmaster wants to see their beast injured, and Li Xiaoya was naturally very happy that the Bloodclaw Violent Bear recovered so quickly. Jiang Feng said, "I think the Bloodclaw Violent Bear's strong physical quality is also key. Despite the level gap with the stone-armored silver-toothed snake, it can withstand the pressure. If it were at the same level, then with its tough and thick body, it would likely be able to handle the stone-armored silver-toothed snake one-on-one." Jiang Feng smiled and said, "If the Bloodclaw Violent Bear isn't reckless, then is it really the Bloodclaw Violent Bear?" Different beasts have different fighting styles, and Jiang Feng believed that for a tank-like beast like the Bloodclaw Violent Bear, having a more aggressive fighting style isn't necessarily a bad thing, as long as it receives proper guidance from Li Xiaoya. Otherwise, if its fighting style goes awry, it would be difficult to correct it later. Of course, Jiang Feng was just speaking casually. After all, Li Xiaoya was the owner of the Bloodclaw Violent Bear, and he certainly couldn't interfere with her training plans for it. Li Xiaoya asked Jiang Feng, "By the way, what are your plans next?" Li Xiaoya shook her head slightly. "You have top-tier Beastmaster talent, so it's not appropriate for you to always follow my suggestions." Although she was Jiang Feng Sr., her talent was not as great as his. She believed Jiang Feng was destined to become a leading figure at Sanyu Academy, and whether she could keep up with him in the future was uncertain. Therefore, she felt that her role was to guide Jiang Feng's growth, rather than having him follow her advice in most matters. "Senior, we don't need to be so formal with each other, whether now or in the future. I need your help. Besides, I don't care about the height of talent. Since we are companions, I cannot ignore your suggestions." Perhaps some highly talented Beastmasters think of themselves as superior, but Jiang Feng found that kind of vanity ridiculous. Li Xiaoya winked at Jiang Feng and playfully said, "So my suggestion is to hear your thoughts first." Jiang Feng didn't mind Li Xiaoya's little joke, but since she had said that, he certainly couldn't act aloof and say nothing. "Senior, you mentioned before that Fuming Mountain is a low to medium danger area. Is it because elite-level beasts cannot appear there?" Li Xiaoya explained, "Yes, a medium danger area generally refers to places where elite-level beasts appear and human activity is sparse. Because Fuming Mountain does not have elite-level or higher beasts, and there are no particularly powerful elite-level beasts in the mountain, it is classified as a low to medium danger area. So does that mean high danger areas have lord-level beasts?" "Yes, however, the true rulers of high danger areas are still royal-level beasts. If the base city is the human's home turf, then outside the base city is the beast's home turf. It's not that Beastmasters can disregard threats from dangerous areas once they reach the corresponding level. Some sparsely populated places have very harsh environments. If a Beastmaster and their contracted beast rashly enter, they could encounter unimaginable dangers. Of course, it wouldn't be any better for alien strongmen to rashly enter such places either. For most beasts, there is no significant difference between humans and aliens. Whoever invades their territory will be regarded as an intruder. I read in a book that aliens are a collective term for many races from the other space, and some of them look very similar to us humans. Li Xiaoya explained, yes, but even the aliens that look closest to us still have noticeable differences upon closer inspection. As for other uniquely shaped aliens, you can think of them as intelligent beings that understand how to use tools. Jiang Feng nodded slightly. That explains why the aliens launched a large-scale invasion of Blue Star when the spatial passage appeared. If there is an imbalance in strength, wars will inevitably break out between intelligent races. Li Xiaoya said, you're right. Under the influence of alien energy, once extinct rare flowers and fruits have reappeared on Blue Star. Coupled with the rich resources of Blue Star, the aliens have no reason to coexist peacefully with us humans. Ultimately, we humans are still not strong enough. If strength were equal, there would be no aliens daring to remain on Blue Star now. Jiang Feng was not denying the achievements of the two strongest human beings. On the contrary, he greatly admired them. Without them, perhaps humans would have become the vassals of aliens hundreds of years ago. However, Blue Star is the home of humanity. What does it mean to have powerful beings from other races guarding here? That's why we must continue to strive to become stronger. In case this peace is broken, we won't be powerless when facing the strong. Li Xiaoya's talent is indeed not as good as Jiang Feng's, but that doesn't stop her from having a heart to become stronger. Sister, are there any medium to high danger zones near the Linhai base city? The Misty Forest? Does it often have fog here? This is the first time Jiang Feng has heard of this place. Your understanding is correct. But the dense fog in the Misty Forest not only makes it easy for people to lose their way, it can also poison them sometimes. The environment is that harsh. According to Li Xiaoya, Jiang Feng thinks that compared to the Misty Forest, Fuming Mountain is simply a beautiful tourist spot. Actually, the outer areas are fine. You generally won't encounter toxic fog, and at most, you'll only meet elite-level phantom beasts. However, if you go deeper into the inner areas, you might encounter Lord-level phantom beasts. As for the deeper core areas, that's the territory of King-level phantom beasts. From this perspective, the Misty Forest is indeed a good place for training. Li Xiaoya was a bit surprised. You want to go to the Misty Forest? Jiang Feng nodded. I think it's possible. Isn't it a bit hasty to go to the Misty Forest for our second task outside the city? I think there are other places more suitable for us. Li Xiaoya thought Jiang Feng was just interested in the Misty Forest. She didn't expect him to want to venture into it so soon. Having pressure creates motivation. Although the Misty Forest is dangerous, if we only operate in the outer areas, it shouldn't be too dangerous. If we're lucky, we might even find some benefits near the inner areas. From Jiang Feng's expression, Li Xiaoya could tell he wasn't joking. You make a good point. Danger and opportunity coexist. But the environment in the Misty Forest is harsh. We must prepare thoroughly before we set off, and we also need to be cautious once we enter the Misty Forest. Understood. Just make a list of the equipment we need and send it to me. I can buy it at a discount with my 2-star hunter privileges. Li Xiaoya said so much, and Jiang Feng could imagine that the Misty Forest was fraught with dangers. Perhaps finding a safe campsite would not be easy. Thank you. Since they could save money, Li Xiaoya certainly wouldn't refuse Jiang Feng's kindness. After all, she now had 2 contracted beasts, which meant she had to spend her money wisely. Don't mention it. It would be foolish not to use privileges. The leaders of the Beastmaster Association and the Bounty Hunter Guild consider Jiang Feng one of their own. If he appears so distant, it would be inappropriate. By the way, there's one more thing, Li Xiaoya said to Jiang Feng. Although the Misty Forest covers a large area, there are still many Beastmasters exploring it. However, every year, Beastmasters go missing in the Misty Forest. I once followed the Academy's team to the outskirts of the Misty Forest for training twice, but even so, I can't say I know the outer area very well. In medium to high danger zones, maps and data are not foolproof. We must be able to adapt to changes. Sister, do you mean that we not only need to be wary of threats from the environment and wild phantom beasts, but also from unfamiliar Beastmasters? Jiang Feng quickly guessed what Li Xiaoya meant. Yes, although the higher the danger level of an area, the greater the threat to Beastmasters. Beastmasters' deaths are definitely not just due to encountering powerful phantom beasts. Unfamiliar partners in a first-time collaboration may stab their teammates in the back for the chance to monopolize any treasures they discover. Some Beastmasters even lie in wait on main paths to ambush others and seek to harm and rob them. Li Xiaoya is quite fortunate. She has not yet encountered any Beastmasters with very bad behavior. However, she remains highly vigilant towards unfamiliar Beastmasters. After all, they are not acquaintances. So one must be more cautious when doing tasks together. Even if the profit is only 100%, Jiang Feng believes that even with 50% profit, it would be enough to tempt many Beastmasters to take risks. However, Obtaining resources through harming or even killing others is always a wrong path. And Jiang Feng looks down upon such behavior. Oh, Li Xiaoya's lips curled into a meaningful smile. You seem to understand a lot about this. Jiang Feng nonchalantly replied, I watch a lot of TV dramas, so I naturally understand. Li Xiaoya smiled. I see. I'm curious why you seem so much more mature than your peers. Isn't it good to be a bit mature? Li Xiaoya's intuition is indeed sharp. Jiang Feng thought he had exposed himself. After all, thinking back, he was just an ordinary student not long ago. However, from awakening his Beastmaster talent to commanding contracted beasts in battle, he seems to have adapted quite quickly. Of course, it's good. Li Xiaoya only mentioned it casually and didn't think much of it. In fact, she is quite glad to have met Jiang Feng, because his personality has always made her feel at ease. Of course, even the person closest to Jiang Feng would never guess that the Jiang Feng of this world has had his soul replaced by someone who crossed over. Otherwise, not to mention the original Jiang Feng's personality, even if he awakened his Beastmaster talent, his level should not be very high. Chapter 33, Acquaintances. Sister, since the Misty Forest is a medium to high danger zone, do we need to find additional help for this mission? Jiang Feng knows that if nothing unexpected happens, he and Li Xiaoya will still go to the Bounty Hunter Guild to take on a task, so he skipped this question. Logically, the more dangerous the task, the more people are needed. Unfortunately, none of my trustworthy friends in the academy are locals, so if nothing unexpected happens, this task will still just be the two of us helping each other. With a senior partner, even if it's just the two of us, I will feel at ease. Jiang Feng smiled. It's a pity I can only get to know your friends after school starts. Jiang Feng considers his emotional intelligence to be quite high. He knows Li Xiaoya would not easily team up with strangers. If he continues to suggest that Li Xiaoya find others to team up with for the Misty Forest, it might irritate her. Of course, for Li Xiaoya, with her current relationship with Jiang Feng, even if Jiang Feng really wanted to find more people to accompany them, she wouldn't think he was looking for trouble. After all, she is just cautious, not suspicious. I'll introduce you to them when I have the chance. With your personality, you'll definitely get along with them quickly. Jiang Feng smiled. Anyone recognized by Li Xiaoya must be worth befriending. The next morning, because the equipment Jiang Feng ordered from the Bounty Hunter Guild website was still on the way, he and Li Xiaoya agreed to come to the Bounty Hunter Guild together to see if there were any suitable tasks for them to take on. In fact, taking on tasks at the Bounty Hunter Guild is quite convenient, but the documents need to be signed in person to be valid. Otherwise, Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya wouldn't have had to make a special trip here. If they were to take on tasks at the Beastmaster Association, even as first-level association members, they would still need to follow the process, queue up, fill out forms, and finally sign the printed contract. Although the Beastmaster Association is only a semi-official organization, its procedures still have to align with the Human Alliance. Sometimes, the cumbersome process of taking on tasks is not a bad thing, as it helps avoid unnecessary disputes after tasks are completed. To improve efficiency, Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya looked at the tasks on the bulletin board separately. There are indeed quite a few tasks. Now Jiang Feng finally understands why there are so many people in the hall every time he comes to the Bounty Hunter Guild, as he discovers that even in medium to high danger zones like the Misty Forest, there are still many tasks available to take on. After a while, Jiang Feng walked over to Li Xiaoya and asked, Senior, how's it going over here? I looked at quite a few tasks just now, and to be honest, I'm a bit confused now. Don't think that the difficulty of a task is necessarily proportional to its reward. The Beastmaster Association and the Bounty Hunter Guild will ensure that the employers who post tasks won't default on their payments. But they won't remind the Beastmasters accepting the tasks whether the difficulty and reward are equivalent, as this is also a test for the Beastmasters. Just because you work hard doesn't mean you'll definitely gain a lot of benefits, Li Xiaoya replied. Li Xiaoya waved her hand and said, You're just in time. I found a task that is just right for us. What task? Jiang Feng leaned in closer. It's this one. Li Xiaoya pointed to the task terminal, commonly known as the task machine. When she found this task, she had already entered the task number into the terminal. Jiang Feng looked at the task details displayed on the screen. Task location: the outskirts of the Misty Forest. Task requirements: obtain 10 complete illusion purple herbs. Task reward: 1 million alliance coins. Jiang Feng noticed that this task didn't have too many requirements, but since he hadn't accepted the task yet, he couldn't view the location hints for where the illusion purple herbs might appear. It made sense. If someone could view task hints without accepting the task, they could not only be the first to complete it, but might even choose an ambush location in advance to reap the benefits. Senior, what are illusion purple herbs? Jiang Feng was very interested and wanted to know what made this item valuable enough for the employer to offer 1 million alliance coins as a reward. Li Xiaoya explained. Illusion purple herbs are a plant unique to the Misty Forest with high medicinal value. After special processing, the medicine made from it can treat mental illnesses. Jiang Feng then asked, so if a phantom beast suffers too many mental attacks and becomes mentally exhausted. It can also be treated with the medicine made from illusion purple herbs. Most Beastmasters and Phantom Beasts cannot resist mental-type skill attacks. Yes, Li Xiaoya sighed, feeling envious of Lan Yin's mastery of mental-type skills. Although Lan Yin hadn't yet reached the elite level, even elite Phantom Beasts that didn't have similar mental skills couldn't resist the mental impact from Lan Yin. During the previous battle with the armored Silver Fang snake, Lan Yin had used mental impact to deal significant damage to the snake's psyche, which was the main reason it ultimately went mad and lost its reason. Jiang Feng nodded. No wonder obtaining just 10 illusion purple herbs can earn 1 million alliance coins. It seems this task is perfect for us. It's not that simple. Li Xiaoya shook her head slightly. Although there are indeed illusion purple herbs growing on the outskirts of the Misty Forest, their unique medicinal value has led many Beastmasters to specifically look for and harvest them after entering the Misty Forest. As a result, the price of a single illusion purple herb has been rising, and now their numbers have sharply decreased. We may have to find them at the border between the outskirts and the inner area. So, this task isn't easy? Li Xiaoya shrugged. Otherwise, the employer wouldn't offer 1 million alliance coins as a reward. Jiang Feng said, I think we can take this task. Maybe while searching for the illusion purple herbs, we might also stumble upon other rare plants. Since their destination had already been confirmed as the Misty Forest, Jiang Feng was curious about what made the inner area more dangerous than the outskirts. I can't say for sure if we will discover other rare plants, but based on my experience, rare plants like illusion purple herbs are likely to be guarded by elite Phantom Beasts nearby. If we want to obtain the illusion purple herbs, we will probably have to engage in some fierce battles. The number of elite Phantom Beasts in the Misty Forest is not something that Fuming Mountain can compare with. We might even encounter unexpected dangers. That's fine. After all, our task is to harvest illusion purple herbs, not to kill every elite Phantom Beast we see. Unless we run into special circumstances, there is no need for us to get entangled with them. Jiang Feng was very familiar with the idea that treasures are always surrounded by unexpected dangers. But reality isn't a game. Who says we have to kill the beasts guarding the herbs to obtain the illusion purple herbs? Alright, since that's the case, let's accept this task. Li Xiaoya nodded. In fact, she and Jiang Feng thought the same way. If the Phantom Beasts guarding the illusion purple herbs were too strong, they could find a way to stealthily harvest the herbs and leave quickly. There was no need to go around killing everything, though they certainly didn't have the strength to do that now. Just as Li Xiaoya was about to accept the task on the terminal and prepare to register with Jiang Feng, a somewhat familiar voice suddenly rang out behind them. So, how is it, Captain? How could I possibly mistake someone? Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya turned around to see 3 familiar faces standing behind them. Zhengge? Jiang Feng was surprised to see Zheng Jinghao again. Previously, when Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya came to the Bounty Hunter Guild for the first time to accept tasks, they had coincidentally met Zheng Jinghao, Bai Hongcheng, and Wang Yuanhang. At that time, Zheng Jinghao had wanted to invite Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya to go outside the city to do tasks together, but Jiang Feng had politely declined. After that, Jiang Feng hadn't thought about teaming up with Zheng Jinghao and the others, so he hadn't contacted them. Zheng Jinghao smiled and said, what a coincidence. I just heard Yuanhang say you were here. I thought he was joking, but I didn't expect to come over and really find you. Li Xiaoya also remembered Zheng Jinghao. Although she wasn't very familiar with him, she had a good first impression. At least he didn't seem like someone with ill intentions. Zhengge, are you guys going out of the city to do a task? Yes. Zheng Jinghao turned to Wang Yuanhang and said, my companion just needs one more task to meet the requirements to advance to a 1-star hunter. So we're going to the Misty Forest to help him complete this task. We received the email about the task yesterday, and we're here to sign the contract and set off today. Since this matter wasn't a secret, Zheng Jinghao thought it was fine to tell Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya. If encountering Zheng Jinghao here was somewhat expected, then the decision of Zheng Jinghao and his companions to head to the Misty Forest indeed surprised Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya. Is there a problem? Zheng Jinghao noticed that Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya's expressions seemed a bit off. Zhengge, funny enough, we just accepted a task, and the location is also the Misty Forest. Since Zheng Jinghao hadn't hidden their destination, Jiang Feng naturally wouldn't either. Really? Zheng Jinghao showed a surprised expression upon hearing Jiang Feng's words. Jiang Feng nodded, absolutely. That's quite a coincidence. Zheng Jinghao smiled. Life is indeed full of surprises. He didn't expect to meet Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya again, and that they would be doing tasks in the same location. Jiang Feng smiled, but didn't say anything. Fate can be quite mysterious sometimes. Zheng Jinghao then said to Jiang Feng, this should be your second task, right? You must have completed your first task easily, or else newly registered bounty hunters usually wouldn't rush to take on tasks in high-risk areas like the Misty Forest. You're overestimating us. We did encounter some trouble during our first task, but we feel that challenging our limits isn't a bad thing. Besides, the Misty Forest is a medium to high-risk area. I think as long as we don't delve too deep into the inner area, it should be fine. I agree with your statement. For a Beastmaster, pushing one's limits is indeed very important. After all, to become an excellent Beastmaster, one needs to progress together with their contracted beasts. Zheng Jinghao paused for a moment and continued. As for the issue of the Misty Forest, some Beastmasters consider it a forbidden area, but that's just because they are too greedy and have entered areas they shouldn't have. As long as we don't run around recklessly, safety can still be ensured. Perhaps Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya just successfully completed a task. But Zheng Jinghao wouldn't underestimate them. Since they dared to go to the Misty Forest, it proves they are very confident in their own abilities. Otherwise, even newcomers who are unclear about their own strength wouldn't dare to go to the Misty Forest with just 2 people in a team. Jiang Feng said, "That's right. Even in a place like the Misty Forest, elite-level phantom beasts are not everywhere. As long as we assess our capabilities when taking on tasks and are cautious after entering the forest, completing the tasks smoothly shouldn't be difficult. Elite-level phantom beasts are not just ordinary cabbages. Even in super high-danger areas, there are still ordinary-level phantom beasts. If we encounter a powerful phantom beast, it's either due to the task requirements that we deliberately seek them out, or simply bad luck." Wang Yuanhang, seeing that Zheng Jinghao and Jiang Feng were getting along so well, expressed his thoughts. Since we all have the same destination for this task, why not act together? In fact, Wang Yuanhang wasn't this familiar with everyone. He didn't want to deal with those who behaved poorly, as that could easily put him in danger. Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya were different. Wang Yuanhang believed they were worth befriending, and most importantly, they weren't clueless beginners. They had just registered at the Bounty Hunter Guild. Wherever there are people, there are bound to be factions. Wang Yuanhang knew that Zheng Jinghao was unwilling to join a larger team because he didn't want to take sides and be forced to do some things against his will in the future. Therefore, Wang Yuanhang didn't want Zheng Jinghao to feel compelled to join another team just to help himself and by Hongcheng become 1-star hunters. Becoming a 1-star hunter does bring many privileges, but for Wang Yuanhang, if this identity was obtained at the cost of Zheng Jinghao's freedom, he would rather not have it. On this matter, Bai Hongcheng and Wang Yuanhang shared the same thoughts, since they couldn't rely entirely on others. Wang Yuanhang thought collaborating with Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya was a good choice. At least everyone could meet their own needs without owing each other favors. Chapter 34, Traveling Together. Although Jiang Feng had previously declined Zheng Jinghao's invitation, when Wang Yuanhang proposed it again, Zheng Jinghao thought they should try again. So he showed a friendly expression to Jiang Feng and said, "Are you interested in collaborating with us this time? Although our tasks are different, the Misty Forest is still a medium-high danger area. If we help each other, we should all be able to complete our tasks smoothly." Brother Zheng's warm invitation makes it seem too disrespectful if I refuse again. As the saying goes, 3rd time's a charm. Although Jiang Feng didn't have to accept Zheng Jinghao's invitation, he had no conflict with him, and having more friends isn't necessarily a bad thing. Therefore, he started to seriously consider Zheng Jinghao's suggestion. Although Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya already had a good partnership, they couldn't always act together. Li Xiaoya had other trustworthy friends, but since school hadn't started yet, Jiang Feng didn't have the chance to make other reliable friends. Thus, befriending bounty hunters like Zheng Jinghao seemed very necessary to him. The only issue was that Jiang Feng didn't know what Li Xiaoya was thinking. If she didn't want to travel with Zheng Jinghao and the others, then Jiang Feng definitely wouldn't abandon her to act alone. As for whether Jiang Feng needed to reason with Li Xiaoya, he thought it was completely unnecessary, as Li Xiaoya was a smart person. If he meddled too much, it might backfire. Li Xiaoya noticed Jiang Feng's gaze. She knew that Jiang Feng had the idea of collaborating with Zheng Jinghao and the others. Although Li Xiaoya had been somewhat wary of Zheng Jinghao and the others when she first met them, her wariness had decreased significantly upon seeing them again today. Moreover, since they were also heading to the Misty Forest, she thought it wouldn't hurt for everyone to cooperate once. There's always a first time for everything. Li Xiaoya also wanted to confirm whether Zheng Jinghao and the others were trustworthy, so she asked Zheng Jinghao with some concern, "Brother Zheng, you are all elite Beastmasters, right?" "Yes, we are all elite Beastmasters, because it's difficult to complete the task to advance to a 1-star hunter without being elite level, let alone the future task to advance to a 2-star hunter." As soon as Li Xiaoya spoke, Zheng Jinghao knew that this matter was likely to succeed, because in his view, both Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya had a say in the matter. However, when it came to some not particularly important issues, Li Xiaoya might be accustomed to letting Jiang Feng take the lead. After hearing Zheng Jinghao's explanation, Li Xiaoya couldn't help but glance at Jiang Feng. If a Beastmaster could become a 2-star hunter without being elite level, she had one such example beside her. Of course, Li Xiaoya believed that the combat power displayed by Lanyan now was comparable to that of a newly entered elite level Phantom Beast. Li Xiaoya then said to Zheng Jinghao, "Brother Zheng, perhaps helping us complete the task isn't difficult for you. but we might not be able to help you complete the task to advance to a 1-star hunter, which wouldn't be fair to you. Zheng Jinghao asked Li Xiaoya, what task are you taking? Phantom purple grass. I remember that this plant mostly grew on the outskirts of the misty forest in the past. But in recent years, due to overharvesting, its numbers have sharply decreased, so it's not so easy to find now. Moreover, since phantom purple grass is also very beneficial for phantom beasts, I believe that places where it can be found are likely guarded by at least elite-level phantom beasts. Regardless, Zheng Jinghao had been a bounty hunter for several years, and he had seen more types of phantom beasts and plants than Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya. Even in places like the Misty Forest, he had been there several times, but he and his two teammates didn't dare to venture deep into the inner areas. Although Lord-level phantom beasts are not everywhere in the inner areas of the Misty Forest, if they happen to encounter one, the best outcome for elite-level Beastmasters and their contracted beasts is still to have a narrow escape. Jiang Feng nodded. So we plan to first find the location of the phantom purple grass, and then decide whether to sneakily gather it or engage in a direct battle with the nearby guarding phantom beasts. Of course, if you are willing to help, Brother Zheng. I believe that even if we take the straightforward approach, we will likely complete the task quickly. By the way, the final task for advancing to a 1-star hunter should be quite difficult, right? In the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy or trickery is futile. Jiang Feng thought this statement made a lot of sense. If he had overwhelming strength, there would be no need to be so cautious after entering the Misty Forest. Our task is to obtain 2 fire feather bird tail feathers. Zheng Jinghao didn't know if Jiang Feng was familiar with fire feather birds. So he immediately explained, the habitat of fire feather birds is probably at the junction of the outskirts and inner areas of the Misty Forest. They are phantom beasts with very strong offensive capabilities, so obtaining feathers from their tails is definitely not an easy task. Jiang Feng said, it seems that your task is indeed more challenging. Wang Yuanhang shrugged. There's nothing we can do. The advancement tasks aren't fixed. We can only wait for the Bounty Hunter Guild to issue notifications before preparing. To be honest, I hope I can pass in one go. If it were just a task failure, it would be fine, but if it were a task failure accompanied by serious injuries, then who knows when the next task will come. Previously, Bai Hongcheng was injured while undertaking the task to promote to a 1-star hunter. Considering his abilities were still somewhat lacking, after recovering from his injuries, Bai Hongcheng did not apply again to the Bounty Hunter Guild for a promotion task, and decided to help Wang Yuanhang become a 1-star hunter first. Jiang Feng said, Zhenggu, I do want to travel with you, but the promotion task is not trivial. If you get injured while helping us complete the task, and we can't assist at all, wouldn't that be a huge loss for you? Zheng Jinghao smiled and said, that won't happen. I'm good at judging people, and I believe you have the strength to face elite-level phantom beasts. However, this is still our promotion task, and I can't ask you to assist us in battle until the task is completed. If things go south, you should prioritize your own safety. Zhenggu is so sincere. It would be unreasonable for me to refuse. Jiang Feng didn't know if Zheng Jinghao was this friendly to others, but according to Zheng Jinghao, Jiang Feng believed this cooperation would be a win-win for both him and Li Xiaoya. As soon as Jiang Feng finished speaking, Li Xiaoya also said to Zheng Jinghao, I don't have the habit of owing others favors. When I became a Beastmaster, I was mentally prepared to face any danger. Since Zhenggu is willing to help us, I won't easily leave when danger arises. Jiang Feng echoed, yes, Beastmasters should help each other, regardless of the outcome. We will do our best. Since Zheng Jinghao completed the promotion task and became a 1-star hunter, there was no way Wang Yuanhang would miss this opportunity. It was just that with Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya's help, the success rate would be higher. All right, welcome to temporarily join our team. Zheng Jinghao proactively extended his right hand to Jiang Feng. Zheng Jinghao's statement about Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya temporarily joining was indeed reasonable since they had never collaborated before, and the outcome of this trip to the Misty Forest was unknown. Who knows if there would be more opportunities for cooperation in the future. Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya shook hands with Zheng Jinghao, acknowledging his role as the team leader. To be honest, Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya didn't mind who was the leader, as long as the other party could make the right decisions. Otherwise, having 2 commanders in a team would definitely lead to problems at critical moments. Next, Zheng Jinghao Bai Hongcheng and Wang Yuanhang briefly introduced their contracted beasts to Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya. As for the beast mastery talents of Zheng Jinghao and the others, since they didn't mention them, Jiang Feng certainly wouldn't ask. Talents below a certain level generally only work under specific conditions, which limits their effectiveness. However, Jiang Feng possessed a high-level talent. Unless it was his opponent or enemy, he wouldn't deliberately seek to understand what talents others had. It is worth mentioning that Jiang Feng found Bai Hongcheng to be quite taciturn. During their first meeting, Bai Hongcheng hardly spoke, which made Jiang Feng think he didn't like talking to strangers, but that wasn't the case. Bai Hongcheng's contracted beast is the rock-armored beast. Although the rock-armored beast is not good at attacking and moves slowly, its defense is definitely among the best for phantom beasts of the same level. Wang Yuanhang's contracted beast is the Blade Mantis. While this phantom beast may not have the frontline attacking capability of the heavy fist angry ape, the Blade Mantis is slightly faster and especially good at finding the enemy's weaknesses in battle for a decisive strike. Although the rock-armored beast, heavy fist angry ape, and Blade Mantis all have obvious weaknesses, as long as they fight together, they can unleash unexpectedly powerful combat strength. Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya also shared information about their contracted beasts with Zheng Jinghao and the others. At this point, Zheng Jinghao and the others realized that Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya were students of Sangyu Academy. Of course, Jiang Feng did not mention that Blue Nightmare has a royal high bloodline, as he felt there was no need to expose this information. Otherwise, it might lead Zheng Jinghao and the others to overthink. No wonder you are a top student from the Beastmaster Academy, Zheng Jinghao said, shifting his gaze away from Li Xiaoya. Don't laugh at me. When I was in my second year at the Beastmaster Academy, my contracted beast was only of ordinary level. The Linhai base city is not the only base city with a Beastmaster Academy. Although Zheng Jinghao's awakened talent level is not very high, he is still a legitimate graduate of a Beastmaster Academy, so he is somewhat familiar with Sangyu Academy. Many people say that Sangyu Academy has declined, but some powerful individuals Zheng Jinghao has seen are graduates of Sangyu Academy. So he believes that an academy with a glorious history like Sangyu Academy will not easily fade from the historical stage. Li Xiaoya said to Zheng Jinghao, "You're flattering me. I'm not a top student, just lucky. True geniuses can reach the Lord level before graduation." Li Xiaoya believes she may not have this opportunity anymore, because good luck cannot always be on her side, whether it is phantom beasts or beastmasters. The higher the level, the more energy is required for upgrades, and many beastmasters have experienced being stuck at a certain level for a long time. Most importantly, the levels of beastmasters and their contracted beasts must rise and sink. Otherwise, if one side is too low, problems will arise sooner or later. However, with Jiang Feng's high-level talent, Li Xiaoya believes he is very likely to become a Lord-level Beastmaster before graduation. Zheng Jinghao smiled and didn't say much. Since Li Xiaoya could become an elite-level Beastmaster, it certainly wasn't just due to luck. However, since Li Xiaoya didn't elaborate, Zheng Jinghao naturally wouldn't pry further. As for the seemingly unremarkable Jiang Feng, Zheng Jinghao believed he must also have unique qualities. Otherwise, Li Xiaoya wouldn't trust him so much. Zheng Jinghao turned to look at Li Xiaoya, and he was speaking the truth. Li Xiaoya, who had been to the Misty Forest, could certainly verify this. Li Xiaoya noticed Zheng Jinghao's gaze and slightly nodded, saying, "There are dozens of kilometers between the Misty Forest and Linhai Base City. The road is mostly a no-man's land except for transportation lines. If we want to enter the Misty Forest tomorrow during the day, we must set off tonight and camp outside. Although there are wild phantom beasts outside the base city, and some areas have alien activities, every base city must maintain regular contact, and the transportation of supplies is essential. Relying solely on airplanes to transport goods is too costly. So the Human Alliance has specifically built a large number of railways and sent Beastmasters to protect passengers and supplies. Even so, trains traveling through the wilderness can still encounter attacks. Fierce wild phantom beasts, cunning aliens, and even refugees gathered outside the city can all become enemies for the Beastmasters responsible for railway security." Chapter 35, Second Generation Beastmasters. Jiang Feng nodded slightly. "I see. Compared to the Misty Forest, Fuming Mountain is indeed much closer to Linhai Base City." Zheng Jinghao said to Jiang Feng, "Don't worry. Phantom beasts in low-danger areas generally won't actively attack humans, and refugees rarely attack passing Beastmasters. Even if they attack trains, it is only to obtain living supplies. Although their actions violate the laws of the Human Alliance, as people abandoned by the base city, they can only survive in this way." Has Zheng Gu seen refugees? Jiang Feng only learned about refugees from the materials. Li Xiaoya also had not seen refugees, just happened to encounter them once. Zheng Jinghao thought for a moment and continued. Although the impression of refugees among the residents of the base city is that they are mostly violent thugs, in reality, many refugees are forced to live in refugee gathering areas. Some left the base city for special reasons, or they were born in refugee gathering areas and do not have the status of base city citizens. Jiang Feng said, "In simple terms, we cannot generalize." Zheng Jinghao sighed and said, "Yes, only those refugees who have blood on their hands from innocent people should be subjected to legal punishment. If the law cannot punish them, then we Beastmasters also have the responsibility to eradicate the darkness. Speaking of which, are there any alien races appearing near the Misty Forest?" Although Jiang Feng didn't think Zheng Jinghao was speaking grandly, he felt that Zheng Jinghao had dealt with refugees before and might have even had conflicts with them. However, He didn't like listening to other people's gossip, so he took the initiative to change the topic. Li Xiaoya had not been to the Misty Forest many times, and since Zheng Jinghao was more familiar with it, Jiang Feng certainly wouldn't keep his questions to himself. He also believed Li Xiaoya should be interested in the affairs of the Misty Forest. That's hard to say. Zheng Jinghao shook his head slightly and said, "You must know that the area near the entrance of the spatial passage has become a gathering area for alien races. However, since the establishment of the Human Alliance, the bases on this continent have been interconnected, forming barriers that effectively prevent the alien races from expanding outward. Unfortunately, the distances between each base are still too far apart, which leads to occasional incursions by varying numbers of alien races into the territory of the Human Alliance to plunder resources, and even to control wild magical beasts to attack the base cities. The Misty Forest is far from the coastal base city and is not under its control. In the past, Beastmasters discovered traces of alien races in the Misty Forest, and both sides even engaged in fierce battles, but that was a long time ago. After all, the Misty Forest is a medium to high danger zone for us, and it is the same for the alien races. Who knows how many alien races have died in the Misty Forest?" Li Xiaoya nodded and said, "That's true. Not all alien races are that powerful. Our human talents are not inferior to them. Humans have survived on this continent, and have even repelled invaders from other spaces, which definitely cannot be achieved by just one or two powerful individuals." Jiang Feng asked Zheng Jinghao, "So, are the alien races appearing in the Misty Forest to plunder resources? If that is the case, then wouldn't other regions also have similar situations?" Zheng Jinghao nodded and said, "Yes. The emergence of exceptional energy has significantly changed the environment of Blue Star. Even after hundreds of years, the alien races have not given up on the idea of plundering Blue Star's resources. Before the emergence of exceptional energy, Blue Star already had abundant resources. After the emergence of exceptional energy, special resources like energy crystals appeared, and there are countless rare flowers and herbs. Facing such a rich Blue Star, it would be too unrealistic for the alien races to choose to ignore it. No wonder there is an irreconcilable hatred between the alien races and us humans. It seems that if I encounter an alien race outside the base city and have the chance to act, I definitely cannot let them go. Perhaps there are also peace-loving races among the alien races, but Jiang Feng would not gamble on whether they are friendly towards humans. Besides, these alien races have already infiltrated the heart of the Human Alliance. Who would believe they have no special purpose?" Although Zheng Jinghao could not say he would definitely sacrifice himself for others, as a human, he certainly did not want to see his hometown suffer from war. Humans and alien races are only temporarily not engaging in full-scale war. Some base cities will still suffer attacks from alien races. If the strength of the alien races grows further, it will not be long before a full-scale war breaks out again. Wang Yuanhang said, "In fact, killing alien races not only has the possibility of obtaining special resources, but also can earn contribution points for the Human Alliance." Contribution points for the Human Alliance? Jiang Feng was not very familiar with this. Zheng Jinghao explained to Jiang Feng, "Actually, the contribution point mechanisms of the Beastmaster Association and the Bounty Hunter Guild are modeled after the Human Alliance. Generally speaking, only those who kill alien races or make special contributions can earn contribution points from the Human Alliance, besides exchanging for rare resources. If the contribution points accumulate to a certain extent, one can also obtain an official position in the Human Alliance, like the position of a base city lord." Zheng Jinghao said, "Yes, but the number of each position is limited, and qualifications are also very important. It is not just about meeting the contribution point requirements to obtain a position. If there are no satisfactory positions, contribution points can also be exchanged for resources, which is the most practical choice." Wang Yuanhang smiled and said to Jiang Feng, "Isn't it motivating to think about it this way?" Jiang Feng nodded and said, "Indeed. But it must not be easy to earn contribution points from the Human Alliance. You are right. After all, alien races are not easy to kill, and there are often more opportunities to earn contribution points only when war breaks out. In contrast, contribution points from the Beastmaster Association and the Bounty Hunter Guild are easier to obtain." At the end, Wang Yuanhang joked, "Anyway, with my current strength, the resources from the Bounty Hunter Guild are not insufficient for me." Jiang Feng smiled. Beastmasters should indeed have a clear understanding of their own strength. Although contribution points from the Human Alliance are very valuable, obtaining a large number of them requires both strength and luck. During this meeting, Jiang Feng, Li Xiaoya, and Zheng Jinghao had pretty much discussed everything. Next, Jiang Feng intended to take his leave and find a service window to handle the task application procedures when he heard an unrestrained laugh coming from the entrance of the hall. When Jiang Feng turned to look, he discovered a young man with a fashionable hairstyle and outfit. Not only with his left arm around a beautiful girl, but also surrounded by two men who seemed to be his lackeys, looking very suave. Zheng Jinghao knew Jiang Feng must not know this young man, so he took the initiative to introduce him. His name is Qihao. He is considered a celebrity around here. Celebrity? Is he very powerful? For some reason, Jiang Feng felt that Zheng Jinghao's tone sounded somewhat playful. Wang Yuanhang said, "It's hard to say how strong he is, but his speed of changing girlfriends is indeed fast. If I'm not mistaken, he brought another girl last time." Wang Yuanhang continued. Of course, he just graduated from Moonlight Academy not long ago. Otherwise, how could an ordinary person act so flamboyantly? I see. If Jiang Feng remembered correctly, Moonlight Academy was a well-known school near the coastal-based city. Although it could not be compared to the peak period of Tsangyu Academy, it consistently produced excellent graduates every year. However, even if he was a graduate of Moonlight Academy, it was still not very appropriate for him to act so ostentatiously here, which was the territory of the Bounty Hunter Guild. I guess you would ask that. Hearing Jiang Feng's words, Wang Yuanhang immediately became interested and leaned in to put his arm around Jiang Feng's shoulders. Although it was only their second meeting, Wang Yuanhang was very happy chatting with Jiang Feng, which was why he acted so familiar with him. Zheng Jinghao and Bai Hongcheng were already used to this. When they first met Wang Yuanhang, his behavior was practically the same as now. Wang Yuanhang whispered, "If you ask me, Qihao is passable in strength, but his character is not very likable. However, considering his father's identity, even those who dislike him generally easily conflict with him." Who is his father? His father is Qi Honghai, the director of the logistics department of the Bounty Hunter Guild in the coastal-based city. Wang Yuanhang further explained, although President Feng and Vice President Kong are the actual leaders of the Bounty Hunter Guild in the coastal-based city, Qi Honghai is also one of the powerful figures, as he is responsible for the entry and exit of everything from daily necessities to important supplies. Do you think the bounty hunters in the coastal-based city would actively provoke Qihao? Jiang Feng shook his head slightly and said, "Probably not." That's right. Those high-ranking leaders are rarely seen, but for bounty hunters living in the coastal-based city, it's inevitable that they will have to deal with someone like Qi Honghai, who holds a significant position and has real power. If you're strong, of course, you don't have to care about Qi Honghai's thoughts. However, if you're a low-level bounty hunter or even unranked, offending Qihao would be equivalent to offending Qi Honghai. Therefore, to avoid unnecessary trouble, most bounty hunters will give Qihao face, and some even go out of their way to curry favor with him to connect with Qi Honghai. Indeed, having a good family background allows for a certain level of arrogance. After Wang Yuanhang explained this, Jiang Feng understood that Qihao was a typical second-generation rich kid. Jiang Feng certainly didn't resent those second-generation kids. After all, no one can control which family they are born into. And having good family conditions is an inherent advantage that doesn't need to be hidden. However, even if Qi Honghai holds real power, he couldn't possibly dominate the Bounty Hunter Association in the coastal-based city, right? Jiang Feng didn't believe that Feng Yuanyao and Kong Li would turn a blind eye to Qi Honghai's actions. Regardless of the position, if there are no checks on the power, it's inevitable that there will be situations of abusing power for personal gain. That's for sure. No one can truly achieve absolute power alone. But Qi Honghai doesn't need to get his hands dirty himself. He could just make things a bit more discreet. And without decisive evidence, President Feng and Vice President Kong would easily move against him. Wang Yuanhang lowered his voice again. Moreover, as far as I know, President Feng, Vice President Kong, and Qi Honghai have been friends for many years. Perhaps they might turn a blind eye to Qi Honghai's actions out of consideration for their past collaboration. Of course, this is just hearsay, so please don't casually tell others. Don't worry, I'm very discreet. Jiang Feng assured Wang Yuanhang. He actually knew that what Wang Yuanhang said was probably true. Some things are better kept to oneself, as spreading them around could easily lead to trouble. All right, it's time to get down to business. Zheng Jinghao patted Wang Yuanhang on the shoulder. If he let him continue, who knows who they might end up talking about next. All right then, Wang Yuanhang responded. After all, they were all going to set off for the misty forest together that night. And Wang Yuanhang had plenty of time to chat with Jiang Feng on the way. However, just then, a voice interrupted. Is that you, Zheng Jinghao? I didn't expect to see you, such a busy person here. Jiang Feng saw that the slightly plump lackey who had been with Qihao earlier was walking over. And from his tone, it seemed he knew Zheng Jinghao. Wang Yuanhang cursed under his breath. What bad luck, he noticed me. Zheng Jinghao replied indifferently. Su Tong. As a bounty hunter, it should be normal for me to appear at the Bounty Hunter Association, right? Jiang Feng stepped in front of Li Xiaoya. As per the trope of antagonists, this Su Tong would likely provoke them next, and Qihao might be drawn over as well. Li Xiaoya noticed Jiang Feng's instinctive action. Although she didn't say much, she was still glad that Jiang Feng thought of her. Following that, as if to confirm Jiang Feng's judgment, Qihao indeed walked over to them. Incredible, Jiang Feng thought to himself. If he had said goodbye to Zheng Jinghao earlier, would this scene have been avoided? Su Tong smiled lightly. It's normal, but after such a long time, It seems your two teammates haven't made any progress. Wang Yuanhang said to Su Tong. You don't need to worry about that. You'd be better off taking care of yourself with that time. Why doesn't Wang Yuanhang like Su Tong? It's because Su Tong speaks too provocatively, and most importantly, he's a snob, which Wang Yuanhang dislikes dealing with the most. Chapter 36. No respect. Su Tong shrugged. Wang Yuanhang, you've been a registered hunter in the Bounty Hunter Association for so many years. I think the root cause is your lack of ambition. Bai Hongcheng, who had a good relationship with Wang Yuanhang, frowned upon hearing Su Tong's words. You shouldn't casually judge people you don't understand. Chung, we don't need to waste our breath on someone like him. Wang Yuanhang was glad to have a friend like Bai Hongcheng. In past battles, whenever Bai Hongcheng summoned the rock armor beast, Wang Yuanhang always felt at ease. Some say that the contracted beasts chosen by Beastmasters reflect their personalities, and Wang Yuanhang thought this was very true. Bai Hongcheng, you are too sentimental. Don't you know that following the right people leads to better opportunities? Su Ting thought Bai Hongcheng had good talent, but the only problem was that he was too stubborn and didn't understand that as a Beastmaster, he should learn to assess the situation. Bai Hongcheng decisively said to Su Tong, I just need to know who treats me well. I don't want to take any shortcuts. Zheng Jinghao said, Su Tong, if you're here to mock us, you can leave now. No, I just wanted to let you know that if you change your mind, I can introduce you to young Master Qi at any time. After all, we used to be teammates. Su Tong didn't continue to focus on Bai Hongcheng and Wang Yuanhang because, in his view, Zheng Jinghao's talent and ability surpassed both of theirs. If he could win over Zheng Jinghao, it would surely be a good thing. No need. I only cooperate with friends I trust. Zheng Jinghao decisively rejected Su Tong's offer. When he first became a bounty hunter, Zheng Jinghao had collaborated with Su Tong. Initially, their cooperation went smoothly. Su Tong wasn't as snobbish back then, but he had always been lenient with himself and strict with others, especially toward those who were less capable and had no background. Over time, the conflicts between Su Tong and Bai Hongcheng and Zheng Jinghao grew larger. Later, through friends, Su Tong met Qi Hao. As time went on, he became familiar with Qi Hao. Su Tong was ambitious. Once he seized the opportunity, he wouldn't let it go easily. However, he knew that it would be difficult to get Qi Honghai's attention on his own, so he thought of bringing Zheng Jinghao in. However, Zheng Jinghao was not interested in Su Tong's suggestion. Firstly, he believed Qi Hao's character was not good. Secondly, he had no intention of connecting with Qi Honghai through Qi Hao. And he even told Su Tong that it wasn't necessary because there were many people wanting to connect with Qi Honghai. So Su Tong's actions might not even be worth mentioning in Qi Honghai's eyes. Regardless, Su Tong and Zheng Jinghao had been teammates for a long time. And even if they had disagreements, their relationship wouldn't deteriorate quickly. Su Tong believed that no one wanted to stay stagnant. Zheng Jinghao just didn't want to abandon Bai Hongcheng and Wang Yuanhang. However, the slots available to stay close to Qi Hao were limited. And bringing Bai Hongcheng and Wang Yuanhang along was obviously unrealistic. Whenever there are disagreements among team members, such situations are likely to occur frequently. A series of events later made the conflicts between Su Tong and Zheng Jinghao irreconcilable, and at that point, Su Tong was determined to go solo. Qi Hao walked over lazily and asked, Su Tong, who are these people? If there's no fun, don't waste my time. Originally, Qi Hao was completely uninterested in Su Tong's private affairs, but when he saw Li Xiaoya, he changed his mind. Although Li Xiaoya wasn't the kind of beauty that left a stunning first impression, as a resilient female Beastmaster, her charm was still significant. Qi Hao's current girlfriend, Pang Yinghui, was just an ordinary girl with a sweet appearance, and compared to her, Li Xiaoya's temperament was fundamentally different. Of course, no matter what, Qi Hao has seen all kinds of girls. He just thought there might be some excitement worth seeing here. Rather than intentionally trying to flirt with Li Xiaoya in front of Pang Yinghui, Li Xiaoya noticed Qi Hao's gaze. Although he was handsome, she had no interest in such playboys. Having a good family background was indeed an advantage for Qi Hao, but this advantage might not accompany him for life. Oftentimes, beast tamers can only rely on themselves. In contrast, Li Xiaoya preferred to believe in Jiang Feng, as Jiang Feng had a better personality and didn't look down on others just because he had a high-level talent. Su Tong pointed to Zheng Jinghao. Qi Xiao, this is Zheng Jinghao, whom I mentioned before. This is Zheng Jinghao? Qi Hao sized him up and said with a faint smile. He doesn't seem to have anything special about him. Qi Xiao, he indeed looks unremarkable, but he is still my former teammate, so I know his abilities. Su Ting certainly wouldn't belittle Zheng Jinghao at this moment, as that would be equivalent to belittling himself. Is that so? Qi Hao nodded seriously. The person you introduced seems reliable enough. Having him as my follower should be fine. Qi Hao knew that everyone approached him because of his father, but that didn't matter to him at all. After all, even if it wasn't sincere flattery, it still sounded pleasant. As for Bai Hongcheng and Wang Yuanhang, since Su Tong hadn't mentioned their names, Qi Hao naturally had no interest in learning about their identities. Sorry, I'm not interested in being anyone's follower. Zheng Jinghao maintained a composed demeanor in front of Qi Hao. Qi Hao was Qi Hao, and Qi Honghai was Qi Honghai. If Zheng Jinghao would be retaliated against by Qi Honghai for speaking a few truths, then how could the Bounty Hunter Guild in Lehigh Bay City possibly retain talent? Interesting. Qi Hao smiled. Su Teng, your friend really is character. Why do I feel like he has a strong opinion of me? Zheng Jinghao. Qi Xiao is in a good mood today and is willing to give you this opportunity, so don't be ungrateful. Su Ting thought he had been very kind to Zheng Jinghao. Although connecting with Qi Honghai through Qi Hao wasn't particularly honorable, having an opportunity was better than none. Suffering a little now was nothing. As long as he had strength and status in the future, he wouldn't have to worry about losing face. Zheng Jinghao ignored Su Teng and said to Qi Hao, Qi Xiao, I'm not targeting you. It's just that my friends and I are used to being free and don't like being constrained. If my words were inappropriate, please forgive me. Like being free, huh? Qi Hao nodded slightly. Actually, I also dislike being managed by others. That feeling is indeed very awkward. Upon hearing Qi Hao say this, Zheng Jinghao thought the matter had passed, but unexpectedly, Qi Hao hadn't finished speaking. However, I hate it the most when others don't give me face. I sincerely invited you just now, but you decisively rejected me, which really disappoints me. Nonsensical. Not only did Zheng Jinghao think this way, but Jiang Feng also believed that Qi Hao had indeed fully embodied the image of a playboy. However, he thought Qi Hao's performance wouldn't end here. Zheng Jinghao certainly couldn't directly fall out with Qi Hao, so he could only follow up on Qi Hao's words and ask, I wonder how Qi Xiao intends to resolve this matter? Qi Hao thought for a moment. You all look ready to go. I assume you're planning to leave the city? Just right. I need to go to the Misty Forest to complete the task of advancing to a one-star hunter. You can set aside your current tasks and accompany me, don't worry. As long as you put in enough effort, the rewards will definitely not be lacking. Pang Yinghui was an ordinary person, and Qi Hao couldn't take her to the Misty Forest, otherwise, it would be easy to get into trouble. Su Teng and Zhuo Kaiyang were relatively reliable as followers, but Qi Hao couldn't trust them too much. Although Qi Hao had a trump card, it was still better to have as many reliable people as possible when going to a medium to high risk area like the Misty Forest. The Misty Forest? Zheng Jinghao instinctively turned to look at Jiang Feng. What a coincidence. Why is everyone heading to the Misty Forest? Is there a problem? Qi Hao noticed Zheng Jinghao glance at Jiang Feng. Qi Xiao, I'm very sorry, but I have already made plans with these two friends to go to the Misty Forest for a mission. Although our destination is the same, I can't go back on my word. That wouldn't be fair to them. As the saying goes, those who don't share the same path won't make plans together. Moreover, Zheng Jinghao already had a negative impression of Qi Hao. He believed that if he traveled with Qi Hao, they might encounter unnecessary trouble. Zheng Jinghao would rather cooperate with Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya than take orders from this playboy. Since we are all going to the Misty Forest, what is inconvenient about it? Before Zheng Jinghao could continue explaining, Qi Hao exclaimed, I see, you just don't want to give me face, right? Qi Xiao, it's not that I'm unwilling to give face. It's just that I still need to help my friends complete the task of advancing to a one-star hunter. I really don't have the energy to help you. However, I believe that with Qi Xiao's reputation, you can definitely find more powerful beast tamers to accompany you. Zheng Jinghao, are you teaching me how to do things? Qi Hao said disdainfully, I invited you out of goodwill. Do you really think I need your help? Or do you think your friends advancing to one-star hunters is more important than me advancing to one-star hunters? Zheng Jinghao remained silent. He knew that the more he clashed with Qi Hao at this moment, the harder it would be to resolve this matter. Perhaps once Qi Hao vented his emotions, he would no longer make things difficult for them. Wang Yuanheng clenched his teeth. Although he thought Qi Hao was asking for a beating, he knew he absolutely couldn't act out now. Otherwise, if he hit Qi Hao, the nature of the matter would change. Just then, Li Xiaoya stepped forward to help Zheng Jinghao out of the predicament. We are all bounty hunters. Whether in daily life or in battle, we should help each other. Although there are indeed differences in the levels of beast tamers, there is no distinction of nobility or inferiority. If we become aggressive over small matters, wouldn't that be losing our grace? As soon as Li Xiaoya spoke, Pang Yinghui immediately focused her attention on her. Beautiful girls are always wary of other beautiful girls. However, Pang Yinghui could sense that Li Xiaoya was not an ordinary girl, so she didn't threaten her with a glare. Beautiful girl, may I ask who you are? When facing Li Xiaoya, Qi Hao's attitude was completely different. My name is Li Xiaoya. Li Xiaoya simply introduced herself. Li Xiaoya? What a nice name. Qi Hao smiled and awkwardly complimented her name. Very impressive. To be honest, Jiang Feng didn't expect Qi Hao to change his demeanor so quickly. However, Jiang Feng only silently mocked Qi Hao in his heart. As long as the situation hadn't spiraled out of control, there was no need for Jiang Feng to intervene. Whether it was Zheng Jinghao or Li Xiaoya, they should have ways to deal with Qi Hao. After all, this was the Bounty Hunter Guild. If Qi Hao went too far, what would the surrounding bounty hunters think? Thank you. Li Xiaoya's first impression of Qi Hao wasn't very good. But to help Zheng Jinghao and the others, she decided not to remain an outsider any longer. Hiss. Before Chi Hao could continue, Pang Yinghui suddenly pinched the flesh on his waist. Baby, stop messing around. I'm talking business. Although Chi Hao had changed several girlfriends, it didn't mean he had a bad attitude towards his exes. On the contrary, he would make sure to buy things for his girlfriend without missing anything. Of course, until he decided who his fiancée would be, his relationships with any of his girlfriends were merely mutual benefits. Talking business? Pang Yinghui glanced at Li Xiaoya and said in a delicate tone, "You mustn't deceive me." Pang Yinghui knew she couldn't completely control Chi Hao, so she only needed to remind him slightly to assert her position. Otherwise, with Pang Yinghui's disregard, given Chi Hao's personality, he might even ask for Li Xiaoya's contact information next. As Chi Hao's current girlfriend, Pang Yinghui cannot allow such a thing to happen in front of her. How could I possibly lie to you? Chi Hao wrapped his arms around Pang Yinghui's curvy waist. I believe you, Pang Yinghui said, slightly shy as she nodded. The people around them seemed relatively calm about Chi Hao and Pang Yinghui's display of affection. After all, they were all adults. Who hasn't had a girlfriend? Especially with Jiang Feng here, a time traveler with a combined age of over 40 from 2 worlds. His mindset is certainly more mature than those present. And then there's Li Xiaoya. Although she hasn't been in a relationship, she doesn't envy Chi Hao and Pang Yinghui's love at all. Such a goal-oriented relationship. How long can it last? Chapter 37, A Nameless Pawn. Pang Yinghui stopped being coy, and Chi Hao could naturally continue talking to Li Xiaoya. Just now, Zheng Jinghao said you guys are also going to Misty Forest, so why not set off together? The Misty Forest is fraught with dangers. Having a few reliable companions would definitely be safer. Chi Hao referred to you guys just to casually include Jiang Feng. Although Jiang Feng was just an unknown minor character to Chi Hao, he didn't know the relationship between Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya. For the sake of caution, he certainly couldn't ignore Jiang Feng in front of Li Xiaoya. Li Xiaoya smiled and said, "What you said makes sense. But you and Zheng Ji's purpose in entering the Misty Forest is the same, and I believe your tasks are both very important. Although working together can ensure one person's advancement task is completed smoothly, if unexpected situations arise, then the other person's advancement task is likely to be compromised. I believe no one wants to see such a result." Perhaps Li Xiaoya's patient persuasion had an effect, as Chi Hao's emotions seemed less agitated than before. But that's just your speculation. Maybe in the end, everyone can successfully complete their tasks. Chi Hao certainly wouldn't be swayed by Li Xiaoya's few words. Li Xiaoya guessed that Chi Hao would say this, so she asked him, "All right, if we form a team, then who should have command of the team?" But when she said this, it felt wrong somehow. "I can see you are very confident, but you and Zheng Ge are meeting for the first time. And Zheng Ge has his own fixed team. If you insist on having him follow your commands, how will his teammates feel? If the members of the same team have misunderstandings, then the coordination between their contracted beasts will not be harmonious. If they encounter a strong enemy, it could even affect the allies' attacks." Li Xiaoya had already clearly laid out the stakes to Chi Hao. She believed that as long as he had the ability to think independently, he would surely understand. "I admit you are not wrong. But Zheng Jinghao is not giving me face. That's a fact, right?" Upon hearing Chi Hao say this, Li Xiaoya knew he had softened. Otherwise, he wouldn't be changing the subject. "I only heard Zheng Ge reasoning with you. What do you mean by not giving you face?" Since Li Xiaoya had persuaded Chi Hao, Jiang Feng naturally helped her wrap things up. Chi Hao frowned and said to Jiang Feng, "Sorry, who are you?" If Jiang Feng didn't speak, Chi Hao wouldn't have initiated a conversation with him at all. Yet, such an inconspicuous minor character dared to interject at this moment, which puzzled Chi Hao. Where did he get the courage? "I'm just a nameless pawn, temporarily teaming up with Senior Xiaoya for a task." Jiang Feng did not intend to introduce himself to Chi Hao. "Senior?" Chi Hao immediately seized upon this keyword in Jiang Feng's statement. Just now, Chi Hao had speculated that given Li Xiaoya's age, she must be attending some Beast Tamer Academy. Now that Jiang Feng said this, it effectively confirmed Chi Hao's guess. Since Jiang Feng was Li Xiaoya's junior, Chi Hao's tolerance for him could accordingly increase a bit. Seeing that Chi Hao didn't lose his temper, Jiang Feng continued, "Ultimately, this matter started because Su Teng wanted to recruit Zheng Ge to join your team. If Su Teng hadn't come over to talk, there wouldn't have been any of this." "Hey, don't talk nonsense." Su Teng originally wanted to see Zheng Jinghao being forced to join Chi Hao's team, but unexpectedly, he ended up being the one caught in the crossfire. "How am I talking nonsense?" Jiang Feng hadn't forgotten Su Teng, which is why he used this tactic to divert blame. Then let's leave it at that. At this moment, saying more would be pointless. To find out whose choice was correct, it could only be verified over time. Just then, Chi Hao squinted at Su Teng and said, "Su Teng, you didn't handle today's matter very well." "Chi Hao, I'm sorry, I indeed didn't consider it thoroughly today." Although Su Teng was older than Chi Hao, he still bowed his head in the face of talent and family background. Zhuo Kaiyang said to Chi Hao, "Chi Hao, Suga just wanted to gather more manpower to make our trip to Misty Forest more assured. He certainly didn't expect such a misunderstanding to occur. Since Zhuo Kaiyang was a friend of Su Tong, he certainly had to speak up for him at this moment. Zhuo Kaiyang believed that if this matter was just a misunderstanding, then everyone would have a way out. Unexpectedly, your eloquence is not bad. Chi Hao knew that Zhuo Kaiyang was honest. For him to say such a thing must have stemmed from his friendship with Su Tong. Sure enough, even a villain cannot be without a reliable friend. Thus, Chi Hao glanced at Su Tong and said indifferently, "No, next time. I understand." Su Tong breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, this was a public place, and this matter hadn't caused Chi Hao any actual loss, which is why he could afford to be so forgiving. Next, Chi Hao turned to Zheng Jinghao and said, "You should be grateful that you have made good friends." "I think so too." Zheng Jinghao knew that if it weren't for Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya helping to defuse the situation, Chi Hao would definitely not let it go easily. "You have a lot of character. To be honest, I admire you very much." But Chi Hao shook his head slightly. "You think you made the right choice, but in reality, you missed an opportunity to become stronger. Even a genius cannot walk alone, let alone other beast tamers with mediocre talent. Without a good family background, working hard alone is useless. One must learn to seize opportunities. It's fine. I can find opportunities myself." Zheng Jinghao remained unmoved. "Opportunities are earned, not given. You have spirit." Chi Hao smiled, unable to tell if he was genuinely praising Zheng Jinghao or mocking him for lacking self-awareness. "But since you don't want to be my friend, I'll consider you a potential enemy in the future." It was certainly an exaggeration for Chi Hao to label Zheng Jinghao an enemy. However, that is Chi Hao's personality. Aside from family and longtime friends, he generally doesn't easily trust anyone. We are all beast tamers and bounty hunters. I can't think of any reason for us to be hostile for now. Even if such a situation arises, I think it should be a misunderstanding. Zheng Jinghao's words were watertight. Maybe. Chi Hao didn't say much. Since Zheng Jinghao didn't take the bait, he didn't need to keep attacking. In front of the girls, one needs to maintain composure. Now that the misunderstanding had been cleared up, it was time to get down to business. Jiang Feng turned to Zheng Jinghao. "Zhenggu, what do you think?" "Wait." Chi Hao interjected before Zheng Jinghao could speak. "Do you feel a sense of accomplishment thinking you resolved this matter with just a few words?" "I never said that." Jiang Feng had never shown any hostility toward Chi Hao. "Is that so? But the more I look at you, the less you seem like a nameless pawn." Chi Hao was not intentionally looking for trouble with Jiang Feng, and he indeed felt that Jiang Feng was not an ordinary student. Jiang Feng said seriously, "That might be your illusion." "My illusion? You really dare to say that?" Chi Hao did not expect Jiang Feng to joke with him, which left him feeling somewhat displeased. With Chi Hao's status, how many people were eager to curry favor with him? Who would dare to joke around with him? But Jiang Feng was clearly not among them. "By the way, you're also going to the Misty Forest, right? Aren't you worried about having any illusions and losing your life there?" Chi Hao's words sounded like a threat to Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng replied earnestly, "Hearing you say that, I am a bit scared. How about we exchange contact information? In case I encounter danger, I can find a reliable helper." When dealing with someone like Chi Hao, one could either completely ignore him or act even more unexpectedly than him. "Do you know what you're saying? Chi Xiao is someone you can ask for help?" Su Ting thought Jiang Feng must be a new member of the Bounty Hunter Guild. Otherwise, how could he dare to speak to Chi Hao like this? Li Xiaoya said to Chi Hao, "Chi Xiao, everyone's time is precious. I suggest we focus on the main business." Since Jiang Feng wanted to keep a low profile and did not reveal his identity as a two-star hunter, Li Xiaoya naturally took the initiative to help him out. "Calling you Chi Xiao is too formal. You can just call me by my name." As soon as Li Xiaoya spoke, Chi Hao immediately smiled. Pang Yinghui pouted, showing a jealous expression, but she was sensible enough not to interrupt Chi Hao. Li Xiaoya nodded slightly. "Then can I call you Xiaoya?" "Sure." It was just a title. Li Xiaoya wouldn't refuse to give Chi Hao face. Chi Hao smiled at Li Xiaoya. "Xiaoya, you're right. People like us who are successful should focus our main energy on handling serious matters. I hope we meet again by chance." With Pang Yinghui still around, Chi Hao certainly wouldn't openly ask Li Xiaoya for her contact information. Since Li Xiaoya was also going to the Misty Forest, they would likely have another opportunity to meet. Building good relationships should not be rushed. If we're fated, we'll meet again. Li Xiaoya was just being polite. If possible, she hoped to never see Chi Hao again. After saying goodbye, Chi Hao did not leave directly. Instead, he walked in front of Jiang Feng, placed his hand on his shoulder, and said with a faint smile, as a senior who graduated from the Beastmaster Academy, "I can give you a piece of advice. When out and about, be cautious with your words and actions. Otherwise, it could be troublesome if you encounter someone you can't afford to offend." "Thank you." Being cautious with words and actions was exactly the advice Jiang Feng wanted to give to Chi Hao. No need to be polite. Chi Hao patted Jiang Feng's shoulder. "Regardless, I am your senior. It's my duty to look out for you. But you shouldn't always think about relying on others. For us Beastmasters, The only thing we can truly rely on is our contracted beasts. That's my second piece of advice for you. No matter what others thought. Chi Hao believed he had acted coolly enough when he left. Jiang Feng, of course, did not care whether Chi Hao's actions were cool or not. He noticed that as Chi Hao left, not far from them, a man in a hood also followed Chi Hao. From Chi Hao's lack of any alert reaction, Jiang Feng inferred that this hooded man might be Chi Hao's bodyguard. Compared to Su Teng and Zhuo Kaiyang, this hooded man looked much more formidable. To verify his guess, Jiang Feng asked Zheng Jinghao, "Brother Zheng, is that Chi Hao's bodyguard?" His name is Jiang Yewu. He was hired by Qi Honghai to protect Chi Hao. That means he should be quite strong. Jiang Feng believed that since Jiang Yewu could be hired by Qi Honghai to protect Chi Hao, his strength must be extraordinary. Yes, although he is not a bounty hunter, he does have a bit of a reputation in the bodyguard circle. Zheng Jinghao had not competed with Jiang Yewu, but he believed Jiang Yewu's contracted beast was definitely not below the level of the heavy fist angry ape. Jiang Feng said, "It seems that, barring any accidents, Jiang Yewu is Chi Hao's trump card." Zheng Jinghao said, with Jiang Yewu backing him up, and Su Teng and Zhuo Kaiyang not being weak either, if nothing goes wrong. Chi Hao will probably complete his promotion task this time. With Chi Hao's flamboyant personality, if he didn't have a bodyguard, he would probably be beaten up by someone on a dark street at night. Although Wang Yuanhang would not mock Chi Hao for needing others' help, since he himself did not have the confidence to complete the promotion task alone, he could still poke fun at Chi Hao in other ways. Jiang Feng laughed. Is it really that exaggerated? It's not exaggerated at all. Even a Cheng has thought about it. Wang Yuanhang turned to Bai Hongcheng. A Cheng, am I wrong? Bai Hongcheng nodded. Yeah. Listen, Wang Yuanhang spread his hands to Jiang Feng. There aren't many people who can tolerate Chi Hao's personality. I think Su Teng is willing to be his follower because their personalities are equally annoying. Jiang Feng shook his head slightly. Not necessarily. Why not? Wang Yuanhang did not believe that after what had just happened, Jiang Feng would speak up for Chi Hao. Jiang Feng explained, think about it carefully. Although on the surface, Chi Hao's behavior seems quite annoying. In fact, during our conversation, he was relatively measured. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left so readily in the end. Chapter 38. Is he a spoiled rich kid? Wang Yuanhang said, I think it's because you and Xiaoya both chose to intervene in this matter. And Chi Hao didn't want to make a big deal out of it, so he found a way out. Your analysis is correct. Jiang Feng nodded. But based on your understanding of Chi Hao, you should realize that he is definitely not the kind of person whose decisions are swayed by the opinions of strangers. He shows a gentlemanly attitude towards Xiaoya simply because he has developed such a habit. Jiang Feng believed Li Xiaoya's persuasion would definitely have an effect, but it would not be a decisive one. Of course, you could also say that Chi Hao changes his attitude quickly. But if he can handle so many people with ulterior motives for his father, if he were truly a useless spoiled rich kid, he might have been deceived long ago. At first, Jiang Feng also thought Chi Hao was a spoiled rich kid, but after some observation, he found that the reality did not seem to be that way. So you're saying he is intentionally pretending to be a spoiled rich kid? Wang Yuanhang had to admit that Jiang Feng's point was indeed reasonable. Jiang Feng said, I think his usual demeanor doesn't seem to be put on. He is just a clear-headed spoiled rich kid. Otherwise, he would have just ignored everything and turned against us on the spot. Wang Yuanhang said, but in the end, he still threatened you. Regardless, he is still Qi Shao in the eyes of many people. If I could just dismiss him with a few words, how would he establish his authority in front of others? As for what he said, I didn't take it to heart at all. It's not easy to quietly kill a Beastmaster. What if the matter gets exposed? Not only would he be in big trouble, but his father Qi Honghai would also not be able to wash his hands clean. No one can be absolutely rational, especially since Chi Hao is originally a spoiled rich kid, so Jiang Feng completely understood why he would say those things in the end. That's true. Wang Yuanhang nodded. He had heard of Chi Hao being displeased with someone, but he had never heard of Chi Hao secretly killing anyone. The identity information of every Beastmaster is uploaded to the Human Alliance's headquarters network. If a Beastmaster goes missing, especially if that Beastmaster has a special identity, the Human Alliance will definitely send personnel to investigate personally, even if it were an ordinary Beastmaster. The City Lord's office in their base city would definitely notify the enforcement team to investigate the case. Li Xiaoya said, I agree with Jiang Feng's statement. Although Chi Hao's behavior is somewhat frivolous, I have noticed that he can change his attitude whenever the other party's emotions are approaching a critical point. Compared to Chi Hao, who just graduated not long ago, Zheng Jinghao, who has been navigating society for so many years, will definitely be more experienced in dealing with people. This means I really can't underestimate him. Although Wang Yuanhang hasn't had much interaction with Chi Hao before, after hearing Jiang Feng's words today, he indeed feels that Chi Hao is not as brainless as he appears. Zheng Jinghao said, we just need to do our own things well, and there's no need to pay too much attention to unrelated people. Captain, whether it's a blessing or a curse, you can't escape a curse. Just now you heard that Chi Hao is also going to the Misty Forest. We might run into him there. What if he tries to trip us up then? No matter how mature a playboy is, he is still a playboy. And Wang Yuanhang will not think highly of Qi Hao's character. Zheng Jinghao said, when soldiers come, we will block them. When water comes, we will cover it with soil. As long as we work together, we will definitely complete this promotion task smoothly. Captain, actually, even if the task fails, it's okay. I mainly don't want to see you in danger. Promotion tasks can be done at any time, but if a contract beast is seriously injured or even dies, it will be a huge blow to a Beastmaster. Among friends, there's no need to say such things. Besides, this time we have Jiang Feng and Xiaoya to help. So you should be more confident that you can successfully complete your promotion task. Through brief contact, Zheng Jinghao believes that Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya should be able to become reliable teammates. Wang Yuanhang certainly trusts his friends, and after what just happened, he is also very confident about the upcoming cooperation with Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya. Jiang Feng, Xiaoya, I will leave the next part to you. Since we are helping each other, we will definitely do our best. Li Xiaoya is more cautious by nature, so she didn't speak too confidently. Wang Gu is too polite. This time going to the Misty Forest, we will still rely on your help. If it were just helping Wang Yuanhang complete the task of promoting to a one-star hunter, Jiang Feng might not have acted so politely. However, Zheng Jinghao had mentioned helping Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya first complete the task of picking the illusory purple grass. This way, Jiang Feng will definitely do his best to help Zheng Jinghao and the others, striving to let Wang Yuanhang avoid having to do another promotion task in a hurry. For Jiang Feng, a playboy like Qi Hao has no value in forming connections. In contrast, Zheng Jinghao and his companions are much more worth getting to know, which is why Jiang Feng would proactively offend Qi Hao for them. After all, with Jiang Feng's status, he is not worried about being retaliated against by Qi Hao. As long as no one gets killed, Jiang Feng doesn't mind Qi Hao making a move. Absolutely. Wang Yuanhang waved his hand generously. Your business is my business. Next, everyone said their goodbyes and went to handle the formalities for officially accepting the task. Since Jiang Feng still did not plan to use his identity as a two-star hunter to accept the task, he did not receive any service, and therefore Li Xiaoya, who went to the window first, could only take a number and wait in line. By the way, while waiting in line, Jiang Feng did not see Qi Hao and the others. Considering that Qi Hao is the son of Qi Honghai, Jiang Feng thought he might have already been invited to the window to handle business. A person as high profile as Qi Hao would not miss out on privileges, right? It is worth mentioning that although the contribution points of the Human Alliance cannot be exchanged for Alliance currency, the rules of the Beastmaster Association and the Bounty Hunter Guild are slightly more lenient. As long as you spend 10,000 Alliance currency, you can exchange for a contribution point. The purchasing power of the Alliance currency issued by the Human Alliance is very high, and for ordinary families, 10,000 Alliance currency is a considerable expense. The last task was the first task that Li Xiaoya received, and for the purpose of encouragement. The Bounty Hunter Guild sent her 50 contribution points a few days ago, which is equivalent to providing her with contribution points worth the task reward. Originally, Li Xiaoya said she would give Jiang Feng 25 contribution points because if Jiang Feng hadn't acted with her, she would have had to pay a great price to kill the stone-armored silver Feng snake. So these 25 contribution points were what Jiang Feng deserved. Jiang Feng certainly knows that the contribution points from the Bounty Hunter Guild are very useful, but he still politely declined Li Xiaoya's kindness. Li Xiaoya thought Jiang Feng's reasoning made sense, so she stopped trying to persuade him. After leaving the Bounty Hunter Guild, Jiang Feng noticed that Li Xiaoya seemed to want to say something but hesitated, so he took the initiative to ask her, Senior, are you still thinking about Qi Hao? Li Xiaoya nodded slightly. Yes, I'm worried that he might be detrimental to you. After all, you've said before that he isn't as simple as he appears. A clear threat is easier to dodge than a hidden arrow. Even if Qi Hao doesn't confront Jiang Feng openly, once they enter the Misty Forest, some things will be hard to predict. I understand. Jiang Feng smiled. Is it because he didn't show any excited emotions just now that makes you worry he might have follow-up actions? Li Xiaoya said yes. If he doesn't understand restraint, that would prove he is rather simple-minded. Not all playboys lack intelligence. After all, they have received good education since childhood. And unless they truly give up on themselves, their perspective is definitely not something ordinary people can compare to. Jiang Feng actually wants to see Qi Hao fully embody the style of a playboy. After all, he has only heard of such tricks, but has never experienced them personally. Unfortunately, Qi Hao didn't fall for it. Jiang Feng believes it might be that he appeared too calm, leading Qi Hao to doubt him. After all, being confident and faking calmness are still different. It seems that we need to be cautious of him when we go to the Misty Forest this time. It's rare to team up with new friends to go out of the city for a task, and yet before they even set off, such an incident occurs. It's really quite frustrating to think about. It's okay, we just need to do our own thing. The Misty Forest is so vast. We might not even have the chance to run into him. And even if we happen to encounter him, As long as he hasn't completed his task, he probably won't cause trouble for me. It's already enough that our destinations are the same. There isn't just one road from Linhai Base City to the Misty Forest, and with the Misty Forest being so expansive, Jiang Feng doesn't believe there's a chance to see Chi Hao again in the Misty Forest. Yes, you're right. Completing the task is the most important thing. Li Xiaoya has certainly seen all kinds of people. She is just a bit emotional about it, and isn't overly worried about Chi Hao affecting her upcoming trip to the Misty Forest. Chi Hao's identity is indeed somewhat sensitive. To divert Li Xiaoya's attention, Jiang Feng said seriously, "Speaking of which, at first, I was most worried about you, senior. Although I can't be sure if Chi Hao is really pretending, I feel that the way he looks at you is obviously not right. Is that so?" Li Xiaoya pondered slightly and guessed Jiang Feng's intention, so she deliberately showed a worried expression. "What do you think I should do?" Jiang Feng comforted her. "You don't need to worry too much about this matter because, from the current situation, Chi Hao will show his gentlemanly side in front of the opposite sex. Even if he looks down on me, he is unlikely to be detrimental to you. If he looks for opportunities to approach you next, you can just ignore him. Is that all?" Li Xiaoya sighed lightly. "I thought you would say you'd help me deal with this matter." Jiang Feng explained earnestly. "Senior, saving a beauty is every boy's dream. But such things can't just be done on a whim. One misstep could lead to big problems. Why do you have to be so rational? I'm just a weak woman. What if Chi Hao asks me for my contact information, or even does something worse? What should I do then?" Li Xiaoya seemed somewhat dissatisfied with Jiang Feng's calm reaction. When Li Xiaoya mentioned the term weak woman, Jiang Feng barely held back his urge to make a sarcastic remark. If one only looked at her appearance, Li Xiaoya indeed resembled a weak woman. However, Jiang Feng knew very well that once Li Xiaoya summoned the Iron Feather Bird and Bloodclaw Brutal Bear, she would immediately transform into a decisive Beastmaster. He shouldn't be that deranged, right? Not necessarily. As you said, he is a spoiled young master, and most people like him are capricious. Since Li Xiaoya became a Beastmaster, she inevitably encountered quite a few hypocritical individuals. Since many Beastmasters fight on the front lines to protect the public, it is natural that there are those who only care about their own interests and even bully the weak. You make a good point. Jiang Feng stroked his chin, then nodded slightly as if he had made a decision. How about this? If he harasses you for no reason next, we'll find a way to teach him a lesson. Teach him a lesson? This time it was Li Xiaoya who was surprised. She didn't expect Jiang Feng to decisively make such a decision. Are you sure you want to do that? Of course I'm sure. Jiang Feng nodded again. Don't worry, I can handle this on my own. Once I figure out Chi Hao's daily routine, I can find an opportunity to knock him out. That way, he won't even have the chance to summon his contracted beasts. As long as I act fast enough, no one will find out it was me. It's not just a matter of acting quickly. It's that what you're doing is too dangerous. After all, Chi Hao is Chi Honghai's son. Do you think Chi Honghai will let it go easily if Chi Hao is attacked? Li Xiaoya realized that Jiang Feng genuinely didn't care about Chi Hao's identity. So what if Chi Honghai doesn't let it go? Jiang Feng said with a faint smile. His son is just a spoiled young master, while I am a beast master with elite talent. Even if he does trace it back to me, considering how many big shots are paying attention to me, he wouldn't dare to deal with me lightly. Don't forget that we are partners who have fought together. If Chi Hao keeps pestering you, I have no reason to stand by and do nothing. Chapter 39, Setting Off Again. So he really cares about me. Hearing Jiang Feng's words made Li Xiaoya feel quite pleased. However, Li Xiaoya's goal was to become a strong beast master, so she only had a good impression of Jiang Feng. Their relationship had not progressed further. You're not just saying this to make me happy, are you? Li Xiaoya looked at Jiang Feng with a hint of suspicion. What? I thought you only cared for me. At this moment, Jiang Feng once again displayed his high emotional intelligence. I really only have you as a reliable partner right now. Just one sentence from him made Li Xiaoya stop dwelling on the matter. Next, Li Xiaoya adjusted her emotions and said to Jiang Feng, I know you're concerned about me, but I think you shouldn't have such dangerous thoughts. All right, I'll listen to you, but if you need help, just let me know. Jiang Feng wasn't just saying this. If Chi Hao's actions really caused trouble for Li Xiaoya, he wouldn't hold back. Even though he had elite talent, he still wasn't a respected strong individual in terms of power, meaning he couldn't completely ignore Chi Honghai. Unless necessary, Jiang Feng wouldn't proactively seek trouble with Chi Hao. Of course, if Chi Hao was aggressive, Jiang Feng definitely wouldn't pretend nothing happened. Okay, Jiang Feng spoke in a calm tone, which made Li Xiaoya feel reassured. Next, Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya chatted as they walked, soon arriving at the subway station entrance. After hundreds of years of development, the base city had continuously expanded, and various convenient facilities had become more and more complete. If there wasn't a particular urgency to go somewhere, taking the bus or subway was still a good choice. Of course, this was mainly because the Human Alliance had enacted a law prohibiting beast masters from summoning aggressive phantom beasts within the base city unless under special circumstances. which eliminated many Beastmasters' ideas of riding their contracted beasts on the road or using flying contracted beasts to navigate between skyscrapers. That afternoon, Jiang Feng received the goods. He took out some lightweight and necessary equipment to prepare to give to Li Xiaoya when they set off in the evening. The remaining equipment that was inconvenient to carry or unnecessary to take with them was stored in his space ring. Because Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya were meeting Zheng Jinghao and 3 others at the South City Gate, they had agreed on a time to ensure they wouldn't be late if they set off on schedule. "Dad, Mom, I'm off." As the time agreed with Li Xiaoya approached, Jiang Feng prepared to leave with his equipment. He had informed his parents that he would be going out of the city to complete a task with Li Xiaoya that evening. But this time there were 3 more teammates. Jiang Ping and Li Li certainly understood why Jiang Feng was so busy. Becoming a Beastmaster meant taking on more responsibilities, and simply enjoying a life of ease was not an option. However, not long ago, Jiang Feng had just graduated from the basic academy. But after awakening his Beastmaster talent, he now had to face the brutal battles that lay ahead. From a broader perspective, Jiang Ping and Li Li could understand why Jiang Feng had to shoulder such responsibilities, but as parents, they still felt that Jiang Feng needed a period of adjustment before stepping away from a peaceful and tranquil life. Nevertheless, Jiang Feng's performance made Jiang Ping and Li Li feel very gratified. Even though he had awakened elite talent and attracted the attention of many big figures, he still maintained a humble attitude, and with Li Xiaoya's help, he began learning how to become a true Beastmaster. Li Li reminded him, "Didn't you say there would be others accompanying you this time? Make sure to get along well with them, and if you encounter anything uncertain, just ask Xiaoya. Don't worry, Brother Zheng and the others are all good people." Jiang Feng replied. If Zheng Jinghao were unreliable, Jiang Feng wouldn't have agreed to team up with him. Hearing Jiang Feng say this, Li Li felt reassured. Throughout his life, Jiang Feng had made friends with good character. Unfortunately, back when Jiang Feng was in the basic academy, the male classmate he had a good relationship with did not awaken his Beastmaster talent. Jiang Feng felt regret over this outcome, but his friend's attitude was quite positive. Not being able to become a Beastmaster was indeed regrettable, but an ordinary person's life could still be colorful. In fact, Jiang Feng's friend was even worried that after he became a Beastmaster, he might encounter unexpected dangers, and thus he reminded him to be sure to pay attention to safety. His friend's open-mindedness led Jiang Feng to forego many of the remarks he had prepared earlier. But in the end, he still offered his most sincere blessings to his friend. The 10 years of study and life at the basic academy meant that when 2 students with compatible personalities became good friends, they could certainly help each other not just in academics. If both were fortunate enough to awaken their Beastmaster talents upon graduation, then after entering the Beastmaster Academy, they would most likely become partners who coordinated well and were absolutely trustworthy. This was certainly not the interaction model mandated by the Human Alliance for students in the academy. Rather, if 2 or 3 very close friends all happened to awaken their Beastmaster talents, their efficiency in commanding their contracted beasts to fight together would be much higher than that of strangers. Yes, I know that. Jiang Feng nodded. Jiang Ping had indeed hit the nail on the head. A few days ago, Jiang Feng noticed that when Lan Yin was sparring with the Iron Feather Bird, it occasionally adopted a rather aggressive attacking style. If Jiang Feng does not guide Lan Yin more during battles, Lan Yin's fighting style may become too erratic in the future. As the saying goes, those involved are confused, while bystanders see clearly. No wonder Jiang Feng feels something is off. When Lan Yin was just born, Jiang Feng did indeed train it, but after all, Lan Yin was only at the ordinary level, and fighting against the armored Silverfang snake was undoubtedly a battle beyond its level. To kill the armored Silverfang snake, Lan Yin had to exert all its strength, and Jiang Feng was not only thinking of letting it play freely, but was also watching from a distance due to objective reasons at the beginning. Why wasn't Bloodclaw Violent Bear affected? That's because Li Xiaoya was already an elite Beastmaster. She just knew how to prevent such situations from occurring. The result was that Lan Yin indeed succeeded. It participated in and killed the armored Silverfang snake, but its character and fighting style were affected by this battle. If Li Xiaoya hadn't been an experienced person and pointed out the problem to Jiang Feng, he might not have understood why this situation occurred. Beastmasters are indeed the masters of their contracted beasts, but that doesn't mean they can just watch their contracted beasts fight. In fact, Li Xiaoya reminded Jiang Feng about this mainly because she wanted him and Lan Yin to quickly enter a synchronized state. If the Beastmaster and the contracted beast can achieve a mutual understanding and synchronization, then the Beastmaster can borrow part of the contracted beast's power, and the contracted beast can fight under the Beastmaster's commands. This may sound easy, but in reality, some Lord-level Beastmasters cannot achieve synchronization with every contracted beast. The number of contracted beasts does not determine whether a Beastmaster can synchronize with them. Talent and interaction style are the most important factors. Jiang Feng currently does not plan to contract with other phantom beasts, and since he has a high-level talent, He should aim to achieve synchronization with Lan Yan when he reaches the elite level. Safety first. Jiang Feng knew his son's steady personality, so he did not say much. Jiang Feng bid farewell to his parents and took the elevator out. To his surprise, Li Xiaoya was already waiting for him downstairs. When Jiang Feng walked over, Li Xiaoya proudly said to him, "How about it? I got here before you this time." Sometimes Li Xiaoya shows her competitive spirit in strange places. And Jiang Feng was already used to it. This time you were indeed faster. Hey, why is your reaction so flat? Li Xiaoya keenly sensed that Jiang Feng seemed to be dismissing her. You're just barely an adult. But the tone of your speech does indeed have the demeanor of an adult. Li Xiaoya thought about what Jiang Feng said and suddenly realized. Are you indirectly saying that I act like a child? Senior, you've misunderstood. How could I say that about you? Jiang Feng put on an innocent expression. Really? Li Xiaoya leaned closer to Jiang Feng, her eyes seemingly filled with distrust. Because Li Xiaoya was a bit too close, Jiang Feng took a step back. Absolutely true. Fortunately, it was nighttime, and even though there were streetlights lighting up downstairs, the conversation between Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya, which did not seem like a normal friendship, did not attract the attention of other residents strolling in the community. Okay, I believe you. Li Xiaoya noticed what Jiang Feng was holding. Are these all the equipment I ordered? Yes, these are all portable equipment. The rest that is inconvenient to carry or temporarily unnecessary has been put into my space ring. After this mission is over, I will hand them all over to you. No need to go through all that trouble. We will have plenty of opportunities to cooperate. Just keep those in your space ring. Li Xiaoya did not have a space ring, and she belonged to the type of Beastmaster who would buy more equipment, which led to her having a dedicated room at home filled with various foods and equipment. Jiang Feng said, "All right, just let me know when you need something." After that, Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya left the community and took a bus to the South City Gate. Jiang Feng noticed that even at this hour, there were other Beastmasters planning to leave the city. To put it in an interesting way, Beastmasters, like ordinary people, also need to work overtime at night. The only difference is that ordinary people work overtime in their companies, while some Beastmasters need to leave the city to face unknown dangers in the wild. Jiang Feng did not think too much and casually found 2 seats with Li Xiaoya and began to rest his eyes. This was his second time leaving the city, and his mood was no longer as excited as the first time. Beastmasters are stronger than ordinary people, but ordinary people encounter dangers in their lives and work. And Beastmasters also face dangers when confronting wild phantom beasts. Earlier, when Jiang Feng had just obtained the Beastmaster talent and awakened his high-level talent, he was indeed very excited because it proved that he was not just a traveler, but also the chosen one who appeared after those 2 supreme beings. However, after calming down, Jiang Feng realized that having a high-level talent was just a higher starting point. If he wanted to become a supreme being, there was still much to do. Li Xiaoya did not disturb Jiang Feng, who was resting his eyes, because she wanted to do the same. Traveling at night outside the base city requires intense concentration. Otherwise, one can easily be ambushed by wild phantom beasts. Although Zhang Jinghao mentioned that there are many suitable camping spots along the way from the coastal base city to the misty forest, the premise is that they must safely reach there. Before long, Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya arrived at their destination. After getting off the bus, they saw Zhang Jinghao and the others standing not far away, seemingly carrying more equipment. Brother Zhang, why did you arrive so early? Jiang Feng noticed that almost all the people he knew were particularly diligent. He and Li Xiaoya had already left early enough. But Zhang Jinghao and the others had come even earlier. Zhang Jinghao replied, "We live relatively close, and since we were free after dinner, we thought we would come out for a stroll first." The physical condition of Beastmasters far exceeds that of ordinary people, and since Zhang Jinghao and the others were all at a higher level than Li Xiaoya, carrying so much equipment out for a walk was just a piece of cake for them. Chapter 40. The Genius of Hometown. Jiang Feng smiled. It seems I still need to learn more from Brother Zhang in terms of enthusiasm. Although Zhang Jinghao appeared relaxed while saying this, Jiang Feng couldn't smile. Putting aside the city battle, all Beastmasters in this base city must act together and perform their respective duties, which could lead to large-scale casualties. Jiang Feng did not want to become a dried corpse outside the city. Therefore, he needed to become stronger as soon as possible. Wang Yuanheng noticed that the atmosphere was somewhat serious and took the initiative to lighten it. Actually, this practice is not surprising at all. After all, Beastmasters often have to fight alongside their contracted beasts. If they don't find a suitable way to relax, it won't work. As someone who has been through it, I suggest you can go for barbecue when you're feeling irritable. There's no problem that a barbecue can't solve. If it doesn't work, then just have another one. That sounds good. Jiang Feng laughed. Few people can resist the charm of barbecue. Even in this world, barbecue remains a typical representative of street food culture. Wang Yuanheng patted his chest. If you don't know which restaurant is better, feel free to ask me. Although I can't say I've been to all the famous barbecue places in the coastal base city, the places I recommend will definitely be good. Thank you, Brother Wang. Li Xiaoya had no weight concerns, so she didn't have any dietary restrictions regarding barbecue. Wang Yuanhang joked, I have no problem, as long as the captain treats us. It's fine. Zheng Jinghao clearly remembered that when he became a one-star hunter, Wang Yuanhang had treated him to a massive meal. Now that revenge is within reach, Zheng Jinghao said that nothing could let Wang Yuanhang slip through the cracks. Cough, cough. Wang Yuanhang deliberately coughed twice. Captain, I think the difficulty of this promotion task is not small. Let's wait until we successfully complete the task before discussing the treat. You bred are playing tricks, right? With the four of us helping you with the task, how could it be so easy to fail? Zheng Jinghao knew that Wang Yuanhang was very shrewd. If he didn't make him commit in front of everyone, the one who would end up paying might change later. Bai Hongqing also walked over and placed a hand on Wang Yuanhang's shoulder. Although Bai Hongqing wasn't picky and could fill up on soy sauce fried rice. When it came to Wang Yuanhang treating everyone to barbecue, he couldn't remain indifferent. Hqing, what do you mean by that? Wang Yuanhang looked at Bai Hongqing with a puzzled expression. Bai Hongqing just smiled at Wang Yuanhang. Wang Yuanhang rolled his eyes, having known Bai Hongqing for so long. He naturally knew what this smile represented. All right, as a responsible Beastmaster, if we can successfully complete this task, I will treat you all to barbecue. Wang Yuanhang waved his hand grandly. I suggest adding a clause. Jiang Feng put forth his suggestion. As long as we don't waste food, there's no limit on the price. No way. Wang Yuanhang looked helplessly at Jiang Feng, not expecting him to be so good at setting traps. Brother Wang, becoming a one-star hunter is a big deal. Everyone must eat to their heart's content. Jiang Feng provided Wang Yuanhang with an irresistible reason. Wang Yuanhang gave Jiang Feng a thumbs up. That's ruthless. Jiang Feng chuckled, knowing that Wang Yuanhang was deliberately putting on a fierce expression. After yesterday's events, the relationship between Jiang Feng, Li Xiaoya, and Zheng Jinghao had become much closer. Otherwise, Jiang Feng wouldn't have casually joked with Wang Yuanhang. Li Xiaoya didn't persuade Wang Yuanhang to treat everyone. Instead, her silent smile at this moment put more pressure on Wang Yuanhang than Jiang Feng's persuasion. All right, then I'll go with what you say. Whenever there are beautiful women present, Wang Yuanhang has never lost the momentum. Brother Wang is generous. Jiang Feng led the applause. It's rare for you to splurge once. Zheng Jinghao patted Wang Yuanhang's shoulder. Don't worry, I'll cover the drinks. Among friends, sometimes there's no need to count the bills so meticulously. Today you treat drinks. Tomorrow I'll treat meals. This is quite common. Beastmasters are also human, and when they don't need to fight, their lives may be even more casual than ordinary people's. I knew the captain treats me the best. Wang Yuanhang pretended to pounce on Zheng Jinghao. Zheng Jinghao's contracted beast, the furious ape, is stronger than Wang Yuanhang's blade mantis. So the feedback of power he received was also stronger than Wang Yuanhang's, which made it easy for him to pin Wang Yuanhang down. After some playful scuffling, everyone's mood improved significantly. Generally speaking, Beastmasters have to carry a lot of equipment when they go out. But Wang Yuanhang noticed that Jiang Feng only had a backpack and didn't even bring a tent. Jiang Feng said, Don't worry, Brother Wang, I'm well prepared. Are you sure? Of course, Wang Yuanhang believed Jiang Feng wouldn't have decided from the start to share a tent with them. Certainly. Jiang Feng raised his left hand. Under the light of a nearby street lamp, Wang Yuanhang noticed the ring on Jiang Feng's index finger again. You mean you're a single nobleman? And someone is waiting for you outside the city? Wang Yuanhang made a serious guess. That's a pity. I thought I could ride on your coattails. Wang Yuanhang was indeed joking, but then he leaned closer to Jiang Feng and carefully observed Jiang Feng's ring. By the way, your taste is quite good. This ring looks very vintage. Wang Yuanhang had never examined Jiang Feng's ring closely before. Although the ring didn't have any diamonds and its design wasn't extravagant, upon closer inspection, it faintly bore some symbols. You have good eyesight too. It's not that Jiang Feng has good taste, but that the original owner of this space ring had good taste. As for the vintage feel, most space rings have a long history. It was normal for Wang Yuanhang to have this feeling. Jiang Feng, is this ring of yours? Zheng Jinghao didn't continue. As if his guess was true, then Jiang Feng's identity was not ordinary. Captain, why did you stop? Wang Yuanhang could tell that Zheng Jinghao had made a new discovery, but he didn't expect Zheng Jinghao only said half of it. Zheng Jinghao glanced at Jiang Feng, then said to Wang Yuanhang, because it's inconvenient to say? Inconvenient to say? Once Zheng Jinghao said that, Wang Yuanhang realized. Could this ring have some mystery? It's fine. Brother Zheng, there's nothing we can't talk about among friends. After all, Jiang Feng would definitely use the space ring to leave the city this time. So he hadn't thought about hiding the fact that he owned a space ring from Zheng Jinghao and the others. With Jiang Feng's words, Zheng Jinghao decided to continue what he had just said. Actually, at first, I wasn't sure, but I suddenly remembered that I had seen similar rings before. And coupled with what Yuanhang just said about the symbols on this ring, I thought it should be a space ring. A space ring? Although Wang Yuanhang deliberately lowered his voice, he was still very surprised by this conclusion. Bai Hongqing stood quietly by without speaking, but he was also very surprised inside, as he had only heard others mention space rings and had never seen one in person. Jiang Feng nodded. Brother Xing guessed correctly. This is indeed a space ring. Goodness. Wang Yuanhang moved a little closer, judging by his posture. If Jiang Feng weren't wearing the space ring on his index finger, he would likely take it to have a closer look. Ordinary Beastmasters, let alone obtain a space ring, don't even have the opportunity to see one in person. Jiang Feng, tell me the truth. Are your parents very powerful Beastmasters? Wang Yuanhang now understood why Jiang Feng dared to confront Qi Hao. After all, even the young Master Qi Hao hadn't obtained a space ring, but Jiang Feng casually wore one on his hand. The gap was evident. In that case, why should Jiang Feng fear Qi Hao? Brother Wang, my parents are ordinary people. This space ring was given to me by a senior. Shen Manyao is the president of Tsangyu Academy, and it's reasonable for Jiang Feng to call her a senior. A senior? Wang Yuanhang looked at Jiang Feng with a doubtful expression. What kind of relationship could allow a senior to generously gift Jiang Feng a space ring? Yes, Jiang Feng nodded. He had hinted at this level, and logically, Wang Yuanhang should be able to guess his identity. In the end, it was still Zheng Jinghao's reaction that was faster than Wang Yuanhang's. I thought it was just a coincidence. Now it seems you are that person. I didn't expect to meet you in this way. Captain, who is that person you're talking about? Wang Yuanhang felt more and more confused as he listened. There are too many geniuses and strong individuals in this world. If a student awakens a high-level Beastmaster talent, Wang Yuanhang didn't think it was earth-shattering news. Zheng Jinghao said, clearly, this student is Jiang Feng. What? Wang Yuanhang was first surprised, but seeing Jiang Feng's calm expression, he knew that Zheng Jinghao was correct. High-level talent. Bai Hongqing murmured. Among all the people he had met, Jiang Feng's Beastmaster talent level was the highest. By the way, does Xiaoya know about this? As soon as Wang Yuanhang turned his head, he saw Li Xiaoya smiling at him. All right, it seems I was overthinking it. Li Xiaoya is Jiang Feng's senior, and the two of them seemed to have a very good relationship. Wang Yuanhang believed that Li Xiaoya had no reason not to know that Jiang Feng had awakened his advanced Beastmaster talent, and that he possessed a space ring. Jiang Feng, I'm a native of Linhai, and I'm very happy to see a genius emerge from my hometown. I'm also glad to become your friend. Zheng Jinghao extended his right hand to Jiang Feng, indicating he wanted to get to know him again. Jiang Feng understood Zheng Jinghao's intention immediately and stepped forward to shake his hand. Brother Zheng, I'm also very happy to become your friend. Impressive, Jiang Feng. When you become a strong person in the future, you have to look out for me, Wang Yuanhang said, having no doubt that Jiang Feng, with his advanced talent, would become an extraordinary powerhouse in the future. Why was Wang Yuanhang so confident? Because he knew Jiang Feng had obtained a space ring. Since someone was willing to invest in Jiang Feng's future with such a precious item, Wang Yuanhang had no reason not to believe in Jiang Feng's promising future. As for why Wang Yuanhang didn't mind Jiang Feng initially hiding his identity from them, the answer to that was simple. Wang Yuanhang didn't have the qualifications to do so. When out and about, who doesn't guard against strangers? Wang Yuanhang completely understood Jiang Feng's actions. Now that Jiang Feng took the initiative to speak about this matter, it meant he had already considered them as friends. Wang Yuanhang thought that was enough. I'll do my best, Jiang Feng shrugged. I'm currently only at the ordinary level. The path to becoming a strong person is still long and arduous. Wang Yuanhang smiled and didn't say much more. In fact, when he said he wanted Jiang Feng to look out for him, he just wanted to establish a good relationship with him. Not that he necessarily wanted to cling to Jiang Feng. Because if a friendship is mixed with too many clear ulterior motives, over time, the relationship is bound to be affected. Zheng Jinghao said, Jiang Feng, with your talent, there's really no need to rush to do tasks outside the city. Even within the city, you can still gain experience. It's true that one cannot become strong without practical combat experience, but geniuses are still rare. What if Jiang Feng got injured unexpectedly during this trip to the Misty Forest? After returning to Linhai Base City, Zheng Jinghao would definitely face enormous pressure. Brother Zheng, the city is very safe, but Beastmasters can't just fight in the city. This time, I'm going to the Misty Forest with you guys to adapt to a more dangerous environment in advance. Before the crossover, Jiang Feng was an ordinary office worker. Without the System S support, he might have just been an unremarkable graduate from a basic academy after the crossover. Since he had the System S support, Jiang Feng was destined to achieve great things, so he couldn't afford to hesitate. That makes sense. Zheng Jinghao thought for a moment and said to Jiang Feng, my talent is indeed not as good as yours, but over the years, I've accumulated quite a bit of experience from my struggles outside. If you have anything you want to know, feel free to ask me along the way. Thank you, Brother Zheng. Jiang Feng indeed needed to absorb experience from various aspects. Zheng Jinghao smiled. No need to be polite. It would be impossible to say he had no selfish motives. After all, making friends with geniuses or strong people only brings benefits, but most people just don't have that opportunity. Now that Jiang Feng had advanced talent and was in their team, Zheng Jinghao certainly hoped to build a good relationship with him. Chapter 41. Leaving the city at night. As they passed through the South City Gate checkpoint, the guard responsible for checking Zheng Jinghao noticed he had a 1-star hunter ID. After confirming Zheng Jinghao's identity, the guard kindly reminded him, "It's not very safe outside lately. Be careful." Regardless of where Zheng Jinghao was going, leaving the city at night posed significant risks, which was why the guard specifically warned him. "Thank you," Zheng Jinghao said to the guard. To be honest, he admired those Beastmasters who joined the city guard. During wartime, it goes without saying that whenever there was a battle, the city guard would always be the first to charge in, which resulted in high casualties among their ranks, even in relatively peaceful times. The number of injuries among the city guard due to clearing dangerous phantom beasts around the base city was still considerable every year. After leaving the city, Zheng Jinghao took out his phone and sent a high-definition image in the group chat. To facilitate communication, Zheng Jinghao had added Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya to a new group chat that afternoon. "Jiang Feng, Xiaoya, we'll follow this route today. I've marked the camping sites along the way and areas near the railway where refugees might appear. If everything goes smoothly, we should reach the Misty Forest soon." Jiang Feng nodded slightly. "This makes it much more convenient for us to act." Although navigation devices are essential equipment for Beastmasters, survival experience in the wild is equally important. If Zheng Jinghao hadn't made markings on the image, Jiang Feng would only know the surrounding situation upon arrival. "I hope everything goes smoothly." Li Xiaoya noticed several areas near the railway had refugees. She hoped this wouldn't complicate their mission. "Brother Zheng, why don't we just take this road directly into the Misty Forest?" Jiang Feng saw that Zheng Jinghao's marked route deviated from the original path upon arriving at the Misty Forest, leading them to another location before finally entering the forest. "Because I plan to help you and Xiaoya complete your tasks first," Zheng Jinghao explained. "The edge areas are relatively the safest in the Misty Forest, and the place I chose to enter is near a small creek a few kilometers away, which supposedly has phantom purple grass. Of course, I can't be 100% sure this information is accurate. After all, obtaining detailed information about a place like the Misty Forest is incredibly difficult. It's all right. Brother Zheng, we're already very grateful that you're considering us this way." Jiang Feng knew that the more dangerous the area, the greater the cost of obtaining information about it, because there aren't many information merchants capable of entering moderately or highly dangerous areas. Sometimes the information they possess comes from exchanges with other beast masters they happen to meet on the road. Additionally, information merchants often take on high-risk actions to collect detailed information, so they tend to sell important information at high prices to certain organizations. If the information is extremely confidential, information merchants usually choose to auction it through auction houses. The Beastmaster Association and the Bounty Hunter Guild both have their own channels for obtaining information, and both organizations also sell information externally. Although expensive information isn't guaranteed to be accurate, cheap information often has very limited practical value. No need to be polite. "Since you and Xiaoya have joined our team, we are all trustworthy companions now," Zheng Jinghao said with a faint smile. "Besides, finding phantom purple grass is just the first task we need to complete when entering the Misty Forest. To successfully obtain the tail feather of the fire featherbird will also require your help." Jiang Feng nodded. "We will do our best." After that, without any grandiose speeches, Zheng Jinghao simply instructed everyone to prepare their flashlights, remain vigilant, and then stood at the front of the team, leading others down the road into the dark wilderness ahead. Outside the city, the road had streetlights only at long intervals. This was because wild phantom beasts were often attracted by the lights, damaging the streetlights, and the city guard couldn't always be stationed outside the city. Therefore, only the main roads from Linhai Base City to other base cities had some streetlights installed. Fortunately, the weather was nice today, and the moonlight slightly illuminated the path for Jiang Feng and the others. Strictly speaking, tonight was Jiang Feng's first time leaving the city at night. Previously, when he and Li Xiaoya were at Fuming Mountain, he only stayed in a cave to rest at night. The situation is different now, just walking to a place less than a kilometer away from the base city. Jiang Feng could hear faint animal sounds coming from a distance. Unfortunately, compared to the surrounding darkness, the light emitted by the flashlight seemed insignificant. It could at most illuminate the path in front of him, but couldn't help Jiang Feng locate the source of the sound. The streetlights were dim, barely dispersing the surrounding darkness and failing to provide a sense of security. Zheng Jinghao, Wang Yuanhang, and Bai Hongcheng were already accustomed to traveling at night. They had even ambushed wild phantoms multiple times under the cover of darkness. Li Xiaoya noticed that Jiang Feng was paying close attention to the environment around them. She thought he was worried about the possibility of encountering a wild phantom attack on the road. So she walked up to Jiang Feng and said softly, "Don't worry. It's like this outside the base city at night. As long as we are careful, even if we stray from the main road, It's not easy to encounter a wild phantom that actively attacks humans. Thank you. Jiang Feng wasn't worried about his safety. He was simply curious about the surroundings. Besides, with Zheng Jinghao and Wang Yuanhang leading the way and by Hongqing at the back of the group, Jiang Feng had no reason to fear being attacked first. Of course, if a battle really broke out, Bai Hongqiang would definitely charge to the front, but while on the road, he needed to stay at the back to effectively prevent ambushes by phantoms. There's no need to be polite. We won't reach the misty forest until tomorrow, so chatting along the way is just a way to pass the time. Li Xiaoya smiled slightly and continued walking alongside Jiang Feng. In fact, Jiang Feng wanted to ask Li Xiaoya how they should handle the situation if they encountered Qi Hao in the misty forest. Although the misty forest was vast, Jiang Feng felt an inexplicable sense that they might run into Qi Hao. Perhaps it was because Jiang Feng was getting into the plot of some TV drama. After all, according to typical storylines, events that seem unlikely to happen often occur due to various coincidences. However, after thinking it over, Jiang Feng felt it wasn't necessary to affect Li Xiaoya's mood, as no one could predict what would happen next. Rather than worrying about possibly encountering Qi Hao on the way, Jiang Feng believed it was more important to complete their mission as soon as possible. From this point on, Jiang Feng and the others had officially stepped out of the actual control range of the coastal base city's city defense team. Generally speaking, unless it was wartime and they truly couldn't spare manpower, the city defense team would immediately gather and head out for rescue upon receiving a distress signal from outside the city. It wasn't just beast tamers who would encounter danger outside the city, since there were ordinary passengers taking trains to and from various base cities. There were also ordinary people who ventured deep into the wilderness for thrills. If the law enforcement team's beast tamers were only responsible for civil security within the base city, then the city defense team had a lot more to do. However, even with the city defense team providing rescue, if ordinary people or beast tamers faced an attack too far from the base city, by the time the rescue team arrived, those individuals would likely be lost. Zheng Jinghao checked the map and then said to Wang Yuanhang, Yuanhang, don't stray too far from the team. If you notice anything unusual, inform me immediately. Although Zheng Jinghao had traveled this route many times before, the words of the guards had made him raise his vigilance. Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya were certainly capable, but Zheng Jinghao still didn't know how they would handle sudden crises. Understood. Wang Yuanhang responded and then moved ahead alone. Jiang Feng didn't quite understand why Wang Yuanhang was doing this, so he stepped forward to ask Zheng Jinghao, Brother Zheng, why isn't Brother Wang moving with us? It wasn't that Zheng Jinghao had asked Wang Yuanhang to scout ahead. Rather, Wang Yuanhang knew that the speed of the blade mantis was superior to that of the heavy punching angry ape and the rock-armored beast, which was why he volunteered for the reconnaissance work. By leaving the team to scout alone, Wang Yuanhang inevitably faced dangers. However, most of the time, Wang Yuanhang and the blade mantis wouldn't reveal their location. With the intelligence provided by Wang Yuanhang, Zheng Jinghao could formulate a corresponding action plan. Jiang Feng nodded slightly. Brother Wang is indeed impressive. It's not daytime now, and it's definitely more dangerous for him to act alone. Zheng Jinghao said, there's no need to worry. He's used to it. If there's real danger, he will find a way to escape. Although the blade mantis couldn't yet leap with Wang Yuanhang, his explosiveness and agility were above many beast tamers of the same level. Therefore, unless he faced a phantom that excelled in speed, Wang Yuanhang could quickly reach a safe area under the cover of the blade mantis. Since Wang Yuanhang hadn't used the walkie-talkie to alert them to any dangers ahead, Zheng Jinghao continued leading the team forward. Reconnaissance was important, but the overall movement of the team couldn't be delayed. Captain, everything is normal within a 3-kilometer radius ahead. Wang Yuanhang gave a very brief report to Zheng Jinghao. For beast tamers, 3 kilometers was a short distance. However, since it was now completely dark, moving outside the city increased the chances of encountering danger significantly, so Wang Yuanhang couldn't stray too far from the team. He just needed to confirm that no wild phantoms were sneaking up from a distance. Zheng Jinghao patted Wang Yuanhang on the shoulder. Good job. Just a small matter. Wang Yuanhang smiled. Among the current team, he was indeed the most suitable for this task. However, for the time being, Wang Yuanhang didn't plan to scout alone again. If it were daytime, he would definitely do so. But the wilderness at night wasn't the home turf of beast tamers, so he couldn't frequently leave the team. If anything happened to him, it could jeopardize their mission. Since there was no danger ahead for the time being, Zheng Jinghao signaled for the others to quicken their pace. According to Zheng Jinghao's experience, they should be able to reach the campsite nearest to the railway line tonight. Along the way, since Zheng Jinghao was the leader and Bai Hongqiang wasn't good at conversation, Wang Yuanhang could only chat with Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya. Neither Jiang Feng nor Li Xiaoya was particularly talkative, but considering that the person talking to them was Wang Yuanhang, they completely avoided the trouble of not knowing what topics to discuss. Should we go investigate that? Jiang Feng suggested. You only got half of it right, Wang Yuanhang explained. If it were daytime, I might go check it out, But since it's nighttime, I can't take that risk. From my experience, this earth mound is not simple. Since I have time, let me share some of my experience with you, Wang Yuanhang smiled. Generally, these earth mounds may not seem special on the surface, but they could have been hollowed out by phantoms underneath. If we rashly walk on top, we might fall into a hole below. If we can't summon our contracted beasts in time, or if the contracted beasts can't move in the cramped space, our situation could become very dangerous. I see. Jiang Feng nodded slightly. Brother Wang is indeed experienced. It seems I have a lot to learn. Hearing Wang Yuanhang say this reminded Jiang Feng of the process of discovering the stone-armored silver-toothed snake. Who would have thought that cave had hidden wonders? Ever since this world collided with the other dimension, many things could no longer be inferred by common sense. Wang Yuanhang smiled. Actually, with your talent, if you also spend a few years out here battling, you would definitely surpass me. Experience can be accumulated over time, but a beast tamer's talent cannot change once it awakens. Currently, Wang Yuanhang was stronger than Jiang Feng in terms of level and experience, but he believed his advantage wouldn't last long. Chapter 42, Explosion. Wang Yuanhang's mindset had not changed much regarding the possibility that his level might soon be surpassed by Jiang Feng. The talent gap is evident. Since Wang Yuanhang cannot access the realm of geniuses, he might as well focus on his own tasks. Just as Wang Yuanhang was about to continue imparting experience to Jiang Feng, he suddenly heard by Hongqing's voice from behind. Actually, we investigated this hill before. Ah Chung, are you undermining me? Wang Yuanhang looked at Bai Hongqing in surprise, seemingly not expecting him to do that. Wang Gu, you misunderstood me. Bai Hongqing quickly waved his hand. I just wanted to tell Jiang Feng the truth. Oh, so you think I'm deceiving him? Wang Yuanhang felt a bit embarrassed after being backstabbed by Bai Hongqing. However, after working together for so long and being close brothers, such a small matter couldn't affect their feelings. Wang Yuanhang just didn't expect the seemingly honest Bai Hongqing to have such a sly side. Hee. Bai Hongqing chuckled, unsure of what to say. Jiang Feng didn't try to calm Wang Yuanhang down because he could sense that Wang Yuanhang wasn't really angry. True friends often tease each other. Sure enough, Wang Yuanhang walked over to Bai Hongqing and put an arm around his shoulder. Ah Chung, I didn't expect you to be so clever. I learned this from Wang Gu. Alright then. With that, Wang Yuanhang found it hard to refute him. Otherwise, wouldn't he just be the fool? The journey ahead, while not completely smooth, progressed well as Zheng Jinghao summoned the heavy fist angry ape again to fend off the wild phantom beasts trying to ambush them. Jiang Feng noticed a pile of campfires in the distance. That blood-sucking bat is quite large, Wang Yuanhang remarked, watching the blood-sucking bat that had already flown far away. A common-level blood-sucking bat was nothing to him. However, blood-sucking bats were social phantom beasts, and if he encountered a large group of them in a cave, he would definitely retreat. Zhenggu, is that our destination? Jiang Feng pointed to the distance. Good. Jiang Feng nodded. They had discussed before setting out that traveling at night was risky, and crossing the railway line meant they were fully deep into the wilderness, increasing the danger level. Considering the next campsite was far away, Jiang Feng believed resting at this campsite was the best choice. Let's go. Zheng Jinghao waved his hand. The others followed suit. Soon, Jiang Feng and the others arrived at the campsite. The presence of a campfire indicated that there were other people resting there as well. When Jiang Feng and the others appeared, the travelers sitting around the campfire turned their heads. There were also some tents set up nearby, suggesting that others were resting inside. Jiang Feng noticed that the travelers' gazes were not hostile. It was just that encountering strangers in such a place made them somewhat wary. Since the campsite was large, Zheng Jinghao merely nodded at the travelers as a greeting and then looked for a spot to start setting up tents. When outside, it's not appropriate to strike up a conversation with unfamiliar people. Maintaining distance and avoiding conflict was already quite good, especially since Zheng Jinghao chose a spot and drew a few lines around it with a stick. He did this to indicate to others that this area was temporarily his and his companion's territory. If anyone dared to intrude, they would face the consequences. This was actually a customary rule among travelers. Everyone had their own privacy, and it was best for strangers to maintain distance. Seeing Zheng Jinghao handle things so skillfully, the surrounding travelers felt somewhat relieved. Whether ordinary people or beastmasters, those who dared to venture out at night were taking significant risks. Being cautious was essential when traveling for long periods. However, if they encountered a seemingly reliable stranger, there was no need to be overly vigilant. Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya quickly set up 2 tents. To avoid revealing his space ring to strangers, Jiang Feng had taken out his tent beforehand. When outside, it's best not to flaunt wealth. As long as they were strangers, Jiang Feng would always be cautious. Good night, Li Xiaoya waved at Jiang Feng. Good night, Jiang Feng smiled slightly. Earlier, he had asked Zheng Jinghao about the watch order. Zheng Jinghao told him to rest well with Li Xiaoya that night, and that the watch duty would be handled by the 3 of them. After all, with 3 people taking turns, the night would pass quickly. Jiang Feng didn't insist on taking the watch. There would be plenty of opportunities for that later. Lying in the tent, Jiang Feng felt calm inside. It was just spending a night in the wilderness. Maintaining appropriate vigilance was enough. Tomorrow, entering the misty forest would require full alertness. Stepping out of the tent, Jiang Feng observed the situation around the campsite and discovered that the light he saw was actually a flash from the direction of the railway. As if an explosion had occurred. Captain, the person on watch was Wang Yuanhang, who saw Zheng Jinghao coming out of the tent. Zheng Jinghao asked Wang Yuanhang what happened. It wasn't very close to the railway, yet he still clearly heard the explosion. It was quite a coincidence. He had just fallen asleep not long ago when this happened. Other travelers resting in the campsite also emerged from their tents. Such a loud explosion was hard to miss. I'm not sure either. I just saw an explosion over there. Wang Yuanhang pointed in the direction where the light had disappeared. Captain, could it be an attack on the train? Bai Hongcheng voiced his speculation. Zheng Jinghao nodded slightly. That is indeed a possibility. Captain, should I go take a look? Wang Yuanhang knew that curiosity shouldn't be excessive when venturing out. However, since such an incident occurred, if he didn't check it out, he might not be able to sleep peacefully afterward. Zheng Jinghao understood Wang Yuanhang's character. He knew Wang Yuanhang would want to investigate the situation there. No, you stay here. Zheng Jinghao thought for a moment and decided to let Wang Yuanhang remain at the campsite. If it really was an attack on the train, it would be quite serious. And it was likely that fierce fighting was happening over there. As for whether it was the refugees who did it, without witnessing it firsthand, Zheng Jinghao couldn't draw a conclusion. After all, while there are unreasonable refugees, there are also those who are kind-hearted. All right. Wang Yuanhang felt a bit regretful about not being able to join in, but he understood that Zheng Jinghao was saying this out of safety considerations. So he wouldn't sneak away. Captain, are you going by yourself? Wang Yuanhang thought Zheng Jinghao was truly going to leave this matter alone. Okay, Captain. Bai Hongcheng readily agreed. After all, it would soon be his turn to keep watch, and staying here with Wang Yuanhang would be safer. Captain, I'm best at scouting. Why don't I go with you? Wang Yuanhang certainly wasn't underestimating Zheng Jinghao's strength, but they didn't know what the situation was over there. And it was safer to act as a pair at this time. Don't worry about me. Zheng Jinghao subtly glanced at the people around and leaned closer to Wang Yuanhang's ear, whispering, keep an eye on their movements. Wang Yuanhang nodded discreetly. One must always be cautious. He knew that at this moment. The most important thing wasn't to consider the situation in the distance, but to be vigilant about any potential dangers nearby. Just then, Jiang Feng suddenly said to Zheng Jinghao, Zheng Ge, can I go with you? You want to go too? Zheng Jinghao didn't expect Jiang Feng to take the initiative to suggest accompanying him, as staying at the campsite was definitely the safest option. See the world? Brother Zheng, this is my first time encountering such a scene, and I feel it would be a shame not to take a look. Jiang Feng looked into the distance. If we hurry, we should still have time to figure out the situation over there. It wouldn't be appropriate to run a trip for nothing. All right, then you can come with me. In the end, Zheng Jinghao agreed to let Jiang Feng accompany him. However, we are just going to take a look. Unless necessary, it's best not to reveal our identities. In fact, Zheng Jinghao's intention in leaving Wang Yuanhang and Bai Hongcheng behind was to have them protect Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya. Since Jiang Feng also wanted to take a look, Zheng Jinghao believed that as long as he could take care of him, leaving Wang Yuanhang and Bai Hongcheng behind to protect Li Xiaoya would not pose any issues. Good. Jiang Feng understood that even being a bystander carries risks. Captain, you are being a bit biased. Wang Yuanhang joked with Zheng Jinghao. Don't worry, Captain, we'll make sure to complete the task. When it comes to handling serious business, Wang Yuanhang would never drop the ball. 4 beast tamers, quickly entering a state of sleep, is not difficult. Li Xiaoya said this simply because she was worried about Jiang Feng's safety and wanted to see him return safely. Of course, as a girl, Li Xiaoya couldn't say it so directly, or else it might give Jiang Feng the wrong idea. Thank you for your concern. Jiang Feng smiled and said, but I think it's best not to have too high expectations, as we might very well return empty-handed this time. To be honest, he only thought of going to take a look on a whim. As for whether there would be any discoveries, it doesn't matter. Li Xiaoya said, it's okay. Sometimes, not having any discoveries can be good news. That's true. On the other side, after Zheng Jinghao waited for Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya to finish talking, he called him to set off. Zheng Jinghao's heavy fist angry ape and Jiang Feng's blue nightmare were both not suitable for riding in their current sizes. As a result, Jiang Feng and Zheng Jinghao could only rush toward their destination. At first, Zheng Jinghao considered slowing down a bit to prevent Jiang Feng from falling behind. However, Zheng Jinghao soon realized he had underestimated Jiang Feng because Jiang Feng's running speed was completely on par with his own. No wonder he was a high-level beast tamer. Zheng Jinghao thought to himself. Although Jiang Feng's level was not as high as Zheng Jinghao's, Zheng Jinghao believed that since Jiang Feng was able to obtain a space ring, his first contracted beast must be a very precious phantom beast. The stronger the contracted beast's abilities, the stronger the feedback the owner receives in terms of physical fitness. It was obvious that Jiang Feng's contracted beast-possessed agility-type talents. Given this, Zheng Jinghao no longer worried about whether Jiang Feng could keep up with him. With that in mind, Zheng Jinghao quickened his pace. Is he testing me? Jiang Feng noticed that Zheng Jinghao, who was running ahead, had quickened his pace. Although Jiang Feng's first reaction was that Zheng Jinghao was testing him, he quickly realized that Zheng Jinghao had no need to do so. As they were about to enter the misty forest, everyone needed to summon their contracted beasts to fight. So deliberately hiding their own and their contracted beast strengths would not be very meaningful. Along the way, Jiang Feng and Zheng Jinghao hardly spoke, focusing on the road ahead. Before long, they arrived at a hillside not far from the railway. It turned out that the train had indeed been attacked, using the firelight from the scattered burning wood along the tracks. Zheng Jinghao discovered that several beast tamers were engaged in an attack and defense battle around a train loaded with many goods. As for why the train had not continued moving, he believed it was because there was a problem with the tracks ahead. As this was a basic operation for robbing a train, if it were just a case of the train moving, infiltrating the train's interior was likely for theft or assassination. If the entire train was stopped, it was probably for the large amount of goods on board. Jiang Feng asked Zheng Jinghao, "Brother Zheng, what is the situation now?" Since Jiang Feng was only an ordinary 4th level, his insight skill's effective range was not very large. He could only judge by sight that there were likely 2 factions of beast tamers fighting. Zheng Jinghao analyzed. It seems like the refugees attacked the railway guards. Chapter 43. Fat Brother and Thin Younger Brother. There are so many beast tamers among the refugees. They seem to be quite strong. Why are they opposing the human alliance? Jiang Feng had only crossed into this world not long ago and knew that beast tamers held a high status in this world. Even those with only a level talent lived better than ordinary people. Under normal circumstances, beast tamers would not voluntarily give up their advantageous lives in the base city to become refugees in the wilderness. Saying they were opposing the human alliance is a bit exaggerated. Zheng Jinghao explained. Although all railways are indeed under the jurisdiction of the human alliance, the railway guards are limited in number, so their main responsibility is still to protect passengers, while the goods on the train are mostly protected by security personnel hired by various companies. So, you mean that those who clash with the refugees are basically security personnel protecting the goods? That's about right. But it's hard to say there aren't daring refugees who would dare to attack the railway guards. Jiang Feng nodded slightly. Compared to the field personnel of security companies, the refugees would definitely be more wary of the railway guards. I've mentioned before that many people do not voluntarily become refugees. Even beast tamers sometimes cannot control their own fate. Zheng Jinghao continued. Fortunately, beast tamers hold a high status among the refugees, and their presence helps to restrain the refugees, which is not a bad thing. So, the human alliance is tacitly acknowledging the existence of refugees. As the population increases, the base city has been continuously expanding outward, which effectively compresses the living space of wild phantom beasts, leading to countless battles. Yuan Hang, Aiken, and I have taken on several tasks related to city construction. Zheng Jinghao sighed. In a sense, the emergence of refugee gathering areas has helped the human alliance alleviate part of the population crisis, which is why the human alliance rarely takes major actions against these areas. I see. Jiang Feng nodded slightly. Where there are base cities, there are naturally refugee gathering areas. The two are inseparable. Many people consider refugee gathering areas to be places that harbor filth, not realizing that without them, each base city would bear even greater pressure. Existence is reasonable. The refugee gathering areas have not disappeared and are even continuously expanding, not only because they share the pressure of the base cities, but also because many strong individuals have emerged from these areas. Zheng Jinghao asked Jiang Feng, "Do you find it somewhat unbelievable?" That's right. Although the descendants of beast tamers are more likely to awaken their beast taming talents, ordinary people also have the opportunity to become beast tamers. Where a person is born will give them a sense of belonging to that place. The refugees are inherently fierce in their style of action, even if the resources they obtain may not be as good as those of beast tamers in the base city. They will not easily bow to anyone. This way, there will always be some who can persist until the end and become strong, protecting their hometown. Brother Zheng, I thought that bounty hunters like you, who take on tasks outside, would have a poor relationship with the refugees. I didn't expect you to have such a high opinion of them. Zheng Jinghao replied calmly. We and the refugees simply have different ways of life. Those living in the wilderness are not necessarily barbaric, and those living in the base city are not necessarily civilized. That is indeed the case. Jiang Feng thought that if Zheng Jinghao were to cross over to his original world, he would have the potential to become a literary figure. Of course, Jiang Feng was just thinking casually, as he still hadn't figured out why he had crossed into this world. Brother Zheng, what should we do next? Let's continue to be spectators. Zheng Jinghao expressed his suggestion. Shall we go take a look? Are you very interested in the battle over there? Because the moonlight was bright and Zheng Jinghao was squatting next to Jiang Feng, he could clearly see the expression on Jiang Feng's face. Before setting off, Jiang Feng had indeed said to follow Zheng Jinghao's arrangements, but that didn't mean he couldn't have his own thoughts. Brother Zheng, if I say I'm not interested, that would definitely be a lie. Zheng Jinghao smiled. Jiang Feng's straightforward nature was somewhat similar to Wang Yuanhong's. Given the current situation, this battle would not end anytime soon, and we were at a safe distance to observe. If we moved closer, we might get caught up in it. Speaking of which, Zheng Jinghao looked around. Although he and Jiang Feng hadn't encountered anyone else on their way here, that didn't mean there were no others watching the battle nearby. As the saying goes, while the mantis stalks the cicada, the oriole is behind. Even if Jiang Feng and Zheng Jinghao hadn't thought of taking advantage of the chaos, others might not think the same way. If they encountered someone else at this moment and mishandled the situation, it could lead to a conflict. Jiang Feng nodded. Brother Zheng, you're right. With the fighting so intense over there, it would be too unfair if we were mistaken for enemies. As long as you understand, Zheng Jinghao replied. However, Jiang Feng changed the subject, using a classic line. After hearing what Jiang Feng said, Zheng Jinghao was at a loss for how to refute him. Indeed, the phrase "since we are here" is hard to refuse in any world. Zheng Jinghao seemed to realize he was getting distracted. So he cleared his throat and said to Jiang Feng, "When out, it's important to act low-key. As long as there isn't too much curiosity, we generally won't encounter danger." Jiang Feng smiled. I knew Brother Zheng's curiosity is also quite strong. How can a bounty hunter not have a strong curiosity? Following the rules is not the style of a bounty hunter. I just have more restraint than others. Zheng Jinghao had a very good mindset and showed no unusual emotions despite Jiang Feng seeing through his true character. Of course, Jiang Feng was just joking with Zheng Jinghao. After all, someone who could be the leader of a team must be more than just strong. Understood, Jiang Feng replied. Then used his thoughts to inform Lan Yin to be ready to leave the Beastmaster space for battle. Lan Yin expressed that he would definitely protect Jiang Feng. Zheng Jinghao didn't say much else, but he also used his thoughts to inform the heavy-fist angry ape about the current situation, whether before or during a battle. Beastmasters need to maintain communication with their contracted beasts. Let us go over there. Zheng Jinghao pointed to the 2 o'clock direction. Jiang Feng had no objections. He only intended to move a bit closer to observe the situation, not to join the battle with Zheng Jinghao. Sounds of phantom beasts could be heard from both the ground and the sky from time to time. Zheng Jinghao's guess was correct. This time, the refugees indeed attacked a train transporting supplies. Since it was early morning, even elite beastmasters might be mentally lax, so the refugees, with their rich experience in robbing trains, first managed to stop the train, and then the beastmasters among the refugees quickly took action. Generally speaking, whether it's the railway guards on the train or the external personnel from security companies, there are few Lord-level beastmasters who would be responsible for guarding the same route for long periods. Unless a major event occurs, elite beastmasters are usually sufficient to control the situation. However, there are also elite beastmasters among the refugees, which sometimes leads to the refugees taking away a lot of supplies. Not to mention anything else, since there are Lord-level beastmasters in the base city. Why can't there be Lord-level beastmasters in the refugee gathering areas? The saying goes, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Even the Lord-level beastmasters of the Human Alliance wouldn't dare to say that they could single-handedly enter such a chaotic refugee gathering area and leave unscathed. Every year, many beastmasters mysteriously disappear in the refugee gathering areas. Wow, Jiang Feng exclaimed. Zheng Jinghao, who was walking ahead, turned to look at Jiang Feng. What's wrong? Jiang Feng replied, Oh, I think I saw a water-type phantom beast that can cast water bombs over there. I was wondering if there might be an elite beastmaster nearby. Water-type phantom beast? Zheng Jinghao followed Jiang Feng's gaze, but did not see any water-type phantom beast. It wasn't that Zheng Jinghao's observation skills were lacking. It was just that the timing was wrong, and he didn't have his insight skill to assist. Come, follow me this way. To be safe, Zheng Jinghao did not continue forward, but called Jiang Feng to temporarily hide under the slope next to the tracks. After confirming that there was no danger nearby, Zheng Jinghao finally spoke. Do you think it's very surprising to see a water-type phantom beast on land? Jiang Feng replied, Not really. The coastal bay city is not far from the coastline, so it's normal for elite beastmasters to choose water-type phantom beasts as their second contracted beast. You're right. The more comprehensive the areas a contracted beast excels in, the stronger their combined combat power will be. Zheng Jinghao paused and continued. However, not every beastmaster can sign contracts with many phantom beasts. Therefore, some beastmasters with lower talent may purposefully choose their first or even only contracted beast based on the needs of the collective. Since ancient times, we humans have never conquered the ocean, and with the appearance of phantom beasts and special energies, this has become even more pronounced. No one knows what powerful phantom beasts exist in the ocean, so exploring the ocean is also very important. Since the coastal bay city is not far from the coastline, water-type phantom beasts naturally have a lot of room to develop. Brother Zung, have you thought about what kind of phantom beast to choose as your second contracted beast? Since the battle hadn't reached this area, and Jiang Feng hadn't spotted any hidden phantom beasts around, he took the time to chat with Zeng Jinghao. It still depends on the needs of the team. After all, Yuanhang, Heng, and I have already formed a fixed team, so cooperating with each other is definitely better than fighting alone. Jiang Feng nodded slightly. Zeng Jinghao was indeed a leader whom Wang Yuanhang and Bai Hongqing both admired. He always prioritized the interests of the entire team. Jiang Feng believed he couldn't sacrifice part of his personal interests for the team like Zeng Jinghao did. It wasn't that he lacked a collective consciousness. Rather, he had the talent to sign contracts with 8 phantom beasts, allowing him to pursue a more comprehensive development route. Zeng Jinghao peeked out to observe the surroundings and then said to Jiang Feng, "Let's go over there and be careful of the searchlights on top of the train. Unless you have a contracted beast that excels in nighttime operations, or if the Beastmaster himself reaches the Lord level, you can avoid the impact of poor lighting to some extent." Another point is that the refugees are only there to seize supplies, not to fight the guards to the death. Since the plan has already succeeded halfway, what everyone needs to do next is to retreat in batches. Therefore, at first glance, it seems the guards have taken the initiative and forced the refugee Beastmasters to shrink their defenses. In reality, this is just a common tactic used by the refugees. Of course, on the guard's side, the Beastmaster responsible for commanding the battle was certainly not incompetent. Given that supplies had already been lost, he knew very well that he couldn't easily let these refugees leave. This battle is still far from over. Okay, Jiang Feng agreed readily. However, just now, Jiang Feng not only saw a phantom beast releasing water bombs, but also saw fireballs flying across the sky. This kind of real-time experience is definitely incomparable to some TV dramas. Zeng Jinghao chose a very good observation point, since the train had just left the tunnel. The mountains on both sides of the tunnel were suitable as their hiding place. However, Jiang Feng and Zeng Jinghao had just arrived on the mountain for a short while when, thanks to their super hearing, they overheard 2 people talking ahead. "Brother Zhang." "What, Brother Zhang? I've told you so many times, when we're outside, call me Brother Pang." "Brother Zhang, your build is indeed quite sturdy. But I always feel that calling you that is a bit impolite. Politeness and safety, which is more important? What if you accidentally call out my real name? That would be a disaster." "That makes sense, Brother Pang is right. Shodi, you should learn well from your Brother Pang. If you want to get by out here, you need some skills." Yes, Brother Pang, Shodi." Jiang Feng and Zeng Jinghao exchanged puzzled glances upon hearing the conversation between the two. "Brother Zeng, what kind of routine are these two using?" Although Jiang Feng had not yet seen this chubby thin duo in person, their conversation left a deep first impression on him. "I'm not sure." Zeng Jinghao had been a bounty hunter for several years and had encountered many people with different personalities. To be honest, he had never seen a combination like this. But as long as they don't provoke us first, we don't need to pay them any mind. It's better to avoid trouble. Zeng Jinghao's main purpose for coming out this time was not to join the fun, but to help Wang Yuanhang complete the task of advancing to a 1-star hunter. People who seem harmless on the surface are not necessarily good. Zeng Jinghao would never underestimate any stranger he encountered. Jiang Feng nodded slightly. Although they had coincidentally met people who might have the same goal, it was best if everyone kept to themselves. The battles here were so intense that it was impossible not to have others secretly observing. However, just as Zeng Jinghao was about to take Jiang Feng to another location, he suddenly sensed something was off around them, so he decisively summoned the Heavy Fist Fury Ape. What was off? The voices of Brother Pang and Shou Di had suddenly disappeared. Normally, even if Brother Pang and Shou Di were to leave after finishing their conversation, they wouldn't just vanish without a sound. As the saying goes, if you often walk by the river, how can you not get your shoes wet? To prevent any mishaps, Zeng Jinghao would pay attention to any suspicious situations when going out. Based on his experience, there was definitely no reason for Brother Pang and Shou Di to suddenly go silent. When the Heavy Fist Fury Ape appeared, it rushed toward a patch of bushes and then raised its fist to smash down. With a squeak, the sudden strike from the Heavy Fist Fury Ape forced a rodent-type phantom beast out of the bushes. Sure enough, there was an ambush. Zeng Jinghao's brow furrowed. His long-formed habit of caution had helped him at a critical moment. If he hadn't summoned the Heavy Fist Fury Ape, he might have been ambushed by this unfamiliar phantom beast. Zeng Jinghao was worried that there might be other phantom beasts hiding nearby, so he didn't let the Heavy Fist Fury Ape continue its attack. It turned out to be an iron-toothed rat. Jiang Feng didn't summon the Blue Nightmare immediately. Instead, he used his insight skill to obtain information about this phantom beast. Since the situation was unclear and the Heavy Fist Fury Ape was at a higher level than the iron-toothed rat, Jiang Feng felt there was no need to summon the Blue Nightmare. After all, Exposing all his cards right away was unwise. Zhang Jinghao didn't have a beast control system for assistance, but with his keen eyesight, he recognized it as an iron-toothed rat. Be careful. He thought Jiang Feng's decision to not rush to summon his contracted beast was very wise. For beast tamers, if the first reaction to an attack is panic, it is a major taboo. Don't worry, I can take care of myself. Jiang Feng nodded. The elite Tier 3 iron-toothed rat was indeed above the blue nightmare in level. However, not to mention that Zhang Jinghao had the heavy fist fury ape. Jiang Feng was confident that the blue nightmare would definitely not be at a disadvantage against the iron-toothed rat. Zhang Jinghao scanned the surroundings and finally fixed his gaze on a large tree. Friend over there, come out. Jiang Feng looked over at the tree. Since the insight skill did not have the ability to see through, he found nothing. Of course, this was just a minor issue. Although the insight skill was the most reliable, Jiang Feng also trusted Zhang Jinghao's experience. Brother Pang, do you think they have discovered us? Keep your voice down. What if they hear us? But Brother Pang, your contracted beast has already been exposed. It doesn't matter how quietly we speak. Are you talking back? Didn't we agree that when we go out, you listen to me? Yes. Brother Pang and Shou Di began to plot loudly again. What kind of clowns are these? Jiang Feng felt speechless. He turned to look at Zhang Jinghao, who also wore a helpless expression. If one said that this chubby thin duo was slow to react, they were indeed clever to think of sending the iron-toothed rat to scout the situation. But if one said they were quick to react, Zhang Jinghao had already discovered them. Yet they were the ones who started bickering first. Perhaps sensing that their behavior was inappropriate, Brother Pang and Shou Di walked out from behind the tree. Indeed, it was a chubby-thin combination. Jiang Feng sized up Brother Pang and Shou Di. If Shou Di only appeared slightly thinner than average, Brother Pang was indeed much heavier than ordinary people. However, Jiang Feng would not judge a person by their appearance. Even ordinary people could use schemes to make beast tamers fall into traps, let alone this duo of beast tamers. Brother Pang's call confirmed that the iron-toothed rat was his contracted beast. The iron-toothed rat called out at the heavy fist fury ape, seemingly saying, I remember you. You almost smashed me just now. The heavy fist fury ape paid no heed to the iron-toothed rat's provocation, knowing that it was not its opponent at all. The size of phantom beasts like the iron-toothed rat does not grow too large with level increases. Although it lacked a size advantage, the iron-toothed rat was well suited for reconnaissance tasks. However, the heavy fist fury ape had good perception and a level advantage, so it could sense the presence of the iron-toothed rat. Confirming that the iron-toothed rat was fine, Brother Pang addressed Zhang Jinghao, who looked like the leader. Brother, your contracted beast seems a bit violent. Zhang Jinghao replied indifferently. If your contracted beast hadn't sneaked over to monitor me and my friend, that scene just now wouldn't have happened. He never relaxed his guard against unfamiliar and potentially hostile beast tamers. Shou Di leaned in close to Brother Pang and whispered, Brother Pang, he seems to have a point. What point? Are you with me or with him? Brother Pang shot Shou Di a glare. If the two weren't longtime friends, Brother Pang wouldn't have taken care of Shou Di all this time. Although Brother Pang had lowered his voice, Jiang Feng and Zhang Jinghao's hearing was far beyond that of ordinary people. If it weren't for maintaining the serious image of a beast tamer, they would have laughed out loud by now. Brother Pang seemed to notice the change in Jiang Feng and Zhang Jinghao's expressions, so he adjusted his mood and continued, Gentlemen, as the saying goes, meeting is fate. Since we're all here to join the fun, why don't we part ways here? That makes sense. Zhang Jinghao changed his tone, saying, But how do I know you won't pretend to leave and then secretly follow us? Brother, although I'm not a celebrity, I never lie. I have no enmity with you. So why would I go after you? Brother Pang had already mentally labeled Zhang Jinghao as stubborn. That's hard to say. Zhang Jinghao continued to pressure Brother Pang, wanting to confirm whether Brother Pang was hiding his true character. Since you were able to let the iron-toothed rat monitor us and still haven't introduced yourself, to be honest, I find it hard to trust you. Introduce myself? Brother Pang felt helpless. You don't seem to be a newcomer. Don't you know that those who mix outside shouldn't easily reveal their names? Is that really the case? Zhang Jinghao turned to Jiang Feng. It seems like you guys are joking. Pang Ge felt quite displeased with the way Jiang Feng and Zhang Jinghao were harmonizing with each other. You even noticed this, impressive. Jiang Feng gave Pang Ge a thumbs up. Gentlemen, my friend and I don't have the leisure to chat with you here. If you continue to cause us trouble, our conversation may not remain so friendly. Pang Ge knew he should display a strong attitude at this moment. Otherwise, appearing timid would only raise suspicions from Jiang Feng and Zhang Jinghao. It looks like you really plan to leave here. At this point, Jiang Feng turned to Zhang Jinghao. Jiang Feng's meaning was simple. If Zhang Jinghao wanted to keep Pang Ge and Shou Di behind, they better act now. Why did Jiang Feng intentionally provoke Pang Ge? Because Jiang Feng felt that Pang Ge and Shou Di should not be as simple as they appeared. If they were just novice beast tamers, they would have run away at the first sight of guards and refugees, rather than coming over to join the fun. Zhang Jinghao nodded slightly. As the saying goes, helping others is helping oneself. Since what happened just now was a misunderstanding, you two can leave at any time. That's more like it. Seeing Jiang Feng and Zheng Jinghao compromise, Pang Ji's tone became more confident. Shou Di, let's go. Pang Gu waved his hand and walked away from the train. All right. Pang Gu. Shou Di cautiously glanced at Jiang Feng and Zheng Jinghao before quickly following. Throughout the encounter, neither Pang Gu nor Shou Di turned their backs on Jiang Feng and Zheng Jinghao, as they were worried about being attacked. The iron-toothed mouse kept a vigilant eye on the heavy fist angry ape and only followed after Pang Gu and Shou Di had walked far away. Once it was confirmed that the iron-toothed mouse had also left, the heavy fist angry ape turned to Zheng Jinghao, waiting for his next task. The heavy fist angry ape had no objections. If Zheng Jinghao was in danger, it would fight the enemy at the first opportunity. Brother Zheng, those two are quite unique. Although Jiang Feng hadn't encountered many beast tamers, this pair of fat and thin was undoubtedly the most interesting. Pang Gu and Shou Di, huh? Zheng Jinghao smiled. Indeed interesting. Do you think they are putting on an act, or is this their true character? Are you worried that what they did earlier was all an act to lower our guard and then find an opportunity to attack us? Jiang Feng voiced his speculation. It's not impossible. I've seen many who hide their daggers behind a smile. Zheng Jinghao tended to think negatively about certain things. Perhaps he was being overly cautious. But as the saying goes, better safe than sorry. If danger arose, regret would come too late. To be honest, I think this pair is not good at hiding their intentions. When Jiang Feng spoke with Pang Gu earlier, he not only used his insight skill to confirm that there were no ambushes around, but also obtained information about Shou Di. No wonder Shou Di listened to Pang Gu so obediently. It turned out he was just an ordinary-level beast tamer. If Shou Di were an elite-level beast tamer, Jiang Feng might think that this pair had some tricks up their sleeves. However, given the current situation, Pang Gu and Shou Di seemed to have really left. In fact, Zheng Jinghao wasn't particularly worried about being ambushed by Pang Gu and Shou Di. After all, if they truly had such intentions, a fight would have broken out long ago. All right, we need to be more cautious now. There might be others hiding here. Zheng Jinghao was worried that after the departure of the fat and thin pair, they might encounter other beast tamers on the way. Jiang Feng nodded to indicate he understood. As Jiang Feng and Zheng Jinghao judged the direction based on the sounds to head towards the fiercest battle, Pang Gu and Shou Di had already walked far away. Having walked this far without any movement, it seems they really just passed by chance. Pang Gu glanced back at the woods behind him. Besides the darkness, he noticed nothing unusual. The iron-toothed mouse also failed to detect any signs of a phantom beast chasing after them. The railway here is indeed chaotic. I didn't expect to encounter other elite-level beast tamers so easily. Pang Gu initially intended to come over and see if there was an opportunity to take advantage of the situation. However, given the current circumstances, he felt it was best not to entertain such thoughts. When the audience is safe, he could be in danger if he took something he shouldn't have, potentially attracting the attention of some dangerous individuals. Pang Gu, you are so impressive. Shou Di was somewhat excited. If I'm not mistaken, the person who summoned the contract beast just now should also be an elite-level beast tamer, right? I didn't expect you to remain so calm. The difference between an ordinary-level beast tamer and an elite-level beast tamer was quite apparent, and Shou Di also believed that Jiang Feng was merely an ordinary-level beast tamer. What do you mean you didn't expect? Do you think I'm not strong enough? Pang Gu patted Shou Di's shoulder. I've seen many elite-level beast tamers. Just now, I was being polite and tried to advise him. Since we're all out here with friends to see the world, it's better to avoid unnecessary conflict. Even if a fight broke out, my iron-toothed mouse would still have the upper hand. I just think that senseless fighting is a waste of energy and could easily allow others to reap the benefits. Chapter 45, Getting Caught in the Crossfire. Jiang Feng and Zheng Jinghao were not here, so Pang Gu felt free to say whatever he wanted. Being able to become an elite-level beast tamer was enough to prove Pang Ji's talent was not lacking. When he said he had seen many elite-level beast tamers, he was not boasting. However, when he claimed that the iron-toothed mouse would have the upper hand against the heavy fist angry ape, he was somewhat overconfident. In reality, Pang Gu could tell that Zheng Jinghao and the heavy fist angry ape were not to be trifled with. But for the sake of his image and the safety of himself and Shou Di, he had to act strong. Pang Gu was right. Shou Di nodded vigorously. Although he sometimes seemed to be contrary to Pang Gu, he had always had confidence in Pang Ji's strength. As for reaping the benefits, Shou Di had witnessed it firsthand. If Pang Gu hadn't helped at that time, Shou Di would have been in danger. It was precisely because of this incident that Shou Di would follow Pang Ji's lead in the future. Pang Gu patted his chest. Don't worry. Even though there are many ill-intentioned people outside the city, as long as I'm here, no one can hurt you. Thank you, Pang Gu. Although Shou Di knew Pang Gu could be unreliable at times, he could feel that Pang Gu genuinely cared for him. However, as Pang Ji's friend, Shou Di couldn't always rely on him for protection. Pang Gu, I will definitely become as strong as you as soon as possible. Pangu waved his hand. That's not necessary. Being eager for success is not a good thing. Then what should we do if we encounter a very powerful enemy? Shodi showed a worried expression. Don't worry. Even if we can't win, I'll find a way to get you to a safe place. Pangu was only an elite level 3-tier beast tamer. He certainly wouldn't inflate his ego to think he was invincible. Oh, so it's about running away. Shodi nodded. What do you mean running away? Upon hearing Shodi say this, Pangu was displeased. This is called a tactical retreat. Oh, tactical retreat. Shodi realized he had misspoken, but then he asked Pangu. Pangu, where should we go next? We can't stay here. Pangu looked at the thick smoke rising in the distance. These refugees are really fierce. If it were me, I wouldn't just think about robbing a train. Even if I saw cargo falling from a moving train, I would consider whether I should pretend I didn't see anything. I think we can try our luck in the Misty Forest. The Misty Forest? Shodi's eyes widened. Fat brother. I heard that the Misty Forest is a very dangerous area. If we go there, we might encounter unexpected dangers. Thin brother, remember what your fat brother said. Opportunities and dangers often coexist. If you want to become stronger than others, you must endure more hardships than others. Fat brother, you speak with such philosophy. That's a must. Fat brother waved at thin brother. Let's go. While everyone else's attention is over there, we will head to the Misty Forest first. All right, thin brother responded. Not every student with awakened beast mastery talent can graduate smoothly from the Beastmaster Academy. Thin brother did not complete his studies, which was not his intention. However, that matter is in the past, and he is not lacking ambition now. He does not want to be an ordinary Beastmaster for life. Perhaps this trip to the Misty Forest will benefit him greatly. Jiang Feng and Zheng Jinghao certainly did not know that Fat Brother and Thin Brother's destination was also the Misty Forest. When Fat Brother and Thin Brother set off for the Misty Forest, Jiang Feng and Zheng Jinghao had already quietly arrived not far from the battlefield. Jiang Feng said to Zheng Jinghao, Brother Zheng, the cooperation of these refugees seems very tacit. After all, the railway guards and security personnel have undergone professional training. Since they are all in position, it would be a pipe dream for the refugees to steal all the living supplies. Moreover, during the retreat, some refugees set up traps in advance, causing quite a bit of trouble for the pursuing guards and their contracted beasts. The power of homemade bombs is not particularly great, but even elite-level phantom beasts cannot completely ignore the impact of a bomb. Additionally, the refugees robbing the train came by vehicle, so at this rate, the guards can only watch helplessly as these people escape with the stolen goods. In fact, at first, I also thought the refugees were disorganized and undisciplined. But later I learned that there are many rules and strictly hierarchical organizations in the refugee gathering areas. If they were just ordinary refugees, the railway guards and security personnel would not even need to summon contracted beasts. They could easily scare them away with firearms. No wonder the Human Alliance has differing opinions on dealing with the refugee issue. They must also need someone to manage a large number of refugees. You are right. But don't think that the existence of these organizations is a good thing. Any organization that develops to a certain extent will inevitably encounter problems. And being able to establish a large organization in the refugee gathering area is not something just anyone can do, unless something unexpected happens. The leaders of these organizations either have backing or are very powerful individuals themselves. Simply put, regarding the refugees, we should avoid getting involved casually. Jiang Feng summarized what Zheng Jinghao said. Zheng Jinghao nodded and said, That's right, although your status is much higher than mine. We should try our best not to provoke false gentlemen and true villains. Indeed, Jiang Feng fully understood Zheng Jinghao's concerns. Brother Zheng, is the battle about to end? Of course, this outcome was within his expectations. Unless he wanted to offend the two warring factions, it would be best for him not to gain anything substantial. It won't end that quickly, and with such a commotion, cleaning up the battlefield and repairing the tracks will take time. So what will the final result be? Under normal circumstances, it would just be mutual losses, as long as no important supplies are lost. Those captured refugees might even be eager to go to the base city to serve time. Is there such a thing? Jiang Feng did not quite understand why someone would willingly go to prison. Of course, there are many such things. After all, money can make the devil push the mill. As long as the price is right, even residents of the base city would take risks. Once Zheng Jinghao said this, Jiang Feng understood. Certain Beastmasters living in the base city probably take on some undisclosed side jobs. On the way back, Jiang Feng and Zheng Jinghao remained very cautious. Although the battle between the guards and the refugees had reached its conclusion, there was no guarantee that there wouldn't be anyone nearby looking to commit robbery. So Jiang Feng and Zheng Jinghao couldn't afford to let their guard down too soon. After a while, Jiang Feng and Zheng Jinghao descended the mountain. However, just as Zheng Jinghao reached the other side of the tracks first, confirming there were no unusual circumstances and preparing to beckon Jiang Feng over, an unexpected event occurred. A flaming barrel, for some unknown reason, came flying toward them. Jiang Feng and Zheng Jinghao reacted quickly, almost simultaneously dodging. With a loud bang, the barrel hit the tracks, followed by an explosion. Good heavens, a powder keg? Fortunately, Jiang Feng dodged quickly. Otherwise, if he had taken the blast head-on, he definitely wouldn't have come out unscathed. Quick! Zheng Jinghao hurriedly waved to Jiang Feng. Although Zheng Jinghao did not know why a powder keg had flown over, he knew that the explosion would definitely attract a lot of attention, and if he and Jiang Feng stayed here any longer, they were likely to run into more trouble. Jiang Feng certainly did not want to get caught up in any trouble, but before he could go around to meet Zheng Jinghao, he heard the sounds of phantom beasts not far away. When he turned to the right, he saw two masked individuals running out of the smoke. Not only that, but several fierce phantom beasts were hot on their heels. Linlai Mingquan, Jiang Feng, illuminated by the firelight, recognized that the phantom beasts pursuing the two individuals were Linlai Mingquan. If he remembered correctly, these intelligent and easily trainable phantom beasts were favored by the law enforcement teams, city guards, and security companies. After a brief analysis, Jiang Feng concluded that these two individuals were likely refugees, and the three Linlai Mingquan were most probably the contracted beasts of the train guards. As for how that powder keg flew over just now, Jiang Feng speculated that it must have been thrown by a larger phantom beast to prevent the two from escaping. But unfortunately, it was thrown with too much force, landing right in front of Jiang Feng and Zheng Jinghao. Sister Chi-Chi, there are people ahead. Be careful. Let's go around from the side. Zhou Meiqi did not expect to encounter others here, but she thought that as long as the other party did not do anything excessive, everyone would naturally coexist peacefully. All right. Han Muin glanced at Jiang Feng. His appearance here was just his bad luck, because any suspicious individuals would basically be targets for the Linlai Mingquan's attacks. Even if Han Muin went around with Zhou Meiqi, Jiang Feng, as a passerby, would most likely still be seen as an enemy by the Linlai Mingquan. The process from when Jiang Feng saw Zhou Meiqi and Han Muin to analyzing their identities took only a few seconds. However, when Zhou Meiqi and Han Muin were about to go around to the other side of the tunnel, Jiang Feng realized that he seemed to have also caught the attention of the three Linlai Mingquan. Jiang Feng silently thought, this is really troublesome. As for the issue of scent, since these Linlai Mingquan had not reached the elite level, the odor-eliminating spray Jiang Feng purchased would definitely work effectively. Time was pressing, so Jiang Feng just made a gesture to Zheng Jinghao and then chased after Zhou Meiqi and Han Muin. Zheng Jinghao initially wanted to call out to Jiang Feng, but in the end, he did not do so. Instead, after seeing that someone had already noticed the situation here, he quickly turned and ran in the direction of the campsite. Whether or not to get involved in the battle between the guards and the refugees, it was best to avoid interfering. Zheng Jinghao was also worried that getting involved in this matter might delay their subsequent trip to the Misty Forest. In fact, Jiang Feng and Zheng Jinghao had agreed beforehand that unless they encountered trouble that required the use of force to resolve, they could retreat separately and meet up at the campsite later. That is why Zheng Jinghao decisively retreated. Of course, Zheng Jinghao could not easily sell Jiang Feng. He planned to leave here first and then find an opportunity to support Jiang Feng. Zheng Jinghao had said that Jiang Feng was their companion, and he would never abandon a companion. Hopefully, everything goes smoothly. Although Zheng Jinghao believed that Jiang Feng had strong adaptability in emergencies, it would inevitably take some effort to shake off the Linlai hunting dogs. Most importantly, Zheng Jinghao did not know whether the appearance of the two vagrants would trigger a chain reaction that could threaten Jiang Feng's safety. While Zheng Jinghao was contemplating where to meet Jiang Feng could already see Zhou Meiqi and Han Muin running ahead. The current situation was that Zhou Meiqi and Han Muin were leading, but Jiang Feng was continuously closing the distance between them and the Linlai hunting dogs, affected by the special smoke earlier, were gradually catching up, since they were called Linlai hunting dogs. Moving quickly in the forest was naturally not a problem for these phantom beasts, if they were not at the Lord level. It was unrealistic to compare speed with a phantom beast skilled in running. Jiang Feng believed that Zhou Meiqi and Han Muin's decision not to take the tunnel was correct. Because the train could smoothly pass through the tunnel, it proved that no bomb traps were set inside. Thus, even though the forest was the hunting dogs' home ground, entering the tunnel and racing against the hunting dogs was clearly not a wise choice. Should I overtake them first? Jiang Feng thought he shouldn't be the primary target for the Linlai hunting dogs. If he could surpass Zhou Meiqi and Han Muin, then the hunting dogs would definitely not recklessly pursue him. Chapter 46, Trap. The idea was feasible, but this method had never been within Jiang Feng's consideration from the start. Not to mention that he was already dragged into this by Zhou Meiqi and Han Muin. The fact that he didn't take out a smoke bomb from his space ring and throw it at them was already quite generous. Asking him to summon the Blue Nightmare to deal with 3 Linlai hunting dogs would be equivalent to helping Zhou Meiqi and Han Muin escape. Jiang Feng estimated the distance between himself and Zhou Machi and Han Muin, and then accelerated his pace again. In fact, Jiang Feng did not need to run faster than the Linlai hunting dogs. He only needed to run faster than Zhou Machi and Han Muin, and then the hunting dogs would naturally take care of them. As for why Zhou Machi and Han Muin did not summon their contracted beasts to drive away the Linlai hunting dogs first, Jiang Feng believed it was because their contracted beasts were not good at fighting. Indeed, Zhou Machi and Han Muin's contracted beasts were not suited for battle in such an environment. And the reason they were here was that they did not follow the original plan to retreat with the main force that had robbed the supplies. Instead, they secretly stayed behind to attract the attention of a few guards and help the main force relieve pressure. Although what Zhou Machi and Han Muin did was very dangerous. Since they were just awakened not long ago and had not received formal training as beast tamers, fortunately, they knew that taking a certain route could allow them to meet up with others, and along this route, there were traps set up by the vagrants. If used at the right time, they could likely shake off the Linlai hunting dogs and safely leave this place by car. Sister Machi, that person is catching up. Compared to Jiang Feng, whose appearance could be seen at a glance, Han Muin, wearing goggles and a face mask, had disguised himself to the extent that even acquaintances might not recognize him at first sight. Zhou Machi felt that wearing goggles at night was too cumbersome, so she only wore a face mask. Let's not worry about him for now. He should want to follow us to shake off the Linlai hunting dogs. Zhou Machi knew Jiang Feng was not an ordinary person because ordinary people did not have his speed. But is it really appropriate to let him follow behind? Although Jiang Feng did not summon the Blue Nightmare to accompany him, Han Muin was still wary of him. Zhou Machi shook her head slightly. No matter what, we are the ones who got him involved. If we actively attack him, that would be truly inappropriate. If he can't keep up, then it's not our concern. Han Muin was not as kind-hearted as Zhou Machi. For him, aside from Zhou Machi and a few others, the lives of other people did not matter much to him. Jiang Feng was indeed affected by their actions, and Han Muin felt a bit sorry for that. However, one thing was clear. Han Muin would not let Jiang Feng just follow behind them like this. If Zhou Machi couldn't harden her heart, then Han Muin would play the role of the bad guy. Xiao Mu, what do you want to do? Although Zhou Machi was born in a vagrant gathering area, she met a good master. From her master, she not only learned how to command contracted beasts in battle, but also realized that she did not need to feel inferior because of her background. In contrast, Han Muin's demeanor was much more casual. Zhou Machi had no doubt that Han Muin did not care whether Jiang Feng could escape the pursuit of the Linlai hunting dogs in the end. This was the chain trap set up by the vagrants in advance. It was called a chain trap because as long as the safety devices were not turned off, if one trap was triggered, the other traps would not activate sequentially on their own. Han Muin had just turned off one of the safety devices. As a result, all the traps along the next route would activate on their own. Xiao Mu. At this point, it was useless for Zhou Machi to say anything more. She knew that Han Muin activated the trap to block the advance of the Linlai hunting dogs, but Jiang Feng was also behind them, and he would equally be attacked by the traps. Sorry, stranger. Facing the professionally trained guards, Zhou Machi, as a half-baked ordinary-level beast tamer, would likely fall into a disadvantage. Perhaps these Linlai hunting dogs would not make things too difficult for him. Zhou Machi comforted herself like this in her heart. The Linlai hunting dogs encountered Jiang Feng halfway. Even if he seemed suspicious, the hunting dogs would not kill him for no reason. These two really don't plan to wait for me. Jiang Feng certainly did not expect Zhou Machi and Han Muin to say sorry to him. But this feeling of being caught in the crossfire really made him a bit unhappy. This was only because Zhou Machi and Han Muin were familiar with the terrain here. And plus their speed was not slow. Otherwise, Jiang Feng would have already overtaken them, leaving them behind to slowly deal with the Linlai hunting dogs. With a clang, two semicircular, spiked iron rings suddenly sprang up from the ground, swiftly lunging towards Jiang Feng. This scene was like Jiang Feng stepping on a giant animal trap. Faced with the sudden attack, Jiang Feng remained calm. He did not summon the Blue Nightmare to destroy the trap, but instead exerted force through his legs and ran out of the attack range of the two iron rings. The entire process happened almost in the blink of an eye. Not only that, but the three Linlai hunting dogs chasing from behind were also affected by the trap. They triggered a wooden spike trap, which was not enough to pose any threat to them. However, the coverage of this wooden spike trap was quite large, so the speed of the three Linlai hunting dogs was still slightly reduced. I see. After being attacked by the trap, Jiang Feng did not appear anxious. Instead, he quickly calmed down. Just now, he noticed that Han Muin seemed to have done something, and now he thought that Han Muin must have gone to activate the trap. In that case, I want to be polite. After following for a while, Jiang Feng could basically confirm that Zhou Machi and Han Muin were not elite-level beast tamers. Of course, it was also possible that Zhou Machi and Han Muin did not want to take action themselves, wanting Jiang Feng to lose his ability to act and help them hold off the Linlai hunting dogs. However, Jiang Feng believed that the possibility of this was almost zero. Otherwise, Zhou Machi and Han Muin would likely not have appeared here. Next, with the advantage of being familiar with the trap locations, Zhou Machi and Han Muin quickly maneuvered through the forest at high speed, heading towards the agreed location before the traps could be triggered. The river wind was quite good, and with the physical enhancement brought by Lan Yan's talent, Jiang Feng could easily keep up with Zhou Machi and Han Muin. Having previously fought a life-and-death battle against the stone-armored silver Feng snake, and with Lan Yan's level having improved, Jiang Feng's senses had become sharper, allowing him to dodge the sudden attacks of triggered traps in a very short time. Not far from Jiang Feng, 3 forest hunting hounds were somewhat hindered in their movements. Although they were all well-trained contract beasts, they were too far from their Beastmasters, which inevitably affected their actions. Jiang Feng didn't care much about the situation of the 3 forest hunting hounds because he just wanted to catch up with Zhou Machi and Han Muin as soon as possible. No way. Han Muin initially thought Jiang Feng had held off the forest hunting hounds for them, but unexpectedly, Jiang Feng was actually catching up to them. Sister Chi-Chi, this guy is a bit strange. The traps we set don't work on him at all. He can't be an elite Beastmaster, right? Encountering a stranger while fleeing wasn't scary. What was scary was that this stranger was still following closely like a ghost despite the obstacles. At first, Zhou Machi thought Jiang Feng was just someone trying to take advantage of the situation, but it seemed that was not the case. Zhou Machi adjusted her breathing and said to Han Muin, "It shouldn't be possible, otherwise, he wouldn't keep following us." That makes sense. Han Muin nodded slightly. If Jiang Feng were an elite Beastmaster, he would have left long ago and wouldn't be able to keep up with them. However, letting him follow them like this wasn't a solution either. Han Muin didn't want to expose himself, Zhou Machi, and their companions who came to support them to danger. Don't worry. A Beastmaster who just happened to pass by won't end up on the same path as us. Sister Chi-Chi, you have a point. But I think ensuring he can't keep up with us is the safest choice. Zhou Machi suddenly thought of something and immediately said to Han Muin, "No, you can't do that." Han Muin advised, "Sister Chi-Chi, we've already violated the rules by acting on our own. We can't bring danger to the other companions. If you do that, he might die." Zhou Machi still hadn't made up her mind. "If I don't do it, we might all get caught by the guards. Do you want to stay in a dark prison?" Han Muin knew that Zhou Machi had too many concerns, which sometimes made it hard for her to make decisions. Of course, Han Muin didn't think Zhou Machi's personality was bad. He was actually glad to be friends with her, since someone had to do the dirty work. Han Muin was willing to bear the hatred from others in Zhou Machi's stead when she couldn't bring herself to do it. After all, they were friends. Zhou Machi didn't say anything more because she knew she couldn't change Han Muin's mind, so if she said too much, it might backfire. "Don't blame me. It's your fault for following us." Although Jiang Feng might be seriously injured, he wasn't Han Muin's companion, so Han Muin silently apologized to him in his heart. However, he still had to do what needed to be done. Jiang Feng definitely didn't know Han Muin's plan, but he knew he should shake off these 2 people and the 3 forest hunting hounds following him as soon as possible to prevent any future troubles. Realizing he would soon leave the forest, Jiang Feng decided to stop holding back and pursue Zhou Machi and Han Muin with all his speed. Han Muin was astonished by Jiang Feng's speed. He didn't seem like an ordinary Beastmaster at all. Fortunately, the last trap was almost upon them. If nothing unexpected happened, Han Muin would no longer see Jiang Feng, and by then, whether Jiang Feng lived or died would have nothing to do with him. In order to shake off Jiang Feng, Zhou Machi and Han Muin ran with all their might. For some reason, Jiang Feng had an uneasy feeling since just now. At first, he thought it was the traps appearing sporadically that made him increasingly tense. After a while, however, he dismissed this guess. Could there be an even more powerful trap behind? Not long after Jiang Feng made this guess, Han Muin took action. Why would Han Muin place the hope of stopping Jiang Feng and the 3 forest hunting hounds on the last trap? Because the last trap was very powerful. It also had an insurance measure. Han Muin moved away from Zhou Machi again, aiming for a large stone marked with a special sign. Right here. Han Muin activated the trap at the fastest speed. At the same time, Zhou Machi suddenly blew a whistle hanging around her neck. Sister Chi-Chi. Han Muin was attracted by the whistle and quickly realized that it should be Zhou Machi reminding Jiang Feng. However, it didn't matter. Even if Jiang Feng was mentally prepared in advance, Han Muin believed he wouldn't have time to react. The whistle blown by Zhou Machi did indeed catch Jiang Feng's attention, and combined with Han Muin's inexplicable actions, Jiang Feng thought something big must happen next. And indeed, something big happened next. The area where Zhou Machi and Han Muin had passed suddenly erupted in a series of explosions. Jiang Feng immediately deduced that someone had dug a tunnel in this mountain and placed bombs inside. With the sound of explosions echoing, a large amount of soil was thrown into the air. Jiang Feng looked at everything happening before him, his expression serious. This was no ordinary trap. If the timing for activation was right, perhaps they could safely shake off their pursuers. If the timing was wrong, it was highly likely to harm 1,000 enemies while injuring oneself 800. It was clear that Zhou Machi and Han Muin were prepared. They didn't intend to stay here. In contrast, Jiang Feng and the 3 forest hunting hounds not only had to face the bomb explosions, but also the danger of possibly falling into collapsing ground and getting buried. Chapter 47, Master. I didn't expect the power of these bombs to be so great. Han Muin watched the large trees being blown away behind him and couldn't help but shrink his neck. He only knew there was such a trap, but had no idea how powerful it actually was. The most important thing was that once this trap was triggered, it would be nearly impossible to use it a second time. However, he didn't feel too guilty because he knew that this world was cruel. Sometimes being soft-hearted towards others was being cruel to oneself. So for him, as long as he could survive, it didn't matter if he bore the blame. As Zhou Machi and Han Muin prepared to go down the mountain to meet their companions, Jiang Feng was doing his best to avoid the dangers around him. Strangely, after experiencing several trap attacks, he had actually adapted to this sense of crisis, and his body and mind were in unprecedented harmony. Just then, as Jiang Feng jumped onto a relatively safe large tree, the tree and its surroundings suddenly collapsed, and a large amount of dust filled the air, affecting his line of sight. At this moment, relying solely on his own strength was no longer enough to resolve the crisis. Without hesitation, Jiang Feng immediately summoned Lan Yin for help. Although Lan Yin's current size was not enough to carry Jiang Feng for a long run, it was more than sufficient to help him cope with this crisis. Lan Yin possessed the talents of swift movement and spatial abilities, so the surrounding explosions and collapsing ground had very limited effects on it. Therefore, it helped Jiang Feng leap continuously towards a safe area. The 3 forest hunting hounds at the back were not so lucky. Their speed and ability to sense danger were inferior to Lan Yin, so shortly after the explosions occurred, they were completely left behind. This way, as long as they got down the mountain and waited for their companions to bring the vehicle over, they would finally be safe. Yes, Zhou Machi responded lightly. Sister Chi-Chi, are you still thinking about that person? Han Muin had known Zhou Machi for many years and understood her personality well. Zhou Machi nodded slightly. I wonder how he is doing now. Everyone has their own fate. We never intended to involve him in this matter. Since he decided to follow us, he naturally has to bear the consequences of that choice. Han Muin expressed his thoughts. Even so, we ultimately did not take him with us. Zhou Machi blew the whistle, only able to remind Jiang Feng that danger was imminent. But this did not change the fact that she had not provided Jiang Feng with any substantial help. It's a pity we can't judge his character. If we had taken him away with us, he might have repaid kindness with malice. In fact, Han Muin knew that his reasoning had a significant flaw. He could not deny that Jiang Feng might be a good person. However, before Han Muin could continue persuading Zhou Machi, a smoke bomb suddenly flew over their heads, while another smoke bomb fell behind them, quickly releasing smoke and obstructing their view. Zhou Machi and Han Muin sensed danger and decisively summoned their contract beasts. Although their choice was correct, they underestimated their opponent. When the smoke cleared, Han Muin's sawtooth bone crocodile and Zhou Machi's windbreaker bird had just suffered unilateral attacks. Moreover, Zhou Machi's face mask had been torn off by Jiang Feng. It's actually a girl? Jiang Feng had simply pulled at the mask according to memory, not expecting to actually pull off Zhou Machi's face mask. From her appearance, Jiang Feng thought Zhou Machi was only a few years older than him. Zhou Machi felt a bit awkward on her face and realized that her mask had been pulled off by Jiang Feng. At this point, Zhou Machi naturally would not engage in self-deception, so she did not put the mask back on. You actually managed to chase us here? Han Muin noticed that Zhou Machi's mask was gone, frowned slightly, and then looked at Jiang Feng. Although Zhou Machi had revealed her true face, Han Muin believed that the most important thing now was not this, as he sensed that the aura of the illusion beast standing next to Jiang Feng was completely different from that of ordinary illusion beasts, suggesting a high lineage. The windbreaker bird and sawtooth bone crocodile were both warily staring at the blue nightmare. Just now in the smoke, they had been attacked by the blue nightmare. Although the blue nightmare was only standing beside Jiang Feng now, it still put immense pressure on the windbreaker bird and sawtooth bone crocodile. They should be about the same age. Jiang Feng could tell that Han Muin was a boy. Hey, I'm talking to you. Han Muin could see that Jiang Feng was observing them. Why did you attack us? If it weren't for Jiang Feng blocking their way, they would have quickly met up with their companions. Jiang Feng said lightly, you should know the reason for my actions. Zhou Machi was worried that Han Muin's tone was too harsh, so she said to Jiang Feng, I'm sorry for involving you in this matter. We really didn't intend to harm you. You indeed did not directly harm me, but ultimately, it was you who activated the trap. If I had been a bit slower, I might have ended up with some hunting hounds. Jiang Feng could tell that Zhou Machi's personality was not bad. Perhaps activating the trap was Han Muin's idea. I admit that activating the trap could put you in danger, but this matter has nothing to do with her. It was my own decision. Han Muin would not evade responsibility. I see. Jiang Feng nodded slightly. He assessed Han Muin, his expression not changing much. Although Jiang Feng was not in a hurry. Han Muin could not afford to waste time. You are also a Beastmaster. You should understand my reasons for doing this. However, you are the victim. And you have the right to negotiate with us. I want to know what it would take for you to let us go. Just because I caught up and blocked your way, I'm qualified to negotiate? Jiang Feng remembered that Zhou Machi had blown the whistle. If Zhou Machi was indeed worried about his safety, then Han Muin should have been making a rational decision to negotiate with him. Han Muin shrugged. To be honest, I can't refute that. Before activating the trap, he thought Jiang Feng would definitely not be able to catch up, but who would have thought Jiang Feng was so formidable? As for my conditions, Jiang Feng pretended to be indecisive. In fact, I haven't thought it through yet. Why don't you leave a contact method? When I come up with something, I'll find you. This time, Zhou Machi spoke up before Han Muin could. I'm really sorry, but we can't leave you any contact information. We can discuss compensation later. Is it because your identities are special that you can't leave contact information? Yes. Zhou Machi was not surprised that Jiang Feng guessed their identities. I can understand that, but I really haven't thought about how to resolve this matter. Throughout the conversation, Jiang Feng never mentioned the word refugee in front of Zhou Machi and Han Muin. Although anyone who entered the refugee gathering area was, in terms of identity, a refugee. No one wanted to feel inferior, so it was best to avoid mentioning this term in front of refugees. Since you are not injured, and your contract beast just attacked our contract beasts, why not let this matter end here? Han Muin made his suggestion. Those hunting hounds and their owners will catch up at any moment. The priority is to leave here quickly. I'm sure you don't want to suffer imprisonment just for passing through. You make a good point. Jiang Feng nodded slightly, seemingly agreeing with Han Muin's statement. However, Jiang Feng suddenly said to Han Muin, but just leaving like this still makes me feel uncomfortable. After all, I was just trying to avoid the attacks from those traps and ended up looking like this. In fact, Jiang Feng was a very tolerant person. Although he was indeed dissatisfied with Han Muin's actions, he did not hold a grudge against him. People do not act for themselves, and heaven will punish them. This statement was too absolute, but it was not without some truth. Who exactly are you? Han Muin frowned. If you are a bystander, you should leave quickly. If you are a security personnel from some company, what's the point of idly chatting with us here? Jiang Feng countered. What is the point of you stalling for time? Han Muin fell silent, not expecting that his intentions would be seen through by Jiang Feng. In fact, Jiang Feng was able to guess Han Muin's inner thoughts simply because he believed that with Han Muin's reckless character, decisively activating traps, if he were to take action, he would certainly not waste words. As a result, when Han Muin did not immediately give the command to attack the sawtooth bone crocodile, Jiang Feng knew he was stalling for time. Sure enough, as soon as Jiang Feng finished speaking, an off-road vehicle rushed over from a distance. Not only that, but a person was riding a snow-white horse, closely following the off-road vehicle. Cloud-stepping horse? Although the rider was wearing a mask, her long, shiny black hair still confirmed her gender to Jiang Feng. The cloud-stepping horse with elite high bloodline, along with this woman approaching Lord level, made Jiang Feng speculate about her identity. No wonder Han Muin was stalling for time. It turned out they had such a powerful ally. Sister Chi-Chi, Brother Mu. I came with Master Chiao to support you. Chaoan appeared very excited upon seeing Zhou Machi and Han Muin. Master. Zhou Machi waved her hand excitedly. Master? Jiang Feng did not expect this woman to be Zhou Machi's master. However, this was an unexpected yet reasonable answer. Robbing a train is no small matter. So the people who are willing to take risks to assist Zhou Machi and Han Muin at this time must have a close relationship with them. Master Chiao. Han Muin followed Zhou Machi to Chu Qiuya's side. Chaoan is an ordinary person with decent driving skills, so it's unrealistic to expect him to deal with Jiang Feng. Fortunately, Han Muin knows that Chu Qiuya has not yet evacuated, so he keeps pressing the talk button on the walkie-talkie to inform Chaoan of what is happening on their side, so that Chaoan can contact Chu Qiuya to come and assist them. With Chu Qiuya, an elite Beastmaster, present, Han Muin believes that Jiang Feng will not be able to stir up any trouble. This was your idea, wasn't it? Chu Qiuya turned to Han Muin, her tone not accusatory. Master Chiao, this matter is my oversight. I didn't expect it would lead to such a result. Han Muin hurriedly admitted his mistake to Chu Qiuya. He knows that Chu Qiuya has always favored Zhou Machi, and fortunately, Zhou Machi was not injured. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to explain it to Chu Qiuya. Zhou Machi quickly said, Master, I also made a mistake in this matter. I just wanted to help everyone share some pressure with Xiaomo. Help us share the pressure? Chu Qiuya sighed lightly. Acting without permission is very dangerous. If I hadn't happened to be nearby, wouldn't you be causing trouble for others? Zhou Machi and Han Muin lowered their heads and fell silent. They indeed underestimated the situation, although encountering Jiang Feng was an accident. Attracting 3 hunting hounds was also a very dangerous act. Chu Qiuya did not want to dampen Zhou Machi and Han Muin's enthusiasm. But robbing a train is something that cannot be seen in public. If Zhou Machi and Han Muin were caught by the guards, it would be difficult for Chu Qiuya to rescue them. After all, outside the city is still the territory of wild phantom beasts. The refugees are just looking for a relatively safe area to live. The base city is the territory of the Human Alliance. Not to mention that Chu Qiuya is still just an elite Beastmaster, even if she and her Heavenly Cloud Horse break through to the Lord level. Entering the base city to rescue people would still be perilous. My friend, my disciple has caused you trouble. Chaoan, who had been using the walkie-talkie, naturally heard the conversation between Jiang Feng and Zhou Machi and Han Muin. What they are doing has nothing to do with me. But since they have involved me in this matter, I cannot just let it go. If Jiang Feng let Lan Yan fight against the Heavenly Cloud Horse, then Lan Yan would most likely not win. However, such a battle would be meaningless, because if the guards caught up, it would not be easy for Jiang Feng to escape. Chu Qiuya nodded. You're right. This matter is indeed their fault, and as their master, I also bear some responsibility for not taking good care of my disciple. Zhou Machi whispered, I'm sorry, master. I've caused you trouble. It's okay. I appreciate your good intentions. Chu Qiuya knew Zhou Machi was a good child. But sometimes she didn't think things through. Han Muin tended to overthink, which sometimes made things awkward. Chu Qiuya had Zhou Machi and Han Muin act together to balance out their personalities. Chapter 48, Apologies and Compensation. Next, Chu Qiuya took an energy crystal from her pocket and said to Jiang Feng, this energy crystal is my compensation for my disciple. It's not safe here. I suggest you leave as soon as possible. Master Qiu, Han Muin wanted to ask Chu Qiuya to reconsider. Because the mining veins that produce energy crystals are firmly controlled by the Human Alliance, so their only way to obtain energy crystals is by hunting phantom beasts. Jiang Feng is just an ordinary level Beastmaster, and Han Muin did not think he deserved an energy crystal from Chu Qiuya. However, Chu Qiuya interrupted Han Muin. It's okay. I know what I'm doing. Han Muin clenched his fists. He wasn't angry with Chu Qiuya, but with himself. If he had handled this matter better, then Chu Qiuya wouldn't have to pay any price to settle it. Jiang Feng noticed Han Muin's actions. Although Han Muin seemed to have rich experience in the world, Jiang Feng felt he still lacked experience. If today's incident had involved an elite Beastmaster, Chu Qiuya would have to pay a much greater price. Han Muin's choice was indeed not wrong. His mistake was not testing Jiang Feng's strength beforehand and unilaterally triggering the trap. Chu Qiuya flicked her fingers, and the energy crystal flew toward Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng caught it steadily. Having received an energy crystal, and since Zhou Machi had already apologized, Jiang Feng had no reason to stop them. As for Han Muin, Jiang Feng knew it would be difficult to make him apologize, so he didn't want to push it further. Educating Han Muin was not something Jiang Feng needed to worry about. Chu Qiuya glanced at Lan Yan and then said to Jiang Feng, your contracted beast is quite extraordinary. Since Jiang Feng accepted the small energy crystal, it proved that Chu Qiuya's guess was correct. The value of an energy crystal is not determined by its size, but by the amount of anomalous energy within it. The energy crystal Chu Qiuya gave Jiang Feng could only be considered a relatively ordinary type, yet he accepted it readily. Moreover, when Chu Qiuya approached earlier, she did not sense hostility in Jiang Feng's eyes, so she believed that Jiang Feng had stopped Zhou Machi and Han Muin purely to seek an explanation. Whether or not he received compensation was irrelevant. The most important thing was Zhou Machi and Han Muin's attitude. Thank you. Lan Yan possesses a high royal bloodline among phantom beasts. Any discerning Beastmaster, even if unaware that it is a Rift Void nightmare beast, can sense its extraordinary nature. Jiang Feng did not say much, which further convinced Chu Qiuya that Lan Yan's bloodline was far superior to that of the Heavenly Cloud Horse. When the Heavenly Cloud Horse first arrived, Chu Qiuya noticed its emotional instability, and since Jiang Feng did not seem like an elite Beastmaster, she believed Lan Yan must belong to a rare phantom beast with a powerful bloodline. Although Chu Qiuya had seen phantom beasts with bluish fur, she had never seen a horse-type phantom beast with a light golden horn on its head. With such a rare phantom beast, Chu Qiuya believed Jiang Feng's identity must be extraordinary, so she chose to show goodwill toward him. Next, Chu Qiuya instructed Zhou Machi and Han Muin to get in the car first and told Chaoan to drive them away. Zhou Machi and Han Muin understood that Chu Qiuya was doing this for their safety. Chaoan readily agreed. Chu Qiuya, being an elite Beastmaster, was more than capable of handling Jiang Feng. After Chaoan drove the off-road vehicle away, Jiang Feng said to Chu Qiuya, you really have nothing to say about them. I only have this one disciple. I need to see her stand on her own. She has a good character. Even if Zhou Machi did not apologize, Jiang Feng would not hold it against her, but her attitude towards him was indeed quite good. Actually, Xiaomu is a good kid too. It's just that growing up in such an environment has made it hard for him to trust strangers. I can understand. Jiang Feng knew that Xiaomu referred to Han Muan. Alright, the guards may already be on their way. We may meet again by chance. Chu Qiuya could not chat with Jiang Feng for too long. Although they might not have the opportunity to see Jiang Feng again, having more friends than enemies is always better when out in the world, and leaving a good impression is also nice. If there really is a chance to meet again, I hope I won't be dragged into dangerous matters again. Jiang Feng joked lightly with Chu Qiuya. From start to finish, Jiang Feng did not reveal his real name. This is the rule of the outside world. Even though Chu Qiuya was very friendly, Jiang Feng would never let down his guard against her. Thinking of the worst-case scenario, if Chu Qiuya were to deal with Jiang Feng at this moment, Jiang Feng would most likely not be able to escape. Of course, Chu Qiuya never considered doing such a thing. After bidding farewell to Jiang Feng, she directly rode away on her cloud-stepping horse. Logically, to be safe, Jiang Feng should have stored Lan Yan in the beast space. Zhou Machi noticed Han Mu's serious expression, so she said to him, Xiao Mu, you did well in this operation. No one can achieve perfection. Actually, I have a responsibility in this matter too. If I had been more cautious during the previous operation, perhaps the subsequent issues wouldn't have arisen. Sister Xiaoqi, it's not your fault. It's my failure to heed your advice and insist on coming to help, Han Mu replied. Although Han Mu was only born a few months later than Zhou Machi and regarded her as an older sister, he usually held himself to strict standards to avoid causing her trouble. The energy crystal my master provided contains limited extraordinary energy. Since we were at fault first, paying this price to resolve the issue is the best outcome. Didn't you notice that person wasn't intentionally making things difficult for us? Zhou Machi was already accustomed to Han Mu's attitude. Being overly competitive or responsible isn't a good thing. Although Zhou Machi wasn't Han Mu's biological sister, she always treated him like a younger brother, so she didn't want him to be worried all the time. I see it, Han Mu admitted, adding that Jiang Feng's attitude towards them was relatively friendly. I just feel like I should have done better. Zhou Machi smiled and said, don't put too much pressure on yourself. I'm your sister. I should be the one bearing the burden. Yes, you are my sister, Han Mu smiled back, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. Chaoan quietly listened to the conversation between Zhou Machi and Han Mu. He was just an ordinary person and couldn't help with the fighting. He usually only handled some trivial matters. When he was young, Chaoan once dreamed of becoming a Beastmaster, commanding contracted beasts to fight against other races. However, as he grew up, reality cruelly shattered his dreams. Chaoan, thank you for picking us up. Although Zhou Machi and Han Mu had decent Beastmaster talents, their driving skills were not great, so every time they completed a mission, it was Chaoan who came to pick them up. Chaoan glanced at Zhou Machi through the rearview mirror and smiled. Sister Xiaoqi, don't be so polite. It's what I should do. I'm not being polite. You take risks every time to pick us up. We should thank you. Zhou Machi turned to Han Mu and asked, Xiao Mu, what do you think? Sister Xiaoqi is right. Han Mu leaned forward and patted Chaoan's shoulder. We are a team. We can't do without anyone. And your contribution is equally important. Stop praising me. No matter how skilled I am, I'm just a driver. In a real fight, you still have to rely on yourselves. Chaoan replied, but he felt happy inside. Getting recognition from others is important, no matter what you do. That just means we have different roles. Leave the fighting to us, and after the mission is complete, we'll feel at ease knowing you're there to support us. Han Mu only seemed less cheerful. But as long as he recognized someone as a friend, he would treat them sincerely. By the way, who exactly is that person? Even Master Chiu has to give him face. Fortunately, Chu Qiuya arrived in time. Otherwise, Chaoan would definitely not have been able to help. He should only be an ordinary-level Beastmaster. Master Chiu probably didn't want to create more trouble, which is why she didn't take action against him. Han Mu believed that Jiang Feng couldn't possibly be an elite-level Beastmaster. I see, Chaoan nodded slightly. Even if Jiang Feng was only an ordinary-level Beastmaster, his status remained unattainable for Chao, and Zhou Machi said, due to our mistake, we lost an energy crystal. This outcome isn't good. But as long as we can remember what happened today and not repeat the same mistake, that's enough. Sister Xiaoqi, don't worry. I will find a way to make up for this energy crystal, Han Mu decided. Zhou Machi hurriedly waved her hand. No need, no need. I also bear some responsibility in this matter, and besides, the energy crystal my master provided should be made up by me. But Han Mu wanted to say more, but was cut off by Zhou Machi. If you still regard me as your sister, then listen to me. Okay, I'll listen to you. Han Mu decisively changed his tone. That's more like it. Zhou Machi winked at Han Mu. However, if you insist on doing this, I can let you share half of the responsibility. No problem, Han Mu nodded. He knew that Zhou Machi understood his personality well, and he liked the feeling of being understood. Sister Xiaoqi, Master Chiu isn't still confronting that person, is she? Master is here. When Zhou Machi turned to look back, she saw Chu Qiuya riding the cloud-stepping horse, chasing after them in the moonlight. Hearing Zhou Machi's words, Chaoan caught a glimpse of the cloud-stepping horse in the rearview mirror, finally feeling relieved. Shu Qiya had just caught up with Zhou Machi, Han Mu, and Chaoan. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng had already contacted Zheng Jinghao. Although the walkie-talkie signal was very unstable, Jiang Feng still learned of Zheng Jinghao's approximate location. Jiang Feng felt somewhat moved by Zheng Jinghao's actions. Even Jiang Feng himself didn't know what dangers he might encounter next. If he were to engage in a battle with the guards, Zheng Jinghao, coming to assist, might get caught up in it. Yet, despite this, Zheng Jinghao still decided to support him, so Jiang Feng had to remember this favor. While waiting for Jiang Feng to arrive, Zheng Jinghao tried to contact Wang Yuanheng again via the walkie-talkie, but he still couldn't get through. It seemed he could only meet up with Jiang Feng first. Zheng Jinghao believed that his inability to contact Wang Yuanheng wasn't due to being too far from the camp, but rather because of the fierce battle that had occurred near the railway, which caused the walkie-talkie signal to be unstable. Being so far from the base city, his phone had no signal anymore. With nothing else to do, Zheng Jinghao could only cautiously observe his surroundings to prevent any surprise attacks. Before long, he heard a noise coming from nearby. However, he didn't reveal his presence, but slowly moved towards the direction the sound came from. Unable to contact Jiang Feng, he couldn't be sure that the person approaching was indeed Jiang Feng. Recklessly exposing his presence without confirming the other party's identity was a very dangerous act. Zheng Jinghao didn't want to face an ambush. Otherwise, when Jiang Feng arrived, he would only be left to collect his own body. Bang bang. As Zheng Jinghao approached the source of the sound, he suddenly heard two rapid knocks. Bang, bang. Following that, two brief knocks came from not far away. Zheng Jinghao immediately realized this was the signal he had discussed with Jiang Feng earlier. Although this method of confirming identity was too simple and could easily expose his position, it was better than recklessly attacking and accidentally injuring a companion. Zheng Jinghao found a stone and knocked on a nearby tree in the reverse order. If it were disguised attackers, they might think to repeat the knocking sequence to deceive him. However, Zheng Jinghao had told Jiang Feng that for safety, all the signals he devised with Wang Yuanheng and by Hongcheng were in reverse order to prevent anyone from impersonating their signals and ambushing them. Not long after Zheng Jinghao sent out the signal, Jiang Feng emerged from the shadows. Brother Zheng, good to see you again. Zheng Jinghao smiled and said, What do you mean good to see you again? It sounds like we haven't seen each other for a long time. Chapter 49, Safe Return. Jiang Feng replied, Brother Zheng, although we haven't been apart for long, the dangers we've faced are hard to describe. No, I've been very careful. If someone is really following me, it can only be a Lord-level Beastmaster. After saying goodbye to Chu Qiya, the first person Jiang Feng saw again was Zheng Jinghao, and during that time, he didn't notice anything unusual. Zheng Jinghao didn't know that Jiang Feng had an insight skill and thought he was just joking. If there really was a Lord-level Beastmaster hiding here, perhaps this battle wouldn't have been so big. Zheng Jinghao patted Jiang Feng on the shoulder. Anyway, it's good that you're safe. When that powder keg exploded earlier, I thought we were discovered by the guards. Not at all. Jiang Feng shook his head slightly. We just happened to get caught up in this matter. I knew it. Zheng Jinghao showed an expression of as expected. By the way, how did you manage to escape in the end? This matter can't be explained in just a few words. Jiang Feng deliberately kept it a mystery. All right. Jiang Feng nodded. Since there was nothing he couldn't say about it, the process must have been quite convoluted. Zheng Jinghao was not a gossiping person. He knew everyone had their own secrets. And if Jiang Feng didn't want to talk, he certainly wouldn't press. I actually think the process isn't that convoluted. Brother Zheng shouldn't have too high expectations. Jiang Feng believed that with Zheng Jinghao's experience, he might have figured out the whole story and wouldn't be too surprised. However, Zheng Jinghao waved his hand. You can't say that. Anyone's experience could be helpful to us. I believe that since this is your first time experiencing something like this, you must have felt something. Jiang Feng nodded slightly. Although the purpose of today's battle was very simple, in this era, for many people, even wanting to live a mundane life requires all-out effort. On the way back, Jiang Feng told Zheng Jinghao about what had happened earlier. After hearing Jiang Feng's account, Zheng Jinghao smiled. So in the end, you just got a very ordinary energy crystal? Jiang Feng nonchalantly said, getting an energy crystal for free is already a pretty good outcome. No, even if they activated the trap for self-protection, their actions still threatened your safety as an unrelated person. If it were me, they would definitely have to pay more than just one energy crystal to settle this matter. Not everyone is worth treating sincerely. Zheng Jinghao wouldn't actively scheme against others, but if someone plotted against him, he would definitely not let it go easily. It's just a misunderstanding. Since the other party apologized, I think there's no need to hold a grudge. Besides, my level is only ordinary, and facing an elite Beastmaster still makes me feel quite anxious. Not to mention whether Han Muin's actions were reasonable or not. Zhou Majia's actions were indeed the main reason for calming Jiang Feng's anger. As for the energy crystal that Chu Qiya gave Jiang Feng, it was merely a symbolic compensation after they tested each other. Are you really that anxious? Zheng Jinghao was somewhat skeptical of the truthfulness of Jiang Feng's words. Although Zheng Jinghao hadn't seen Lan Yin yet, he didn't believe that an elite Beastmaster could scare Jiang Feng to the point where he didn't dare to fight for reasonable benefits. Actually, it's fine. I'm mainly worried that if we stay there too long, we might be discovered by the railway guards. By then, it would be difficult for me to leave. This time Jiang Feng was not joking. Lan Yin needed to be at least elite level to carry him forward. If the railway guards had really caught up, then Jiang Feng would have had no choice but to get on that off-road vehicle and leave with Zhou Majia and the others. At that point, Jiang Feng would owe someone a favor. You're right. One should let go when it's appropriate. Just like when they left, if it weren't for someone with a keen eye, it would have been impossible to notice they had been gone for a long time. Captain, Wang Yuanhang was a bit excited. Zheng Jinghao looked around and quietly asked Wang Yuanhang, "Is there anything going on here?" "Don't worry, Captain. With me and a Chung here, what could happen? No matter what." Wang Yuanhang was an elite Beastmaster. If he couldn't even defend a temporary campsite, wouldn't that make his strength seem too weak? Zheng Jinghao nodded slightly. He had no doubts about Wang Yuanhang and Bai Hongqing's ability to handle things. Wang Yuanhang then turned his gaze to Jiang Feng and smiled, nodding his head. He knew Jiang Feng would definitely be fine. Next, Wang Yuanhang couldn't wait to ask Zheng Jinghao, "Captain, what's the situation over there now?" Bai Hongqing didn't ask, but seeing his eager expression, it was clear he also wanted to know what Zheng Jinghao had seen. Zheng Jinghao certainly wouldn't hide anything from Wang Yuanhang and Bai Hongqing. So he greeted Jiang Feng and then led Wang Yuanhang and Bai Hongqing toward his tent. After Zheng Jinghao, Wang Yuanhang and Bai Hongqing left. Li Xiaoya stepped forward to say to Jiang Feng, "I knew you would be fine. Sorry for interrupting your rest." Although Jiang Feng was not a narcissistic person, he thought Li Xiaoya hadn't rested at all, which should be related to him going out to scout. "It's fine." Li Xiaoya shook her head slightly. "For elite Beastmasters, not sleeping for a day won't affect combat. But I heard that girls generally rarely stay up late. Is it because you're worried about dark circles?" Li Xiaoya immediately grasped the point. "Yeah." Li Xiaoya smiled. "We're all Beastmasters. Enjoying life in the base city is only natural, but when going out on missions, there's no need to be so delicate. Based on what you just said, if I'm worried about dark circles tomorrow, shouldn't I put on a face mask now?" "I think that's fine, but I don't have a face mask here." Jiang Feng knew that Li Xiaoya wasn't that kind of pretentious girl. Since she took the initiative to joke, following her lead should be fine. "I didn't bring a face mask either." Li Xiaoya figured that no matter how well prepared Jiang Feng was, he couldn't possibly have a face mask in his space ring. Then, Li Xiaoya blinked and said, "I only brought a bottle of sunscreen." Beastmasters aren't afraid of mosquitoes, but when their level is low, long exposure to the sun can still darken their skin. I understand. Jiang Feng didn't find it strange that Li Xiaoya needed to carry sunscreen when going out on missions. All right, let's stop joking here. Li Xiaoya, after all, was a year older than Jiang Feng, and she didn't let Jiang Feng lead the conversation off track. "Aren't you going to tell me what happened over there?" "I thought senior sister could guess what happened." "Senior sister." Jiang Feng once again experienced Li Xiaoya's keen intuition. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Jiang Feng put down his right hand, which was about to give Li Xiaoya a thumbs up. Compared to continuing to tease Li Xiaoya, it was more important to talk about serious matters now. Li Xiaoya said, "Let's go to your tent. Standing here, chatting, is easy to be seen." Okay. Since Li Xiaoya didn't mind, Jiang Feng naturally wouldn't think too much about it. Also, after what had just happened, Jiang Feng had no sleepiness at all. So chatting with Li Xiaoya for a while was completely fine. It's worth mentioning that because Wang Yuanhang was sitting at the angle outside Zheng Jinghao's tent, he could see Jiang Feng's tent, so he naturally saw Li Xiaoya enter Jiang Feng's tent. Having a space ring meant being carefree. Jiang Feng set up a double tent. To lighten their load, Zheng Jinghao, Wang Yuanhang, and Bai Hongqing all brought single tents. Zheng Jinghao sat inside the tent, while Wang Yuanhang and Bai Hongqing could only sit outside. Wang Yuanhang winked at Jiang Feng. Although he knew that Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya were probably just going to discuss serious matters, he envied Jiang Feng for having a senior sister like Li Xiaoya. Wang Yuanhang knows how to maintain a sense of propriety. For those who enjoy causing a ruckus, even whistling at this moment might be considered restraint. Sitting in the tent, Jiang Feng decided to be brief. After all, Li Xiaoya is a girl. If she stayed too long in Jiang Feng's tent, it wouldn't be appropriate. Soon after, Li Xiaoya left Jiang Feng's tent. As for the battle between the guards and the refugees, Li Xiaoya is not a novice Beastmaster who knows nothing. She understands the stakes involved, and it can't be explained in just a few words. It's worth mentioning that when Li Xiaoya heard that Jiang Feng only accepted an energy crystal as compensation, her first reaction was not that Jiang Feng had lost out, but that she thought this choice suited Jiang Feng's character very well. Is Jiang Feng petty? No. Li Xiaoya knows that it is precisely because Jiang Feng has a sense of proportion that he could resolve this matter so casually. Finally, it was over. After Li Xiaoya left, Jiang Feng prepared to clean up and go to sleep. What happened earlier had indeed caught Jiang Feng off guard. But he still had to continue his journey tomorrow, so replenishing his energy was naturally a top priority. The next morning, Jiang Feng got up on time. Stepping out of the tent, he found Zheng Jinghao, Wang Yuanhang, and Bai Hongqing preparing to cook something. Clearly, the small pot Bai Hongqiang brought was to improve their meals. In fact, it's not unusual to bring a pot for cooking when going out. After all, those large caravans can't all be eating self-heating food at mealtime, right? Zheng Jinghao greeted Jiang Feng. Then, he informed Jiang Feng that breakfast would be ready soon. Jiang Feng responded and went to wash up by the campsite. Passing by Li Xiaoya's tent, Jiang Feng happened to see her coming out to wash up as well. Good morning, senior. Good morning. Li Xiaoya nodded with a faint smile. Shall we go together? Jiang Feng raised the cup he was holding. Sure. Li Xiaoya naturally wouldn't refuse Jiang Feng's invitation. After washing up, Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya packed their things and walked over to Zheng Jinghao and the others. Jiang Feng smelled the delicious aroma wafting from the small pot. It smells so good. Brother Zheng, what secret recipe are you using? Zheng Jinghao smiled and said, actually, this porridge isn't anything special. You think it smells good because we use dehydrated green food ingredients, or maybe he deliberately dragged out the last word. You're hungry. Jiang Feng laughed. Now that you mention it, I do feel a bit hungry. In the distance, other travelers temporarily staying at the campsite also caught a whiff of the aroma from the small pot. However, these travelers did not intend to approach Zheng Jinghao to propose exchanging food. When out in the wild, it's best to be cautious. Regardless of whether the other party actively requests to dine together, it's better to have less interaction with unfamiliar people. Of course, that said, anyone would prefer a hearty meal over a mouthful of compressed biscuits. During the meal, Wang Yuanhang said to Li Xiaoya, Xiaoya, our captain's cooking is really good, right? Wang Yuanhang brought the ingredients, and Bai Hongqiang brought the cooking utensils. They were responsible for assisting Zheng Jinghao while he cooked. It's not that Wang Yuanhang and Bai Hongqiang couldn't cook. It's just that their skills weren't as good as Zheng Jinghao's. And no amount of practice could change that. Li Xiaoya nodded twice. Wang Yuanhang continued, back in the day, the captain conquered both Mai and Cheng's stomachs with this skill, which is why we have our current team. After all, being out here and having a hearty breakfast feels absolutely fantastic. Zheng Jinghao said to Wang Yuanhang, don't celebrate too early. Once we enter the Misty Forest, we'll have to rely on dry rations for a while. The Misty Forest is a medium to high danger area, generally speaking, unless one is very close to the edge. Few dare to casually find a place to cook in the Misty Forest. At most, they would find a hidden spot to light a fire for warmth. So I need to eat a bit more now, Wang Yuanhang said, serving himself another bowl of porridge. When there's something delicious, you should enjoy it early. Otherwise, eating compressed biscuits is really tasteless. As everyone ate and chatted, their feelings for each other grew closer. Chapter 50, Entering the Misty Forest. After finishing breakfast and tidying up, everyone continued toward the Misty Forest. Speaking of which, after getting up, Jiang Feng was wondering why such a big incident happened last night, and why the railway guards didn't come to the campsite to check their identities. However, not long after, when Jiang Feng and the others arrived at the railway line again, they saw many people in city guard uniforms standing by the tracks. Wang Yuanhang went over to inquire and found out what had happened. It turned out that after the railway was repaired last night, the railway guards had locked up the suspects they captured in a carriage and sent the train driver to take them to the coastal base city first. Naturally, the captured individuals would need to be interrogated, but a temporary checkpoint had to be set up on the railway line to prevent refugees from passing through and mingling with the coastal base city. Although this train was not headed to the coastal base city, the attack occurred on the railway line near the coastal base city. So the coastal base city was responsible for investigating the matter. Jiang Feng and Zheng Jinghao exchanged glances. Luckily, they had withdrawn quickly yesterday. Otherwise, once the city guards got involved, it wouldn't have been easy to escape. However, even with the city guards setting up checkpoints, Zheng Jinghao's identity as a one-star hunter was not a lie. Since there was a one-star hunter in the team, the city guards would naturally not make things difficult for Jiang Feng and the others. Once he confirmed that everyone's documents were fine, he let them pass. Perhaps because of what happened last night, after crossing the railway line, Jiang Feng noticed that the scenery on the road to the Misty Forest had become even more desolate, and they didn't encounter any people or wild phantom beasts. It makes sense, after such an incident last night, if anyone dared to cause trouble near the railway line today, the city guards would definitely impose severe punishment. The journey went smoothly. Jiang Feng and the others arrived at the Misty Forest earlier than expected. This is the Misty Forest. Jiang Feng looked around and found that this forest was indeed as vast as described in the materials, with no end in sight. However, if he wanted to experience the thick fog of the Misty Forest, he would have to at least enter the outer area. Zheng Jinghao told everyone to rest for a while and eat something to replenish their energy before entering the Misty Forest. Jiang Feng gazed at the tall trees growing at the edge of the Misty Forest and the somewhat dark sky deep within the forest. and he couldn't help but feel that this place truly deserves its reputation as a medium to high danger area. In terms of environmental atmosphere, Fuming Mountain is far behind the Misty Forest. Since they were about to enter the Misty Forest, Jiang Feng only had a light snack. Li Xiaoya walked up to Jiang Feng, said nothing, just handed him a piece of mint candy, and then turned to leave. Jiang Feng watched Li Xiaoya's back and then looked down at the mint candy in his hand, thinking that she probably wanted him to relax a bit. The Misty Forest was not far away. This was Jiang Feng's second time going out of the city on a mission, and he was about to enter a medium to high danger area. It would be impossible to say that Jiang Feng wasn't nervous at all, as the mint candy entered his mouth. The refreshing sensation that rushed to his head indeed alleviated Jiang Feng's inner tension. After a while, Zheng Jinghao told everyone to pack up their gear. Next, they were going to enter the Misty Forest to search for phantom purple grass. According to what Zheng Jinghao had said earlier, their first destination would be a small stream. The Misty Forest is rich in water veins. Because there is no shortage of freshwater resources, there is no need to worry that where there is water, wild mythical beasts will gather. I don't know if it's a psychological effect, but as Jiang Feng entered the Misty Forest, he felt the temperature around him drop. However, just as he entered the Misty Forest, he wouldn't show too much nervousness. After all, the mythical beasts living in the edge and outer areas are basically only at the ordinary level. Zheng Jinghao, Wang Yuanhang, and Bai Hongqiang had been to the Misty Forest many times, and they knew when to be sufficiently vigilant. With no need to worry about a beast attack for the time being, Wang Yuanhang began to introduce Jiang Feng to the environment of the Misty Forest. Of course, Wang Yuanhang did this mainly because Jiang Feng was the only one in the group who was visiting the Misty Forest for the first time, so he could only share these things with him. Jiang Feng listened with great interest, regardless of whether Wang Yuanhang was showing off his experience. Jiang Feng indeed learned some useful knowledge. Although the insight function provided by the Beastmaster system is very practical, this is ultimately an active skill, and it is equally important for Jiang Feng to have his own experience to react quickly. The most abundant thing in the Misty Forest is trees. And since Zheng Jinghao's contracted beast is the heavy punching angry ape, it is not an exaggeration to say that this is the home ground of the heavy punching angry ape. To prevent any mythical beast from hiding in the dark and ambushing them, Zheng Jinghao summoned the heavy punching angry ape as soon as they entered the Misty Forest. Coming back to the forest indeed excited the heavy punching angry ape, but it did not forget that its primary duty was to protect Zheng Jinghao's safety. Notably, the person at the front of the group had now become Bai Hongqiang. However, if they didn't encounter any high-level elite mythical beasts, he wouldn't casually summon the rock-armored beast. Wang Yuanhang said a word to Zheng Jinghao, then summoned the blade mantis and left the group. The heavy punching angry ape was only responsible for keeping watch around the group. Meanwhile, Wang Yuanhang and the blade mantis were to proceed ahead and scout the situation. Although according to Zheng Jinghao's experience, very powerful elite mythical beasts rarely appear in the outer areas of the Misty Forest, or the mist that elite beasts encounter will cause poisoning, being cautious is always prudent. This time, everyone had two tasks, and Zheng Jinghao did not want any mistakes to occur, which is why he had Wang Yuanhang scout the surroundings shortly after entering the Misty Forest. Of course, Wang Yuanhang did not need to go too far from the group, just within a range where Zheng Jinghao and the others could quickly support him. Without Wang Yuanhang taking the initiative to start a conversation, Jiang Feng felt that the group had become much quieter. Jiang Feng wanted to chat with Li Xiaoya for a few moments, but he noticed that since entering the Misty Forest, Li Xiaoya had obviously become much more cautious. So he decided not to disturb her unless there was something important. In fact, it was not surprising that Li Xiaoya was being very cautious at this time. Although Li Xiaoya was an elite Beastmaster, her level was still considerably lower than that of Zheng Jinghao, Wang Yuanhang, and Bai Hongqiang. So there were still many mythical beasts in the outer area of the Misty Forest that could threaten her safety. Li Xiaoya trusted the reaction speed of Zheng Jinghao and the others, but she was very clear that in a critical moment, the only ones she could truly rely on were the Iron Featherbird and the Bloodclaw Violent Bear. Zheng Jinghao asked Wang Yuanhang, "What is the situation ahead?" "Everything is normal." Wang Yuanhang smiled. "Captain, I found that this time it is much smoother than before. If nothing unexpected happens, we will soon reach that small creek without being blocked by any mythical beasts." This was indeed good news. Zheng Jinghao fully trusted Wang Yuanhang's scouting ability. Unless there were very high-level or well-camouflaged mythical beasts, it would be difficult for them to escape the eyes of Wang Yuanhang and the Blade Mantis. Jiang Feng, curious, asked Zheng Jinghao, "Brother Zheng, was the process of your last task here not very smooth? Beast tide?" Jiang Feng had seen this term in a book. "I remember the book said that the appearance of a beast tide is not due to a single reason." Zheng Jinghao continued along Jiang Feng's words. "Yes. If we don't consider human or high-level mythical beasts actively intervening, then natural disasters can also trigger a beast tide. Wang Yuanhang patted Jiang Feng on the shoulder. Jiang Feng, have you ever seen hundreds of mythical beasts running wild together? Jiang Feng shook his head. No, I can't imagine it. We have seen it. Speaking of this, there was no sense of pride on Wang Yuanhang's face. After all, such a terrifying event was something he never wanted to experience again in his life. If his reaction speed hadn't been quick enough at that time, and he hadn't had Zheng Jinghao and Bai Hongqing helping him, he would likely have died from being trampled by the mythical beasts. That scene must have been terrifying. Indeed, very terrifying. Wang Yuanhang paused and continued. But this was just a beast tide caused by hundreds of mythical beasts. If it were caused by thousands or even tens of thousands of mythical beasts, we could only hope to survive in the base city. Jiang Feng nodded slightly. The beast tide was indeed terrifying, but he also understood the history of the coastal base city. The coastal base city was one of the first batch of base cities built, and over these few hundred years, whether facing beast tide attacks or foreign wars, it had always stood firm. Zheng Jinghao saw that the topic was starting to drift, so he spoke up. The beast tide does not occur so easily. What we should focus on now is how to complete the task. Yes, the task is important. Wang Yuanhang smiled. If beast tides were that easy to occur, who would dare to casually venture outside the city? Following Wang Yuanhang's guidance, the group quickly arrived at a hillside not far from a small creek. Jiang Feng took out binoculars to observe the situation near the creek. To be honest, when he saw the creek, his first reaction was to wonder if the intelligence Zheng Jinghao received was incorrect, because anyone who could enter the misty forest could potentially reach this place. So even if there were illusion purple grass here, it would have long been picked by others passing by. Jiang Feng thought for a moment and decided to tell Zheng Jinghao, Brother Zheng, I feel like this place doesn't look like it has the conditions for illusion purple grass to grow. Zheng Jinghao nodded. You're right. I just took a look. And there are obvious mythical beast footprints around the creek, which proves that mythical beasts often come here to drink water. Clearly, this place does not have the conditions for illusion purple grass to grow long-term. After hearing what Zheng Jinghao said, Jiang Feng did not rush to express his opinion because he knew that Zheng Jinghao would not waste time over false intelligence. Li Xiaoya also did not speak. Her thoughts were similar to Jiang Feng's. If Zheng Jinghao couldn't even distinguish between true and false intelligence, how could he become a one-star hunter? Jiang Feng said, Brother Zheng means that this intelligence only provides us with a clue for finding illusion purple grass? That's about the idea. Zheng Jinghao nodded. This kind of place obviously cannot have illusion purple grass, but since someone said they saw illusion purple grass here, then thinking from another angle, perhaps what they saw was the leaves of the illusion purple grass. Jiang Feng nodded slightly. It turned out that Zheng Jinghao had already been psychologically prepared for this outcome. Of course, this is just my personal guess. After all, many precious plants' leaves can be difficult to recognize if they are separated from the main body. Even if they are mistaken, it is not unusual. Perhaps there really is no illusion purple grass nearby. Zheng Jinghao timely poured a bucket of cold water on the others. Because no matter how reasonable the guess is, it is still essentially a guess. Jiang Feng smiled. It seems like Brother Zheng wants us to be psychologically prepared in advance. Without hope, there is no disappointment. Jiang Feng understood this principle. Zheng Jinghao said, We can't say that. Maybe we will soon receive good news. Just then, Wang Yuanhang came over and said to Zheng Jinghao, Captain, there are currently no mythical beasts in the vicinity. Good. Zheng Jinghao replied. Then let's hurry and explore the upstream of this creek. Wang Yuanhang and Bai Hongqing had no objections to Zheng Jinghao's plan, and they were ready to set off. Brother Zheng, my question might not be very professional, but why are we going to the upstream of this creek? Jiang Feng didn't distrust Zheng Jinghao. He just wanted to know why Zheng Jinghao made this decision. Actually, that's exactly what I wanted to tell you. I didn't expect you to bring it up first. I was too anxious. Jiang Feng smiled apologetically at Zheng Jinghao. It's okay. What I wanted to say earlier is that you've definitely seen the map of the Misty Forest many times, but the information on the general version is not detailed, and the non-general version of the map might cost a lot to obtain. With that, Zheng Jinghao took out a waterproof notebook from his backpack. Generally speaking, even with navigation equipment, travelers or beastmasters who often operate outside the city have a habit of drawing their own maps, because it allows them to record the details of different areas and update them anytime. Chapter 51, The Water Pool. Jiang Feng shifted his gaze to the notebook Zheng Jinghao had taken out. Brother Zheng, does this record all the places you've been? Pretty much, but this is a summarized version because I've gone through several of these notebooks. Zheng Jinghao opened the notebook, found a page, and handed it to Jiang Feng. Does this area look somewhat familiar? It does. Jiang Feng nodded slightly and pointed to a location. This looks like where we are now. Your eyesight is indeed very good. We are right here. It's not my eyesight that's good. It's your map that's very detailed. Jiang Feng wasn't just being polite. He realized that Zheng Jinghao had not only drawn a flat map of the area, but also a three-dimensional one, which was quite impressive. Zheng Jinghao said, This is just a personal interest of mine. To put it simply, maps are just tools to help us quickly understand our surroundings. If we invest too much energy in mapping, it might actually be counterproductive. Jiang Feng nodded. Zhang Jinghao was right. Unless the map was specifically for sale, it was enough for the creator to understand it, regardless of whether it looked simple or chaotic. Brother Zhang, according to the markings on your map, the upstream of this creek connects to a small river, and a few kilometers deep in the woods where they converge, there is a secluded water pool. Could there be clues about the illusory purple grass there? Jiang Feng expressed his thoughts. Did I say something wrong? Zhang Jinghao explained. No, you didn't say anything wrong. What you just said is exactly what I wanted to tell you. Really? This time, it was Jiang Feng who was surprised. Of course it's true. There's no benefit for me to deceive you. Wang Yuanhang joked. Jiang Feng, I didn't expect that you would become a worm in our captain's belly so quickly after knowing him for just a short time. That's not the case. I just guessed casually, and I didn't expect to be right. No need to be modest. I understand. Wang Yuanhang patted Jiang Feng's shoulder. What do you understand? Jiang Feng then realized that Wang Yuanhang had potential as a riddle master. I understand. Jiang Feng found himself at a loss against Wang Yuanhang. What happened to the cautious action we talked about? Why did it suddenly become so unserious? All right, let's focus on the important matters. Zhang Jinghao timely interjected to prevent Wang Yuanhang from being too lively. Yuanhang, you go ahead and scout the way. Okay. Before leaving, Zhang Jinghao reminded, be careful. This area is already on the outskirts. If you notice anything unusual, make sure to inform us promptly. Don't worry, Captain. I won't take unnecessary risks and put myself and you guys in danger, Wang Yuanhang replied decisively. When he acted with others, he never faltered at critical moments. As for how he performed when he went out alone on missions, that might depend on his mood at the time. All right. Bai Hongxing understood that Zhang Jinghao was worried about Wang Yuanhang encountering an attack, which was why he let himself go ahead first. Bai Hongxing took the lead, keeping his position close to Wang Yuanhang and Zhang Jinghao. Zhang Jinghao was walking at the back of the group with Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya. On the way, Zhang Jinghao suddenly said to Jiang Feng, are you wondering why I think this water pool might have clues about the illusory purple grass? Brother Zhang, you really have a keen eye. Saying I have a keen eye is a bit of an exaggeration. Zhang Jinghao waved his hand. Actually, I only thought of it when I received information about the illusory purple grass, recalling that I passed by this place during a previous mission in the Misty Forest. Jiang Feng was puzzled. Brother Zhang, since you've drawn the map of that area, why not investigate it in detail? Zhang Jinghao shrugged, because at that time, my level and that of the heavy fist angry ape weren't very high. And then some things happened that prevented me from having the opportunity to investigate this water pool further. Jiang Feng nodded slightly. That was indeed unavoidable. Next, Zhang Jinghao said to Jiang Feng, however, I noticed that there seems to be a hidden cave behind the waterfall above this water pool. At that time, I wanted the heavy fist angry ape to check it out, but it told me that there seemed to be an elite-level illusory beast hidden in the water pool. So to be safe, I quickly left with it. Curiosity is one of the necessary conditions for discovering rare treasures. However, Zhang Jinghao understood the principle of acting within one's limits. Treasures may be good, but if one loses their life to obtain them, it would ultimately be in vain. It seems that this time we can find out what treasures are hidden in that cave. Jiang Feng showed an expression of anticipation. I hope we haven't arrived too late. Zhang Jinghao said with a hint of worry. This water pool isn't very hidden. If someone notices the direction of the upstream river, they might have a chance to discover this water pool. Whether someone has already gotten there first, we'll know once we confirm it. Jiang Feng understood that Zhang Jinghao was expressing concern that he might lose confidence in the upcoming actions due to an unfavorable start. In fact, Jiang Feng had long been mentally prepared to stay in the Misty Forest for several days. Successfully completing a mission in the Misty Forest was certainly not an easy task, especially since Jiang Feng had come to help Wang Yuanhang complete his promotion to a one-star hunter, so Jiang Feng was very clear that he couldn't leave here quickly. You're right. Seeing Jiang Feng's relaxed attitude, Zhang Jinghao felt relieved. On the way to the water pool, Wang Yuanhang and the blade mantis encountered a giant horned beetle. Although Zhang Jinghao had told Wang Yuanhang not to act rashly if they encountered wild illusory beasts, Wang Yuanhang could see that this giant horned beetle was only of ordinary level, so he had the blade mantis drive it away before informing Zhang Jinghao about it via the intercom. Wang Yuanhang felt no regret for not killing the giant horned beetle because he knew that the benefits gained from killing it were limited, and the smell of blood might attract other illusory beasts. Therefore, to prevent the subsequent actions from being affected, he believed that driving away the giant horned beetle was the best choice. Of course, the giant horned beetle was a relatively docile illusory beast. Even without the higher-level blade mantis to drive it away, it was unlikely to attack Wang Yuanhang actively, because Wang Yuanhang made the right choice. And since this matter had already passed, Zhang Jinghao didn't say much, but just reminded him to be careful. Next, Zhang Jinghao discussed tactical arrangements with Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya. Having 3 additional illusory beasts on their side was definitely a good thing. However, Zheng Jinghao was very clear that if the tasks of the Nightmare, Iron Feather Bird, and Bloodclaw Violent Bear were not arranged properly before the battle, there might be coordination issues once the fight began. Li Xiaoya's contracted beasts were the Iron Feather Bird and Bloodclaw Violent Bear. Zheng Jinghao believed that the Iron Feather Bird could take on aerial reconnaissance duties while delving into the misty forest, and when the battle started, it could also harass the enemy from the air. Although the Bloodclaw Violent Bear was of a lower level, it could protect Li Xiaoya and Jiang Feng from the back of the team. Zheng Jinghao had no disdain for the Bloodclaw Violent Bear. It was just that with their team's configuration of Phantom Beasts, an ordinary level Phantom Beast would not dare to provoke them alone. And the role of the Bloodclaw Violent Bear against elite level Phantom Beasts was quite limited, since there was a Rock Armor Beast at the forefront. Having the Bloodclaw Violent Bear at the back to prevent sneak attacks was also a good tactic. Li Xiaoya had no objections to Zheng Jinghao's arrangements. She knew he was right, and with the level of the Bloodclaw Violent Bear, it was only safe at the edge of the misty forest. After arranging for the Iron Feather Bird and Bloodclaw Violent Bear, it was time to consider the Nightmare. To be honest, when Jiang Feng summoned the Nightmare for the first time outside the misty forest, Zheng Jinghao actually felt a bit nervous. Even the Heavy Fist Angry Ape, which was in the beast space, seemed to sense a formidable opponent. In fact, not only Zheng Jinghao and the Heavy Fist Angry Ape felt this way, but also Wang Yuanhang, Bai Hongcheng, and their contracted beasts felt the same. As long as the Beastmaster was not dead, the contracted beasts in the beast space were in a state of absolute safety. Zheng Jinghao believed that the Heavy Fist Angry Ape still felt tremendous pressure from the Nightmare in this situation because the Nightmare's bloodline level was far superior to that of the Heavy Fist Angry Ape. Of course, Zheng Jinghao considered himself an experienced bounty hunter. Although he had never seen Lord level or even higher Phantom Beasts, he believed that a genius like Jiang Feng, who had awakened the Beastmaster talent, must have a high initial bloodline level for his first contracted beast. Understanding this, Zheng Jinghao was not surprised by the Heavy Fist Angry Ape's wariness of the Nightmare. Fighting above one's level was indeed not something just any Phantom Beast could do. However, the pressure the Nightmare brought to Zheng Jinghao was extraordinary, leading him to believe that the Nightmare's true strength should be more than just being able to remain undefeated against elite-level Phantom Beast attacks. It was normal for Jiang Feng to keep some things hidden, as he and Zheng Jinghao had not known each other for long. For Zheng Jinghao, it was enough to know that the Nightmare had combat power comparable to elite-level Phantom Beasts. He told Jiang Feng that once the battle began, the Nightmare could act freely based on the situation. To summarize, according to the game's terminology, the Rock Armor Beast's task was to firmly hold the target Phantom Beast's aggro. The Heavy Fist Angry Ape was responsible for the main output. The Sharp Blade Mantis was responsible for sneak attacks, serving as auxiliary output. The Iron Feather Bird was in charge of aerial reconnaissance and auxiliary output. The Bloodclaw Violent Bear was to protect the backline and prevent any Phantom Beast from trying to take advantage of the situation. As for the Nightmare, it was responsible for maneuvering and assisting whoever needed help. Unfortunately, this team lacked a healing-type Phantom Beast. Otherwise, their configuration would be quite comprehensive. However, healing-type Phantom Beasts were rare, and Beastmasters without a background had almost no chance of obtaining such beast eggs. Jiang Feng's first impression of the water pool was that the scenery was nice, perhaps due to the wrong angle. Jiang Feng did not see the cave hidden behind the waterfall, so he asked Zheng Jinghao, "Brother Zheng, what should we do next?" Zheng Jinghao replied, "The environment here is just as I remember, with no changes." "Captain, does that mean no one has discovered the secret behind the waterfall?" Wang Yuanhang, who was also visiting this place for the first time, showed an eager expression at the thought of treasures behind the waterfall. "There's a possibility." Zheng Jinghao only dampened others' enthusiasm when it was absolutely necessary. Otherwise, doing so too often would not calm them down, but rather have the opposite effect. "Then let's hurry up." Wang Yuanhang was always decisive in his actions. "Don't rush. We need to ensure there are no ambushes around first." Zheng Jinghao also wanted to confirm whether there were indeed phantom purple grasses in the cave behind the waterfall, but he knew he absolutely could not act impulsively at this moment. If they acted without proper preparation, it could easily put them in a passive position. "No problem. I'll take care of this." Wang Yuanhang took on this task proactively. "No, if there really is an ambush nearby, it's too dangerous for you to act with the Sharp Blade Mantis. I have a better candidate." After saying that, Zheng Jinghao turned to Li Xiaoya. Hearing Zheng Jinghao's words, Wang Yuanhang also realized, that's right, Xiaoya's Iron Feather Bird is indeed more suitable for this task. Speed and camouflage were the strengths of the Sharp Blade Mantis, but it couldn't fly and could only scout on the ground, although it needed to avoid large movements during the reconnaissance process. The inability to ensure a clear line of sight at all times was indeed a problem. However, the environment in the misty forest was complex. If the Iron Feather Bird flew too high, It could become a target for those with ulterior motives and might even attract high-level phantom beasts. After a brief consideration, Wang Yuanhang determined that having the Iron Featherbird scout the surroundings was the best choice at this time. Zheng Jinghao said to Li Xiaoya, Xiaoya, it's up to you next. Okay. In fact, even if Zheng Jinghao said nothing, Li Xiaoya intended to assign this task to the Iron Featherbird. Chapter 52, Lure. Summoning the Iron Featherbird, Li Xiaoya issued the command to scout the surroundings. The Iron Featherbird, receiving the order, quickly flew into the sky. Since Zheng Jinghao did not know whether there were elite-level phantom beasts in the water pool, Li Xiaoya instructed the Iron Featherbird to first circle around the area and then confirm the situation in the cave behind the waterfall. The dense trees near the water pool affected the Iron Featherbird's flight somewhat. However, it had exceptional vision and was positioned high above, so no suspicious activity could escape its notice. Out of caution, it flew 2 laps in the vicinity. During this process, it kept a close watch on the surface of the water. Since everything seemed normal around, it was likely that the enemy was hiding underwater. The area of the water pool was not large. With the Iron Featherbird's speed, it quickly approached the waterfall. However, when it was about to adjust its flight angle, a shadow suddenly flashed underwater. With a loud splash, a massive creature leaped out of the water, opening its mouth to bite at the Iron Featherbird. It was a spiked-arm crocodile. Although the Iron Featherbird was suddenly attacked, it had been paying attention to the ripples on the water's surface. So it quickly flapped its wings and, at the last moment, managed to escape the attack range of the spiked-arm crocodile. If the Iron Featherbird had not remained vigilant, it would likely not have evaded the spiked-arm crocodile's strike. Once the Iron Featherbird was bitten and dragged underwater, it would be very difficult for it to escape on its own. So it's a spiked-arm crocodile. Zheng Jinghao had thought that a fish-type phantom beast was hiding in the pool, but it seemed that the passage connecting the bottom of the pool to the underground river was not very large. Jiang Feng heard Zheng Jinghao's words and, using his insight skill, obtained information about the spiked-arm crocodile. Zheng Jinghao had mentioned that he hadn't been here for a long time. Although the heavy fist angry ape's level was now higher than that of the spiked-arm crocodile. Wild spiked-arm crocodiles could reach elite level 3 while guarding a water pool, and their growth rate was not slow. However, as much as he praised it, Jiang Feng was well aware that even if this spiked-arm crocodile was at elite level 3, it would absolutely not have a good outcome against their team. Just now, it was ambushed and almost seriously injured, which made the Iron Featherbird feel extremely angry. Although the Iron Featherbird could sense that the level of the spiked-arm crocodile was above its own, it was also an elite-level phantom beast and could not easily lose in terms of momentum. The spiked-arm crocodile didn't care about the angry gaze of the Iron Featherbird because it believed that the Iron Featherbird was not its opponent. So, while being wary of a sudden attack from the Iron Featherbird, it was also observing the surrounding environment to prevent being ambushed by other possible phantom beasts. Wang Yuanhang said to Zheng Jinghao, Captain, it seems that there is only one spiked-arm crocodile in this pond. Based on the current situation, it should be the case. Zheng Jinghao agreed with what Wang Yuanhang said. If there was a second spiked-arm crocodile in the pond, the Iron Featherbird would have no way to evade its attacks. Wang Yuanhang asked Zheng Jinghao, Captain, can we take action now? What if it's an elite-level spiked-arm crocodile? Don't forget that there are a total of 6 phantom beasts in our team. Dealing with one spiked-arm crocodile should be a piece of cake, right? Understood. Wang Yuanhang thought that Zheng Jinghao made a lot of sense. Since they definitely needed to enter the cave to investigate, they had to either kill the spiked-arm crocodile or drive it away to act with peace of mind. Zheng Jinghao said to Li Xiaoya, Xiaoya, we need you to have the Iron Featherbird lure the spiked-arm crocodile away from the pond. This process might be a bit dangerous. If it's just general harassment, the spiked-arm crocodile has no reason to leave the pond unless the Iron Featherbird can provoke it into giving up its advantage of being in the water. This was not an easy task. Okay, Li Xiaoya readily agreed. Although she could sense that the danger level of the spiked-arm crocodile was not lower than that of the stone-arm silver-toothed snake. She had 4 teammates by her side this time, and the Iron Featherbird didn't need to fight the spiked-arm crocodile to the death. So she could confidently let the Iron Featherbird handle this task. Zheng Jinghao nodded. Having a sensible companion like Li Xiaoya was indeed a fortunate thing. Jiang Feng couldn't tell Li Xiaoya the level of the spiked-arm crocodile, because he couldn't explain how he could accurately assess its level. So he could only give her a supportive look. It wasn't that Jiang Feng didn't want to give Li Xiaoya some substantial concern. But he knew that with Li Xiaoya's combat experience, she would definitely have her own arrangements at this time and wouldn't need any suggestions from him. Next, Li Xiaoya walked alone toward the pond. Originally, she intended to blow a whistle to command the Iron Featherbird to fight the spiked-arm crocodile. But after thinking it over, she decided to go over and give instructions to the Iron Featherbird personally. She did this not to deliberately put herself in danger, but to dispel the spiked-arm crocodile's concerns. An enemy in the open is generally less threatening than one hiding in the shadows. If the spiked-armed crocodile heard the whistle, it could deduce that there were others hiding in the forest, and for its own safety, it would likely not easily leave the pond. However, if Li Xiaoya appeared on her own, it would be different. The spiked-armed crocodile would only think that the iron feather bird was Li Xiaoya's contracted beast and would not suspect an ambush nearby. Sure enough, when Li Xiaoya stepped out of the forest alone, the spiked-armed crocodile was not as tense as before. Since the spiked-armed crocodile didn't stay in the pond all the time, it knew that beast tamers often entered the misty forest for exploration. Since the iron feather bird flew toward Li Xiaoya, it proved that Li Xiaoya was a beast tamer. Thinking of this, the spiked-armed crocodile instinctively glanced toward the waterfall. Could this human be here to steal treasures? The spiked-armed crocodile's movements did not escape Li Xiaoya's eyes. It was clear that there was indeed something of great importance to the spiked-armed crocodile here. Iron feather bird, lure it onto the shore. Li Xiaoya made a gesture to the iron feather bird to attack the spiked-armed crocodile. Receiving Li Xiaoya's command, the iron feather bird immediately charged toward the spiked-armed crocodile at full speed. The spiked-armed crocodile was furious. This human and her contracted beast did not take it seriously at all. However, despite its anger, the spiked-armed crocodile would not let its body fully surface because it wanted to observe the iron feather bird's attack method and find a way to exploit its weaknesses for a fatal strike. The iron feather bird, of course, would not charge at the spiked-armed crocodile without a strategy. As it flew toward the spiked-armed crocodile, it aimed for the creature's eyes and quickly threw 2 iron feathers. The flight speed of the feathers was very fast, but the spiked-armed crocodile's reaction speed was even faster. It merely sank its body slightly and used the scales on its back to block the 2 iron feathers' attacks. No damage. Although the iron feather bird could tell that the spiky scales on the spiked-armed crocodile's back were highly defensive, it did not expect its probing attack to be so easily deflected by the spiked-armed crocodile. Li Xiaoya was equally surprised because, under the same level, not many phantom beasts could withstand an attack from the iron feather bird head-on. Therefore, the spiked-armed crocodile's level was most likely above that of the iron feather bird, and the scales on its back should be its strongest defensive part. Li Xiaoya frowned. It seemed that luring the spiked-armed crocodile out of the pond was even more challenging than she had anticipated. With long-range attacks ineffective, the iron feather bird could only choose to fly above the spiked-armed crocodile and dive down to attack its head with its claws. The defense of the spiked-armed crocodile's scales was high, but the iron feather bird did not believe that its entire body had such a high defense. Didn't it just dive underwater to avoid an attack on its eyes? The angle of attack chosen by the iron feather bird was very tricky. It fully utilized the spiked-armed crocodile's weakness in vision and took advantage of its speed to target the relatively weaker defensive areas of the spiked-armed crocodile. Although the spiked-armed crocodile did not catch sight of the iron feather bird immediately, it still sensed the direction of the iron feather bird's ambush through smell. Thus, while still in the water, it suddenly turned its head and lunged toward the iron feather bird, whose attack was more powerful. The iron feather bird's claw strike or the spiked-armed crocodile's bite. If they were of the same level, the result of this confrontation might end in a draw. However, the spiked-armed crocodile's level was higher than that of the iron feather bird, and its size was also larger. Therefore, as its teeth met the iron feather bird's claws, its body could continue to press forward. The spiked-armed crocodile did this to use its weight advantage to bite the iron feather bird and drag it into the water. The iron feather bird knew very well that if it fell into the water, it would be difficult to take off again. But it was not as strong as the spiked-armed crocodile. What should it do? At the critical moment, the iron feather bird curled its body, and just as the feathers on its back touched the water's surface, it suddenly spread its wings and flew up again, shaking off the spiked-armed crocodile's pressure. The spiked-armed crocodile did not expect the iron feather bird to explode suddenly, so it was unable to crush the iron feather bird at once, only to plunge into the water and splash around. The iron feather bird's feathers had excellent waterproof capabilities, even flying in a storm. It would not be significantly affected in a short time. In this initial confrontation on the surface, it seemed that the iron feather bird was not the spiked-armed crocodile's opponent, but in reality, the spiked-armed crocodile had not inflicted any substantial damage on the iron feather bird either. The spiked-armed crocodile resurfaced, staring at the iron feather bird circling in the air. To be honest, the iron feather bird's strength was indeed somewhat stronger than the spiked-armed crocodile had expected. At that moment, Li Xiaoya blew the whistle. Hearing the whistle, the iron feather bird knew that Li Xiaoya was reminding it not to confront the spiked-armed crocodile head-on, but to maneuver around it as much as possible while looking for its weaknesses. Of course, the iron feather bird did not forget that its task was to lure the spiked-armed crocodile out of the pond, so it only observed for a moment before attacking the spiked-armed crocodile again. As time passed, the battle between the iron feather bird and the spiked-armed crocodile became increasingly intense. although the iron featherbird only needed to lure the spiked crocodile out of the water pool to complete the task. The spiked crocodile's level was higher than that of the iron featherbird, and any unexpected events could occur during the battle. As a result, the spiked crocodile left several wounds on the iron featherbird. It wasn't that the spiked crocodile couldn't keep its composure. Its level was higher than that of the iron featherbird, yet it had not been able to severely injure the iron featherbird and only left a few shallow scars, a result it found unacceptable. Maintaining absolute calm during a battle is difficult, but many mythical beasts easily show impatience during combat, laying the groundwork for future failures. Hurry up, hurry up. Wang Yuanhang kept muttering while watching the spiked crocodile. In fact, when Wang Yuanhang saw the iron featherbird was injured, he really wanted to summon the blade mantis for support, but he knew he couldn't do that. If the spiked crocodile sensed something was off and hid back in the water pool, then all the efforts made by the iron featherbird would be in vain. Wang Yuanhang let out a long breath. It seemed he only needed to wait a little longer before he could summon his contracted beast to join the battle. Jiang Feng also smiled. Although the spiked crocodile's level was higher than that of the iron featherbird, its battle intelligence was clearly inferior to that of the iron featherbird, which was commanded by Li Xiaoya. Moreover, the iron featherbird possessed the indomitable talent. It would never give up until the task was completed, so Jiang Feng fully believed it could lure the spiked crocodile out of the water pool. Iron featherbird, keep attacking. When the spiked crocodile left the water pool, Li Xiaoya realized that its size was larger than she had anticipated. It would be impossible to say that Li Xiaoya felt completely calm inside. However, Li Xiaoya not only believed that the iron featherbird would help her deal with the spiked crocodile, but she also believed that Jiang Feng and the others' contracted beasts would definitely appear at a critical moment. The spiked crocodile left the water pool not only to find an opportunity to kill the iron featherbird, but also to kill Li Xiaoya if the opportunity arose. The battle between beast tamers and wild mythical beasts had been ongoing for hundreds of years, and most wild mythical beasts knew that to weaken a contracted beast's combat power, they needed to severely injure the beast tamer. The spiked crocodile indeed despised the iron featherbird, but as long as it had the chance to severely injure or even kill Li Xiaoya, it would do so without hesitation. After all, in most cases, dealing with the beast tamer was much easier than dealing with the contracted beast. Chapter 53, Breaking Out. When the iron featherbird blocked the spiked crocodile, Li Xiaoya deliberately took a few steps back. Li Xiaoya knew that the spiked crocodile had been observing her, and she did this to confuse it, making it think she wanted to escape. If the previous battle hadn't happened, the spiked crocodile would not only not leave the water pool, but might also ignore Li Xiaoya's actions. However, the iron featherbird had successfully made the spiked crocodile resent it through the battle. Thus, as long as the spiked crocodile confirmed that there was no support for Li Xiaoya and the iron featherbird, it would definitely attack, without any reservations. Li Xiaoya thought to herself, this distance should be about right. Li Xiaoya used herself as bait. The iron featherbird was also good at acting. It tried hard to appear as if it was leading the spiked crocodile elsewhere. The timing was ripe. Originally, the spiked crocodile planned to strike the iron featherbird with its tail when it swooped down. But it did not expect the iron featherbird to just fly in a circle in the air and then head towards Li Xiaoya. What is this situation? The spiked crocodile did not understand the iron featherbird's behavior, as it could have quickly approached Li Xiaoya while the iron featherbird was retreating. However, before the spiked crocodile could do so, several figures rushed out from the woods and surrounded it. Soon after, Jiang Feng and the others emerged from the trees. The spiked crocodile was shocked. It did not expect to fall into an ambush. Not only that, but it also sensed that the auras of the mythical beasts around it were increasingly terrifying. However, the massive rock-armored beast seemed to see through the spiked crocodile's thoughts, standing firmly between the water pool and the spiked crocodile, with the rock-armored beast blocking the spiked crocodile's retreat. The heavy fist angry ape and the blade mantis naturally positioned themselves on either side. The blue nightmare was positioned a bit further away for more freedom of movement. The Bloodclaw violent bear stood next to Jiang Feng. Although it appeared eager to jump into the fray, it knew it couldn't help much in a battle of this level. Its task was to protect Jiang Feng and the others from being ambushed by stealthy mythical beasts. Wang Yuanhang waved to Li Xiaoya and the iron featherbird. Xiaoya, thank you for your hard work. You can leave the rest to us. Sure, Li Xiaoya responded with a smile. Since the iron featherbird had completed its task and had sustained minor injuries, Li Xiaoya naturally wanted to let it rest for a while. As for dealing with the spiked crocodile, to be honest, Li Xiaoya believed that with the blue nightmare and the others around, the spiked crocodile would have no chance of escaping. Wang Yuanhang stretched his wrist and then asked Zheng Jinghao, Captain, the same old tactics? Although he called it an old tactic, Wang Yuanhang meant for the rock-armored beast to engage the spiked crocodile in close combat, while the heavy fist angry ape and the blade mantis would find opportunities to strike in succession, not giving the spiked crocodile any chance to catch its breath. Sure, Zheng Jinghao understood Wang Yuanhong's meaning, as they had lost count of how many times they had used this tactic. However, against enemies with different abilities, they would definitely adjust their strategies in the course of battle. Next, Wang Yuanhong turned to Bai Hongcheng. "Acheng, it's up to you." Although the situation looked very unfavorable for the spiked crocodile, Wang Yuanhong would not let his guard down because they could only safely explore the cave behind the waterfall once they dealt with the spiked crocodile. Once the battle began, how many opportunities the blade mantis could find to attack the spiked crocodile would largely depend on how much damage the rock-armored beast could take from the spiked crocodile. Good. Bai Hongcheng did not hesitate and decisively ordered the rock-armored beast to charge at the spiked crocodile. The spiked crocodile was still contemplating the best direction to break through when the rock-armored beast charged at it with heavy steps, forcing it to turn around and face the battle. The rock-armored beast was almost entirely covered in rock-like hard armor. Thus, when it charged in front of the spiked crocodile, it raised its fist and smashed down onto the spiked crocodile's back. Since the rock-armored beast needed to take over the iron featherbird's role as the main target for the spiked crocodile, the most straightforward method was to pain the spiked crocodile first. The fist wrapped in rock collided with the spiked crocodile's spiked scales. Unsurprisingly, the rock-armored beast pushed the spiked crocodile back. Although the spiked crocodile was not severely injured by the rock-armored beast's blow, it was indeed a bit dazed now because it did not expect that its proud spiked scales would not cause any damage to the rock-armored beast. Moreover, the rock-armored beast's punch had considerable force. Even though the spiked crocodile had blocked it with its back scales, its internal organs still felt the tremor. This was the rock-armored beast's way of attacking. It had never intended to hold back and probe the spiked crocodile with only 3 points of strength, but rather to strike hard from the very beginning, even if it didn't need to exert all its strength right at the start of the battle. The rock-armored beast would not let the spiked crocodile have an easy time. The rock-armored beast's punch successfully enraged the spiked crocodile. As an elite mythical beast that occupied this water pool, the spiked crocodile had not only killed many weak mythical beasts that had entered here without permission, but had also fought against other elite mythical beasts. Although the rock-armored beast was very strong, the spiked crocodile would not easily back down and give up its territory. Next, the spiked crocodile made slight adjustments and actively charged towards the rock-armored beast. Elite mythical beasts all have their dignity. Such simple-minded thoughts. When the spiked crocodile actively attacked the rock-armored beast, Wang Yuanhong knew that the battle was already secure. The existence of highly intelligent wild mythical beasts is indeed a reality, but the spiked crocodile is clearly not one of them. When the armored beast held back the spiked crocodile, the blade mantis and the heavy fist angry ape did not remain idle. Instead, they seized the opportunity to launch attacks on the spiked crocodile. The armored beast's attack power is not very strong, although it has advantages in level and size. It is unlikely to deal a fatal blow to the spiked crocodile in a short time. Meanwhile, the heavy fist angry ape is agile enough. And with the armored beast providing cover, the spiked crocodile cannot inflict effective damage on the heavy fist angry ape. Additionally, the blade mantis, which strikes from tricky angles with lightning speed, makes its movements unpredictable to the spiked crocodile. Especially the blade mantis, with its powerful forelegs, leaves a new wound on the spiked crocodile with every strike. Whether it is the armored beast, the blade mantis, or the heavy fist angry ape facing the spiked crocodile alone, there would certainly be a fierce battle. However, with all of them attacking together, it becomes very difficult for the spiked crocodile to find an opportunity to counterattack. It is worth mentioning that since Blue Nightmare feels it currently has no chance to participate in the battle, it cast an inquiring glance at Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng raised his hand to signal Blue Nightmare not to rush. He anticipated this situation. The spiked crocodile's level is already lower than that of the armored beast, blade mantis, and heavy fist angry ape. Although the spiked crocodile is surrounded and has no energy to attack Blue Nightmare, this also means that Blue Nightmare cannot join the battle carelessly, as doing so might create an opportunity for the spiked crocodile to counterattack. The iron featherbird does not need to join the battle for now. Li Xiaoya instructed it to fly up and scout the surroundings. Perhaps because their respective contracted beasts are temporarily observing the battle, Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya exchanged a tacit glance. Their eyes met. Jiang Feng nodded at Li Xiaoya, and she responded in kind. At this moment, Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya had similar thoughts. If they had not encountered such reliable teammates as Zheng Jinghao, Wang Yuanhong, and Bai Hongcheng, they would not know when they could complete the task of collecting illusion purple grass relying solely on themselves. Blue Nightmare, Iron Featherbird, and Bloodclaw Violent Bear could launch an attack together. Even if they couldn't kill the spiked crocodile, they could certainly drive it away. However, doing so would definitely result in injuries for the Bloodclaw Violent Bear. Most importantly, no one could guarantee that there is illusion purple grass in the cave behind the waterfall. If they end up working hard for nothing, It would not only dampen morale, but it would also affect the subsequent actions of Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya, especially since there are many mythical beasts in the Misty Forest that are of a higher level than the spiked crocodile. After the Iron Featherbird left Li Xiaoya's side, the Bloodclaw Violent Bear slowly crawled towards her. Although the Bloodclaw Violent Bear's duty is to protect everyone present, Li Xiaoya is its master, and at this moment, its primary concern is definitely her safety. Li Xiaoya noticed the Bloodclaw Violent Bear's subtle movement. However, she did not stop it because the Iron Featherbird was scouting in the air. If an unexpected situation occurred, the Iron Featherbird would sound an alarm immediately, and then the Bloodclaw Violent Bear could take action. Before long, since the spiked crocodile had no hidden trump cards, it could no longer withstand the combined assault of the armored beast, Blade Mantis, and heavy fist Angry Ape. Yuanhang, Aiching, it's about time. Zheng Jinghao, with his rich combat experience, could see that the spiked crocodile was on the verge of collapse. Wang Yuanhang and Bai Hongsheng replied in unison, understood. Bai Hongsheng instructed the armored beast not to give the spiked crocodile a chance to break through. Up to this point in the battle, only the spiked crocodile had sustained heavy injuries. Due to the armored beast's high defense and its level being higher than that of the spiked crocodile, the damage inflicted by the spiked crocodile on it was almost negligible. The Blade Mantis and heavy fist Angry Ape did not have as high a defense as the armored beast, but they had only sustained a few shallow scratches. The spiked crocodile glanced towards the waterfall again. Why did it not try to break free the moment it realized it was surrounded? It was because it did not want to give up the treasures in the cave. However, at this point, it was very clear that if it did not find a way to escape quickly, it would really die. But despite saying that, since it had missed the best opportunity to break free, it would be difficult for it to leave now. It must escape as soon as possible. This was the spiked crocodile's inner thought. It had lived in the Misty Forest for so many years, and as long as there was a glimmer of hope for survival, it would not give up. Ultimately, the spiked crocodile decided to break through in the direction of the Bloodclaw Violent Bear. Although Blue Nightmare's level was only 4 tiers higher than that of the Bloodclaw Violent Bear, the spiked crocodile could clearly sense the terrifying aura emanating from Blue Nightmare. It preferred to pick on the weaker opponent. The spiked crocodile did not believe it could quickly eliminate Blue Nightmare, which is why it chose the Bloodclaw Violent Bear as its target. When the Blade Mantis and heavy fist Angry Ape replaced the armored beast, which had been knocked back, and attacked the spiked crocodile from 2 different directions, the spiked crocodile suddenly launched a tail whip attack against them. During the earlier battle with the spiked crocodile, the Blade Mantis and heavy fist Angry Ape had already grasped the spiked crocodile's attack patterns, but they did not expect it still had the strength to counterattack. Caught off guard, both the Blade Mantis and heavy fist Angry Ape were knocked back a few steps. The Blade Mantis, being adept at finding opportunities, rarely showed impatience even if it missed a hit or was pushed back by the enemy. It would simply create some distance from the enemy and patiently wait for another opportunity to strike. The heavy fist Angry Ape, on the other hand, not only has anger in its name, but it also possesses a berserk skill. This indicates that it is a mythical beast that charges forward in the face of adversity. The heavy fist Angry Ape was indeed surprised when the spiked crocodile suddenly counterattacked after being pressured earlier, but it was more focused on immediately extinguishing the spiked crocodile's momentum for retaliation. However, contrary to what the heavy fist Angry Ape had anticipated, the spiked crocodile did not engage in a desperate fight with them. Instead, it took advantage of the gap created by their retreat and charged towards the Bloodclaw Violent Bear at an incredible speed. Li Xiaoya was standing not far from the Bloodclaw Violent Bear. Stop it quickly. Zheng Jinghao instantly guessed the spiked crocodile's intention. With the spiked crocodile's level, it could not withstand the combined assault of the armored beast, Blade Mantis, and heavy fist Angry Ape. Therefore, if the spiked crocodile wanted to escape, it must find another breakthrough. Since Blue Nightmare had a lineage advantage over the spiked crocodile, the Bloodclaw Violent Bear became the only option for the spiked crocodile. While analyzing the situation, Zheng Jinghao knew that the urgent matter was to block the spiked crocodile. If the spiked crocodile had chosen to escape soon after the battle began, Zheng Jinghao might not have let others block it. After all, it is better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Beastmasters do not necessarily have to take the lives of wild mythical beasts they encounter. However, after everyone had worked hard for so long, the spiked crocodile only thought of running away now. Zheng Jinghao would never let it have its way. For Zheng Jinghao and the others, only by killing the spiked crocodile would the outcome of this battle be guaranteed not to be a loss. Chapter 54, Killing the Spiked Crocodile. In fact, without Zheng Jinghao's reminder, Wang Yuanhang and Bai Hongqing already knew they could not let the spiked crocodile escape, since the Blade Mantis has the fastest speed. When Wang Yuanhang gave the interception order, it rushed ahead of the armored beast and heavy fist Angry Ape to pursue, perhaps due to an overwhelming will to survive. The speed displayed by the spiked crocodile was nearly indistinguishable from before its injuries. and the blade mantis surprisingly did not catch up to it immediately. In the blink of an eye, the spiked crocodile was about to reach the Bloodclaw Violent Bear. Li Xiaoya could only stand in place and loudly instruct the Bloodclaw Violent Bear to defend with all its might and not to take the initiative to attack. Although the armored crocodile's level far exceeds that of the Bloodclaw Berserk Bear, if the Bloodclaw Berserk Bear chooses to defend, the worst outcome from an attack by the armored crocodile should be that it suffers serious injuries. In other words, if the Bloodclaw Berserk Bear takes the initiative to attack, it is likely to be killed in one hit by the armored crocodile. The Bloodclaw Berserk Bear is quite reckless, but if something threatens its life, it will definitely act cautiously. Li Xiaoya stood still and did not act rashly. She knew she could not stop the armored crocodile, and if she acted recklessly, the danger might extend beyond just herself. The escape route was right in front of her. To be honest, the armored crocodile completely disregarded the Bloodclaw Berserk Bear. Even if the Bloodclaw Berserk Bear could hold it off for 2 seconds, it still wouldn't affect the armored crocodile's successful escape. However, just as the armored crocodile was about to reach the Bloodclaw Berserk Bear, a figure suddenly blocked the way between them. It was Blue Nightmare that had arrived. Although the armored crocodile had a good plan, the moment it acted, Jiang Feng had already seen through its intentions. Therefore, Jiang Feng did not hesitate and immediately commanded Blue Nightmare to intercept the armored crocodile. Having been a spectator for so long, Blue Nightmare was filled with energy. Upon hearing Jiang Feng's words, Blue Nightmare did not hesitate and quickly used Swift Walk to stand in front of the Bloodclaw Berserk Bear before the armored crocodile could attack. Could Blue Nightmare stop the armored crocodile? Although Blue Nightmare had fought against the stone-armored silver-toothed snake, and the armored crocodile was only 1 level higher. At this moment, the armored crocodile was eager to escape. If Blue Nightmare used only conventional methods, it would have little chance to stop the armored crocodile. It was simple: mental shock. Blue Nightmare's proficiency in mental shock had reached an advanced level. The armored crocodile had a simple mind and lacked the ability to defend against mental attacks. Thus, even though its level was higher than Blue Nightmare's, it still couldn't avoid a brief state of daze, knowing that its attack would cause limited damage to the armored crocodile. Blue Nightmare did not take the opportunity to attack, but instead left the chance for the Razor Mantis, which had just caught up with the rock-armored beast and the heavy fist angry ape. Mental type attack skills. Zheng Jinghao noticed that the armored crocodile had entered a daze. Seeing Blue Nightmare use mental shock to disrupt the armored crocodile's movements, Zheng Jinghao realized that Blue Nightmare had such a trump card. Zheng Jinghao thought to himself, it seems its bloodline is even higher than I expected. Among of the same level, what matters is whose bloodline is stronger. A strong bloodline can give a powerful talents, allowing it to learn rare skills. Of course, having rare skills does not mean it is necessarily strong. If the skill proficiency is not high, then the power of the skill will also be limited. The Razor Mantis would not miss the good opportunity created by Blue Nightmare. When it approached the armored crocodile, it used the blade-like forelimbs to quickly attack the armored crocodile's limbs. The attacked armored crocodile, in great pain, broke free from its daze. Blue Nightmare's horn charge caused limited damage to the armored crocodile. However, the Razor Mantis had already injured the armored crocodile's limbs, greatly affecting its movements. So the main purpose of Blue Nightmare's horn charge was to prevent it from enduring the pain and escaping. Next, the rock-armored beast and the heavy fist angry ape joined forces to pin the armored crocodile to the ground and beat it fiercely. Blue Nightmare just watched as the armored crocodile was besieged. Although it only used mental shock to brush its presence, it knew when it should exert its strength, after all. Not only that participated fully in the battle are the protagonists. Soon, the armored crocodile let out a reluctant roar and then fell to the ground. Confirming that the armored crocodile was truly dead, the rock-armored beast, Razor Mantis, and heavy fist angry ape stopped their attacks. Regardless of which they faced, they needed to be very careful when it was at its peak state or near death. Unexpectedly, this armored crocodile was quite difficult to deal with. Wang Yuanheng walked over and let out a long breath. Zheng Jinghao said, if it had been in the water, we would not have been able to kill it so easily. Wang Yuanheng nodded slightly. That is true. Their contracted beasts were not good at fighting in water. So if the armored crocodile had been hiding in the pond, they would have had no way to deal with it for a while. Zheng Jinghao turned to Li Xiaoya. Xiaoya, how is the Iron Featherbird's injury? That is good. Zheng Jinghao smiled. In this battle, your Iron Featherbird made significant contributions. Li Xiaoya said, Brother Zheng, I just had the Iron Featherbird lure the armored crocodile away from the pond. That is not a big deal. No. Zheng Jinghao shook his head slightly. If the Iron Featherbird had not drawn the armored crocodile out of the pond, perhaps we would not have had anything to do with it afterward. Then I want to be polite. Li Xiaoya symbolically made some polite remarks. Actually, I think the ones who contributed the most in this battle were still the rock-armored beast, Razor Mantis, and heavy fist angry ape. Without them, I might not have let the iron feather bird actively provoke the armored crocodile. We just often act together, so our respective contracted beasts cooperate more harmoniously. Zhang Jinghao thought that there was nothing worth summarizing in this battle, because the armored crocodile had no advantages in level, and its fighting style was relatively simple. Its death was inevitable. Li Xiaya nodded slightly, and touched the Bloodclaw Berserk Bear's head. She knew that with the Bloodclaw Berserk Bear's character, even if it knew it was no match for the armored crocodile, it would not back down. She just didn't want to see the Bloodclaw Berserk Bear get hurt. Fortunately, Blue Nightmare appeared at a critical moment, preventing the Bloodclaw Berserk Bear from bearing the armored crocodile's attack. The Bloodclaw Berserk Bear felt it had not helped. And this performance should make Li Xiaya feel dissatisfied, so its mood seemed a bit low. In fact, the Bloodclaw Berserk Bear was overthinking. Compared to it forcibly participating in the battle and getting injured, Li Xiaya would rather let it remain unharmed while completing this somewhat dull task of protection. So, after Li Xiaya noticed the Bloodclaw Berserk Bear's emotions, she comforted it. With Li Xiaya's comfort, the Bloodclaw Berserk Bear naturally felt much better and once again showed its silly smile. Just then, Jiang Feng walked over. Brother Zhang, without your help, just relying on me and the senior, we would probably have to be very cautious even traveling through the misty forest. Although Jiang Feng was not the main character in this battle, nor was Blue Nightmare, he did not care about that. Speaking of which, when Jiang Feng came over earlier, Li Xiaya had given him a grateful look. Jiang Feng just nodded at Li Xiaya, without showing too much emotion, since he and Li Xiaya were friends. He should ensure that the Bloodclaw Berserk Bear would not be seriously injured by the armored crocodile in that situation. We all help each other. The three of us cannot say we can move freely in the peripheral area. Zhang Jinghao smiled. By the way, that move Blue Nightmare used just now was really impressive. If it hadn't stopped the armored crocodile, we might have had to spend some effort to catch up to it, and if we had drawn out other, it would not have been good. Zhang Jinghao was not deliberately flattering Blue Nightmare. The situation in the misty forest was complex. If they had to fight here, it was best to keep the battle within a certain range. Otherwise, attracting other could lead to them being besieged. As for Zhang Jinghao just now learning about one of the skills mastered by Blue Nightmare, he did not mind it, as he knew Jiang Feng was not obligated to tell him all the skills that Blue Nightmare had mastered. By the way, Jiang Feng, what was that move Blue Nightmare used just now? Although Blue Nightmare was just standing still, it was as if the armored crocodile had been hit by a spell. Standing still and unable to move, Jiang Feng glanced at Blue Nightmare, then turned to Wang Yuanhang and said, "It's just mental shock." Mental shock? Wang Yuanhang showed a surprised expression. Blue Nightmare can use mental type skills? Jiang Feng nodded. Yes. Impressive. Wang Yuanhang's gaze towards Lan Yan had clearly changed. He then smiled and said, "It seems that this spiked armor crocodile really isn't having much luck." Li Xiaya had long known that Lan Yan had mastered mental type skills. During their previous battle with the armored silver fang snake, they were fortunate that Lan Yan used mental shock on the armored silver fang snake at critical moments. Otherwise, the Bloodclaw Violent Bear would have been unable to withstand the snake's attacks. Jiang Feng remarked, Lan Yan's level isn't very high. If it encounters a phantom beast that is higher than the spiked armor crocodile, the effects of mental shock might not be as good. This issue is easy to solve. I heard that when phantom beasts are injured, not only does their physical defense decrease, but their mental defense also drops. If we encounter a higher level phantom beast next, our contract beasts can first inflict as much damage as possible, and then you can let Lan Yan seize the opportunity to use mental shock. Wang Yuanhang certainly knew that no matter how powerful a skill was, it couldn't allow a phantom beast to fight across two major levels. However, if it was just one major level difference, then mental type skills could still play a significant role at the right moment. Jiang Feng said, Brother Wang, if that's the case, we might need to trouble you. What's the trouble? Wang Yuanhang walked over and patted Jiang Feng's shoulder. The sooner we collect the phantom purple grass, the sooner we can find the fire feather bird. Whether I can successfully complete the task to become a one-star hunter depends on whether Lan Yan can control the fire feather bird with mental shock. Brother Wang, I think to successfully complete the task, everyone must work together. Relying solely on Lan Yan won't do. Jiang Feng meant no offense to Lan Yan, but with Lan Yan's current level, facing a fully capable elite-level phantom beast would not yield much advantage. Therefore, having the armored beast, Blade Mantis, and heavy fist Angry Ape expend the opponent's stamina first was crucial. Li Xiaya also nodded. In a place like the Misty Forest, if nothing unexpected happened, the Bloodclaw Violent Bear should be just along for the ride. However, the Iron Feather Bird, which excelled in aerial combat, would have more opportunities to participate in the fight. Zhang Jinghao said to Jiang Feng, I want to discuss something with you. What is it? Jiang Feng knew that given Zhang Jinghao's character, what he was about to say would certainly be serious. Sure, as a member of the team, Jiang Feng had no reason to refuse Zhang Jinghao's suggestion. In fact, even if Zhang Jinghao hadn't mentioned it, Jiang Feng would have asked him whether they needed to temporarily store the spiked armor crocodile's body in the spatial ring. The result was that Jiang Feng and Zheng Jinghao had indeed thought of the same thing. Chapter 55, Two Phantom Purple Grasses. Zheng Jinghao smiled at Jiang Feng. Thank you. He knew that Jiang Feng's character made it unlikely for him to refuse his suggestion. Spatial rings also vary in quality. Lower quality spatial rings have very limited internal storage space. Although, as a Beastmaster level increases, essentially their mental power strengthens, the storage space can correspondingly increase. The foundational mental power and growth potential of a Beastmaster are proportional to their beast taming talent. Therefore, even if a Beastmaster with mediocre talent obtains a spatial ring, they might not be able to expand the storage space significantly in the future. Of course, Jiang Feng had top-tier talent, and Zheng Jinghao believed his mental power must far exceed that of ordinary Beastmasters. Most importantly, since Jiang Feng could obtain such a powerful phantom beast as Lan Yin, the initial area of the spatial ring he received must be considerable. Jiang Feng said, Brother Zheng, we're all companions. You don't need to be so polite with me. Because Jiang Feng had top-tier talent, when he rebound this spatial ring, he had already expanded the storage space to a terrifying degree. It goes without saying that storing one spiked armor crocodile's body, or even 100 or 1,000, would only occupy a very small amount of space. Zheng Jinghao smiled and said, all right, then I want to be polite. Jiang Feng nodded and then stored the spiked armor crocodile in the spatial ring. Wang Yuanheng couldn't help but exclaim again, having a spatial ring is indeed convenient. Bai Hongqing nodded in agreement. Although a Beastmaster could only bind one spatial ring, and its primary function was merely for storage, there wasn't a Beastmaster who didn't like such rare items. Captain, should we go check what's in the cave? Wang Yuanheng hadn't forgotten their purpose for coming here. If it weren't for confirming that there was a cave behind the waterfall and that the spiked armor crocodile didn't flee immediately, they wouldn't have been idly attacking the crocodile. All right, let's go take a look. To be honest, Zheng Jinghao was very satisfied with the outcome of this battle. Their contract beasts had only sustained minor injuries, while the spiked armor crocodile was already dead. In a place like the Misty Forest, killing an elite-level phantom beast was no easy task. So Zheng Jinghao believed that even if there was nothing they wanted in the cave, taking the spiked armor crocodile's body back was already a win. The waterfall's current was not slow, and the stones around the pond were very slippery. However, everyone present were Beastmasters, so the situation of someone accidentally slipping into the pond wouldn't occur. At most, everyone just got a bit of water on their clothes. Entering the cave, the light dimmed. Although the cave was not large, Jiang Feng immediately spotted two phantom purple grasses growing on the ground not far away. Wang Yuanheng exclaimed, there really are phantom purple grasses. Zheng Jinghao was also surprised. He had originally suggested everyone come together to investigate the pond out of caution, not expecting that they would not only kill the spiked armor crocodile, but also discover phantom purple grass, which was truly a double joy. Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya exchanged glances, seeing the joy in each other's eyes. Although their task was to collect 10 phantom purple grasses, finding two so quickly, Jiang Feng thought, was already quite efficient. Zheng Jinghao walked up to the two phantom purple grasses and squatted down. Look, the soil here has been disturbed. Everyone looked in the direction Zheng Jinghao pointed and found there was indeed a small pit. Jiang Feng said to Zheng Jinghao, Brother Zheng, could it be that there were originally 3 phantom purple grasses here? That's quite possible. Zheng Jinghao nodded. From their appearance, these 2 phantom purple grasses seemed to have just matured not long ago. Perhaps the spiked armor crocodile accidentally discovered this cave and ate the already mature phantom purple grass, which raised its level. Wang Yuanheng said, fortunately, it didn't manage to eat the other 2 phantom purple grasses. Otherwise, we would have come here for nothing. Zheng Jinghao nodded. Exactly. If we had come a little later, these 2 phantom purple grasses would likely have also been eaten by the spiked armor crocodile. In fact, he believed that the phantom purple grasses being eaten by the spiked armor crocodile was not the most serious issue. Don't forget, phantom purple grass has the effect of treating mental diseases. Even if a phantom beast consumes a large amount of phantom purple grass without causing a dramatic increase in mental power, it still wouldn't be much of a problem in reducing the effects of mental attacks. Luckily, there weren't too many phantom purple grasses in this cave. Otherwise, if they had been consumed by the spiked armor crocodile, then after Lan Yin used mental attacks earlier, the control effect on the spiked armor crocodile would have been severely limited. So, it's better to be fortunate than early. Wang Yuanheng turned to Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya. Jiang Feng, Xiaoya, with these 2 illusion purple grasses, your task is considered 1/5 completed. Li Xiaoya smiled and said yes. We found 2 illusion purple grasses so quickly, I'm very confident about the next steps. There shouldn't be anything else here. Zheng Jinghao said to Jiang Feng, these 2 illusion purple grasses will be entrusted to you. Okay. Jiang Feng took out a shovel and a box from his spatial ring. He carefully dug out the 2 illusion purple grasses with the shovel and placed them in the box, storing them in the spatial ring. Mature illusion purple grasses can be preserved for a long time even when dug up without any treatment. Although Jiang Feng only prepared a regular plastic box, his spatial ring greatly helped in maintaining the original state of the illusion purple grasses. With the scaled crocodile dead and no other items in the cave, everyone left the cave and, under Zheng Jinghao's lead, headed to the next location where illusion purple grasses might appear. Perhaps due to the smooth start, Jiang Feng and the others did not find another illusion purple grass until nightfall. Moreover, during this process, they encountered fierce illusion beasts that lived in groups. Fortunately, they retreated quickly. Otherwise, if they had been discovered by these illusion beasts, escaping would have been difficult. As darkness approached, Zheng Jinghao said to the others, "It's getting late. Let's find a place to rest." Wang Yuanhang and Bai Hongqing supported Zheng Jinghao's suggestion. The day and night in the misty forest are completely different. At night, many dangerous illusion beasts come out to roam, not to mention elite beast tamers. Even lord-level beast tamers must act discreetly. Jiang Feng asked Zheng Jinghao, "Brother Zheng, where should we choose as our campsite?" Jiang Feng had a good memory. Since entering the misty forest, he had remembered almost all the paths they had taken. However, he did not have enough understanding of the overall environment of the misty forest, so he could only follow Zheng Jinghao's arrangements. Li Xiaoya had no objections either. She believed that an experienced beast tamer like Zheng Jinghao could certainly find a suitable campsite. Before long, Jiang Feng arrived at the hillside that Zheng Jinghao mentioned. It turned out that Zheng Jinghao did not intend to set up camp at the bottom of this hillside, but had chosen a nearby clearing. After observing the surroundings and confirming that there were no wild illusion beasts hiding here, he said to the others, "Everyone, let's tidy up." Just as Jiang Feng thought. After Zheng Jinghao summoned the heavy fist angry ape, he asked Wang Yuanhang to summon the blade mantis, and the 2 contracted beasts began to clear the surrounding dead wood. Li Xiaoya also summoned the Bloodclaw violent bear to help move the wood. The Bloodclaw violent bear hadn't contributed much in the previous battle, so it naturally had to put in more effort now that they needed to set up camp. In fact, Zheng Jinghao decided to use dead wood for the fence, not only to protect the environment, but also because destroying sturdy trees is not difficult for elite illusion beasts. Thus, even if the blade mantis cuts down the surrounding healthy tall trees to serve as a fence, it would be hard to stop the destruction of elite illusion beasts. Simply put, Zheng Jinghao's decision to create a line of fencing was not to fend off attacks from wild illusion beasts, but to give everyone enough time to react after waking up from sleep, allowing them to summon their contracted beasts to counter any illusion beasts that might sneak attack. Of course, it would be best if nothing happened that night. Finally, with the efforts of the beast tamers and their contracted beasts, a makeshift campsite that was passable appeared. Although finding a cave to camp in would eliminate many troubles, in a place like the misty forest, any illusion beast capable of occupying a cave long-term would certainly be at least elite level. Zheng Jinghao knew this, which is why he didn't deliberately search for a cave, and there was no water source nearby, further reducing their chances of encountering wild illusion beasts. Before dinner, Zheng Jinghao informed everyone of the order for keeping watch. Zheng Jinghao would take the first watch, followed by Bai Hongqing, Wang Yuanhang, Li Xiaoya, and Jiang Feng. As Zheng Jinghao was the captain, it was only right for him to take the first shift. As for the order of the subsequent watches, Zheng Jinghao's arrangement did not carry any special significance. In the misty forest, it is a taboo to casually make a fire and cook. Doing so could not only attract wild illusion beasts, but also potentially draw the attention of ill-intentioned beast tamers. Therefore, everyone ate the self-heating rice provided by Jiang Feng. Although Zheng Jinghao, Wang Yuanhang, and Bai Hongqing had plenty of high energy and easy-to-carry food in their backpacks, no one would mind having something better to eat. After dinner, Li Xiaoya took out some cookies she made and shared them with everyone. Wang Yuanhang was very happy to eat the cookies Li Xiaoya made, but when he learned that Jiang Feng had already tasted Li Xiaoya's cooking, he immediately expressed that he felt sour about it. After graduating from the Beast Tamer Academy, Wang Yuanhang hadn't interacted much with female beast tamers. It wasn't that he only wanted to team up with Zheng Jinghao and Bai Hongqing, but they did not have a good relationship with any female beast tamers. As a result, Jiang Feng, who hadn't even enrolled yet, had already made a connection with Li Xiaoya, who was a year older than him, and their relationship seemed quite good. To be honest, Wang Yuanhang really envied Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng merely smiled at Wang Yuanhang's complaints and did not say much. He knew that Li Xiaoya's concern for him stemmed from friendship, and perhaps she hoped he could grow quickly to achieve good results for Tsangyu Academy in the exchange competition a few months later, so he certainly wouldn't overthink it. Jiang Feng did not rest directly. Instead, he operated the beast taming technique to absorb the surrounding energy. Zheng Jinghao noticed that the energy in the air was slowly gathering towards Jiang Feng's tent, and he couldn't help but sighed that Jiang Feng, as a genius with level talent, indeed absorbed energy much faster than they did. Although the energy in the misty forest is denser than in the wilderness, even if one is in a place rich in energy, if a beast tamer has mediocre talent, they won't be able to absorb much energy in a short time. Thinking of this, Zheng Jinghao made a gesture to the heavy fist angry ape on the tree to stay vigilant, as he did not want to see his companions ambushed by illusion beasts while absorbing energy. Now that it was completely dark for many illusion beasts, the hunting time had just begun. The heavy fist angry ape made a clear gesture to Zheng Jinghao. It was not its first time in the misty forest, and it knew that many dangers lurked in the darkness and understood the importance of the first watch. The speed at which a level talent absorbs energy is indeed fast, but such speed pales in comparison to that of a higher level talent. This was only the outer region of the misty forest, where the energy was not particularly dense, and the surroundings were not absolutely safe, so Jiang Feng would not spend all his time training. If Jiang Feng were in a sleeping state, he would likely wake up and retaliate at the first sign of danger. However, if Jiang Feng were attacked while operating the beast taming technique, he might suffer a backlash due to forcibly interrupting the technique to counter. Compared to this, unless Jiang Feng were in a region rich in energy, he did not need to rush to absorb every bit of energy. Chapter 56. The Fall. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Feng vaguely heard sounds outside the tent. So he woke up and glanced at the time on his phone, realizing that it would soon be his turn to keep watch. Jiang Feng initially thought that Li Xiaoya wanted to wake him up early, but after some consideration, he felt that this was unlikely since Li Xiaoya was always very punctual. He then stared at the top of the tent for a while, and feeling a strange drop in temperature around him, he decided to go outside and check the situation, just in case Li Xiaoya needed help. However, when Jiang Feng left the tent, he found that the campsite was shrouded in fog. He had been sleeping in the tent earlier and had not noticed this. Now that he was outside, he felt the dampness in the air. Jiang Feng remembered that Zheng Jinghao had mentioned there were two types of fog in the misty forest. One was ordinary white fog that only affected visibility, while the other was toxic fog mixed with other colors that even Lord-level beast tamers could not withstand for long. It was obvious that the fog surrounding the campsite was harmless. Jiang Feng only saw the Bloodclaw savage bear sitting not far away, while Li Xiaoya and the iron feather bird were nowhere to be seen. When the Bloodclaw savage bear saw Jiang Feng approaching, it gave him a hearty smile. Jiang Feng asked the Bloodclaw savage bear, "Where is your master?" The Bloodclaw savage bear couldn't speak human language yet, so it made several hand gestures. Jiang Feng didn't quite understand what the Bloodclaw savage bear meant, but he could roughly deduce where Li Xiaoya had gone. To be safe, Jiang Feng decided to check it out. Since Li Xiaoya had taken the iron feather bird with her, it meant she had discovered something unusual. However, just as Jiang Feng left the campsite, he heard a scream not far away. Was that scream from Li Xiaoya? Jiang Feng couldn't be sure. He had read some materials that mentioned some illusory beasts could emit sounds similar to human screams, which led many inexperienced beast tamers to be attacked and injured without realizing it. But so what? If Li Xiaoya might be in danger, Jiang Feng couldn't just sit back and do nothing. Soon, Jiang Feng arrived at the source of the scream. A shadow flashed through the air. Jiang Feng looked up and realized it was the iron feather bird. At first, the iron feather bird thought there was an enemy attack when it heard sounds around, but it didn't expect Jiang Feng to come out of the thick fog. However, since it was Jiang Feng who arrived, that made things easier. The iron feather bird called out to Jiang Feng a couple of times. Seeing the iron feather bird's anxious expression, Jiang Feng guessed that Li Xiaoya might be in trouble, so he hurriedly followed it. Next, the iron feather bird led Jiang Feng to a tree. Jiang Feng noticed a relatively small hole in the ground. He crouched down to inspect the soil around the hole. If he was right, this hole must have collapsed not long ago. Although Jiang Feng couldn't understand the iron feather bird's calls, he suspected that Li Xiaoya had fallen into this hole. However, the hole was too small for the iron feather bird to fly down and look for Li Xiaoya. He wondered if it was the work of an illusory beast. Jiang Feng frowned slightly. The absence of other illusory beasts around didn't mean that this incident was unrelated to them. Regardless of the cause, Jiang Feng had to find Li Xiaoya as soon as possible. He pointed towards the campsite and told the iron feather bird, "Quickly inform the others about this. I'll go down to find your master." After saying this, without caring whether the iron feather bird understood or not, Jiang Feng jumped into the hole. Normally, Jiang Feng should have waited for Zheng Jinghao and the others to arrive and discuss a plan. However, time was not on their side. With no contracted beast beside Li Xiaoya, Jiang Feng was worried about her safety, so it was urgent to find her quickly. The iron feather bird was surprised to see Jiang Feng jump into the hole, but it felt much more at ease knowing Jiang Feng was going down to help. If the hole hadn't been so small, it would have definitely flown down to rescue Li Xiaoya. Next, the iron feather bird flew decisively back to the campsite. It had to inform the others as soon as possible. After Jiang Feng jumped into the hole, His body began to slide down continuously, but he wasn't surprised by this. If the distance to the ground was only a few meters, Li Xiaoya would definitely be able to sense his arrival. When going out on missions, Li Xiaoya always kept a dagger and a flashlight on her to prevent unexpected situations. To ease the tense atmosphere, Jiang Feng smiled and said, "Senior sister, although I'm not that handsome like the bright stars in the night sky, I think I don't look bad either. We haven't seen each other for just a few hours. You wouldn't forget me that quickly, would you?" Hearing Jiang Feng's words, Li Xiaoya burst out laughing. She put away her dagger and said to Jiang Feng, "I didn't expect you to be so narcissistic." Just speaking the truth, Jiang Feng shrugged and walked towards Li Xiaoya. "By the way, how did you end up here?" Li Xiaoya raised her flashlight to shine up at the hole. To be honest, she hadn't expected Jiang Feng to show up here. "So you came down to find me?" Jiang Feng nodded and said, "Yeah, your contracted beast isn't around, and I was worried you might be in danger." There was no doubt that Jiang Feng's impulsive jump was reckless, but thinking about the reason behind it made Li Xiaoya feel very touched. A companion is not just a title. A true companion is someone you can willingly entrust your back to in times of danger, fighting side by side with you, or the person you most wish to see first after encountering danger. For Li Xiaoya, Jiang Feng at that moment was the companion she had longed for. Because he had jumped down to help her without hesitation when he thought she might be in danger, something most people would not do. Seeing that Li Xiaoya didn't speak, Jiang Feng raised his hand and waved it in front of her eyes. "Senior sister, did you get hurt when you fell?" Li Xiaoya replied irritably. "You're the one who's hurt. I'm just thinking about how to thank you." "No need for thanks. We're companions. If you need help, it's my duty." Although Jiang Feng wasn't the kind of person who thought about the world, he generally wouldn't refuse to help as long as it was within his capabilities. Li Xiaoya slightly nodded. She would remember this favor. If there was a chance in the future, she would definitely return it to Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng used his perception skill to scan the surroundings and confirm that there were no hidden illusory beasts before asking Li Xiaoya, "By the way, senior sister, why are you here?" Of course, Jiang Feng could have been less cautious. After all, Li Xiaoya had been sliding down for a while. And if there were really any illusory beasts hiding here, she might have already been attacked. Li Xiaoya said, "You saw that it was foggy when you woke up, right?" Jiang Feng nodded. "I saw it. This place is indeed called the Misty Forest, with such thick fog. If you're not familiar with the terrain and your electronic devices are disrupted, it would be very difficult to leave here. You're right. It's quite normal to encounter heavy fog in the Misty Forest. As long as it's not that kind of toxic fog, it should be fine," Li Xiaoya said. Then changed the subject and continued. "Not long after, when I got up to stretch, I vaguely heard sounds coming from a distance. My first reaction was that there might be illusory beasts nearby." Jiang Feng replied, "With such thick fog, it's normal for illusory beasts to pass by the campsite. Generally speaking, unless it's a particularly ferocious illusory beast, most of them would choose to go around if they see humans active in one place. Conversely, humans are the same. It's best to avoid unnecessary killings." Li Xiaoya said, "You're right, but I'm worried about ill-intentioned illusory beasts approaching. If it's just one illusory beast, that's fine. But if we encounter a group of illusory beasts, we might be in life-threatening danger." Indeed, Jiang Feng nodded slightly. With their current strength, encountering a group of illusory beasts in the Misty Forest meant they could only retreat as quickly as possible. "I originally wanted to tell you about this to give you a psychological preparation, but I was worried about making a wrong judgment and delaying your rest. So I decided to go confirm the situation first," Jiang Feng said. "No wonder when I walked out of the tent, I only saw the Bloodclaw Violent Bear. Although the Bloodclaw Violent Bear isn't very high in level. If it just guards the campsite and alerts Zhang Jinghao and the others when it detects the invasion of the phantom beasts, that would be more than enough." Li Xiaoya then said to Jiang Feng, "You should be able to guess what happened next. I not only didn't find the source of the sound, but I also accidentally stepped into a void and fell here." Jiang Feng took out a flashlight from his spatial ring, shone it around, and then asked Li Xiaoya, "Senior, do you know where this place is?" Li Xiaoya replied, "It looks like this should be a naturally formed cave. Maybe we can find an exit not far from here, but this is just my guess. As the saying goes, without hope, there will be no disappointment." Although Li Xiaoya is not someone who easily gives up, she believes that sometimes it's necessary to prepare mentally in advance. Otherwise, the impact of failure on morale can be tremendous. "I understand," Jiang Feng nodded slightly. The cave they were in was indeed safe, but who knew if there would be danger on the other side of the passage? Compared to the moonlit forest, this pitch-black cave looked quite eerie. "Senior, there's only one passage here. Should we go in and take a look? It seems we have no other choice," Li Xiaoya said somewhat helplessly. Although the situation ahead was unknown, they couldn't just stay here forever. That's true. In fact, Jiang Feng already had an answer in mind. But he had to respect Li Xiaoya's thoughts. Just then, the walkie-talkie hanging at Jiang Feng's waist suddenly emitted a crackling sound. Jiang Feng recognized it was Zhang Jinghao's voice. Fortunately, This walkie-talkie was sturdy. Otherwise, Jiang Feng wouldn't have been able to contact Zheng Jinghao. Although the signal was interfered with, Jiang Feng still understood Zheng Jinghao's meaning. In short, Zheng Jinghao, Wang Yuanhang, and Bai Hongcheng were now at the cave entrance. Although different species of phantom beasts do not communicate through language, the heavy punch angry ape understood the general situation based on the description of the iron feather bird. It then told Zheng Jinghao that Li Xiaoya accidentally fell into the cave, and Jiang Feng jumped down voluntarily to search for her. Li Xiaoya accidentally falling into the cave was something Zheng Jinghao hadn't expected. But what surprised him even more was Jiang Feng's willingness to jump into the cave to look for Li Xiaoya. This courage truly made Zheng Jinghao look at him in a new light. Additionally, Jiang Feng's friendship for Li Xiaoya was evident. Zheng Jinghao believed that even friends with a good relationship might not be able to act as decisively as Jiang Feng did in searching for Li Xiaoya. Zheng Jinghao then said to Jiang Feng, "It's good that you're both okay. What's the situation down there?" Jiang Feng replied, "It's a natural cave down here, quite spacious. We're planning to enter the passage to find a way out." "Find a way out? Are you going to act now?" Zheng Jinghao certainly knew that Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya's choice was not wrong. But he was worried that they might encounter danger since Li Xiaoya didn't have a contracted beast with her, and Jiang Feng's contracted beast hadn't reached the elite level yet. Zheng Jinghao thought for a moment. "Don't rush to act yet. I need to discuss something with Yuanhang and Acheng." "Okay." Although Jiang Feng didn't know what Zheng Jinghao wanted to discuss with Wang Yuanhang and Bai Hongcheng, he decided to give Zheng Jinghao some time. Keeping the flashlight on was too wasteful of battery. In this environment, using a glow stick was more suitable. The green light emitted by the glow stick wasn't very strong, but it was enough to dispel the darkness around Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya. Li Xiaoya turned off the flashlight and said to Jiang Feng, "Fortunately, you have a spatial ring. This makes things much more convenient." Jiang Feng took out 2 waterproof jackets from the spatial ring and handed one to Li Xiaoya. "Senior, it's a bit chilly here. You should wear a jacket too." "Thank you." Li Xiaoya didn't refuse Jiang Feng's kindness. Although elite-level Beastmasters are indeed physically stronger than ordinary people, Li Xiaoya was only wearing a short sleeve and sitting in this dark cave. So she inevitably felt a bit cold. Chapter 57. Exploring the underground cave. Jiang Feng smiled and said, "Actually, I bought several of these jackets. But it might be a bit big for you." "That's fine. It's just right," Li Xiaoya said as she took the jacket from Jiang Feng and put it on. Next, Jiang Feng took out a thermos from the spatial ring and poured Li Xiaoya a cup of ginger tea. "Drink some ginger tea to warm up." Li Xiaoya looked at the ginger tea in Jiang Feng's hand and couldn't help but smile. "It seems you've really found the correct use for your spatial ring. I bet very few Beastmasters with spatial rings would keep a thermos full of ginger tea in there." Jiang Feng shrugged. Not using such a large storage space would be a waste, and the time flow in the spatial ring is very slow. "It's much better than a thermos. I've prepared several of these thermos cups." Li Xiaoya took the cup from Jiang Feng and smiled. "You should be glad that other Beastmasters with spatial rings didn't hear this. Otherwise, they might want to have a serious talk with you. Who knows?" In fact, Jiang Feng didn't care at all about what strangers thought of him. Putting aside whether he had any obligation to take care of strangers, he was a Beastmaster with top-notch talent. If he were to get tangled up over small matters, how could he become a powerful figure overlooking the world in the future? Jiang Feng also drank a cup of ginger tea, feeling the warmth in his stomach, which naturally dispelled a lot of the cold. "Jiang Feng," Li Xiaoya called out, looking as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. "What's wrong?" Jiang Feng turned to look at Li Xiaoya. Li Xiaoya said softly, "I'm sorry for dragging you into this." Originally, Li Xiaoya could have avoided this topic, but she felt some things had to be said to Jiang Feng. "I was wondering what it was." Jiang Feng smiled. "I jumped down voluntarily. It has nothing to do with you, senior. But you did it to protect me, and since I don't have a contracted beast with me right now, protecting me could come at a great cost." Hearing Li Xiaoya's words, Jiang Feng fell silent for a moment. Indeed, Li Xiaoya was currently a Beastmaster without a contracted beast. Even an ordinary phantom beast could threaten her safety. Jiang Feng smiled. "Senior, logically speaking, I shouldn't have been so impulsive, but waiting for you on the ground would be even more torturous for me, so let's skip this topic." Li Xiaoya looked into Jiang Feng's sincere eyes, thought for a long time, and finally just said good to him. Jiang Feng didn't care about how many words Li Xiaoya said. As long as she didn't dwell on this matter, that was enough. "That's right. We will definitely be safe." Soon, Zheng Jinghao's voice came through the walkie-talkie again. "Jiang Feng, can you confirm that there are no other forks in the passage as you slide down?" "Forks?" Jiang Feng didn't understand why Zheng Jinghao was asking this, so he turned to Li Xiaoya. Li Xiaoya shook her head, indicating that she couldn't be sure either. "Brother Zheng, we're also not sure if there will be forks when we come down, but I think the possibility is quite low." If Jiang Feng encountered a fork while sliding down, it was very likely he wouldn't see Li Xiaoya. "I understand." Zheng Jinghao trusted Jiang Feng's judgment. After all, Jiang Feng had successfully found Li Xiaoya after jumping down. Next, Zheng Jinghao said to Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya, "You two stay a little farther from the cave entrance. I'm coming down to find you." Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya exchanged glances. Zheng Jinghao was also coming down. Jiang Feng said, "Zhenggu, the situation below is unclear. You don't need to take risks coming down to help us." Zheng Jinghao and Li Xiaoya didn't have much of a relationship, so it was somewhat inappropriate to ask him to come down to help. "It's okay. I've already discussed it with Yuan Hang and Cheng." After saying that, Zheng Jinghao didn't give Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya a chance to refuse. He threw his backpack into the hole and jumped down after it. "Wow, senior. I really didn't expect Zhenggu to come down to find us," Li Xiaoya said with a smile. "That's not surprising, because we are all companions," Jiang Feng said, nodding slightly. Along the way, Jiang Feng had gained some understanding of Zheng Jinghao's character and considered him a reliable friend. After a while, a backpack landed first, followed by Zheng Jinghao, who dropped down from the hole. "Zhenggu, your decision caught us off guard," Jiang Feng said as he picked up Zheng Jinghao's backpack from the ground and handed it to him. Judging by the weight, Zheng Jinghao must have brought a lot of equipment. Zheng Jinghao took the backpack from Jiang Feng's hands. "I wasn't at ease with you two searching for a way out underground, so I thought I would come down to help you. After all, Xiaoya's contract beast is on the surface, and if we encounter a phantom beast attack, her situation could become very dangerous. After all, Lan Yin hadn't reached the elite level yet, and if they encountered an elite phantom beast, it might not be able to protect Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya successfully. Zhenggu, what about Wang Gu and Hong Qinggu if you're not up there?" Jiang Feng mainly wanted to know what arrangements Zheng Jinghao had made before coming down. Jiang Feng asked Zheng Jinghao, "Zhenggu, I feel like the ground isn't much safer than underground. If Wang Gu and Hong Qinggu wait for us too long, could they encounter danger?" Zheng Jinghao certainly knew that staying too long in a certain area of the misty forest was very dangerous behavior. However, with the thick fog outside and the poor light at night, it provided a degree of safety for Wang Yuanhang, Bai Hongcheng, and Li Xiaoya's two contract beasts. Jiang Feng said, "So we need to act quickly." Li Xiaoya said to Zheng Jinghao, "Zhenggu, I'm sorry for causing you trouble." Zheng Jinghao smiled, "Don't say that. Helping you is like helping myself." Li Xiaoya nodded, understanding what Zheng Jinghao meant. Jiang Feng said, "Zhenggu, then let's not delay and set off now." With Zheng Jinghao's help, Jiang Feng felt more confident about leaving this place. Next, Zheng Jinghao summoned the Heavy Fist Fury Ape to lead the way. Li Xiaoya walked in the middle, and Jiang Feng summoned Lan Yin to walk at the back of the group. No one knew where this passage led, so Jiang Feng and the others had to remain cautious at all times. Although Li Xiaoya walking in the middle of the group wasn't necessarily safe, it was at least safer than her leading the way. After walking for over 10 minutes, Jiang Feng and the others still hadn't seen an exit. Darkness surrounded them, with only the glow stick hanging from Jiang Feng's waist emitting a gentle light to illuminate the environment. Jiang Feng said, "Zhenggu, this passage is a bit too long." Zheng Jinghao raised his flashlight to look around the passage and then said to Jiang Feng, "I actually think that not having exited this passage may not be a bad thing." "Why do you say that?" Jiang Feng wanted to hear Zheng Jinghao's thoughts. Zheng Jinghao explained, "Because along the way, we haven't encountered any forks, but rather have a tendency to move upward. Maybe soon, we'll find the way to the surface." Jiang Feng nodded slightly, believing that Zheng Jinghao made sense. In such deep underground, the worst situation would be encountering a fork, because no one would know which path was the right one, and splitting up would be a big taboo. Therefore, finding the correct way out among many forks would definitely take a lot of time. Li Xiaoya also expressed her thoughts. "Zhenggu, since there is such a long passage underground, let's continue moving forward. Maybe we'll encounter phantom beasts that like to act underground. Natural caves are habitats that some phantoms with special habits really like." "You're right. Some phantom beasts like to hide in dark places and ambush passing travelers. If we keep going, we might accidentally intrude into a phantom beast territory. Both the ground and underground have a complete ecosystem. Even a capable Beastmaster could end up in a bad situation if they recklessly intrude into an unknown area without knowing anything." Zheng Jinghao said, "Let's continue moving forward. Maybe we'll discover a way out soon." Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya also hoped that things would be as simple as Zheng Jinghao said. Jiang Feng couldn't help but mutter in his heart, "Are we in a nesting doll? What is the point of walking from a small cave to a big cave?" Indeed, it was a natural cave. Zheng Jinghao noticed the stalactites spread throughout the cave. In such a large space, even a Lord-level phantom beast might not easily excavate it. Zheng Jinghao said, "If I'm not mistaken, there should be a passage leading to other places here. Because underground water played a decisive role in the long process of stalactite formation, I believe this is definitely not a dead end. Zhenggu, why don't we split up to find the way out?" Jiang Feng suggested. "Then you and Xiaoya can act together. Make sure to pay attention to safety." Zheng Jinghao had the Heavy Fist Fury Ape, while Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya only had Lan Yin, so Zheng Jinghao couldn't let them split up. Okay, Jiang Feng nodded. In fact, even if Zheng Jinghao didn't say it, Jiang Feng wouldn't let Li Xiaoya act alone. While looking for a way out and observing the surrounding stalactites, Jiang Feng thought, if this were the previous world, such a place would either be protected or developed into a tourist attraction. Although Jiang Feng had crossed into a magical world filled with phantom beasts, there were many powerful foreign forces constantly eyeing the resources of Blue Star. So humans mostly pursued power while neglecting spiritual life. Jiang Feng could fully understand the thoughts of these Beastmasters. Even he was thinking about becoming stronger as quickly as possible. Li Xiaoya looked at Jiang Feng, who was walking cautiously beside her and observing the surroundings, and sighed softly. I underestimated it. What did you underestimate? Jiang Feng turned to look at Li Xiaoya. Although Li Xiaoya spoke softly, the surroundings were so quiet that Jiang Feng, with his hearing, couldn't have missed what she said. Li Xiaoya hurriedly waved her hand and said, It's nothing. Jiang Feng said, Senior, we've known each other for a while. Just say whatever you need to. I just regret not telling you about my discovery. After all, I'm an elite Beastmaster. And I'm still your senior, yet now I don't dare to leave your side at all. The more Li Xiaoya spoke, the more frustrated her expression became. Senior, you are just overthinking it. Although logically, you should take care of me as your junior, but this is a special situation. It's completely fine for me to protect you. Jiang Feng smiled and turned to Lan Yin. If you don't believe me, you can ask Lan Yin. It would also be very willing to protect you. Li Xiaoya looked at Lan Yin. Really? But I can't understand what it says. It's simple. Jiang Feng walked up and patted Lan Yin's back. Lan Yin, now that the Iron Feather Bird and Bloodclaw Violent Bear are not around my senior, do you think we should protect her? If you agree, nod. If not, shake your head. Lan Yin first glanced at Li Xiaoya, then nodded at Jiang Feng. Good. We really are on the same wavelength. Jiang Feng knew that Lan Yin had already considered Li Xiaoya one of their own. Senior, if Lan Yin doesn't mind protecting you, what are you still hesitating about? Li Xiaoya knew that such a proud phantom beast as Lan Yin would definitely not care for someone it disliked. That's so embarrassing. Jiang Feng smiled and suddenly changed the subject. What should we eat? Li Xiaoya pursed her lips. You choose. Sure. Jiang Feng snapped his fingers. At that moment, Zheng Jinghao, standing not far away, waved a flashlight at Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya, and then he and the heavy fist angry ape cautiously walked over. Brother Zheng, what's wrong? Jiang Feng was a bit curious about why Zheng Jinghao seemed so nervous. Chapter 58. Pretending to sleep. Zheng Jinghao made a shushing gesture. Shoo. Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya exchanged glances. Although they didn't know what Zheng Jinghao had discovered, they definitely wouldn't take his words lightly. Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya couldn't doubt Zheng Jinghao, so they immediately followed him. Lan Yin, being a phantom beast, had much stronger control over its body compared to humans. So it made almost no sound at the back and even perfectly concealed its aura. Of course, the stalactite wasn't the main point. Zheng Jinghao signaled Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya to hide under the stalactite. Jiang Feng, I suggest you put away the glow stick into your spatial ring. Jiang Feng didn't hesitate and immediately complied. Zheng Jinghao added, You two should turn off your flashlights and just follow the light from my flashlight. Next, Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya looked up, following the beam of the flashlight towards the top of the cave. Vampire bats? Li Xiaoya noticed a few small vampire bats hanging upside down at the top of the cave. She wasn't surprised at all because bat-type phantom beasts usually lived in dark and damp caves, so if there were no vampire bats in this cave, that would be strange. As for the vampire bats not going out to hunt, but sleeping in the cave, thinking of this, Li Xiaoya felt a bit excited. Jiang Feng also thought of this possibility, but he believed that Zheng Jinghao would definitely not be frightened by a few low-level vampire bats. So he said to Zheng Jinghao, Brother Zheng, since there are vampire bats here, does that mean we can find a way out? Zheng Jinghao moved the flashlight away and stopped shining it on the vampire bats. You're right. But a passage that can accommodate the vampire bats coming and going may not necessarily allow us to leave. That's true. Jiang Feng nodded slightly. By the way, Brother Zheng, is it because you're worried that there are other vampire bats hiding in the dark that you want us to keep quiet? Zheng Jinghao said, This is indeed one of the reasons. Vampire bats are social phantom beasts, and normally there should be many vampire bats here. Jiang Feng speculated. Maybe the other vampire bats are sleeping on the other side of the cave. At first, I thought the same thing until I discovered it. After saying that, Zheng Jinghao carefully shone the flashlight further away. Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya looked up again and saw a large vampire bat. Perhaps worried that this large vampire bat would notice the light from the flashlight, Zheng Jinghao immediately redirected it to the side stalactite, ensuring that Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya could see him. See, that's why I wanted you to speak quietly, Li Xiaoya said. This should be an elite-level vampire bat. Jiang Feng didn't say anything, but he had already used his insight skill on this vampire bat. The results showed that this vampire bat's level was similar to that of the armored crocodile they encountered earlier. elite level 3, and on its home turf. In contrast, Jiang Feng's team was not complete this time, and even Li Xiaoya's contracted beast was not by her side. Jiang Feng could fully understand why Zheng Jinghao was a bit nervous because if a fight broke out, they might not have the upper hand. Zheng Jinghao nodded. That's right. Based on its size, I think its level should be similar to the armored crocodile. So if we want to leave here, we will inevitably have to fight it? Li Xiaoya glanced at the elite-level vampire bat. Zheng Jinghao nodded. There is that possibility. Li Xiaoya said, with our current lineup, it should be quite difficult to retreat unharmed under its attack. If her contracted beast were by her side, and Wang Yuanhang and Bai Hongqing weren't on the ground, then Li Xiaoya believed that this elite-level vampire bat would hardly pose a threat to their safety. My heavy fist angry ape can't fly, and the terrain here is not favorable for us. Dealing with this elite-level vampire bat indeed carries certain risks. One-on-one. The heavy fist angry ape would definitely not fear the elite-level vampire bat, but Zheng Jinghao was worried that their battle might trigger some unforeseen events. The possibility of attracting other elite phantom beasts was relatively low. However, if the elite-level vampire bat suddenly changed its target, then Lan Yin might not be able to protect Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya from harm in time. The size of this elite-level vampire bat was comparable to that of the heavy fist angry ape. Since a large elite-level vampire bat could enter and exit this cave, then Jiang Feng and the others could also leave. Zheng Jinghao said, this might be the only good news. Our top priority is to find a passage to leave here as quickly as possible. Jiang Feng speculated, Brother Zheng. Is it possible that the passage is not far behind this elite-level vampire bat? After all, it's closer to the cave entrance, making both attacking and defending easier. Zheng Jinghao said, whether it is or isn't, we need to go check it out, but before that, we must discuss how to act. Jiang Feng thought for a moment. Brother Zheng, I think it's enough for Senior Xiaoya to follow me, because only the heavy fist angry ape can deal with the elite-level vampire bat, so if we expose our whereabouts, we can only rely on the heavy fist angry ape to buy us time. Hearing Jiang Feng's words, Zheng Jinghao smiled. Brother Zheng, what do you think of my plan? Jiang Feng was a bit unsure of Zheng Jinghao's thoughts. Our ideas are basically similar. Zheng Jinghao nodded. For beast tamers, sometimes an action plan doesn't need to be too complicated. As long as the division of labor is clear, it's enough. Jiang Feng said, Brother Zheng, actually, my arrangement is unfair to both you and the heavy fist angry ape. Although the heavy fist angry ape's level is above that of this elite-level vampire bat, battles between phantom beasts aren't determined solely by levels. It's not guaranteed that a higher level will ensure victory. After all, the level difference between this elite-level vampire bat and the heavy fist angry ape isn't that exaggerated. So the heavy fist angry ape can't possibly hold off the elite-level vampire bat without paying some price, ensuring Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya can escape. It's okay. If I didn't have this awareness, how could I possibly come down to help you? Zheng Jinghao came down to help not because Jiang Feng asked him to, but because, as the captain, he had to take responsibility in such matters. Also, in terms of defense, Bai Hongqing's rock-armored beast is definitely above the heavy fist angry ape. But Zheng Jinghao thought that the rock-armored beast's large size might not be able to perform well in underground battles, which is why he had Bai Hongqing stay on the ground to assist Wang Yuanhang in guarding the campsite. Jiang Feng nodded slightly. So it's my fault for being too distant. Jiang Feng and Li Xiaoya both nodded in agreement. Of course, it would be even better if they could leave here without disturbing any vampire bats. Since Jiang Feng and the others had already discovered an elite-level vampire bat here, they couldn't split up anymore. Shortly after, Jiang Feng noticed a large opening at 1 o'clock. Zheng Jinghao and Li Xiaoya also noticed this opening. However, Jiang Feng and the others didn't celebrate too early because if they wanted to enter the passage through this opening, they would have to pass under the elite-level vampire bat. This was a very risky action. Jiang Feng quietly asked, Brother Zheng, should we go directly? Zheng Jinghao nodded. Yes, but don't stay too close to me. If a battle breaks out next, I will have the heavy fist angry ape fully cover you as you enter the passage. Understood, Jiang Feng replied. Before the action began, Jiang Feng had already told Lan Yin that once a battle broke out, he would do everything possible to protect him and Li Xiaoya until they reached a safe place. Jiang Feng said this to prevent Lan Yin from neglecting Li Xiaoya's safety in case of unexpected situations. Letting Lan Yin cooperate with the heavy punch angry ape to try to kill the elite-level vampire bat, the closer they got to the cave entrance, the slower everyone's breathing became. For a moment, the sound of dripping water from the cave's ceiling seemed to become much clearer. In the entire cave, only the light from the flashlight held by Zheng Jinghao illuminated their path. As they approached the elite-level vampire bat, Zheng Jinghao felt a bit nervous. Whether they could leave here undetected depended on the next few minutes. At such a close distance, Zheng Jinghao did not shine the flashlight on the elite-level vampire bat because he was worried that the bat might notice something unusual after being dazzled by the light too many times. Not being able to confirm the status of the elite-level vampire bat certainly made Jiang Feng uneasy. Fortunately, Jiang Feng was already very close to the elite-level vampire bat, so he decided to use the insight skill on it once more to see if there were any new discoveries. Originally, Jiang Feng did this just to be safe, but as a result, he indeed found something unusual. The target is in a waking state. The feedback from the insight skill was very simple, but it startled Jiang Feng. This elite-level vampire bat was actually not asleep. Then their actions were all under the surveillance of the elite-level vampire bat? Jiang Feng firmly believed the result from the insight skill. That was close, almost fell into its trap. Although Jiang Feng did not know how the elite-level vampire bat discovered them, they almost fell into its trap. Thinking of this, Jiang Feng pretended to be nonchalant and walked over to Zheng Jinghao's side. He had to remind Zheng Jinghao, otherwise, when they reached the cave entrance, they would definitely be attacked by the elite-level vampire bat. Brother Zheng, I feel something is off. What's wrong? Zheng Jinghao asked, puzzled. Jiang Feng said, I feel like this situation is progressing too smoothly. Really? I feel everything is normal. Zheng Jinghao thought Jiang Feng might be nervous, but in such a closed environment, emotional fluctuations were normal. Brother Zheng, I just thought about it again. It's still not dawn, so this elite-level vampire bat shouldn't be in a deep sleep. Although Jiang Feng couldn't directly tell Zheng Jinghao about his discovery, he could subtly hint at it. Hearing Jiang Feng's words, Zheng Jinghao also felt uncertain for a moment. What should we do? Continue forward or confirm the status of the elite-level vampire bat? There was actually no need for hesitation. Zheng Jinghao thought he could completely confirm the status of the elite-level vampire bat, and then continue forward, as these two actions were not contradictory at all. Raising the flashlight again towards the elite-level vampire bat. Initially, Zheng Jinghao did not notice any abnormalities, but when he was about to lower the flashlight, he suddenly saw the elite-level vampire bat open its eyes. Zheng Jinghao's heart sank. Oh no, it really isn't asleep. Unexpectedly, Jiang Feng was right. The elite-level vampire bat had been secretly monitoring them. You all run, since both sides were already aware of each other. Zheng Jinghao naturally did not need to act so cautiously anymore.